one by Jazz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game.
Battlemaster's gonna fall. Battlemaster's gonna fall.
Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow step, the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Folks, we've already had 2 days of AWC, the first AWC event since all the way back at BlizzCon. It feels very good to be back home at the AWC, but also we started with so many teams, hundreds of teams signed up online. You can actually sign up for the next cup now if you do want to jump into the fray, but we chopped down those hundreds of teams to the top 4 from each region. We got NA and EU, and to cover all of the action, we have on the desk Supatiz, Venruki, and Zico as we managed to find our best team from each region. And Zico, I think we should just kick it off by talking about some of the folks over in the EU just a little bit and actually get kind of a taste of everything that did happen, rather NA, and get a taste of everything that did happen yesterday. So what really did happen yesterday for anyone who may have missed it?
Well, yesterday, I think the big story is going to be between Cloud9 and Method Orange. I think those two guys, they are currently seated in the best seats of the house. And they're looking to kind of start off the season strong, get establish that dominance, get that early win. But there is kind of an unknown shark still lingering in that lower bracket. One of the newer rosters, Kawaii. They've been doing great, making top 4 already in their first cup. So if they're looking to play little spoilers here, looking to cause some upsets, and we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, it's really funny. When you look at the bracket as a whole, I feel like we had somewhat similar storylines play out in both NA and EU. When you looked at NA, there were just a few teams where it seemed like their potential was really high, but they were newer rosters. We weren't sure what to expect. And then those teams were going up against teams that were more established then. And in NA, it ended up with, we have Space Station and Kawaii now in the lower bracket, Method Orange and Cloud9 in the top side of the bracket. But what do you think of some of these teams that we don't necessarily need to put our focus on, but like Rudimentary, that are kind of stepping up now and becoming challengers in the region?
Well, I mean, from what I saw from Rudimentary, I think Magnus tweeted out, he's like, thank you so much for the support. Our team learned a lot from this. And I mean, that's what happens when you are a newer team, especially in sort of the tournament scene. Things like map picks and just decision making in general with compositions you want to swap to. Like, you can make mistakes with that quite early on, especially if you're a newer team. So kind of just taking a positive attitude, saying, you know what, we learned a lot. Next time we'll come back stronger. Teams like Rudimentary, I expect big things from as the cups continue.
Yeah, and the reason that I wanted to talk about some of those newer teams was we've already seen newer teams make big splashes in EU as well. We're going to be kicking off the day with EU. As we already did mention, folks, today is just about the best thing that you could experience as a fan of World of Warcraft, because we get not one but 2 grand finals, one for North America and one for EU. We kick things off with EU, and when we talk about spoilers that happen in this region, I'm thinking about Wildcard versus the Bergen Boys. When we actually look at this Super Tease, I think that this actually threw us off a little bit as far as the predictions go. This was a bracket ruiner for anybody who's trying to make predictions at home as well.
All right, it wouldn't be Championship Sunday if it weren't
look,
for
Sid. I think that we were all just absolutely speechless and silenced by that matchup in general.
It was an excellent match. I needed a second to collect my thoughts. I collected my thoughts.
Yes,
Wildcard
somebody
Gaming
else.
and the Bergen Boys was a series that you definitely would want to go back and watch, I think, between these two teams, because it's the first time Wildcard's really been challenged in 2020. This has kind of been a 2-horse race in Europe for quite some time between Method Black and Wildcard almost every time, like Goku and Vegeta. I don't care if you call me a normie weeb, I don't care. It's been those two every time, basically, and this time around, Bergen Boys have stepped up into that God plateau of the European region, and now in that upper final, if they do manage to defeat Method Black, I mean, that is quite a statement from them.
Yeah, I mean, all the teams that did get eliminated, they did play excellent, but they had, oh man, I tried to make a Majin Buu joke, but I'm not a normie, so I can't make DBZ jokes. I tried though. I tried to talk your language, but the real language that we need to be talking today is that of the schedule. NA versus EU. We start things off with EU. Wildcard Gaming versus Enigma, and then we got the Bergen Boys versus Method Black. These are going to be the two matchups that we do know. The first one is an elimination series. Then after that, we go back up to the upper side of the bracket where we actually do find out who then goes down to the lower to set up for the grand final. We get 4 matchups for EU. Then we switch things up. We look back over at NA where Space Station, Kawaii, Method Orange, and Cloud9 are still standing. Let's talk about our first matchup though, Wildcard Gaming versus Enigma. We already talked a little bit about Wildcard being down in the lower side of the bracket this early, being a surprise. Ven, how do you think they will fare against Enigma?
I'm not sure. So for Wildcard Gaming, the reason why they find themselves in the lower bracket right now is because they did lose to Bergen Boys. Bergen Boys played, I believe, the Frost Death Knight Windwalker monk, so Windwalker DK. Wildcard Gaming kind of struggled with that, and in fact, they needed to essentially mirror them in the last game in order to try to take the series. They ended up losing. They're in the lower bracket. The thing for Enigma, which is nice, is they also have some of these cleave compositions. They have the Windwalker Demon Hunter, as well as the Windwalker Warlock. I think for Enigma, if they can somehow make the Windwalker Demon Hunter work, that's going to be great, because the one thing Wildcard Gaming is really strong into in general is Destruction Warlock. So I don't think Enigma can really rely on playing the Windwalker Destro, as I feel like Wildcard Gaming will just be able to, easily deal with that with the Warrior Mage. So Enigma probably going to have to lock in blind a cleave composition, which then leaves an interesting decision to Wildcard Gaming, because they kind of revealed their hand with a composition we haven't seen too much of, which is the Elemental Shaman Moonkin. So that might be a decent blind pick here for Wildcard Gaming. And if I guess if Enigma reads that situation right, they might be able to kind of counter with the Destruction Warlock. But this could be another one of those series that ends up just coming down to the blind pick and who kind of wins that initial mind game.
Yeah, and you mentioned the blind pick. For anybody who hasn't been watching or hasn't understood the format, if you haven't understood, I'm sorry. Thank you for sticking around. I'm sorry that we didn't explain it well enough. I'm really glad that you still did decide to stay, but we'll break it down for you right now. Basically, how it does go down. We start off with blind pick. Teams enter in a grand arena, the most balanced map with no information at all as to what the other teams are playing. It's a little bit of a mind game. It's a little bit of a back and forth. Try to guess if they play this, we should play this, but they'll think that we're going to play this, so we should play this because they're going to play this, thinking that we might play this, thinking that we might play that into this. And then all of a sudden, we have our blind pick. After that, there is a back and forth where the information is exchanged, and we basically rotate who, based off of who lost, who gets to withhold more of that information, who picks basically the loser gets to pick the map, then the winner will pick their composition, and then with full information, the loser of the previous game will then lock in their composition with full information. It goes back and forth in a best of 5, and wham bam, thank you ma'am, we get to where we're at right now. The only thing that will be a little bit different is when we get to the grand final, it will be a best of 7, which means more maps will be played, and that map pool will thin out quicker than my hairline has. So that is a very important dynamic that you should actually think about, because it does have a big effect when you do get to the grand final. But with that, now we can actually start to think about what is going to happen in this first match of the day. We already did hear from Ven what he thinks about Wildcard versus Enigma. I want to get the big picture from you, Zico. I want to talk just a little bit more about how the meta has looked for anyone who's just saying, I'm only going to watch Championship Sunday, I'm not going to watch the first 2 days. What has been your take on what teams are really playing right now in the AWC?
I would say so far we've seen Rogue Mage Pally. Speaking about Europe right now, Rogue Mage Pally. We've been seeing Destro Warlock compositions, usually paired with like a Warrior or a Windwalker, and we've seen a lot of those double melee comps as well, Windwalker DK, Demon Hunters, things like that. That's basically been the main meta here. I feel like Wildcard Gaming versus Enigma, I like when I look at this entire EU bracket, all I see is Method Black winning at this point, or Wildcard Gaming winning. If Wildcard Gaming loses to, I mean, they could actually. I would. It's really hard to call this one because I feel like if Wildcard Gaming loses, then it's pretty free for Method Black, I would say. But at the same time, I could also see Bergen Boys just make a big upset here. Like the EU region is kind of in an interesting spot right now because you have one of the favorites in the upper bracket facing one of the little newer rosters, and then you have the other favorite also, but in the lower bracket. So it kind of makes it interesting in general.
Yeah, it's made it really fun to watch. I definitely agree with that. And we've also had just, besides the upsets of the teams that are fun to watch, some of the adjustments that we've actually seen, whether it's in gear or corruption Supatees, have just been really enjoyable. I know you're constantly going, wait, I gotta pull it up. I need to see what corruptions they're wearing every now and then. It's full gushing. Every now and then it's full, more times than not, it's full versatility amp. And then sometimes you see really weird stuff happen. So I do feel like, Sid, it's been really fun to get to watch how Azure, how corruption, how gearing in general has all come together in this tournament.
Oh, I mean, I think the clear understanding at this point in the tournament is that gushing is not very good. And if you're playing gushing into a team that's running all versatility, you lose.
Yeah.
So you should probably switch to versatility. The only team where gushing somewhat made sense was Rudimentary when they were wearing 115 corruption or whatever it was in gushing. They just like all in it, put it on every piece. Perhaps that works, but even that didn't get a kill.
Yeah, I cannot stress enough how right Supatees is right now, and the main reason that I'm saying it is because if Gushing 3 pops up on a vendor, do not buy it. Do not buy Gushing right now, especially Gushing stocks are plummeting. Not only does it not look good with all of the verse going on right now in PvP, but it's getting nerfed as well, mostly because of PvE, like 35%. Do not buy Gushing. Stocks are crashing. But let's talk about two teams whose stocks are skyrocketing. Stonks, Wildcard Gaming versus Enigma. Let's see who's going to be able to hang on in the blind pick into Grand Arena.
All right, here we go. Wildcard Gaming. They are going to be locking in that Warrior Mage Mistweaver Monk. And in the past, this composition has done exceptionally well into Destruction Warlocks. So we'll have to see if Infernion, Rezius, and Tiki are up for the task. But I expect this one to go in favor of Wildcard Gaming, but we'll see. Enigma is such a strong team. And of course, with that Windwalker Monk, with that Destruction Warlock, really anything can happen. Wildcard Gaming is going to have to be on their toes. Maro already getting bursted down very early on here, Sid.
Yesterday, or on Friday, we saw Enigma, in my mind, kind of choke a little bit. I don't know if they had some jitters or some nerves, but Tiki definitely in particular seemed a little bit flaky, so I'm really keeping my eyes on him in particular to see if he can improve here, because he's facing one of the best teams in Europe, if not arguably the best at the moment, so it will be decided here and now. Tournament lives on the line. They already have decent pressure throughout game number one towards Maro, consistently dipping him to 50% HP, but now we see a counter assault engaged onto Infernion. Double stun lock onto Tiki, deciding to break out and activate the life cocoon throughout that crowd control chain, and it should stabilize Infernion as each side exchanges blows.
Yeah, definitely. Infernion in the midfield right now, still just kind of getting beat on. And we have seen Wildcard Gaming against Destruction Warlocks use the spite strategy in the past. So they could use that. Doesn't look like they're going to this game, but I like the fact that they kind of have that as a mind game. Maybe in game number 2, they can switch up their strategy and try to win with that spite trinket. But for now, it doesn't look like they're trying to use that. It's just going to be more about consistent damage on the Destruction Warlock, good pressure, crowd control on Tiki, and eventually Infernion and his defenses will fall. But they have to stay alive for a long time. Like I said, for Rezus, for Infernion, they do have a significant amount of burst damage available. And for Wildcard Gaming, they're going to have to be looking out for that the entire game.
All right. Interesting build here. Looney deciding to go completely for mana regeneration. Running the Fangs of Intertwined Essence is a trinket that I'm seeing more and more, especially on the Mistweaver Monk. Running on both Mistweaver Monks. Tiki opting for the Forbidden Claw as well, so double mana regen, whereas Looney is going for just some more throughput with the Versatility trinket. That's really the only significant difference I see between the two Mistweaver Monks here in game number 1. Tiger's Lust for Tiki, and that's an interesting choice to try and counteract the Spite trinket, so you can Tiger's Lust the Warlock. It's a good option. Pressure on Amaro with crowd control on Looney, down at 50% health. Double Infernal Stun called in by Infernion, set up into a double leg sweep. Beautiful positioning here. Ring of Peace dropped by Looney, trying to save Morrow. Morrow getting bounced back into the fight, blinking away from the engagement. Dark Soul is currently rolling. Infernion's Chaos Bolts are very threatening at the moment. Will he find them? He gets one. He gets stunned on the second one, but even one was devastating for Morrow as the rallying cry is forced from Blizzo to stabilize the team.
Yeah, that's what just makes it so difficult. I mean, Morrow likely going to be playing Battlemaster, Blizzo with the Rallying Cry, and Temporal Shield. You can get the mage low, but with Rallying Cry, with the Battlemaster, they can just stall so long for that Life Cocoon to come off cooldown, and that's what makes it really difficult to take down that Fire Mage right now, especially with a Warrior on the team. Rezu's trying to get some pressure rolling with the Touch of Death. Unfortunately, doesn't really get too much done. Luna's going to get interrupted. Let's see if they can get the Cauterize from Morrow. There's not too much left in terms of defense. Nice Paralyze, but a Dragon's Breath shuts it down. Double leg sweep by Tiki. Good backup there. This could easily be the Cauterize. Looney out of crowd control, though, with big healing. Stabilizes Morrow. And I think, Sid, this is just going to be one of those games that is going to require a bit of dampening to really push through that Mistweaver defense.
Yep, the throughput and the mana regeneration builds from each Mistweaver is definitely going to cause this game to go on for some time. Blizzo, though, looking to end it as the entire team of Enigma is crowd controlled. But even with that crowd control, Infernion's health didn't move from 60% health. So these Jade statues in the center of Arena do a ton of healing for the Mistweaver Monk. You definitely want to make sure that you reposition it if the fight ends up moving, as they don't heal through line of sight consistently. At the moment, Morrow in a position to try and get out in line of sight to attack Infernion. I mean, this is when they want to be getting aggressive. Tiki's in an intimidating shout. Blizzo's guaranteed crowd control below his health frame a minute and 20 seconds before he will have that available. It functions very similarly to a Rogue's Blind, which is where the power play is supposed to happen in the game. Right there, we saw nothing happen really with that intimidating shout, so it is very unfortunate. Perhaps they were baiting something and waiting for combustion to come up, but it seems more like it was wasted. Tiki moving in for crowd control. Good pressure on Morrow, but no leg sweep out of the Paralyze by Tiki. A bit peculiar. Usually you want to use Paralyze into leg sweep to extend the crowd control. Regardless, Dark Soul is now popped. Infernion's damage is ramped up. He's not finding the Chaos Bolts. Morrow ducks around line of sight, rebuffing that Arcane Intellect when he cannot maximize his damage. Good min-maxing on his part, but he is being pressured still with crowd control towards Looney. Just coming out in the nick of time, Life Cocoon saves the day.
Yeah, and it normally does, to be honest. So Morrow will ultimately survive. 3% dampening at this point. Mana, surprisingly, in favor of Enigma. But that being said, Destruction Warlock, as dampening goes on, I mean, in the past, traditionally, it's just not good for the Warlock the longer the game goes, especially with an Arms Warrior just putting out that really, really big consistent damage. So it is going to be up to Enigma to make sure they're pushing, trying to get aggressive in this match, making sure they can do as much damage as possible, and really just forcing Wildcard Gaming to make mistakes, because it is going to be in this earlier stage of the game where I do believe they potentially have the advantage. As the game goes on, it's just going to be too much mana for Tiki to really heal through that Fire Mage Warrior, consistent damage. Whereas for Morrow, it's going to be a little bit easier to avoid Rezus and Infernion, so their consistent damage isn't going to be nearly as high. They're more burst-oriented in this matchup. Now, nice setup coming in from Enigma. Stun on Looney, stun on Morrow. Do they have the damage? Paralyze on Looney. They need a little bit more damage on Morrow, but he's just using his Shimmers defensively, hiding behind the pillar, kind of baiting Rezus into a situation where he can get him into a Polymorph, get him into a Dragon's Wrath, get him into a Frost Nova, and really just control him up. And that really is the advantage for Morrow, is if he can just drag Rezus out of line of sight and get crowd control on him, he's going to be stuck there. Tiki's very far away, unlikely to get dispels, whereas Infernion, much less mobile. Blizzo's going to have basically 100% uptime on him in this matchup, so it's just a matter of time before that damage starts really adding up.
You know, Rezus is actually playing full Gushing Wounds, Writhing Segment of Drestigath, and Remote Guidance Device. He's even wearing the Bile-Stained Krog Tusks. Like, he's going maximum damage output, and we haven't seen Wildcard Gaming even so much as look at him, but he could definitely explode if they look to swap, and they're almost potentially being baited into attacking the Warlock because they're just leaving Rezus open, and his damage has been quite substantial. There's the Drestigath popping off onto Morrow while Looney is interrupted. Morrow temporal shielding, retreating back to Looney's side. Looney looking to pick him up. Polymorphs onto Rezus, trying to slow down the damage. And Looney looks to try and recover, but he's forced regardless to Life Cocoon as 2 Chaos Bolts were casted from midfield from Infernion. Blizzo's damage is now starting to stick a little bit at 17% dampening. The trinket selection is a bit interesting here in Europe, choosing to run the Corrupted Gladiator's badge instead of the medallion. So both Maro and Infernion opting for badge over medallion. You get more static verse throughout the entirety of the game, but you lose out on that huge versatility activation that the medallion brings. What do you think of that?
I think Maro is doing everything he can to have the most amount of versatility you could ever imagine. I mean, Maro knows he's going to be the target in this match. I was looking at his Azerite traits, and he's actually opted to not go for Blaster Master, which is, I mean, something that's been pretty standard for mages. Instead of Blaster Master, he's just going pure Heart of Darkness for more secondary stats, more versatility, just maximum damage reduction in this match to just try to survive as long as possible. And I mean, that just shows me that Wildcard Gaming knows their win condition. Eventually, Blizzo on the Arms Warrior, as long as Maro can survive, will take down Infernion, and that's what they're looking to do. Wildcard Gaming not afraid to play the long game if they need to. We're already at 23% dampening. I could see this one going 30, 40, 50% dampening, potentially. I think for Wildcard Gaming, they just have to hold on, but Enigma, they need to be scared, because if the game goes on too long, I feel like there's an enrage timer for Blizzo and Infernion.
All right, let's see if they can get a kill soon. They've had decent attempts, and now into dampening, this is when they are more likely to get Cauterize or Ice Block, but I think we're going to get to that 50% dampening mark. That seems to be the area so far in AWC where these teams start to be overwhelmed. We're about over halfway there in terms of the dampening time. Dark Soul is currently active, but Infernion gets counterspelled. He can't use Chaos Bolt for another second. He really needs to find a Chaos Bolt during this window of time. Will he be able to? Now Storm Bolted. He knows he needs to get damage out. He breaks out of the Storm Bolt. He's trying to go for the Chaos Bolt again. Even without the Chaos Bolt, they might kill him. They do find it. Blizzo activating that Rallying Cry, a boost of health to soak it, double Intimidating Shout defensively, and you can tell that they're doing everything they can do to survive. They need to make it to that deep dampening stage to kill the Warlock, but they're falling behind. Interrupt into Paralyze. This could be the Ice Block, and it is. Enigma keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, Enigma keep themselves in the game. They get a major defensive cooldown, and this is the perfect time to do it as well. Getting that Ice Block, it is so unlikely that Maro has another 4 minutes left to, you know, sort of stall out this game. For Tiki, I mean, you can see his mana is going down quite quickly, actually relatively even with Looney. Another big attempt here on Maro, and I am just surprised at how tanky Infernion is on that Destruction Warlock. It's difficult for Maro and Blizzo to really get any damage going. Ride the Wind coming in from Rezus, allowing Infernion a little bit of additional mobility. Looney's falling behind. He's caught in a fear out of a Paralyze. And now Maro, he's on the run once again, getting Polymorphs on Tiki. Now they're trying to get aggressive. They get the Unending Resolve. This is big. This is huge for Wildcard Gaming. They get that massive defensive cooldown. This is their attempt at 35% dampening. They just close it out right here, right now. And that's all it takes. I mean, Tiki, he's playing Relentless. He doesn't have Trinket. And at a certain point in dampening, you just cannot heal through the damage. Wildcard Gaming, they stall to that point. They get their win condition, and they pick up game number 1.
All right, let's break down how they were able to do it. Zico, during that matchup, what caught your eye? What were you looking at saying, all right, this is what we need to talk about as soon as we get into the replay?
Well, I feel like what Enigma was doing, I mean, compositionally, this is not what I wanted to see, because kind of what Van was alluding to already in the pregame is that Wildcard, they play Mage Warrior, and they do a great job into Warlocks with this composition. They get to play triple main. It's not the best matchup, but honestly, Enigma had a lot of pressure. They forced out the Ice Block. They had, you know, a lot of counter pressure, but the thing is, towards the end of the game, it's really, really difficult to keep that Warlock alive. Maro was able to snipe out some crowd control. They were able to get, you know, the follow-up, stun up Infernion. He uses Unending Resolve and then just ended up going down through it with that nice setup from Wildcard. And it's the problem for what the comp that Enigma runs is. You have to kind of try to secure a win before you get to the 30-ish dampening mark, because that's when your Warlock is going to really start feeling that warrior pressure.
Yeah, and that was something that Vemruki was mentioning in the cast as well, right? That dynamic of one team has to win early, the other team's waiting to get a little bit deeper into the game. But let's actually take a look at the moment that you picked out, Zico, and see how they got into those later portions of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this was just kind of the last seconds here of the game. You could see Maru going in. He lands that polymorph, and then after that, they get the Stormbolt over onto Infernium. They start dishing out the damage. They get the DR paralyzed, and then Looney as well. Right at the end there, that last like couple of seconds from that leg sweep is what bought them enough time to secure the kill. You guys could see Tiki had his life cocoon available there, so he could have just tossed that out, and Infernium probably would have survived there. So if Infernium maybe used his Unending Resolve a little bit earlier, or if they could shut down one of those CCs from Morrow, maybe they could have kept going. But still, I think Enigma did a good job in this game number 1.
All right, let's actually start to think about game number 2. Do you think that Enigma changes anything up, Sid, or do you think we're going to see more of the same?
I mean, they could play a different comp, right? I feel like Demon Hunter Windwalker would own a Fire Mage in this particular setup.
Demon Hunter Windwalker, you said?
I would like to see that. Yeah, I believe it's Houston, right? On their roster as the 4th, so they could bring in Resist Houston and Tiki and run Demon Hunter Windwalker. This is a great, just high mobility melee cleave. And if I'm curious what we see for the blind pick from Looney and them, because if they don't blind lock the same comp, then they must know that that's too big of a threat.
Okay, yeah, I mean, if we don't see that blind lock, I think that clearly indicates something, right? That they're worried about something coming out. Now, Zico, do you agree with what Sid said? Is that what you expect to see in the second game, now that we know that it's going to be played out on Dollar and Sewer is a much smaller map?
Well, for Enigma, I feel like this is the comp. Like, they knew Wildcard was going to run this. So there's a part of me that tells me this is the matchup they wanted. So maybe they already played Windwalker Demon Hunter and they didn't have the results they wanted. But still, right now, you have, one of the best maps in the game here at your disposal. You're, on the counter pick. I think if Wildcard locks in Warlock, you go and you lock in a Cleave setup and you try to make something happen there.
You mean Fire Mage, right?
You mean Mage?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, exactly. If Wildcard locks in this, what they just locked in, Warrior Mage, then I want to see Enigma go to a kind of a Cleave-based setup.
Now, I've talked about this...
Get rid of the Warlock.
I've talked about this a whole bunch. Fenruki is a 5-headed genius. And...
What? Why did they do this? Again?
I feel like they knew this is what Wildcard was going to run.
Enigma might not have a better answer. I'm not convinced that Demon Hunter Windwalker is a great answer, to be honest. So maybe Enigma feels like it's not the best option, but it's their best option, They just have to make the best with a bad situation, try to play a little bit better. Maybe the small map can help them, but Wildcard Gaming, they're very prepared. We've been kind of calling out how they've been gearing, and if you are watching the stream and you're interested in checking out their gear as well, you can go down to the description of this video, of the stream, and you can check out their talents and gear. But Morrow, he's playing a build where basically he has the most versatility you could possibly have, literally. So he's very durable, a lot of damage reduction. He knows he's the only target, and if he doesn't die, then Enigma will eventually lose. And of course, Looney's playing a very mana-efficient build too, so they're just trying to play for the long game. Worked in game number 1. Enigma, they're going to have to try to change up their targeting or something. I don't know what they can do, but this is definitely an uphill battle.
And I want to bring it up. I started to mention it before we actually did see all the compositions locked in. I was saying that Fenruki is not only handsome, but he's also a genius. You called before this tournament even started that Warriors were going to be incredibly important to the landscape of the AWC. Before we jump into this matchup, can you talk about that just a little bit more, how important Warriors really have been?
Well, they're just they're a solid answer into Destruction Warlocks in general. The only time we've really seen Warriors struggle against Destruction Warlocks is when they're playing with a Fire Mage. So the Destro Fire Mage, Warriors kind of struggle with that, but in general, Warriors with versatility, with defensive stance, you are one of the only classes that can just be outright a tank into Destruction Warlocks where they can't really pressure you away. Of course, they have Berserker Rage, so they can't be feared as often as well. They're just one of the best melee for dealing with Destruction Warlocks, and in this meta, Destruction Warlocks are very popular, and that's one of the reasons why Warriors are so popular.
Well, let's see how this...
Question.
Go ahead, Zico.
How do you guys feel about this map pick if you're going to play Windwalker Warlock? I feel like as a mage, you have so much line of sight. If you're the target, you can just kind of drag reses and polymorph him behind pillars and stuff. And as Blizzo, I mean, this is the dream scenario, right?
I don't know why they didn't play Windwalker DH on this map, if they were going to go with this map in particular. I mean, maybe something more neutral if they're going to play the same comp, Tiger's Peak. They've got decent pressure right now, but Blizzo intercepts it beautifully with Intimidating Shot onto 2 players and Stormbolt on Dark Soul. But even still, Rezus is pumping right now, getting the Life Cocoon forced from Looney, Paralyze into Fear. I mean, the offense from Enigma is solid. They're consistently getting cooldowns and momentum throughout the game, but they just can't push it all the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, though, is Maro can take a certain beating, and then if he feels he's in danger, as the Fire Mage, you just retreat. Like, a lot of playing the Fire Mage right now is just trying to avoid damage. One of the reasons why Fire Mage is so strong is because of Dragon's Breath. So you can see right now, Rezus, this is a perfect example. If Rezus overextends and uses his Fist of Fury, Maro just immediately responds, Dragon's Breath, stops the Fist of Fury, can put him in a polymorph, and then all of a sudden he's safe. So Maro can tank a certain amount of consistent damage, but whenever that burst is available, the Fire Mage excels at either getting out of line of sight, using Dragon's Breath to shut it down, but as I say that there's big burst on Maro, I mean, you could tell Inferno and Rezus, they realize, you know what, we have to try to win the game early. That's when they have the advantage. It shows right now. They have to try to tip Maro over, get those defensive cooldowns. But of course, Wildcard Gaming is not making that easy. But I really like the pacing from Enigma right now. The fact that they're willing to take some risk to really push in.
I think Enigma in game number 1 thought that they were going to get Gladiator spited, and Rezus had Ride the Wind. This time around, he's going for the reverse harm. He's just maxing out damage. He dropped the Ride the Wind. They're not playing around the spite. And he's doing a lot more damage this time with the Breath of Dying Major, especially during those burst windows. But at the moment, Infernion on the defense, having to trade out Unending Resolve, a 3-minute cooldown. That's one that you're not going to see for a long time. Definitely one of the longer cooldowns in the game to get this early on. Now, he may not be able to continue to play as aggressively as he is if he overextends without that cooldown. He could likely go down, but at the same time, if he doesn't play aggressive, how do they win? Because they just inevitably get to that checkmate position where you're a Warlock, you have a Warrior on you, dampening makes you not take any healing and you die. So they have to take the risk right now and play aggressive. It's going to be up to Tiki to keep him going.
I mean, definitely. And mana's relatively even for both these teams. Blizzo taking a little bit of damage right now, and I'm curious, I mean, I have to see Blizzo's build, but I just imagine he's going to be playing full versatility as well, just maximum tankiness and survivability. And the thing is, if you leave Maro alone for too long and you go after Blizzo, then all of a sudden Maro has a lot of freedom to push in, get polymorphs, and that's when their setups become even more devastating. So it's kind of a check situation here Wildcard Gaming has Enigma in. Enigma has to go after the mage, because if they go after Blizzo, then Maro's just going to have way too much freedom in the match to get polymorphs. But the damage is pretty nice here coming in from Enigma. Everyone's rotting down a little bit lower. Looney definitely has a bit of catch-up. Manages to top everyone off in the match, potentially even sneaking away for a drink here. Looney, realizing nobody's in trouble, gets out of line of sight, sits down, recovers his mana via drinking, and now he's completely reset right before a dampening kicks in.
I actually like this combo of Azerite traits and honor talents that Blizzo's running. He's got the Moment of Glory Azerite trait, so every time he rallying cries, it gets an extra 18,000 health, and it lasts 12 seconds longer. And he's comboing that with the Master and Commander honor talents so that the cooldown of Rallying Cry is reduced down to 1 minute. So every minute, and it also has 15% more health. So every minute, Blizzo has just Rallying Cry. And we see him frequently using it and stabilizing the team. Usually Warrior might be running War Banner, but the crowd control from this team, maybe it's not as threatening. It doesn't last very long. It's a paralyze into leg sweep, and then you can interrupt the fear every minute. So every minute you could just rally and cry, whereas War Banner would only be every minute and a half. This cooldown combination will line up better. I think it's the only time I've seen a Warrior running it. Most other Warriors are opting for the War Banner, but it's looking quite effective. Here, while we see Maro dips low, likely Blizzo could use Rallying Cry, but he saves it because Looney isn't crowd controlled. Looney will use Life Cocoon instead, but if that situation occurs again when Looney is crowd controlled, then it's Blizzo's Rallying Cry, and they can flip between Life Cocoon and Rallying Cry every minute. And these two cooldowns will rotate their team into dampening, and then this is where you can maybe push through it and then get a Cauterize or an Ice Block, but they'll still have that last layer of defense to deal with, and it's very difficult for Enigma to really get anything going. Nice double leg sweep here on both the healer and the mage. This is an opportunity to try and get the Cauterize. Morrow uses Temporal Shield. Blizzo is patiently not using Rally. He refuses to, unless Looney is crowd controlled, which he is right now, paralyzed, but no follow-up. And now that he is out of crowd control, he should begin to stabilize. Counterspell on Infernion, slowing down some of his aggression. Tiki stabilizing the team. Morrow definitely being pressured a lot more this time around. You can tell that switching some of the build from Enigma to not deal with Spite is paying off. They've got way more pressure.
And look at that, Morrow. Cauterize was procced. Rezus with a big Drestigath trinket. That burst damage put Morrow into that lethal range, and his cheat death was procced. And that is a great position right now for Enigma. The next time Drestigath is off of cooldown, Rezus will have an opportunity to try to surprise Morrow again with a big Drestigath trinket. We'll see if they can actually get that going. Morrow right now with Combustion. Keep in mind, his Combustion is big. He's playing Memory of Lucid Dreams as well as the Hyper Thread wrist wraps to really empower that cooldown to get maximum damage output. Caught into a stun though. This could be big burst damage once again, potentially forcing out the Ice Block, but no maneuvering behind the pillar. Morrow repositions beautifully out of line of sight of Infernion, and he's not going to be able to get out that damage now. Morrow should be okay. And I mean, for Enigma, we're at 10% dampening. The last one ended around 35%, so I mean, they got some time to work with right now, but they got to make sure they're continuing this pressure.
Oh, Blizzo's leaping over to engage crowd control here. Triple crowd control by Wildcard Gaming, pushing to get the unending resolve. Looney follows up with the paralyze. Does he go for the leg sweep? He does. Everyone has been continuously crowd controlled. That is going to be the unending resolve very early into dampening here, only at 12%. Now, if this occurs again at 30, there's absolutely no way Infernion survives. He's popping the Dark Soul. He's ramping up the Supremacy, using Rain of Fire to spend his Soul Shards. His next Chaos Bolts are going to be massive, but he needs to actually get one. He's pummeled instantly by Blizzo. Will Infernion get one of these ramped up Chaos Bolts? Because it could kill. He gets stunned right at the last second by Blizzo. Blizzo with excellent defense right now, but there's the Chaos Bolt. Oh, unfortunately, the Dark Soul is over. These Chaos Bolts would have surely forced Ice Block if it was not over. Perhaps coordinating a Ring of Peace, trying to crowd control Blizzo away from Infernion during that moment. Could be a way for them to find victory. Infernion pushes forward. He finds a Fear on Looney, but without any cooldowns or a Drestigath trinket, it's not likely we see Morrow have to block. Actually, a Spell Lock. These Spell Locks have been beautiful onto Looney. Really the only opportunity moments. Touch of Death, Drestigath, big push on Morrow. No cooldowns traded just yet, as Morrow is playing the outskirts of the Dalaran sewers. And again, goes back to what Zico was saying at the beginning. Why did they pick Dalaran? This just doesn't feel like a good map for them.
Yeah, it's definitely not working out too well. Infernion is still trying to push, but it's so easy for Morrow to just take one or two steps, and now he's out of line of sight, and no longer can Infernion really get too much damage rolling. If you look at mana, Tiki's actually been able to recover his mana quite nicely. I think he sat down for a drink, so 21% dampening. His mana's looking good, but I just don't think it's going to come down to mana in this matchup, to be honest with you. I think eventually these crowd control chains are going to be big. Morrow actually has his Combustion coming up soon. I'm not a big fan of that Fear coming in from Blizzo. I feel like slightly, if they had delayed it just a little bit more, maybe they could have gotten a kill here, but it might not matter. Tiki gets the Life Cocoon. Interrupt coming in from Morrow. They actually just pushed through the Life Cocoon. The big Combust here from Morrow, just shredding through that big defensive cooldown at 24% dampening. Fernion's still getting struggled to get topped off. Tiki doing a good job. Big heals incoming. Luna gets interrupted. Now Morrow could be in a little bit of danger, but just seems like Rezus is nowhere to be found. Finally getting back on his target. One Chaos Bolt on Morrow, but he shrugs it off easily. And Looney retreats, potentially even looking for a drink. Morrow once again just throwing Polymorph after Polymorph on Rezus. Drestigath trinket comes in from Rezus as well, but it does nothing. Morrow is just looking unkillable at this point.
Alright, will they be able to race the Cauterize here? It's up in a minute. Looney stunned up, Blizzo Mortal Coiled away, but Chaos Bolt gets counterspelled. At least that's good news for Tiki. He'll be able to freely heal, but once again, these Dark Souls are just being totally shut down by Wildcard Gaming. They know the win condition of the Destruction Warlock. Blizzo pre-Blade Storms the Shadow Fury, pummels the Chaos Bolt. Absolute domination right now. Infernion's Dark Souls have been totally taken out of play by Wildcard Gaming, and can they win without them? It's all on Rezus's shoulders to carry in this position if Infernion can't get online. Now stunned up, his healer in a full polymorph. This is devastating. This is the same point in the game in game 1 where we saw Infernion fall, but Blizzo is crowd controlled away, not able to connect damage. Tiki's coming out of crowd control, and I don't think they're going to have enough pressure to get the unending resolve this time around in game number 2, but 25 more seconds to that cauterize, just another layer of defense that they're going to have to deal with if they don't get the ice block quick.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just a matter of time. But big damage. Here comes a leg sweep. Morrow forced to use every man for himself. Well, there was a leg sweep on Luna, but in the meantime, Infernion, he might just die once again through his major defensive cooldown, that unending resolve. Big heals coming in from Tiki, but that big push, 33% dampening. We basically saw Wildcard Gaming trying to replicate game number 1, the exact same timing. Unfortunately, this time, for Wildcard Gaming, Enigma was able to survive. So Enigma has a bit more time, but I have a funny feeling when Morrow has that combustion back available in about a minute, we're going to see Infernion fall, if not sooner than that point. But I feel like 1 minute away, Sid, Enigma is going to lose this game. If they can overlap the fear from Blizzo, that intimidating shout, and the combustion from Morrow, it's going to be night-night for Infernion.
Yeah, combustion comes up at 37. They're making a swap to Blizzo, potentially. He's a little bit low. Nope, still focusing on the mage. During that time right there, if they had popped Dark Soul, they would have got a Chaos Bolt. They just need to coordinate a little bit better. Interrupted on Frost. They're trying to push for the kill. 3 seconds away, but Cauterize is up, and they're going to be really sad when they realize it is. Life Cocoon on 1%. Dark Soul is still rolling. Can Infernion find the Chaos Bolt? Blizzo getting cleaved down quite a lot at the moment. Is he just going to drop? He spell reflects at 10%. Rezus rolls over to stun him. Blizzo pre-died by the swords. Unfortunately wasn't in facing his target. Not able to parry the leg sweep. Regardless, the damage reduction looks like it's enough for him to stay alive. He's going to leap back to the pillar with Looney. This is the first time we've seen a lot of pressure, though, from Enigma this deep into dampening. Touch of Death about to explode. Morrow decides to ice block it off. Enigma need to keep this momentum. They need a spell lock on Looney. If they can spell lock Looney's heal, they can easily win the game right now. But Looney is immune to interrupts for a moment. They need to wait. They have to land the spell lock. Can they land it to win the game? Tiki's locked down in crowd control. So is Rezus. Infernion is now in trouble. He uses the gateway. He gets on top of Looney and runs away from the warrior, but he's just so low. Life Cocoon stabilizing him. Full fear on Looney. Can they chain this into a paralyze? No, it doesn't look like they have the paralyze. There's not enough damage. Still no ice block. Enigma keep themselves in the game, but if they lose this momentum and Wildcard Gaming recover, I don't see how they win.
Ooh, there it is. The fear. Full Ring of Frost. Infernion. He is left all alone, caught into a stun, but there's not too much damage. Nice leg sweep from Rezus is going to peel Morrow and Blizzo away, just giving Infernion a little bit more room to breathe. Really good backup there by Rezus to keep his team in it. We are at 50% dampening in the game. Morrow now getting caught into a Chaos Bolt potentially here. If Infernion can actually land it. No, it doesn't look like he's able to. Blizzo just all over him, shutting him down, and this is the critical point in dampening where the damage is just too overwhelming. Looney with nice crowd control, actually playing that song of Chi-Ji to push in and get crowd control himself. Wildcard Gaming eventually just overwhelm, and it's just so hard to heal through that pressure, that 40-50% dampening. You really feel bad here for Enigma, because it just seems like they do not have a great answer, despite that game actually having a few close moments.
It feels like at a certain point they're just playing for inevitability. Zico, what's your take after watching the second game?
My take is that comp swap is required here. I mean, let's be honest. I feel like right now, Enigma, they played a pretty good game, but Wildcard are so solid on this matchup, and I feel like what they're doing on the side of Wildcard is not something that you can really shut down. So I feel like this is, both teams are playing well, but Wildcard has a compositional advantage, and they're winning.
Yeah, I think that this is one of those matches. We've seen it a few times, right? Like, this isn't the first time that we've seen just a staggering compositional advantage happen in a matchup. If you go back to yesterday, we actually saw the same thing happen to Dilly's team, right? Turtle was in a position where it was just an overwhelming compositional disadvantage that they were in, even though we had seen them look incredible in previous matchups and play their composition really well. So we do need to find a solution if we want to see this team remain in the tournament. The question is whether or not they'll be able to find it. Let's take a look at the replay to see if there are any potential ideas that we come up with while we watch it, Zico.
Yeah, so this is just a nice kind of showcase of why Wildcard Gaming is winning these games. So you're going to see the clip roll, you're going to see the Warrior goes in for the Fear, and then as soon as Blizzo lands that Fear, they're going to stun up Infernion, then they're going to get a Paralyze into the Song of GG, and they force out Healthstone, Unending Resolve, all of those personal cooldowns that the Warlock has get forced out. Now, the beautiful thing about this is that, Healthstone, you have to drop combat and then wait a minute to get it back, so that's not going to happen with Blizzo all over Infernium. And then the other thing is that the Unending Resolve is a 3-minute cooldown, and you only use the 1.5-minute cooldown, so you can do it again 1.5 minutes later.
Do you call it Song of TG? Song of GG?
Song of GG, yeah.
I like that.
Because if you landed, it's GG.
Yeah, all right. I was like, wait, what did he just go? Definitely Song of GG in the matchup for sure. Now, as we do move ahead into the next one, Sid, we keep talking about potential composition changes and how important it would be to see that. What do you think is on the table? What do you think they could potentially bring?
What is a good map here? I mean, if they pick a big open field map and then Infernion drags Blizzo out into the open and Morrow has to follow him a little bit, and then Morrow can't so easily line of sight on the bottom of the map. I mean, there was one point in that game where Blizzo almost died, but because it was Dalaran sewers, heroic leap, I'm on the box. You can't kill me on the box. So if they had a different map, I actually almost wonder if they would have been able to win that game with the pressure that they had right towards the end, because Looney could abuse the boxes as well. He's always in range of a portal. It's really easy for him to duck in and out. It didn't seem like the map was doing them any favors, at least. So they might be able to run the same comp with a map that sets them up better. And what would set them up better is a map where they can pull them into a bad position. So they locked Tolvaron, that makes sense. Pull them into a bad position where they're far away. And then if Looney comes out into the open, try and crowd control him. If Morrow comes out in the open, just try and attack him. But picking those maps where Blizzo and Morrow and Looney can just go back and forth between pillars, it backfired. So I like this map pick, and if they do decide to play the same comp, I don't blame them in this scenario, but can they reverse sweep on the map selection of Wildcard Gaming? I think that's unlikely. Like, that's a pretty tall order.
Okay, yeah, do you think, though, even with the current, okay, we actually are going to see right now, Tolvaron Arena is going to be the map that we're going to. Morrow, Blizzo, and Looney really don't need to break too much of a sweat, and we're going to see the pick from Enigma as well. So what do you want to see now that we are on Tolvaron, Ben?
I mean, for Enigma, they have to just continuously push in, but I don't even know if I like this map that much, to be honest. I mean, if Morrow is your main target, you just sit at a pillar and run around it, essentially. I mean, that's what we're seeing Morrow do. You just drag Rezus out of line of sight, Dragon's Breath him, Sheep him, live for as long as you can. If you can, I mean, if Tiki overextends and you can get a free polymorph, you know what, go for it. But a lot of the time as Warrior Mage, as the mage, you don't really push for polymorphs. That's not the right thing to do. Kind of just survive, do your consistent damage, peel their goes, and then allow, Blizzo to get the intimidating shout, allow Looney, who's playing Song of Chi-Ji, to get, a paralyze into Song of Chi-Ji, into a stun. These are the long crowd control chains you can initiate as the Warrior Mage, Mistweaver Monk, and you're kind of just playing around those cooldowns, playing around those timers for crowd control. And Enigma, it's a matter of time before that CC sticks. So I want to see them just continue try to pressure Morrow as much as they can. I mean, maybe look for a surprise swap on Looney. I mean, if they can get cross crowd control on Morrow and Blizzo, and maybe try to just explode Looney in a nice stun lock combo with Rezus and Infernion, maybe that could happen, but it's just super unlikely. But I think they really need to mix it up, because I don't see them just going after Morrow and actually getting a win that way.
They need to do something, and they need to do it quick. Wildcard Gaming trying to eliminate Enigma. The second that the upset happened, that sent Wildcard packing to the lower bracket, we knew that teams could get chewed up like wet bread. They could get chewed up like wet bread. That's something that's very difficult to chew through, because Wildcard Gaming has the teeth of sharks as they do enter this lower side of the bracket. They are trying to go on a run all the way back to the grand final. Will they be able to get there? Enigma is the first team in their sights.
Infernion setting up here. Blizzo actually the target initially, but as Morrow comes out of invisibility as he has. I imagine Rezus is immediately going back to him, stun locking him, spell lock on Looney. Very aggressive stance here. Big motorcycle on Morrow. Huge burst damage, beautiful crowd control across the board. They get the fear out of the leg sweep. This is absolutely the most insane setup we've seen from Enigma. They net the cauterize 30 seconds into the game. If they manage to pull that off a couple more times in a row, that's how they're going to win the game.
Whoa, Rezus, think from beyond. He's had enough. He's going to be playing, I think he's just going to be over-corrupted. I'd be curious to see how much corruption he has in this matchup, but whenever you see those things from beyond spawn, that basically means, you know what, we have no other choice. We have to make a deal with N'Zoth to really amp up that damage, and I can imagine he has gushing wounds on every single piece of gear that he has right now, just trying to tip Morrow over, trying to get out that consistent damage, because I mean, they have to win early, and if, I mean, being overly corrupted is how they win early, that's definitely going to be interesting. But you can see Morrow, Blizzo, and Looney, they've actually kind of read this situation. They are going to be using the Spite Trinket, and now Infernion, if he's using too much corruption, this could really backfire here as he's just stuck in these Spite pools, getting overly corrupted. Morrow and Blizzo are going to be doing burst damage. They might just take him down right away. There's so much damage on Infernion right now. Forced to use the Unending Resolve so early on, and that is what can happen. Wildcard Gaming, bit of tricksters here, realizing that Infernion and Rezus had to take a gamble, and they are really punishing them for that.
Yeah, game one, they thought they were going to play Spite. They played Ride the Wind. They were ready for it. They didn't play it. Then game two, they dropped it. They still didn't play it, but now in game three, they're playing that Spite Trinket, and that Spite Trinket could just take the series as Tiki is still continuously crowd-controlled. Infernion will get crushed. That was a mind game of a mind game of a mind game. Wildcard Gaming close out game 3 in 2 minutes. Considering the first 2 games were 12 minutes long, you can see why they needed to be ready for that Spite Trinket, and they got a little bit too comfortable, and they ended up playing it in game 3, catching them totally off guard.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the things there. Also, were there any tweaks, Sika, that allowed them to put the pedal to the metal just a little bit faster there, or was it just one of those things that your sanity gets drained by that third game?
I feel like did they actually equip like more negative corruption? I don't think they did on the side of Enigma.
Rezus doesn't have his Rezus does not have gushing on his weapons. He has gushing on everything else. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 15, 80.
He definitely has more.
Well,
we never saw a thing from beyond.
Yeah, but he might have stood in the Spite maybe for a little bit.
Regardless, Infernion was the target, and I'm pretty sure he was just wearing regular Versa, not going negative.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting though when the Spite Trinket exists. A lot of teams, they don't play it. It's not expected. And then as you're playing the matchup, you're starting to pick up on player behavior, what talents they like to go with, what trinkets they like to go with. And in this case, they see Infernion's playing Relentless. Perfect. Let's spice things up, throw a little curveball in the last game, and just close it out quickly. And that's exactly you gotta think on your feet like that, and that's what Wildcard is really good at.
Yeah, they've been really good too. You think about Wildcard as a team. They get information really well. One of the reasons they do that is they play these really consistent matchups where they get late into dampening. And you talk about player behavior. They just basically had a full night of war games against one team by getting to 80% dampening. And then they go, okay, they've been doing this, this, and this. Time to bring in something like Dressed, right? And let's actually take a look at some of those final moments, which are actually going to allow us to have our top 3 squads here in the EU region.
I mean, this was just such a nice setup. They know, okay, we're not fighting an undead, and this warlock is playing that. He's playing that relentless talent. If you can see Infernion here, so they're gonna use that intimidation shout, that warrior fear. They're gonna keep him in place. They're gonna drop all of their gladiator spites, get a big stack of corruptions. They're gonna try to keep him in the spite a little bit longer, stun him up, and this is really what kind of sets them up for greatness a little bit later. They get those unending resolve, they get the trinkets and everything, force out the major defensives from that warlock, and then a little bit later on, a couple of more things from beyond spawn, get a little bit more pressure, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a situation where you've sent the team out of the tournament.
And that is exactly what we are going to see, which means now we need to change our focus. We're going to be jumping back up to the upper side of the bracket to figure out the first team from EU who is going to be able to make it all of the way to the grand final for the region. We get 4 matchups today for each region, and we get 2 champions, one from NA, one from EU. Let's talk about that next matchup just a little bit, though, Super Tees. Let's actually start to think about what we might see when we get back to the Grand Arena. Is there anything in particular that you are expecting from either Method Black or the Bergen Boys?
I mean, when I asked Waz, I think it was on his stream, about like what he thought the meta was and what healer was the best, because I listened to Jamili's interview with David, and Jamili said Paladin is the best healer. And then Waz said Shaman was the best healer. I was not expecting anybody to say Shaman was the best healer. Like, both those players didn't say Monk. And that was number one that stood out to me. But Method Black, I think, thinks Shaman is the best because the Bergen Boys can beat them with Shaman more so than anything else. So this team is a threat, and Burley is one of the best resto Shamans in Europe right now. I mean, he's top contender. If he manages to beat Method Black on the upper side, already besting Wildcard, I mean, they might just be asserting dominance here today.
You think he was being genuine when he said Shaman was the best healer?
Wait,
He might be.
are we putting Burnley as #1 shaman in Europe if he wins this
If
cup?
he wins. Why not? What do you mean? He beat the BlizzCon champions. He beat the BlizzCon runners-up.
Nah. Sorry, bro.
Who would you
What
say?
other
He's
qualifications
good.
do you
He's
need
up
to
there,
be deemed
but
the best shaman in Europe?
It would be a stellar performance, but I think to name someone the best in a region, there needs to be consistency over a long period of time.
What do you mean? He's
Yeah.
got third. He's got third
I would
place
agree with
every
that.
single Method Mayhem.
think-
Third place.
I think
No other
He's
shaman.
good. I'm
No
not
other
saying
shaman.
anything. Burnley is a great shaman, but to be the best, you're playing in a region with, Lontar, Looney, like all these guys, people that won BlizzCon on shaman, man. Like, there's, it's fierce competition. That's all I'm saying. But he's definitely up there.
definitely up there. Consistency is definitely going to be key. But today we do get to figure out who the best is, not only in EU, but in NA. We're trying to crown a champion. Bergen Boys versus Method Black is going to be that next matchup. We will get a little bit closer there. That's going to be coming up very shortly. We are going to be jumping to a break. When we return, we're going to get that matchup. Whichever team does lose drops down to the lower side of the bracket, and the other team goes straight to the grand final. Don't go anywhere. All of that and more right after this.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, but it gets caught on a polymorph. The Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloudride's about to trigger. 4 seconds, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god!
My heart is still racing from that ice block. To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means Blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR Blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough Vanish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Folks, welcome back. We are about to jump into another series. This one's going to be on the top side of the bracket for EU. We are crowning a champion in EU today, and then right after we're crowning another champion in NA. To cover all of the action, we got Super T's, Venruki, and Zico. This one is going to be the Bergen Boys versus Method Black. The Bergen Boys already were able to get one upset done, and they sent Wildcard Gaming down to the lower side of the bracket, who we already got to see today. They are waiting for that rematch right now. And Method Black, obviously one of the most dominant teams in the entire world. Zico, what do you think is going to happen once we get into this blind pick?
Honestly, anything could happen here, but I would, if I had to guess, I would say Bergen Boys probably going to be playing that Windwalker DK. And I'm not sure what we'll see from Method Black against Windwalker DK. I feel like Rogue Mage Pally is a pretty good option. We might see that. Method Black could also run Mage Lock. We saw some teams be successful with that in Cloud9, and it's something that they have been practicing. So it's always hard to kind of figure out what Method Black is going to do, because they usually have more than one answer to what they face. But with Bergen Boys, I would assume we're seeing, it's got to be Warlock, Windwalker, or
Yeah, I do want to recap what the Bergen Boys were able to do as well, right? I mean, they've already managed to achieve some pretty big stuff in this tournament, and they definitely want to get that spot in the grand final nice and early. Then what allowed them to get that early upset in the tournament?
Basically, the way I see it is they won the blind pick. Like, they just had a really good composition into Wildcard Gaming. And, well, basically, Bergen Boys, they have a couple different compositions. And against Wildcard Gaming, they ended up just winning the blind pick. So after the blind pick, they kind of just traded wins back and forth. And then in Game 5, they had the comp and map advantage. So, I mean, yeah, they had a stellar performance. But, I mean, there was that element of winning game number 1. But you can't take anything away from Bergen Boys. It really just shows how prepared this team is. They have lots of different compositions. And obviously, they play them at an exceptionally high level. I mean, this is the first time you're turning into this specific tournament. I mean, Bergen Boys, formerly known as Windwalker DK Nation, we saw them a lot last year in the AWC, and they were one of those teams that could actually upset Method Black and Wildcard Gaming and really kind of mix things up, and that's what we're seeing again this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they convinced us quite a few times once they really did pop up onto the scene that they really did have what it takes. We all had our passports stamped to the Windwalker DK Nation quite a few times. Now the question is, what will their blind pick actually look like for Method Black? We already started to talk about it a little bit, but if this is a team who is truly prepared and they can come up with some creative things against Method Black, we know that Method Black is also a very creative team who is always very prepared, and they will be able to play that game back and forth. Potentially they will have to rely on a swing match if they do lose that first game, but we're going to find out right now as we do touch down into the Grand Arena. We're going to see what the picks actually are.
I was about to say, it's got to be Rogue Mage Pally, because it does pretty well into the Warlock Windwalker, and it does pretty well into Windwalker DK. So I feel like Method Black are kind of covering all of their bases with that pick.
Yep, and that is what we are going to see from Method Black, and we are going to see Windwalker DK backed up by a Shaman on the side of the Bergen Boys. Let's jump down into this blind pick and see who will be the first team from EU to make it to the grand final.
So the real threat here from the Frost Death Knight is going to be the Chill Streak. I'm looking to see the gear updates as to whether or not he's playing Blood of the Enemy as well. Blood of the Enemy Essence along with Chill Streak is just a guaranteed KO almost. But you can counter it by not standing next to each other. So Raikou, Waz, and Chaz need to make sure that they're avoiding close quarters with each other at all times and saving a Glider's Medallion or an everyman for himself to break out of a leg sweep and then use a mobility cooldown to spread out. Against a Frost Death Knight, if you're not spread out, you're probably dead. But Monkarn gets intercepted in midfield. They immediately pull the trigger. They're not even waiting for the corruption to stack. They are just outright destroying Monkarn. Will they find the kill this early on? They bop off the Karma. They are all or nothing. Bit surprising to not just see the Vendetta pulled as well at the start of this game. Things from beyond are beginning to spawn on Monkarn. He diffused magics, but he's so low on health. Burley has not left crowd control. He tried to sit the blind. He manages to get away with it, and the all-in doesn't net a kill for Method Black. Let's see what the Bjergen boys can get done.
Well, I mean, it didn't get a kill, but it got Monkarn's cloak, so he removed the corruption. They got Touch of Karma. They got the diffused magic. They got a lot, but Raikou, a surprise Justigath, has forced out the Cauterize. Now he's going to be feeling really scared as they make a swap over onto Burley, trying to get that trinket from him. He's caught into a kitty shot. Do they have the damage to actually take him down? Unfortunately not. Burley, with his Astral Shift, with his Ascendance, will actually stay alive despite that very scary situation. He kind of knew I cannot trinket here. Yeah, getting his trinket desynced with blind would be an absolute nightmare for Burley and would give Method Black a major win condition. So he greeted it out. It paid off for Burley and the Bjergen boys, and now it's once again a big assault here on Raikou.
You might be wondering what Burley is doing. He's kind of running in the middle of the map on top of his team, but this is what he needs to do because Waz will just try and attack him, and if he stands away from his team, they won't stack up for Chill Streak. So Burley has to take the gamble and standing on top of the mage, so if the rogue wants to attack anything, he's also standing on top of the mage. If he doesn't attack, then it's just you're attacking a mage for free. You're going to win on mana. But if he does, then you get the Chill Streak bounce. And this is why we see Burley just constantly running into the middle of the map. He might, like, if you're a healer at home, you might be thinking, why is he just standing out in the open like that? But he needs to be standing next to his team so that Frost Death Knight is enabled to do his massive burst damage. You see a Death Grip, but no stun lock. Bit surprising usage of the Death Grip there. The Heartstop Delirium also prevents the mage from moving very frequently, so if Burley wants to use Earthen Wall Totem, he's pretty much guaranteed to get the value if he uses it right after a blink. Unfortunately, actually getting caught in a polymorph there, maybe a miscommunication on the interrupts. Only the Spearhand Strike was available. Raikou blinked out of range of it. Now this crowd control chain is quite deadly as Monkarn trades Karma. They bop off Touch of Karma. They're going all or nothing once again. Both Burley and Joel can't assist. Locked down for quite some time. Monkarn getting soloed by Waz around the corner. He paralyzes Waz, but the paralyze breaks. He just gets dropped. Beautiful combination of crowd control by Method Black, and I like that they are not afraid to get dirty and take risks, using both Blessing and Protections to remove Karma, realizing that mana would be an issue for them in the late game. They're just going to end it quick.
Now the question is, do they go for a strategy like that throughout the entirety of the series? We talked about how the Bjergen boys definitely came very prepared when they were able to get the upset earlier in the tournament on Friday. Now you see Method Black already showing, hey, we're a team that likes to come prepared. We don't need to rely on just one strategy, which is something that we've seen from them time and time again, especially when they do get heated up in the tournament. Now, the question is, Zico, is this the strategy that you think they keep on playing? Do they keep trying to go zoom and get the quick kill?
Ooh, I was so close to being muted there, but my sticky note saved me. Ooh, that felt great. That felt great. Take that, production. All right, so the strategy, I feel like the only reason why Method Black is actually even able to land this kill here is because of that Maledict. I really like this. We saw it yesterday when Method Black played as well. Great Maledict usage. I feel like it's something that we barely talk about because we're always talking about, you know, the Obsidian Claw and the Dress Trinket and the Gladiator Spite, but Maledict is insane right now. Every time it ticks, it refreshes that healing absorb, and it ticks every 2 seconds for 8 seconds, so you can potentially absorb up to like 300,000-400,000 healing with it. It's actually insane, and that's what kind of initiated everything. Waz got that Maledict when they had the sheep on Burley, they get the kidney, and then they bop off the Karma. Waz with the pursuit around the pillar there. Chaz also playing that blinding light, which is extremely good right now. But Chaz wasn't playing Ineffable Truth. A lot of people like to go Blinding Light and Ineffable Truth because then you can have a blind every like 1 minute or every 45 seconds or so. And then, that's insane because you can hodge into blind and basically solo CC somebody, very frequently.
Yeah, that was one of the really exciting builds that we were looking for. We talked about it a whole bunch. Has that really ended up being as... I'm trying to think of the right word to say. Has it ended up being as impactful, I guess, as we thought it really would be, Van? Because I know we talked a lot. We were like, okay, versatility, gushing wounds. You end up going gushing more times than not when you want to try to get offensive. If you want to make sure that you're not going to get deleted, or you're going to end up rocking versatility. But Paladins have this one option to go for the ineffable truths, get that CC or that CD reduction. Has it ended up being very impactful?
Well, I would say this. So, I mean, it's a bit of a gamble, right? If you're playing the Ineffable Truth and you get procs at the right time and, your Avenging Wrath's coming up when you need it, or your Hammer of Justice is coming up when you need it, or Blinding Light, I mean, obviously it's really, really good, and there are games where it seems absolutely unbelievable and by far the best option. But if you're not getting a lot of procs, then you do miss out on a lot of healing, a lot of survivability by not having that versatility. And that's why I think we've seen a lot of Paladins just kind of opt for the consistency. They say, you know what, my cooldowns are my cooldowns. We can win the game with the timers that they are. Just having the empowered healing, the empowered survivability is how they opt to go. But I still think that it has the power to completely change a game if it procs at the right time. So I think that's why we do see some Paladins run it. It can be very good, but it is a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, it does feel like it's almost ended up being more cute than actually strong. And I feel like we have seen a lot of teams kind of err on the side of not running it, like you said, in looking for as much consistency as possible, looking for that highest percent chance to win. Now looking at Method Black and the Bergen Boys here, we're headed to Hook Point, Supatis.
All right, aggressive map makes sense here. Actually, a little bit not so much. I mean, it was Method Black that decided to play aggressively, so and it worked for them. I think it's actually the Bergen Boys that obviously want to get their chill streak setups, but they can win on mana just through pressure and damage if they don't die. And I think it's actually them that need to live quite a long time to be able to get a kill on the Rogue Mage Paladin. But it's not exactly the most difficult to live that long. But like you said, that one Maledict, only one player on the team was running the Maledict. It was Waz's Gladiator's Maledict. Combining the Spite and the Maledict can be super effective because, I don't know if it's intended, but these trinkets don't share cooldown with each other. So you can actually Spite and a Maledict at the same time. So you could stack the Corruption up and absorb all the healing on the target. But so running these two PvP trinkets in combination can be super effective when you're trying to kill these specs that just never die, like Warlocks and even Windwalkers and Warriors and Mages. So perhaps we see a little bit more of this, where teams are going to be dropping the Dressing Spines for the Maledict to just absorb those heals from the hybrid. Because when Munkarn's running away like that, only he can heal himself. And his healer can't. He's crowd controlled, so you absorb all that extra healing from the Windwalker, and then you have just enough damage to kill them. That was a nice strategy from Waz.
Definitely a nice strategy from Waz. Let's see what they break out here on Hook Point, trying to get themselves on match point.
All right, let's see. I mean, we saw such an aggressive opener from Method Black in the last game, using those Spite trinkets to really punish. They didn't even really wait for it to ramp up. They just immediately went for the sap, triple Spite, blind on Burley, kidney shot on Munkarn, and they were able to get a ton of defensive cooldowns out of the way. So we'll have to see. Can Burley, Joel, and Munkarn make it a little bit better? Munkarn immediately actually sapped here. Cheap shot on Burley, cheap shot on Joel, 3v1 situation. Big damage on Munkarn. Doesn't actually look like they're going for the Spite play this game. They get the anti-magic zone. But that was not a really bizarre anti-magic zone. I mean, there was no Vendetta, there was no combustion. That seemed like, honestly, a little bit of a panic there by Joel.
I mean, maybe he's baiting them because now he's thinking, well, Method Black will play aggressive because I just threw my anti-magic zone. Maybe he's like throwing it to bait them to go aggressive and then they try and counter push or something. But if that isn't what it is, then that's 100% a throw. Burley is currently polymarked. Munkarn could be in trouble. He portals back, but it's Hook Point. It's a small map. It's very easy for Waz to get back on target. I'm not a fan of this map selection. Munkarn just locked down for so long. Lingering Psychic Shell, as well as the Diffuse Magic, as well as the Fortifying Brew, as well as the Touch of Karma, as well as getting bopped on it, as well as being dead. You can't pick a small map into this aggressive all-in Method Black. They need more space to move and breathe. Method Black have a sick all-in strategy. neither Joel or Burley could do anything to help Monkarn for the better part of 20 seconds.
It looks like the boys from Bergen are about to get deported to the lower side of the bracket with Method Black all cylinders firing to start off this tournament. They want to get into the grand final. If we do see the Bergen boys drop down to the lower side of the bracket, we ultimately will get a rematch as well. Zico, let's talk about why Method Black is able to get such dominant wins yet again. Does it come down to something like the Maledict, or is it just countless strategies that have been prepared leading up to a moment like this?
Well, it's just a couple of things all together. Number one, of course, this map, you got to be suicidal to pick this map against Rogue Mage Pala. That's number one.
In-game, of course.
Number two, Burley has an extremely difficult spot that he is in, and he has to be out in the open because we know that if he goes behind a pillar, the rogue is just going to go there and basically try to solo him, and then eventually the DPS are going to get CC'd by the mage, and the mage is going to jump in and help burst during stunts. We've seen it so many times, and so he has to play out in the open to avoid that, right? But when he's out in the open, he can get polyed, and that's exactly what happened here. Raikou sniped him with a beautiful counterspell. When you get counterspelled as a shaman on one of your heals, you can't drop that grounding totem, you can't access your interrupt, that wind shear. So it's pretty easy to polymorph a shaman that's in the open that has just been interrupted, of course. Raikou snipes that counterspell, gets the sheep, and all of a sudden, you're in a situation where Monkarn needs to run, but where? You pick the smallest map in the game with the smallest pillars, where do you run? You can't. Blessing of Protection is going to remove that karma, and that's it. I think for the record, on a different map, Monkarn might have actually survived there because he did free a pre-Ford Brew that stun.
Yeah, so that is the question. What do you think the map is going to be as we do get to the next one? Is there anything in particular that you're looking for here, Supatis?
I mean, a bigger map. It seems to me that the thing is, I don't even think the Windwalker is the only target anymore. Because of the way Burley plays, he'll get polymorphed because he can't line of sight out in the middle eventually. They could polymorph him and then spite him. And then if he trinkets, he's going to get blind spited later. And then just get killed 100-0 no matter what. So there's two options here. If they pick a map that's better for Monkarn to avoid being killed, I think that Method Black switch and they actually will just polymorph spite Burley and try and bait trinket or just kill him. Because if you don't trinket the poly on that, you're probably going to die. Or you don't trinket something on that chain, you're probably going to die. So they have two win conditions. We haven't seen the Burley strat yet, but it's what I want to see Method Black adapt to if they pick a bigger map.
It's so interesting to see this. So game number one, we saw Method Black. They played the spite trinkets. You know, the spite trinkets obviously worked out really, really well. And then game number two, they didn't run it. So there's a bit of a mind game there. But the Bergen boys thought they were going to spite again. So, I mean, I'm looking at Monkarn's, basically gearing here, and he was only wearing 40 corruption total. So, he only had 2 pieces of gear corrupted. So, you're playing against, 6 gushings from Waz, and you only have 2 Versa amps yourself because you're so horrified of the spike trinket. You're just like a season behind in gear by not corrupting, essentially. And so, I'd say Method Black, I mean, just using spite and then not using it and basically baiting the team to use no corruption whatsoever, essentially, it's a serious big brain play here from Method Black. And I mean, Bergen boys have a difficult decision here to make in game number 3.
And game number 3 is going to be played on Dollar and Sewers, and I just want to put in everyone's mind how dire a situation like this really can be for the Bergen boys. Yes, they were able to get that huge upset to start off the tournament, but now, if they do get sent to the lower bracket, we do not think that it's going to be as easy for them to get back into the grand final. And even if they do, with how Method Black's looking right now, Method Black wants to send them down to the lower bracket and then play them again. It seems like Method Black, Zico, is really holding all of the cards here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Method Black, I mean, it's kind of what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Unless Bergen boys can, really show up against Method Black, it's looking like this is a tournament that they can just take home right away. They're obviously going to have a little bit of a hard time against Wildcard, but last time they fought, it was that Warrior DK that gave them a lot of trouble, and I think I kind of know that they have an answer for it. So Wildcard versus Method Black could go either way, but I would still favor Method Black, and if Wildcard loses to Bergen boys in the lower bracket, then, well, This tournament is all of a sudden looking very, very nice for Method Black.
Yeah, you see that.
Just a quick point on the map
Yeah.
pick. I would have liked to see Black recalled more than Dalaran.
I think that's a very understandable thing to want to see in a situation like this. I will just say, you saw that upset early on in EU, and you're like, oh my gosh, we might actually have a new champion here. This would be really wild to see in the first cup. And then all of a sudden, we get to Championship Sunday, and then you just remember, oh yeah, Championship Sunday is just like every single time. It's like it always feels like it's just Method Black's birthday, right? They show up and everything just works out, and it just seems so calculated. Method Black in a position right now where they're destroying the Bergen Boys. That's one of their potential opponents in the grand final, and the other team is a team that lost to the team that they're about to send down to the lower side of the bracket. So there's a good chance that they get to play this matchup twice today. The question is, will they be able to close it out here? Will they be able to set up that scenario for themselves? We find out right now.
All right, Joel is sapped. Are they spiting? They're playing spites this time around as Munkarn got Ride the Wind. He gets cheap shot. Did he get cheap shot on the Flying Serpent kick? I actually am very afraid for Joel right now.
Goodness.
Is he going to survive? That's so much corruption overload. He gets a double blinding sheep, but he's just dying through every single
nice
cooldown.
stun.
20% remaining health, holding on. Stun now on Burley. Death strike after death strike. Waz is just out of nowhere going to explode. What happened in this game right now?
That was
I
nice.
was thinking Joel is dead 100% through everything. Waz out of nowhere just pitter patters, runs out of breath, and falls down. Bergen Boys put a point on the board.
I mean, that was really nice. I mean, I have to say, Joel in that situation, he realized he was in big trouble. So what he did is he basically set up his team. He gripped Raikou in. They got the double blinding sheet. Was trinketed, and immediately on his trinket got caught into a leg sweep, and that's what allowed Joel to survive and also allowed them to set up for that kill.
That was like one of those moments too where you're looking at Joel, you're like, oh my gosh, is he gonna go down? Is this gonna be a fast game where Joel goes down? And we get the 3-0, and then you're like, wait, where'd Waz go? He's already dead. And it was just so fast. Zico, let's break this one down. I'm assuming we're actually gonna get to rewatch that one most likely. It was just about as quick as it could be. Break down what actually did happen for us.
Well, like Ben already pointed out, Waz trinketed outside of a stun, but I was kind of tunnel visioning on Joel. I'm like, Joel, how are you going to survive this? And I just look up. I see a dressed like animation, and I see Waz on the ground. Waz, obviously, he trinketed that blinding sleet, which is not ideal because you want to trinket the stun. Otherwise, if you trinket something that's not a stun, you can get stunned without a trinket and get bursted. And that's pretty much what happened there. Munkarn leg swept his trinket. Then he started, kind of whittling him down a little bit. And then after that stun happened, he got that whirling dragon punch and his dress trinket and everything. And he was able to just quickly burst him down. I don't think Waz really saw that coming. I'm pretty sure he still had Vanish and like Evasion and some other stuff.
He trinketed the blind and then vanished instantly. And he was, I think, in stealth for some of the stun. And then he came out, and I swear he just got soloed by Windwalker.
No, he 100% did.
No.
He had evasion, though.
It was two dressed. So the Windwalker put out all his bursts, dressed it, and then the DK just ran over and dressed it too. That was the double dressed wombo combo.
Love to see it. Waz taking a page out of Peekaboo's book.
It's truly crazy stuff to see. Now the question is, what on earth happens in game number 4? I don't think we expected to even see a game number 4, and it is going to be the Bergen Boys who do show, hey, look, we are still a really well-prepared team. Yes, this did happen. We can make these tiny changes in the middle of a series to keep our tournament lives alive. What happens next? What do they actually do? Do they try to go for another cheeky setup like that? Or are we going to see these mind games back and forth, changing corruptions, changing what you actually bring into the field of play, even if the composition does stay the same, Super T's?
Possibly. I mean, that was like one of the best starts you can get. If you get a sap and you're playing Spite as Rogue Mage, you're like, I feel like they lost that game, but you have like a 70% increased chance of winning if you get a sap and a triple spite on someone in the opener, because if they trinket, you just blind them later, which holds them in place for the spite, and then you're guaranteed to win. So I'm actually a bit surprised. Chaz potentially just underreacting to the situation. He still had cooldowns, obviously. He wants to save those Blessing of Protections for the Touch of Karmas to try and push for an all-in kill on the Monk, but right in that situation, I mean, Waz also, he feinted, but he actually died through feint. Maybe the Dressagath hit him right before he did it, because it reduces area of effect damage, which Dressagath is literally all AoE damage, so a little bit surprising to see him die through the feint in that situation. I think that was just, you just had to chalk that up to like a fluke almost. Like, it was a good counter setup, but I don't know if that's replicatable. Is that a word? Replicatable?
Repeatable is the word that people usually use. But yeah, no, very good. You just used a replicant vocabulary. But yeah, no, totally do agree with you there. That is the big question as we do head into Ruins of Lordaeron. We're going to see which composition these teams do bring. No surprise here, the Bergen Boys going to be bringing the same composition here to Ruins of Lordaeron, and I don't think we should see anything too weird in the actual draft process, Zico, for Method Black. It's really funny how much, Zico, I feel like I really want to see more so than a draft now. It's just like, what corruptions are they wearing? What Azerite traits are they wearing? How are they bringing all the pieces together? Because the end of BFA has felt kind of like a completely different game than what we've seen the rest of the expansion the past 2 years, whatever it's been at this point. It just feels completely different.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like we should have that knowledge like beforehand. I know like the players are, to the very last second kind of deciding on what they want to wear and everything. It's not quite possible, but of course, like, what if you're running Versa? If you think, okay, I won't be targeted, I'm gonna go ahead and run, full gushing, or I want to run Maledict or Battle Master. Like, there's so many gear choices that you can make, stat choices, and they all have a big impact on the game. And a lot of it as well with essences as well. Like, if you as a healer, you don't pick necessarily the best essence in a matchup, that could really just cause you to lose the game. So more than ever, I think it's a lot about experience and also just knowing the matchups, knowing when you can afford to be a little aggressive, knowing when you can be a little defensive, and then also seeing when others are doing that and punishing it.
Yeah, it's funny though. Like, I actually really do enjoy it. I know that people are kind of talking quite a bit about corruption and everything changing on live now that there's the vendor there as well. But when watching these matchups and knowing that people are going to be making these changes throughout different matches, I find it pretty exciting. I really do like when we see the big damn fast games as well. And now Method Black going to be locking in their composition. And like we said, the spicy stuff, we find that out once we actually do touch down to the arena, once we do get in to Ruins of Lordaeron, which could be the final game here, Sid.
All right, Ruins of Lordaeron locked in here. Match point. Bergen Boys get a one shot on Waz there. Will they get another shot at a one shot is the question. It's always a threat, but they've actually swapped back to Unholy DK over Frost. I think they've realized that the Shaman standing on top of the team opens them up to way too much vulnerability, and the Shaman has to stand on the top of the team when you're running Frost DK, whereas they run Unholy, Burley can play a little bit further back, and he doesn't need to be afraid of being polymorphed out of nowhere and then potentially spited or all-in on. So I actually think this is a heads-up play to switch back to Unholy.
Well, I think that, personally, when I'm playing my Windwalker Monk, I really like playing with an Unholy Death Knight over a Frost Death Knight. And the main reason is, it just feels like you have more consistent damage in the games, more consistent disruption. Of course, Frost has that massive, one-shot combo where you get the blind into the bouncy Frost thingy, and you literally just one-shot the entire team. It's massive damage, so they are going to miss out on that opportunity, but I would say for the majority of the game, it's going to give them more pressure, more disruption, and like Sid said, it's going to allow Burley to position in a way where he can maybe get out of the line of sight, hide a little bit more, and just position better so he's not as susceptible to crowd control.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here on Championship Sunday, this would be a fitting final resting place, as Ruins of Lordaeron is a cemetery. We see the Abomination dropped immediately to try and find one of the Rogue Mage stealth classes, but it doesn't find anyone, and they land the sap. They're playing the spites. They're going after the Windwalker Monk. How are they going to protect Monkarn? If he gets a Ride the Wind down, he can lower all those corruption stacks. He needs to get a Flying Serpent kick as soon as possible. He's fully stunned up. He's choosing not to trinket. Is this going to be the right choice? They drop the anti-magic zone in the Earthen Wall. They pop the Fortified Elixir and the Lingering Psychic Shell, and he's just holding on to dear life right now, hoping that damage reduction will be enough to survive. And it looks like it could be. Now having to Karma and Diffuse Magic. Very devastating start for Monkarn, and he's not going to have nearly the potential that he had in that last game to get things going, because at any point he could fall over.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, the disruption from Joel early on was quite nice. I mean, Monkarn, he had to trade out a lot of his defensive cooldowns, but he still has Trinket. Burley, of course, still has a Spirit Link. He has Ascendance. There's quite a bit for them to work with. They just have to make sure they don't under-respond to the next attempt. They're probably going to have to use the Trinket early, try to get out of line of sight. Method Black looking to set up right now. Full kidney shot on Monkarn. Going to be taking a decent amount of damage. The Spike Trinkets drop out. Monkarn runs out of it. He's using Ride the Wind, so needs to make sure he's sitting in that Ride the Wind to avoid the corruption. But Raikou snipes him with the counterspell, blinks over, and just removes him from the game. Bergen Boys immediately leave, and they will be sent down to the lower bracket for a rematch against Wildcard Gaming. I mean, although they already beat Wildcard Gaming, they can't be feeling too good about that one. I mean, Method Black, that was a very dominating performance in that game number 4, and throughout the series, quite honestly.
Yeah, Method Black's probably feeling pretty good right now. And on top of that, I mean, you have one of those moments where you just go, okay, send him down to the lower bracket. And this is always what happens when we do get to those winners finals, Zico. It's like, okay, send him down to the lower bracket, and then you become their biggest fans. You start cheering for him. You say, okay, I want to see this team again, because that was not necessarily the most difficult series for Method Black to win. If we see a rematch, I think we know who the champion most likely is going to be.
To be honest, I don't want to make like early predictions, but I don't think we're gonna see that rematch. That game that Bergen Boys had yesterday was such a close series against Wildcard, and they're gonna need to play on that same level. It's a hard thing to do after you pretty much get smoked like that. So they gotta just go down there, get a few minutes, kind of reassess the situation, just calm their nerves, take a deep breath, get something to drink, and then come back fully fresh and see what they can do. But yeah, for sure, Method Black, they're just sitting there now. They're like, go Bergen Boys, let's go.
You can do it. Start DMing them the strats, right? It's like, hey, we were in a war game with them last week. But it is one of those moments where the tables they quickly turn. I think it is important, though, to talk a little bit more about what you did just bring up. That yes, the Bergen Boys were the team that probably created the biggest upset of the entire weekend. I would say between both regions. I think the Bergen Boys actually taking Wildcard Gaming and sending them so early to the lower side of the bracket, I think it's pretty hard to argue that that's not the biggest upset that we did see, Supatis. And to see that and then go into the rematch and say, we don't think it's going to be the same, obviously does say quite a bit of how close that series was, what actually caused that victory to come out. Do you feel the same way, Sid? Do you think that the Bergen Boys are going to be going into a much harder matchup this time around once they get to their rematch in the lower finals?
Well, it feels like a blind pick kind of series, whereas they won the blind pick last time they faced off with Wildcard Gaming. They got the Frost Death Knight into the matchup they wanted. But if we see the Boomkin Ellie, that's what we saw utilized by Wildcard to defeat the Frost Death Knight, and it was effective 100% of the time. So if they lock in Boomkin Ellie first game, and then we see the Bergen Boys lock in Frosty K, Wildcard Gaming could take the series. But if we see Wildcard Gaming lock in Boomkin Ellie, and then we see the Warlock from Bergen Boys, then Warlock's going to win. And then we're going to see this bouncing back and forth, I think, to Game 5 would be my prediction for the series. Unless they have some comp that they've never shown that's like an in-between, and it can deal with both situations effectively. If that's the case, then I can't call it as accurately.
Yeah, I think you definitely bring up a bunch of really good points there, and I'm excited for this series. We are going to be jumping to a quick break. We got the Bergen Boys versus Wildcard Gaming, which we have talked about, this rematch. Are we going to have another upset? Are we going to have the Bergen Boys make it back to the grand final? We're going to be finding out very shortly. You do not want to go anywhere. This matchup will set the stage for us to get to the grand final in EU and crown our champion. All of that and more coming up right after this.
chance. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's going to fall. Adamaster's going to fall.
Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledso. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadows down. The kidney shot. And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
We are about to set the stage for the grand final. Bergen Boys versus Wildcard Gaming. Only room for one of them. Let's find out who it's going to be. And to call all of the action, we got Super Tees and Zico. And now, a surprise guest. We got Healingstead. Healingstead, it has been way too long. Welcome back to the desk, my friend.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I definitely couldn't let the first weekend of AWC 2020 go by without making some sort of appearance. And what a great time for it as well, right? We got our 3 teams remaining in Europe here. One of these will be in the grand final against Method Black, and the last time these 2 teams met on Friday, it was super close. So I'm looking forward to seeing if Burley and Co can pull that win off once
Now,
again.
I know that, you used to be a huge EU fan. You've been shown the light of NA, and now you're NA through and through. But what have you thought so far of everything that we have seen in the region? Definitely a lot of exciting stuff.
I gotta say, firstly, NA through and through, whether or whether not true, I've been farming echoes in both regions, so my loyalties are definitely split right now. But yeah, I don't know, the games have just been such high quality. When you look at both regions, to be honest, like some of the teams that have been knocked out, I think Vilai's team was one of my favorites in Europe, and they didn't even make top 8, which is crazy to me, alongside Radapai and those guys. And then in US, you got teams like Peekaboo barely making top 8, so the competition on either region is just so insane this year. I think partly due to the fact that we've had hundreds and hundreds of teams signing up, and people are really kind of stepping up that level of competition for the circuit.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, right? I mean, there are a lot of more unknowns when you're having so many of these teams actually signing up. And that's definitely adding a huge new dynamic that we're getting used to. But also, I mean, the competition every single time, we just come and we say that it's more difficult than it's ever been before. We see an upset early on from this team. What do you think's actually going to happen now that we are going to have a rematch on our hands with the Bergen Boys playing up against Wildcard Gaming?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question. I can't wait to find out, to be honest, because I mean, similar to what Ben was saying before, I really think the favorite's got to be Wildcard Gaming, right? BlizzCon runner-up, such a strong squad, almost champions of BlizzCon. That super close Game 7 last year at the very end to round it out. And I mean, even this year, I had them as the favorite for this tournament. Method Black's going on an absolute storm in the upper bracket. But I think Wildcard Gaming isn't out of this one just yet. I think there's a good chance they can still pull through.
Yeah, Wildcard Gaming, I think, is, even though we did see that series be a 3-2 on Friday with Bergen Boys able to take it, I think that most people on the desk are erring on the side of Wildcard Gaming being able to take this one. It seems like they are the favorite, and that would definitely set up for a final that I think a lot of people did expect to see in the EU. What needs to happen in your mind, Super Tees, to actually see the repeat victory from the Bergen Boys? What are you looking for to see that happen again?
I think the blind pick.
Yeah.
Saying before the break, I mean, the blind pick matters a lot. If they lock in their Warlock and they get the Boomkin Ellie, they are so happy. They are literally the happiest team ever. But if they don't lock in the Warlock and they lock in the Frosty K and they do lock in Boomkin Ellie, then they're sad. They're the saddest team ever. So, all right, they've decided to come in.
Spoiler alert, they're sad.
They're slightly less sad, though. Slightly less sad because they didn't go Frost. They went Unholy. Unholy DK can do pretty well here. They could do a split strategy. Whereas with the Frosty K, Frost Death Knight literally is AFK. They don't do anything against double Spellcaster. The way that the wizards can max range each other, it's so hard to get anything going. So I'm glad that the Bergen Boys kind of heads up that and didn't lock in the Frosty K. They might not be totally out. And if they actually manage to win with the Unholy DK into the Moonkin Ellie, then Wildcard Gaming don't really have a guaranteed answer anymore.
All right, guys. Well, the gates are about to open. Blind pick here on the Grand Arena. Who is going to strike first blood? Will it be the Bergen Boys or will it be Wildcard Gaming? You already heard. This blind pick is going to be crucial to setting the tide of this battle.
Yeah, it's going to be such an important match, this one. The Grand Arena, it was so close between these two teams on Friday. Now they're going to be battling it out the first map. And one thing I really do like about this for Wildcard Gaming, you know, when you think back to 2019, their Warrior Mage Mistweaver really was the standalone composition fighting against a sea of rogue mages. And here, once again, they're bringing out classes that we typically don't see in high-level PvP. You know, you've got the Moonkin here, got the Elemental Shaman. Both of those have been kind of stepping up, I think, as more and more haste is available on the end tier gear for the end of the expansion. But regardless, they're the only team running it, and they have been running it to success so far in this tournament.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Looney not running Ineffable Truth, so running full versatility. Beautiful crowd control across the board right now. Huge burst damage into Joel. Anti-magic shield, though, and a couple death strikes. He should be back in commission. Looking to march towards the balance, Drew, and I do think splitting targets isn't a bad idea. At the moment, they're both just attacking Zeepai, and that's leaving Maro completely open. He's been getting so many Cyclones onto Burley. He can now switch over and potentially Cyclone Munkarn at low health. I think that's what he's aiming to do. Gets grounding totemed on the Cyclone, looking for another. Finds it on Munkarn, making it annoying for Burley. Lassoing Joel so Munkarn can't interrupt him. Joel decides to use his Icebound Fortitude to deny the Lightning Lasso. Now Cycloned on his Icebound Fortitude. I really don't think they can afford to stay out in the open like this. They have two options. One is get back to the pillar and heal up, Death Grip them to the pillar and try and live,
Whoa.
or just lose right now. Spiritling Totem and Trinket have to trade out, or they have to do a split where the Windwalker chases the Ellie and the DK chases the Boomkin. But if they leave any spellcaster completely open, they're going to be torn apart, as they are.
Yeah, I mean, they're just dying. This is crazy. You know, you were talking about Burley as potentially the best shaman in Europe right now. He's really struggling with the power of the elements and the stars here from Wildcard Gaming. So much damage. Now a full Hex connected by Zeepai. This could be Nights Out. We've got Joe using his anti-magic shell. He doesn't have any cooldowns left. Now full Hammer of Justice connects from Looney. The Star Surges get the kill in just 2 minutes. The Moonkin Elemental has secured the game. And we talked about how big that game one could be. What a win for Wildcard.
Let's actually talk about the Moonkin a little bit. I saw chat instantly freak out when they did see the Moonkin. Sid, this isn't the first time that we've seen Moonkin in this tournament.
Yeah, this is the cleave counter that we see Wildcard Gaming have developed. And being unholy didn't seem to work out either. Now, the strategy wasn't right. You can't just all run at the Elemental Shaman. You're going to get cross-crowd controlled and absolutely destroyed if you don't allocate your interrupts across everyone on the team here. Having one player on Mara, one player on Zeepai is very important, or you have to play at the pillar and play a Death Grip strategy. But playing this just run at the Ellie, they played into the hands completely of Wildcard Gaming, and it could just be a case of maybe they don't play against this composition. I mean, we haven't seen Boomkin in a long time, but the way that they played, they just walked completely into their hands. I love that Looney's team was willing to mix it up and switch targets. Going after the healer Burley, is just Hammer of Justice out in the open. Hey, there's a shaman here. Let's okay, we're gonna turn hit up. Oh, we won the game. Nice, good job. Like being able to just turn around and switch targets is a great mid-game adaptation on their part. Being willing to do that, and they just played a great game one. And I'm excited to see what they lock in blind for game two. If this is kind of their just overall blind because they know a Destruction Warlock's available, and are they gonna play something different to deal with it, or just try and do more of the same?
Yeah, let's actually talk, Seiko, a little bit about if we do see this again, right? I want to know what the win conditions are for each side now that you actually did see the blind pick on the Grand Arena.
Well, I feel like this is a pretty hard counter against what the melee cleave of Bergen Boys is, playing. I feel like they just have so many win conditions on the side of Wildcard Gaming. We saw it right there, and Zeepai on his LA Shaman is so fun to see him back again. We saw Maru before, the actual kill happened. Maru got the Cyclone, he got the Root Beam. They force out Burley's Trinket. Burley, I think he used, he might have used the Essence to kind of redistribute his HP, and he lost about 50% of his HP. He got hexed, so his HP was kind of frozen around the 50% mark. And then as that hex was ending, Zeepai just tap targeted him in that Hammer of Justice and erased his account. And this is something Zeepai loves doing. When he is the target, he drags the melees away to the complete opposite side, and then when the healer starts to cross the map to be in range of healing the melees and dispelling them, he just swaps to the healer. Sometimes Mario will drop a root beam there, and it's always that CC the healer, go for the Windwalker, up the Karma, maybe swap back to the healer if you can't land a kill because he uses Trinket, and it's just wildcard beat dominance.
Yeah, and that is really something that we see from Looney, from ZPie, just so good at creating that space, like from the window to the wall till the sweat actually drips down your forehead. It's very difficult to stay in tow with Wildcard Gaming when they get to play on some of their most comfortable picks. Now the question is, for the picks, as we do head to Hook Point, what are you expecting to see? As we do see Thunder coming in on the side of Wildcard Gaming healing stat.
Yeah, that's a very interesting blind pick. I mean, we've seen that this kind of back and forth that happened on Friday when the two teams met. So Wildcard Gaming, they don't want to just lock in something where they're going to get beaten as they did on Friday. They're going for a slightly different comp. And ZPie, it's really interesting, this Elemental Shaman. And it's something that I'm never quite sure where to place, because on US ladder, you've got Smexin, who was playing a ton of Elemental Shaman, playing often with Magnus on the ladder. Very high success there with the high versatility build. But ZPie is actually going full Gushing Wounds on the Shaman, which is pretty crazy because Elemental Shamans normally take a lot of damage. But you saw last game, they tried to touch him and they couldn't get anything going. So with Blizzard on his side now as well, the extra peels, the extra damage from the Arms Warrior, this is definitely a scary prospect. But of course, with the composition advantage in favor of Burley, you would think they would still have the upper edge in this one.
All right, this one's definitely going to be exciting. Zico, now that we do see these compositions, how do you feel about it?
I'm kind of intrigued. We haven't really seen Thunder as one of the, like, it's one of those comps that whenever it's good, it's usually really, really good, but it kind of comes and goes a little bit, and I'm kind of interested to see how they're going to perform with it. I feel like a Demon Hunter could be a pretty good answer to a lot of the things that Wildcard want to do. So having Monkarn on that Demon Hunter, I'm not sure how good he is on that Demon Hunter as well. I feel like there's a lot of, kind of testing that we're going to experience here. We're going to see how good is the Thunder, and also how good is Bergen Boys on this composition, how good is Monkarn on that Demon Hunter. I think it's going to be interesting.
I definitely think this is an interesting one. I think getting to see Thunder in and of itself is just a very exciting thing to be walking into here, Sid. I feel like, I guess it was really the beginning of BFA. This was one of the most popular compositions. It fell out of favor very quickly. I mean, Shaman in general, we see just so much less of. What do you think has started to cause its resurgence here to see Thunder now on Hook Point in a very important matchup, one that is in an attempt to get to the grand final for EU?
I mean, in the past, Elemental Shaman has been good into melee cleaves. They have good mobility with Ghost Wolf. They can knock back targets. They can just run around in circles. They have good instant damage, so they're not totally disrupted if they're being attacked. And then you just leave a warrior in battle stance while you're chasing the Elemental Shaman around, and he's going to have sweeping strikes. He hits 2 targets. He applies Mortal Strike. He has Sharpened Blade to reduce healing, which just synergizes well with the sustained damage of the Elemental Shaman. So, I mean, this is to me is a good in-between pick to deal with a Destruction Warlock or a melee cleave, which the Bergen Boys are that's all they have, melee cleave and Warlock. I think this is really heads up. The only thing that you could play around with is the healer. What's the best healer for it? Is it Paladin or is it Monk? Because on the ladder, you see it almost exclusively played with Monk. I think this might be the first time I've seen it with Paladin and not a Monk or a Druid. Druid's not going to be picked, I think, right now in the current state, but I'm very interested to see how the Paladin performs.
Yeah, I'm just like, the wheels are very much turning right now in my head too, because everything that you do see with Wildcard Gaming as well, it's hard not to just start thinking, what would it be like if they do end up going head-to-head with Method Black? Method Black already waiting in the grand final, but folks, it's time for game number 2 of this series on Hook Point. Whoever does win this will get their chance to take down Method Black in that best of 7 in the grand final. Will Wildcard Gaming get themselves on match point?
Yeah, this is definitely an important game for the Bergen Boys. They won the first time they played against Wildcard Gaming on Friday. They really need this win. It's their map choice, it's their composition advantage. If they were to lose this one, it would look almost certain that our first European Grand Finals would be a repeat of the BlizzCon Grand Finals at the end of last year.
You just had to remind us that was all European affair, didn't you? You just
well,
had to.
I'm here for that purpose.
The one and only time in any game at BlizzCon.
Well, one thing that is interesting, though, is drawing those parallels, right? Like, I watch Sidu stream quite a bit, and he is often, asked questions in his stream chat about Bergen Boys and Burley, like how they're so high on the ladder with these shaman cleaves. And we've seen Method Orange finding success in North America. Bergen Boys also looking for it, and they have a very strong start here compared to the other game. But game 1 didn't go anything like this. Looney having to pop his Avenging Wrath early to top off his team and keep them aggressive.
All right, so Looney is playing the Avenging Light honor talent. All of his Holy Lights will deal damage to everyone around the target. It's an insanely huge amount of damage, especially when everyone is stacked up like a Demon Hunter and a Death Knight. Let's see how much pressure Looney can actually get out with that honor talent. Monkarn has been the target for some time. I think we'll see a swap to the Death Knight later in the dampening, but early on, they want to disrupt that metamorphosis as much as possible and potentially deny any incoming mana rifts from Monkarn as he is running that, but a swap maybe onto Burley. He's caught in a Hammer of Justice. They're forced to asphyxiate Blizzo. Blizzo breaks out of it to chase after the Shaman, playing quite aggressive. Looney begins to fall behind. He's not playing Ineffable Truth, so his Avenging Wrath is not going to cycle up nearly as frequently, opting for that Conflict and Strife, but this damage is quite intimidating. I mean, you're the Bergen Boys. You're facing compositions that you really don't see very often. The Boomkin Elemental, the Warrior Elemental. Are they just going to be thrown for a loop?
Yeah, I mean, potentially. Blizzo's been taking a lot of damage. Looney has to use his Divine Shield here. There's so many cooldowns being forced out by the Bergen Boys, but they're just going after Burley. Did anyone teach him that lightning sometimes does strike twice? He's able to survive. The darkness comes through, overlapped with the Trinket and the Ascendance. A lot of cooldowns on both sides, and an explosive game 2 here. But Looney, as you said, he's not running the Ineffable Truth, isn't going to have access to that Divine Shield for a very long time, and they recognize that. They're going after him, but he are stunned, and they blow up Looney to tie up the series in this game.
It's going to be tied up indeed. Zico, let's actually break this one down. A very, very quick game is going to come out here on Hook Point.
Well, it certainly was a quick game. Looney didn't have his bubble from earlier, and he was kind of just being super aggressive there. I think he didn't expect that kind of swap to happen. Monkarn on that Demon Hunter, bringing a lot of damage, and I didn't think that was going to happen. Like, I feel like they had such a close call on Burley, like a second before that. They dropped the darkness, and I was just sitting there thinking, okay, well, Burley, he's going to die the next time he gets stunned. There's no darkness, there's no trinkets, and all of a sudden, they just turn on the heat, swap to Looney, activate their trinkets, and just remove him from the game.
Yeah, I think this is one of the reasons, though, as well, Supatis, that we kept talking about the blind pick being so important.
Yeah, now that the small map and the cleave, I mean, I don't know if you can completely check that comp out. I think this will be a comp that they probably play again. I just don't know if they'll play a Paladin or Mistweaver or change and run Ineffable Truth instead. I think if maybe they change their build a little bit on the Paladin, it could work, but that's the first time that we've really seen a Paladin targeted so relentlessly. I mean, normally they're playing with a mage and you're chasing their mage around the entire game, and you don't really get a chance to hit the Paladin. But when they're not playing with a mage, they don't look nearly as durable as you would expect. So I'm wondering what Looney's going to change in that regard. I don't think that you can totally write off that Thunder. I think that is going to be their blind lock. I'm just wondering if they'll change the build or change the healer. Now moving into game 3, I expect them to pick a really big map. And then if you're the Bjergen Boys, they picked Overon. So now you're the Bjergen Boys, you have to say it's a really big map. If we pick Melee Cleave, we're getting Boomkin Ellie. We're going to lose. It's just not going to happen. So do you bring in Destruction Warlock? If you do, then you're going to fight Warrior Mage, and you're probably not going to win. So do you just play something totally from left field? I mean, I feel like playing something totally from left field is fine, because even if they lose this... Wait, am I mixing this up here? No, they'll be in a lot of trouble if they lose this. They have to win a swing match to be able to take it back in their favor for game 5. So do they risk it now and play something that's a little bit left field? Like, just try something different? Like, what even could they try that's different? They've only got Windwalker Warlock. They could do Death Knight Warlock. I really don't think the Death Knight
We haven't
Warlock
seen their DHDK before into
DHDK
Wildcard, right?
could be their blind,
so maybe they just blind it. I mean, it's a pretty sound composition all around, right? And they seem pretty good on it. They did a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's either they go with, you know, a different kind of cleave that we've seen, or they go with the Destro Warlock. And no matter what, they're probably going to fight a counter. They need to just figure out what is, you know, the harder counter.
Yeah, I think Supatis did a really good job of starting to break down what the flow of this one could look like. Starting to break down a script that really could exist with the back and forth, with the blind locking in of the format if you are coming off of that victory. And I do want to ask, before we really do start to focus on Tolvaron, do you think that Thunder still will be a composition that Wildcard Gaming does use on the blind, Zico?
Sorry?
Do you think that Thunder will still be a composition that we can see going in on the blind? Because Supatis was talking about how that might be something that we're looking at for the rest of the series. Not in this particular matchup, but do you think that that is a case that we could be looking at?
So let's assume here, Wildcard going to lock in a counter here and win the game. Next game, they're going to be blind locking, and I think a lot of it is going to depend on the map, but I'm assuming we're going to see some kind of small map in that scenario. And yeah, I think Thunder probably is one of their best bets.
Okay.
Like, I feel like on a small map, it's the comp that has the best chance against the Warlocks and also against the melee cleaves. So despite losing there, they had kill opportunity as well. So I feel like maybe they lock in Thunder, but with a different healer as well. Like maybe Looney Druid. Like I could see something like that happening as well.
And now we are going to see that the Moonkin is back healing stat, and it's set up perfectly on Tolvaron Arena. A lot of pressure on that blind pick. They already did get this card in their pocket, and now Wildcard Gaming really does need to get the victory here to maintain that advantage.
Yep, they definitely do. The map choice, of course, has to be Tolvaron Arena, right? For the Moonkin Elementals, if you could imagine a better queue, you know, playing any composition on the ladder, you see Moonkin Elemental and Tolvaron Arena, you're not going to be too happy, especially when you see it's Looney and Z-Pie on the other side. So this is going to be a tough one for the Bergen boys. That said, the Demon Hunter, I don't think we have specifically seen this matchup between the two teams, and Demon Hunters, we know they have a lot of leech healing, a lot of self-sustained. It might be possible that he can kind of help Burley out with that self-healing. Death Knight's also capable of that, and maybe they can kind of catch Looney off guard or win the attrition war. It's going to be an interesting one to watch.
Definitely is going to be an interesting one to watch. If you are just tuning in, just want to remind you really quick, this is a series that is going to determine who gets to go to the grand final to play against Method Black, who is waiting there with a pocket full of spites. And then after that, after we do crown our champion, we do get to see in NA who is going to be the champion as well. So we got a plenty of arena in store for you guys today. 8 series in total. And this one is going to set the stage for that grand final here on Tolvaron Arena. And the question is it going to stick to the script? Are we going to see that back and forth actually happen in Wildcard Gaming's favor? This is a rematch as well. We did see this on Friday. It was the biggest upset of the tournament, went all the way to Game 5, and the Bergen boys were able to take it. But the biggest difference was the fact that they were able to win that first game. So for anybody who's unfamiliar with the Moonkin, we have talked about it quite a bit. Supatis, how does Wildcard Gaming win with the Moonkin composition?
Well, I mean, you have one win condition is just survive and do damage and just avoid pressure and win and dampening. The other one is cross crowd control. So they have Hex, they have Cyclone, and they have Root Solar Beam and Lightning Lasso. I think I said Lightning Lasso twice. But you want to use these all at the same time on different targets. So if you're killing the Demon Hunter, you Cyclone the Death Knight, you Hex the Shaman, you Lightning Lasso the Demon Hunter. All 3 players can't help each other, and you burst down a target. You just rinse, repeat this over and over. You can Solar Beam the Shaman, clone the Death Knight, Lightning Lasso the Demon Hunter, but you want to make sure you're using those crowd controls all at the same time on a different target as much as possible, and you can win the game with burst damage. But your fallback plan is just keep dots up, more dots, do damage, and overrun them. I see these 2 comps a lot when I watch Trend stream and when I watch Corky stream. So Corky plays the Moonkin Ellie a lot, and then Trend plays the Demon Hunter Death Knight, and it goes back and forth. So I wouldn't count Bergen boys completely out, but they are disadvantaged on this map.
All right, well, the gates are now open. Let's see who will get themselves on match point.
Yep, this is a big one in the series. Swing match potentially for the Bergen boys if they can find it. And I think a lot of it's going to come down to how versed Munkarn is on this Demon Hunter. We saw in game 1 a ton of damage taking down Looney on the Holy Paladin. And one of the quicker games we see from Wildcard Gaming. Normally they like to drag them on a little bit. But here, I think this is going to be the true test, because whilst Demon Hunters are quite good at self-healing themselves, they have the Leech and Metamorphosis and all of these things, they are susceptible to dying in stuns. And when you've got things like the Lightning Lasso on Zeepai, we're going to have to see really careful positioning and usage of cooldowns from Munkarn and Burley.
So this is the Cervantes strat. You just stay at the box and death grips anybody that comes close to the box and attack them. And then if they get away from the box, you just run to the other side of the box and wait till you have death grip. The counter to this is just attack all 3 people, so .Burley, .Joel, .Munkarn, and just try and cleave everybody down, which is exactly what Wildcard Gaming are doing. You can easily win on mana if they take too long to do something. You might just outright kill Munkarn. Anti-Magic Zone gets Thunderstormed. He instantly fell rushes back inside for safety. Now jumping on to Morrow. Morrow being pushed back as he was standing right on top of his opponents. He is forced off the box a little bit while charging to center field. Bjergen boys immediately retreating away. They want to wait for dampening. Death grip a target behind the pillar and burst it down, but triple solar beam. Munkarn, though, with a beautiful reverse magic, gets his whole team out of it. But follow-up Cyclone from Morrow. You can tell those crowd control skills developed on Mage translate pretty well over to Boomkin. Munkarn at 20% health, triple Cyclones onto Burley, and man, the Bjergen boys are sweating. Munkarn could just die. He's stunned up. Burley comes over. Will he be able to save him? They disarm Munkarn. He can't leech heal without his glaives to attack. Can they take him down in the disarm? Doesn't look like they will. He stabilizes, and now they're going after Morrow.
Yeah, this is one thing. When you play these caster cleaves and the other team's toddling behind a pillar, it's actually so difficult to generate pressure. But Wildcard Gaming making it look easy. Triple solar beams, Zeepai on top of the team. Now another triple stun setup forces Burley's trinket. Beautiful leg sweep coming in from Looney. Healer versus healer. Doesn't like the idea of Burley being called the best shaman in Europe. Wants to kind of get some dominance on this Mistweaver. Now good Cyclone, slowing up the gameplay a little bit. We see the Obsidian Claws coming in, trying to just get a bit more damage as Burley is kind of line of sight behind the pillar, going for that strategy, but they get the triple root beam. Beautiful play, looking for the Hex, interrupted. Zeepai unable to find the crowd control. Burley looks like he should be able to escape for now and stabilize his team, but a close call and good pressure from Wildcard.
Beautiful crowd control here. Exactly what I was talking in the pregame. Paralyzed Shaman, Clone Death Knight, burst down Demon Hunter, knock him out of darkness. I mean, right now, Munkarn is looking like Wildcard Gaming's plaything. They're just having their way with him. He's not able to get anything going at the moment. Looney is maxed out on mana. I mean, at any moment, Burley could just die if they roll in for a leg sweep as well. They could maybe Ring of Peace them out into the open. There's so many options right now to take out the Bjergen boys on Tolvaron Arena. They're posted up in the Earthen Wall Totem at the moment, trying to take advantage of that damage reduction, but they're standing in line of sight of both Morrow and Zeepai. They could get crowd controlled. This is amazing pressure. Triple leg sweep by Looney. Huge damage. Cyclone follow-up. Excellent execution. Wildcard Gaming make this composition look absolutely insane.
That was nasty. That was really, really nasty from Looney. What a play. It happened twice in the game. Absolute domination. Wildcard Gaming, they're winning these games with ease.
They definitely are, right? And I do want to talk about just how they are able to do that, because we already talked about the potential situation that we go back and forth, and we would have another game like this, so it is really important to keep in mind, even if it stays on script, and we do see a rebuttal in the next game, we could end up right back here. So Zico, actually break down how they were able to make that victory look so easy.
I mean, it's the way they're setting these crowd controls up. They're getting the root solar beam on the healer. They're getting, an ink cap on the DK into a clone. Lightning lasso on the demon hunter, followed by a big, nasty earth shock. I think I saw 150k earth shocks coming out of Zeepai this game. And, I mean, you are going to land a kill like that. And with everyone stacking at the pillar like that, they're able to find triple solar beams, they're able to find triple leg sweeps, and that's what sets everything up. It always starts with one of those instant AoE CCs, and then there's the follow-up, and they always have the damage to back it up too. So this comp looked it looked pretty good.
Yeah, and this is what we could potentially expect to see if we do make it to a Game 5 as well. Now, coming into this one, we do expect to see some changes in the composition now that the Bergen Boys are going to have that advantage with how the format does actually work. After you come off of a loss, you get to pick the map. Then your opponent is going to pick their composition, and then with full information, with full knowledge, you then pick your composition. But even with the Bergen Boys having the advantage, it wasn't like we went to their favored game and they looked as dominant as Wildcard Gaming does, right? Wildcard Gaming, when they do have the advantage, look incredibly dominant. But it doesn't seem impossible for Wildcard Gaming to maybe close it out here. Sid, what do we expect to see in this next one when we do actually get into Game 4?
They blind lock Thunder, but probably with Mistweaver Monk. Wildcard Gaming, that is. And then Bergen Boys probably play Demon Hunter DK again. And whether or not they take it, I don't know. The Mistweaver could be a lot different. But I don't imagine Boomkin Ellie on the small map. They don't want to get the Destruction Warlock. Actually, maybe, because it's Dalaran, if they locked the Destruction Warlock, they can just line of sight, dot everybody up, and try and get a damp kill. They have some choices here if they don't feel like the Thunder was going to work, but I feel like they can safely just do Thunder, go in between. It's something that Bergen Boys might not be prepared for, and even if they lose, then they just go Ashamains. What are you going to do? DHDK? Boomkin Ellie again. What are you going to do? Warlock? Warrior Mage. What are you going to do? Like, you're in a checkmate spot, so Wildcard Gaming could do anything they want right here, in my mind. Like, they could throw anything at them and try and surprise them.
Yeah, this is really the moment of truth. We know that we're going to Dalaran Sewers, but it all comes down to what Wildcard Gaming decides to do right here. They only have a few seconds left to actually lock in their composition, but they're going to do it. They're going to go for the Moonkin and the Ellie on Dalaran Sewers. Zico, how do you feel about this choice?
It's a good map, you know. Not usually I have some kind of criticism saying, oh no, they should have went Blade's Edge or they should have went here. I don't think it matters too much in the grand scheme of things. Dalaran is a pretty good pick. I think either small map in this matchup is gonna be just fine here. But you know, we talked about it a little bit in the pregame. Bergen Boys, they need to win here, which I don't think is gonna be that easy actually. And then they also need to win, you know, basically the matchup that we just saw on, you know, a map like Ashman. So they're super behind in the series right now, and they need to try to find their footing. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it. I like that Wildcard swapped out the Holy Paladin, and now they're just going, they swapped out the Warrior too, and they're just going with this comp until forced off.
Yeah, that is the thing too. They have the wiggle room to play this composition healing stat, and then if they lose, they just play the same composition on a big map. The Bergen Boys are forced to answer it right here and right now.
Yeah, Bergen Boys got to win this one. And for Wildcard, I think it makes sense, right? Like, they had 2 dominant wins in this series with the Moonkin Elemental. It's tough to criticize them for trying to lock it in here. There's some stuff where you can try Thunder with Mistweaver, you can try Thunder with maybe even Resto Druid, honestly, wouldn't be terrible, but they're going to stick with their tried and true. And it is just so scary. Even when you've got the Destruction Warlock on the map, who is obviously a devastating force, very tanky, very disruptive to any other kill attempts. On Dalaran, you can get those big beams, you can get the lassos around the pillar, you can kind of channel it as you run around to avoid interrupts. There's a lot of things that Wildcard Gaming can do, and they are the very best on these classes, so I wouldn't put it past them finishing off the series right now.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about all of the permutations of Thunder that you can run right now. None of them are proven yet in this series. It's one of those things where the Bergen Boys, they were able to take it down once. Yes, changing which healer you bring would make a huge impact. One of them might be the answer to be winning these series easily. But figuring it out right now, you just don't have a long enough series to really make that do work for you. It seems to make a lot of sense to just say, okay, answer this Moonkin, answer this crit chicken right here, right now. If you don't, you're getting sent back home, Bergen Boys. You're no longer be a part of this tournament. They're going to get to change the history on this matchup. When we did see it on Friday, it was the Bergen Boys who were able to come out on top. But let's jump down to Dalaran Sewers and see if Wildcard Gaming's going to be able to earn their spot in the grand final.
You know, if I was the Bergen Boys, I actually think I would have picked Ashamains. And then if they pick Boomkin Ellie, you play Destro, and you won that before. And then you take Ashamains away for Game 5. Because right now, even if they win here, they don't take Ashamains away. And what are they going to do on Ashamains to Warrior Mage or Moonkin Ellie? I actually think they might have thrown the series just on map pick if they lose.
Well, I have to see. They have to win this one first. I mean, Dalaran's definitely a favorable matchup, right? With the Windwalker and the Mistweaver. You have 2 knocks on the pillar. You have the melee who's going to easily be able to be in his Transcendence range. But, I mean, if you're really confident in the matchup, then maybe you're right. You got to think about Game 5 as well. And that Asher Main's takeaway could be the difference, but let's see if they can win Game 4 first. Bergen boys caught up in a lasso in the early stages. It looks like it's just kind of stalling from Wildcard. It's not the aggression we saw from them in the previous game.
Morrow and Looney getting knocked off the side there. Vuxy pushing forward. Zeepai out in midfield. Thunderstorms Vuxy off to the corner.
That's far.
Interrupting that Chaos Bolt. Good positioning on his part. Zeepai and Morrow, their main goal is to just not stand next to each other, line of sight Dark Soul, and avoid damage, while maximizing their damage over time effects, the Flame Shock, the Moonfire, the Sunfire. Wait for a Solar Beam opportunity, but it can be very difficult. You need to crowd control the Windwalker. They do. Beautiful execution. That Lightning Lasso timed exactly on the Solar Beam into a leg sweep. He can't use Tiger's Lust to get Burley out of the Solar Beam. Now a Paralyzed to follow up. They can't get the Cyclone. Vuxy stops it with the Mortal Coil, and Dark Soul is up. They need to be careful. They need to line of sight Vuxy. They're pulling back downstairs. Morrow charges into Vuxy. The Cyclone gets the Cyclone on the Dark Soul, totally shutting it down, and Vuxy is patient. He's not using his Gladiator's Medallion. He doesn't want to be susceptible to dying in a Lightning Lasso, playing it patient for a later game kill, and it does make sense. The Destruction Warlock is pretty much king of the wizards. Any wizard matchup, you want a Destro on your team if the other team doesn't have one. You can just win with pressure. Those Chaos Bolts are always threatening, and you can run the healer out of mana, but Burley gets Cyclone. This is devastating at the moment. Munkarn trades out Touch of Karma. They might just cut through it, actually swapping to Vuxy with a Lightning Lasso. Zeepai is owning. Vuxy down at 20%. Burley is still crowd controlled. Now another Cyclone to follow up. Touch of Death from Munkarn. He's trying to pull out a miracle, but he gets Cycloned, and a Solar Beam combo. That's going to be the Hellstone immediately, but Stormkeeper is up. Zeepai still has a huge amount of damage available. Munkarn takes it out with the Fortified Brew. Paralyze on Looney. Do they have the leg sweep? Doesn't look like it. Vuxy gets Cycloned. Both sides trading effectively. It's close to call.
Yeah, this is a really close game. I mean, you talk about Warlocks being the dominant class in a lot of these caster versus caster matchups, but Elementals are pretty disruptive. You've got your Wind Shear, you've got the Grounding Totem, the Hex, the Lightning Lasso, a lot of tools to disrupt this Warlock and kind of break up. And I think that's why Vuxy did save his Trinket on the Cyclone. He knew that if he used it at that moment, he wasn't going to get a kill, and he might not have had it at a more crucial stage. Now we see infinite crowd control coming in from Morrow. He's able to get Cyclones on Burley with ease. Vuxy is very low, has to trade out his Wool, might die anyways. They do have access to that Life Cocoon if required. DR Hex looks like they aren't going to force it out. Burley greeting that one, but it's a big force once again. Wildcard Gaming looking great in Game 4.
All right, they could just close it out. I think the map is backfiring here. Bergen boys could be losing the series on map pick alone to Wildcard Gaming in the rematch as they look to get their revenge. They want to face off against Method Black in the finals, but they might not be able to. Zeepai stunned up out in midfield. Looney locked out. He activates the Fortified Elixir to boost his Life Cocoon just in time to save Zeepai. What a close call. Now Morrow being swapped to the dangers of standing out in midfield against a Destruction Warlock. Vuxy getting Thunderstormed out the side. Morrow gets Ring of Peace back into his line of sight. Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt lobbed after Morrow. He's going to retreat back to the boxes. Looney's waiting for him to come in line of sight and should be able to pick him up. Munkarn charging in, looking potentially for a leg sweep in the future. Not finding it just yet. Fist of Fury flying into Zeepai. Pre-Tremor Totem here from Vuxy. No Fear is going to be landed. Burley in a Cyclone, but on diminishing return, maybe a bit of a mistiming. They Cyclone Munkarn, they swap over to Vuxy, but Zeepai actually has to Astral Shift. I mean, all of the Bergen boys were crowd controlled, and it was Zeepai that had to use a defensive cooldown. That is the difference in terms of pressure between the compositions.
Yeah, and that's really scary now because, as you can see, the Touch of Death was not committed there by Munkarn, so that's going to be available for Zeepai. They force out the Life Cocoon as well. They could easily win the game and tie up this series, taking us to a Game 5 if they can get a good connection with that Touch of Death. There's no Wool, there's no Cocoon to answer. They've just got to get the connection. Are they going to be able to do it? Mara's a little bit low. Vuxy, defensive Solar Beam coming in, just trying to stall it out. They recognize that Bergen boys are starting to take the momentum in this game. Looks like they're throwing damage onto Mara here. They force out the Buckskin. Could look for a swap on him, but I really do think that Zeepai is the kill target if they can just get over to him. The incap comes through. Do they have the stun? It doesn't look like it. And Wildcard Gaming, they're getting away with this one. Now the damage coming in onto Zeepai. Do they have crowd control? for Looney, it doesn't look like it. They don't commit the touch of death. That could have been the kill there if they'd gone for it. But instead, they're being very patient with their offensives. And that could come back to bite them with Life Cocoon just around the corner.
Right, this is a game that has been so intense that 5 minutes have elapsed at this time. We're into dampening. Mana is even between the healers, but they're both crowd controlled. Currently, Burley ahead, activating his defense prior to it, but there's no follow-up onto Looney, so he will stabilize now as well. Who's going to take it? Bergen boys have to, or they'll be out of the tournament in this rematch. Monkarn, Lightning Lasso, wrap around the corner. Solar Beam on Burley. Beautiful combo of crowd control between Zeepai and Morrow. Monkarn going to touch a Karma. Are they going to try and crack through it? Doesn't look like they have enough damage. Some damage now being lobbed off onto Vuxy as well as Burley. Vuxy just posted up out in midfield, looking to try and bait Zeepai or Morrow. But Morrow and Zeepai are more than happy to just Flame Shock, Moonfire, sit at the boxes, wait for some big Earth Shocks, try and burst the target down. Touch of Death rolling onto Zeepai. He knocks Monkarn away to try and stall. He gets Ring of Peace out of line of sight. Looney needs to get over here to save Zeepai. Touch of Death is about to explode. Zeepai takes a big hit. He gets stunned again, but is now in line of sight. Paralyzed on Looney. They have follow-up. Monkarn Cyclone. He can't do damage. Burley's Hexed. He can't heal. Monkarn gets Lightning Lassoed immediately out. He breaks into a leg sweep. He activates the Fortified Elixir. He transcendences back up to the boxes, but his healer is still crowd-controlled. He's hiding for his tournament life at the moment. Burley rolls over, catches a big heal, and Monkarn stays alive.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Burley, able to keep his team in the fight. They still have access to Life Cocoon on both sides, that powerful shield ability for the Mistweavers. We'll have to see if they can start forcing cooldowns. In terms of mana, slightly toward Bergen boys, though we're going to see those innovates on cooldowns. So full CS onto Looney. Vuxy looking to get aggressive, though I can't really see too much damage coming out here. Looks like Morrow is the target of choice, but now that they've used that counter spell, we're going to see Lightning Lasso come through, we're going to see Cyclones coming through. Could have been a mistake there from Vuxy, unless he can get some work done with it. Looney out of crowd control now, able to easily top off his Moonkin, and the Destruction Warlock is the one on the back end, forcing out that all-important Life Cocoon. Now Wildcard Gaming have an opening as dampening starting to build up here.
Yeah, the burst from both sides is quite high in terms of its potential. Looney is slightly behind on mana. I feel like it's the first time I've ever seen Looney behind on mana so far. Solar Beam onto two players, Monkarn Cyclone. I love this cross crowd control to make sure that the Solar Beam sits into a full Cyclone. It's beautiful teamwork. Burley has to use Gladiator's Medallion, but he gets stunned on it now. This could be devastating. Vuxy's got nowhere really to go. He's trying to fear spam, but he fears Looney. Bit reckless. Now Cyclone below half. Looney's going to come out of the leg sweep into another leg sweep. Nice timing here between the two monks. Ring of Peace to knock them back out into the open. Can they capitalize? Can they get a Hex on Burley? Zeepai gets interrupted. Looney's still crowd controlled. He can't heal just yet. Morrow feared away. Are they going to activate the Life Cocoon and play it efficiently or hold on? Dark Soul's coming up pretty soon. They would like to have Life Cocoon for it, but it's costing Looney a lot of mana to heal without it. Vuxy Lightning Lassoed. Doesn't look like anyone can stop Zeepai. He's just having free reign with that lasso. Yippee-ki-yay, Zeepai.
Yeah, the lasso is looking devastating, but so is that Chaos Bolt, and we've seen that kill people before. There's no cooldowns for that one, unfortunately, so Bergen boys not able to find the game there. The Life Cocoon, a big win for them. Now they do have that Dark Soul. Infernals are building up. Stacks here for Vuxy. He's going to go for big damage here, uses the Mortal Coils. Can they get connection? Really nice coil path for Morrow. He gets put just around the box. They're not able to get any more crowd control. He should be able to go for a Cyclone. He gets reflected by Vuxy. He might look to set up some Dark Soul bolts, but no. Morrow trinkets, gets that Cyclone. Now Fear's coming in. Triple crowd control once again. Leg sweep comes in. So many leg sweeps on Zeepai. I'm surprised he's still got a foot to stand on at this point in the game, but he's able to thunderstorm them away, get on his legs in the Ghost Wolf, and keep himself up. Now they're looking to reverse the pressure once again. Such a back and forth game here. 25% healing reduction for both healers to contend with. And again, as you said, Sid, Looney is the one slightly behind on that mana resource.
All right, Bergen boys are wild bulls. Will Zeepai be able to corral them in time and find victory to get to the grand finals? They're so close here, but Zeepai gets stunned up. Looney's going to have a lot of healing ahead of himself, and he's just going to drop that Life Cocoon. He doesn't want to waste any more mana. Burley is so far ahead now in that regard. Will they be able to win with such a deficit? They're moving in. Morrow wants to get crowd control on Burley, and it looks like Looney wanted to try and drink, but he's going to crowd control Monkarn. Vuxy takes a huge hit. Burley's in crowd control. Monkarn breaks it to disrupt it, getting Burley out of the Solar Beam, but into a Cap Totem. Can they get follow-up? They interrupt the Hex. Beautiful spell lock. That spell lock could win them the game. Looney's trying to get into line of sight to save the day, but he walks into a Paralyze. Beautiful timing into the leg sweep. Excellent execution by the Bergen boys. They will be not tamed in Game 5, but that Game 5 is going to be so difficult.
It definitely is, but it feels really good to be getting to see this one to go all the way to Game 5. It definitely is going to do this matchup justice the second time that we've gotten to see it. Both of them were Game 5s. Zico, let's break down how we got there in the first place. How are we actually seeing this scenario where the entire series has been extended all of the way to the final moments?
Well, I feel like I gotta agree with what Sid was saying in the pregame. They should have picked Asher Mains and played this comp because they have won with it, and it all comes down to, you know, it all goes back to the blind pick, as it typically does when we got these Game 5 series. Both of the teams, they're trying to win, you know, on the maps where they aren't advantaged, and right now it's looking like Wildcard are going to be holding all of the cards in that game number 5. Still, though, I think Wildcard actually had a pretty good performance in this game. They were able to hold on for a really long time. They were able to, they kind of almost reach their win condition, which is, you know, getting a little bit to dampening, and then they can try to take the Warlock down. But I think Looney, he went for a crowd control, and he was really far away from Zeepai, and then when he crossed to get back to Zeepai, he got caught off in some more CC, and they had the damage with that Destro Warlock to take Zeepai down.
Yeah, I think that, Sid, you did bring up a really good point, trying to forecast how to utilize the maps the best way possible. Sometimes it's a little bit more than just go big, go small. And if you overlook that, I think you can end up in some really dire situations. Now, with that said, what map do you think we do end up seeing this final game played out on? Yeah, it seems like it's just 100% going to be on Ashmains. And Healing Stat, with Ashmains potentially being the map that we do go to, how do you feel that this final game will go?
I mean, I would be a fool for not saying that Wildcard has the upper hand, right? Like with that Ashmains pick and the composition advantage as well, getting to lock that comp with the other teams in mind. So, I mean, they're definitely, if we go back to what happened on Friday, they won the Grand, and it's looking favourable that they'll be able to take this one the whole way. Sid made a good call out. I mean, taking away Ashmains would suddenly make Game 5 a lot more interesting, I think, between the two teams. But regardless of that, we've seen Bergen Boys come up with wins out of nowhere in some of these games, like the Game 2 where they one-shot Looney's Paladin. I still wouldn't put them out of it just yet.
Yeah, I feel like we definitely can't take either of these teams out of it yet. I think we would all agree as well that they definitely deserve to be in the top 3. But we need to figure out who is going to make it all the way to that grand final. Which team, I mean, after we watched Bergen Boys play against Mythic Black, I think we would all probably agree, Zico, that Wildcard Gaming has the best chance of winning the grand final, most likely out of these two teams. Do you think that there is a scenario where Bergen Boys might actually be able to bring this one back and potentially bring down the entire grand final?
I kind of want to see the comps before I make that prediction, but they're in a tough spot right now because on one hand, you lock in the Warlock, you're going to be in a tough spot because all of a sudden you're going to fight the, you know, Windwalker, the Warrior Mage of Wildcard, their main comp, and you're going to have to beat them. We saw Enigma try that, and they were unable to, right? So that's poison number 1. Poison number 2, play against Bunky and Ali as melee cleave. You have it, pick one, and enjoy.
Yeah, I feel like this is just like, it's one of the scariest places you could potentially be, right? If you are the Bergen Boys. And I'm excited to actually see this draft start and get underway and figure out if any tricks are up their sleeve as of right now. And also, I want to see if the call out of Ashmains does, yep, there it is. It does end up being the pick. Seemed like it was going to happen, and the Bergen Boys going to be locking in their composition as well. They're going to have to play out of their minds.
Frost?
But it might work.
It's Frost, and it's a Mistweaver as well.
I like the Mistweaver.
Mistweaver makes
like
sense.
The Frost.
Yeah. What?
Frost is quite terrible against double caster teams.
What makes it so bad against the double caster teams?
Well, the Unholy DK just has more passive damage with dots, with the pets. Basically, the Unholy DK, if he gets uptime and he has a little bit more uptime, he can do more. Whereas the Frost DK, he doesn't really do too much, but every, Blinding Sleet grip combo that they do with the leg sweep, so every 1 minute-ish, they can do a really, really big setup. So that's basically the key difference.
there's no way they can go after Looney with this, right? If he locks in Mistweaver,
They could
That's the only thing I can think of that a Frost DK brings that not Unholy is like that increased cooldown on the rolls for the Mistweaver monk, and then obviously they have 2 monks to chase. But Looney not even going to lock that in. He's going to lock in the Paladin. I mean, I still think that might be the answer, to be honest. Like, the Paladin fell over in game 2. As you say, Zika, I don't see them having the damage to take down Elemental or Moonkin. It's got to be grips on the Paladin into goes on him, I think, for sure.
Oh, a little bit spicy. I mean, this is a pretty spicy pick to come out here in the final hour. I feel like we were all in the state where it felt like we knew what we were going to see. We were ready to buckle up for that game 5 and let it all come to play out and get to our grand final. But now, all of a sudden, we are all pretty surprised to see something like this happen. Let's actually talk about those potential ways that the Bergen Boys can come out on top. Healing Set called out a few of them. Supatees, do you agree? Do you think that that is how Bergen Boys can actually come out on top?
Well, now that there isn't a Mistweaver for them to kill, the Heartstop Delirium is a lot worse. I mean, no one on Wildcard Gaming really cares about their mobility overall. Maybe Morrow, but he can just shapeshift, so it's not really the end of the world. They do have a lot of space. The only way I really see them losing this game is if they just positionally mess up. If Looney's standing too close to the target and then gets gripped into a double chill streak, that's definitely a cooldown, maybe a kill. It's not the Demon Hunter Death Knight, so I don't think it's nearly as threatening onto the Paladin. And if you chase the Paladin, Burley's getting hexed, he's getting cycloned. You're going to die if that happens. But if you don't go on the Paladin, I actually think Looney should play Repentance. And he can Repentance Burley if he's chasing Z-Pie or if they're chasing Z-Pie or Mono around.
Here's a question, and this might be a bit out there, like everything that Sid just said. But what about Ineffable Truth on a Frost Death Knight?
Oh.
Do you think that could be good? Because Frost Death Knights are so cooldown dependent. Like they're outside of cooldowns, they're essentially not threatening. And then as soon as they have like Chill Streak and Pillar of Frost and Death Grip and all these things start rotating back up, maybe they lose too much with the verse and the gushings. But I would love it.
Yeah.
The problem is that you need the lockdown as well. That's the one thing the Frost DK doesn't have, right? So, I mean, Monkarn is still going to have, a really long cooldown on his leg sweep, so it would have to be Burley potentially getting in there. It could be interesting, though, because I feel like Ineffable Truth especially is just one of those corruptions that people are still figuring out what it can do, how to use it, what classes benefit the most from it, building strategies around it. I feel like this is something that's going to keep evolving for, a couple of months until we really see what that corruption can do.
Well, the weird thing with Ineffable Truths, too, I mean, we talk about it so much, how different games have that war of attrition, or they have that script that you go to. You're trading cooldowns, and you're trying to get the cooldowns when it's not their time, right? You're trying to get a value trade on a cooldown. When you have Ineffable Truths, you can't really go by that script nearly as much, and like you said, Zico, without having that practice to actually know, oh, okay, it changed, and also not having the foresight to know how much Ineffable Truths is potentially being run and what could really happen, it can change that entire dynamic. And when you need to pull out somewhat of a surprise victory here on the side of the Bergen Boys, it might be the time to try to rely on something like Ineffable Truths. But the gates are going to open right now. Whoever wins this, Ashmane's Fall, will be going to the grand final against Method Black.
All right. Game number 5. Who's going to take it? This Moonkin Ellie has dominated Melee Cleave after Melee Cleave. Bergen Boys throw a curveball with the Windwalker Death Knight Mistweaver, a composition that they've not played yet. Will the surprise be enough? They're chasing after Morrow. Looney positions 40 yards away off to the right side. Morrow jumps to Looney on the Death Grip. That was an insane wild charge. They avoid the double blinding sheet. They get a Hex on Burley into a hammer. Are they going to swap over to Burley? They could. They're lobbing out the Star Surges, but Z-Pie's not really there. He's making his way over. He's not able to get there in time to get a kill. Now, Burley will be a lot more susceptible to dying to those swaps than a Restoration Shaman, and he actually died on a Shaman in a swap, so we'll have to wait and see how he deals with it. Huge pressure right now onto both Monkarn and Joel. Solar Beam on Burley. He needs the Tiger's Lust. Monkarn rolls over for it, but now he gets stunned on the Tiger's Lust into a full Hex. Karma has to trade. Monkarn gets cloned on his roll away. His Karma will be ending shortly. Joel is getting set up on and primed. Monkarn instantly lightning lassoed out of it. This is insane pressure from Wildcard Gaming in Game 5.
Yeah, I gotta say, so far in this game, I just googled domination and it came up with this one in favor of Wildcard Gaming. So truly definite gameplay coming in. They have to find something here, Bergen Boys. Maro seems to be their main target, but he's just been doing such a good job evading. And we talked about it, the Frost Death Knight. Sure, it increases the cooldown of some of those mobility spells, such as the Wild Charge, but he's a druid. He's still going to be shifting in and out, avoiding. He has thorns. He has so many things that these melees are going to have to contend with. And on top of that, Zeepai and Looney are just all over them. Another Hammer of Justice comes in onto Burley. He trinkets again into a full hex. This is just absolute disaster for the Bergen Boys. They need to find something. This is game 5.
Oh, Joel got a grip and a double, but they don't follow up with a stun, and now he's just out in midfield all by his lonesome. Huge damage. Burley fakes out the solar beam. Nice fake out by Burley. He's going to be able to freely heal for quite some time now as a result. Get his team back into the fight. Looney taking some damage amidst all the chaos, topping himself off with some holy lights, but now pressure is in favor of Wildcard Gaming. Burley has to life cocoon right away. Joel could get swapped too. He's got anti-magic zone. He's waiting. He wants to line it up with Incarnation, but Maro's Incarnation could proc as well from an Azurite trait, so will he trade it for that or not? Lightning Lasso over onto the Death Knight. No cross crowd control, so not going to really be too devastating. They didn't have a solar beam. They're just cycling that as much as possible. Hammer of Justice. If they get crowd control after this, I don't know how Joel stays alive. Full Cyclone. No anti-magic zone. 5 seconds away from him. If he gets knocked out of this anti-magic zone, he's dead in the water. He gets cycloned at low health. Beautiful crowd control by Maro. Can they flip the crowd control over onto Burley? Nope. They get denied by Joel. Burley tops off him. And now Bergen Boys stay in the tournament.
Yeah, I gotta say, when Burley is out of crowd control for that rare 20% of the game, he does a lot of healing, so he's just immediately able to top off his team there. Very nicely done. He's looking very comfortable on the Mistweaver, which is one thing I had a question of. We know he's been playing mostly the Shaman, though we have seen him on the Mistweaver a little bit. Now a full Root Beam comes through. Mara taking a bit of damage. We can see Joel. He actually has a thing from beyond chasing him. He Chains of Ices it, recognizing that that would kill him with this current health pool. Life Cocoon comes through, gets squeaked in by Burley. Now they're going to swap a little bit of damage over to him, but it's Bergen Boys who have the grip. They have the chill streak. They're trying to set up damage here, but looks like Looney should be able to easily heal through this with Avenging Wrath available. They're going to have to swap up their strategy once again here. Freedom on Zeepai. He's kiting away as well as the Bergen Boys are kited into the open, and once again, potentially their demise against Wildcard Gaming.
All right, Mana slightly in favor of Looney, but I actually wouldn't count the Bergen Boys completely out. They have been showing signs of life here on match point. I mean, look at Maro's health right now. 50%. Divine Favor, he gets it, but it doesn't even top him off. Hex onto Windwalker, Lightning Lasso onto DK to stop the interrupt. Good cross crowd control there. They could just go for that as a safe setup and run Burley out of mana and win like that. I would like to see that. It's just the safer line of play at the moment. They already have that advantage. We see the Bergen Boys retreat and duck for cover at the boxes. Now Monkarn charging out. Joel making his way downtown. He's got Pillar of Frost ready. Will he be able to get a lot of damage with the next Chill Streak? Drops that Cinder Ghost. So gets Cycloned. Unfortunately, it's Cycloned on the thing from beyond, so it's going to immune the damage. Bit unfortunate. Burley stunned up. Monkarn cloned. Beautiful crowd control once again by Wildcard Gaming. Lightning Lasso out of the clone as they swap off the anti-magic shield. Joel sets up with a double blinding sheet into a double leg sweep. Immediately, we see Maro trinket. He knows if he stands next to the Paladin and Chill Streak bounces, it's going to be a KO. But now Joel wants to just hit something. He's like, I see you, Boomkin. I want to hit you, but almost just dies 2 seconds moving forward. Now Cycloned at low health. I mean, Wildcard Gaming are looking like they have full control.
Yeah, certainly, and that was a big overlap too. That was the anti-magic zone and the life cocoon. Now Burley just caught up in a full root beam. Cyclone, there was a small gap where he was able to get a heal then, but they're just struggling so much. Dampening starting to ramp up here for both the sides. Full Hammer of Justice. Do they have any follow-up? Maybe a low Cyclone coming in from Maro here. He's not able to find it, so nicely done by Bergen Boys to break up that crowd control chain. Now the Cyclone lands, but heals should be able to come through off of this. There's no more crowd control for Burley, and to their credit, they're still in this fight. They still have opportunities to win it. Looney has a lot of cooldowns, but Maro's health is not stable at a lot of this game. You do start to get the feeling that this Moonkin in deep dampening with his lack of kiting could end up dying, but they need to keep Joel alive for a little bit longer. Burley uses the life cocoon, but he gets swapped too. This is so scary. The Star Surge is coming in. Is he going to stay alive? The grip to deny the Hodge. Beautiful play from Joel, keeping his Mistweaver in the fight.
All right, Burley makes it out of that one alive. They're on match point. Can Bergen Boys beat Wildcard Gaming in 2 series? It would be absolutely legendary on their part, but they're so far behind. I'm hyping them up, but they're just getting knocked down. Huge damage on Joel. He sustains through that with Death Strike. How on earth did he heal through that by himself? That was insane damage. Coming out of the Cyclone, running back to the boxes with his teammates, huddled up, trying to come up with a game plan. What are we going to do? The Boomkin doesn't have a Gladiator's Medallion. We could grip him onto the pallet and try and chill streak. I think that's their only option at the moment. They're just trying to make sure they're topped off before going in. Maybe mount up even if they can. Z-Pie's posted up. Looney drinks to full mana. Looney's like, I'm not risking anything. You guys want to play defensive and turtle all day? I'm getting full mana. Looney gets Ring of Peace around, or Morrow gets Ring of Peace around the corner. They're trying to burst him down. Looney repositions. Lightning Lasso interrupted. Beautiful Mind Freeze by Joel. Pillar of Frost is active, but no Death Grip. They grip Morrow back behind the pillar. Burley stunned up. Z-Pie is going to get a Hex. Nobody can stop it. Now, but they overlap it with the Solar Beam. I'm not a big fan of that crowd control chain right now from Wildcard Gaming. That's the first time I would say that they made a significant error. Double Blinding Sheet and a double Leg Sweep. Morrow trinkets instantly and gets out of that one. Thunderstorm to knock the Death Knight, but he actually passes Joel back to Morrow. He's just going to happily hit Morrow. Monkarn staying on target. How is Burley going to do this? He's only got 40% mana to Looney's 90%.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to come down to mana in favor of Bergen Boys, but they're going to have to find damage. I mean, they still do have pressure on Morrow. Outside of those Avenging Rafts, which is down currently for 45 seconds, it's tough for Looney to keep Morrow at full health, and that's preventing him from doing damage. He's stuck in bear form for a lot of this game. It's up to Z-Pie to really create that solo pressure, but he's doing a great job. The Joel behind the pillar, Obsidian Claw on him right now, really taking a lot of damage. The anti-magic zone forced out. Now Cyclone's coming in, and this is where Morrow can really take control of the game. They have Joel on the defensive, they have him on the back foot. There's no life cocoon for a few more seconds, and both players taking heavy damage here from Wildcard Gaming. Game 5, Grand Finals on the line. Joel's still alive, but it's so close.
Don't hit into thorns, Joel! Don't hit into thorns! If I was Burley, I'm screaming. They're all hitting into thorns. Burley has to heal through this. He life cocoons. They stabilize, but the entire team of Wildcard Gaming is 100%. Burley gets stunned up into another stun. Everybody is getting bursted and blasted by Wildcard Gaming's chicken laser beam composition. They're just pinned at the pillar, deep in a dampening. A couple more Star Surges, and that's going to be it. Joel has to run out. He needs a Death Strike target. Death Strike after Death Strike on Morrow. Z-Pie gets gripped away from the follow-up crowd control. Nicely done, but now he doesn't have grip aggressively. Burley fully hexed. I mean, you have to trinket that, right? 4 more seconds, he has to. He trinkets Hex. Stormkeeper is lined up. The damage just doesn't stop from Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, it's brutal, but they do force out the Hand of Sacrifice. And again, I'm trying to find those little opportunities for Bergen Boys because they are few and far between, as Joel should die here. The life cocoon in 1 second. They're able to get it off. They keep him alive. Now, let's look at the cooldowns for Looney. No Sacrifice, no Avenging Wrath for 45 seconds, and 25% dampening. Maybe, just maybe, they can get this kill onto Morrow. He's very low on defensive himself. It's just the bike skin, of course, that he can use to keep himself alive. They're setting it up here. They don't get a second player with that chill streak, so it's not going to do too much damage, but they do have a connection. Now a full Hex coming out over onto Burley. He's in a lot of trouble. Joel, surely this is the end. There's nothing left. Death Strike's coming through desperately. They're able to get behind a pillar, and somehow, Sid, he's still alive.
If he wins this game, man, it's absolutely insane. Like, no way. Everybody's dead. Joel, you're all alone. There's no one to Death Strike. He grips Morrow. He wants to Death Strike. Please, trying to heal back up. Everybody is rotting. The power of the dots at 30% dampening is surely sinking in at this point. Joel getting bursted once again. Cocoon in 1 second. Life Cocoon is up. He presses it right before the Hex. Morrow is suddenly low on health. Looney has to pop Avenging Wrath. Signs of life here. Morrow is still not topped off. Monkarn Cyclone, though, at low health. Burley has got a lot of work to do on this Mystery River, rolling away from Looney, trying to avoid that Hammer of Justice, repositioning the grip Morrow. He's trying to escape. Fists of Fury are flying. Avenging Wrath is actually fading pretty shortly. Don't attack into Thorns! Thorns is up! Stop it! Stop hitting into Thorns right now. Please stop hitting into Thorns. They're just attacking into Thorns. There's no way, Joel. Anti-magic zone gets dropped. He's hiding in the purple barrier. Burley is still cycloned. Joel wants to Death Strike, but no one's next to him. I need to leave the barrier and try and Death Strike. All right, I'm going to run away with Wraithwalk instead. Oh no, a thing from beyond!
Oh no! No, the thing from beyond! That's so tragic.
Oh man.
Oh dear.
That's
what a way to go, huh?
I mean, hey, he's gonna go out with a bang. Ultimately, though, I think the Bergen boys managed to make this final matchup much more than spicy. They managed to make it much closer than we expected, Zico. We thought that this was going to play all according to Wildcard Gaming's plan. We put an incredible amount of stress on that first game, and ultimately, that first game advantage is going to play dividends here in the final moments of this series.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of what happened in the upper bracket. We saw Wildcard kind of lose that blind pick the last time they fought. This time around, they came in a little bit better plan, a little bit better execution, able to take that blind pick, play the counter-comping game beautifully, both of these teams. And yeah, this was the result. Honestly, this last game was a lot closer than I thought, and a lot of it is just because of, you know, how well Bergen Boys actually just plays their class.
Yeah, it's not like they came out here and grabbed a donut, right? They still did play all the way to Game 5 yet again. We see 2 Game 5s, 2 different fates when these teams do go head-to-head. Keep in mind, the biggest upset of the entire tournament in our books was when the Bergen boys were able to take down this Wildcard Gaming squad on Friday. But now, let's take a look at how it went this time around. Let's jump into a quick replay. Zico, break it down for us. How did we manage to set this first grand final all the way? And we haven't had AWC since BlizzCon. It feels like it's been absolutely forever, and now we're back with our first championship Sunday. Let's see how we set that stage.
Yeah, well, I think just in this clip in particular, I just wanted to kind of highlight what both teams are doing here. Every time, you know, Bergen boys leave the pillar, they're getting crowd controlled. Zipa is constantly looking for a hex on one player, usually the healer, and then a lightning lasso onto Joel. And this is one of those moments where they land the hex, and I'm sitting there, you know, in the replay room. I'm just like, yeah, he's dead. And I see him like wraith walk to behind the pillar, death strike one of Zipa's totems that were still there, and then after that, he's able to kind of survive long enough for his healer to come out of the crowd control. So I thought, you know, small plays like this is kind of what allowed this game to get to the point where they could start forcing out cooldowns. But unfortunately, that last thing from beyond kind of just knocked the wind out of their sails.
Yeah, that's for sure. And sometimes it really is kind of like that, though. It's one of the risks of playing the corruptions. It is definitely a kiss-curse mechanic, and this time, yeah, you're definitely going to see the curse side help out the squad get to the grand final of Wildcard Gaming. Let's talk about that matchup just a little bit more, though. What do we actually expect to see now that we're headed into the grand final, Healing Stat?
I'm very excited for this. We've been denied of this series so far in the tournament, right? We haven't seen Wildcard Gaming versus Method Black, so what a way to finish off Europe for Cup 1 of the AWC 2020. It's going to be a fantastic series. Last time they played against each other, of course, was that best of 7 at the Grand Finals of BlizzCon, and it was such a close series. The Warrior Mage against the Rogue Mage, I think, was the main theme of that one. And Method Black won. This is Wildcard Gaming's first chance to kind of get that strong footing at the start of 2020 and get a little bit of vengeance back on Method Black.
And let's actually talk about which compositions we expect to see as well. Supatees, is there anything in particular that you're keeping your eye on for when we do get to the blind pick? Also, folks at home, do keep in mind when we do return and jump into this series, it is going to be a best of 7 for the grand final. But yes, so what are you expecting to see?
Well, the Warrior Mage Mistweaver has been so difficult for Method Black overall. They can't play a Destro lock. So that's going to eliminate Windwalker Destro or Destro Mage, although I wouldn't even say that those are their best comps anyway. So I feel like Rogue Mage Paladin is probably their safest pick overall. They have good counters to Spite. They have a lot of surprise factors. You don't know if they're going to play Spite or not, so maybe you take off some Corruption expecting it, and then they don't run it, and then you're just doing less damage and take more damage. I think the Rogue Mage Paladin has more potential for them, especially in the blind pick.
Okay. Do you agree with that one, Zico?
Yeah, well, when we saw these teams fight in the Method Mayhem tournament, Wildcard was getting the better end. I mean, Wildcard actually 3-time Method Mayhem champion here in Europe. So heading into the AWC, they looked, you know, about as hot as you can be. And a lot of it was because of their TSG. They would have Zipai on that DK, Blizzo on that Warrior, Looney on the Mistweaver, and that did pretty well into a lot of the comps that Method Black were running at the time. Now, I've seen a lot of teams kind of started to figure out how to beat Wildcard's TSG with that Rogue Mage Pally. Diablos Red have done it. Method Black can do it as well. So I'm interested to see now what exactly are we going to see here in the blind if Method locks in RM Pala, which I think they have a pretty good reason to do. What is Wildcard's counter for the Paladin version specifically?
Yeah, that's exactly what we do need to be thinking about. We obviously talked about the break, but we did get to see some glimpses as to what we might expect with things like Method Mayhem, with some of the community tournaments. But now we are back at the AWC, and we are just a few minutes away from our grand final. We are going to give our teams a few seconds to get ready. You don't want to go anywhere. Method Black versus Wildcard Gaming right after this.
Jazz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's going to fall. Adamaster's going to fall.
Ball drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadows the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
It's been too long since I've gotten to say this, but it's a championship Sunday, and we're about to crown our first champion of EU for the entire year. And then we got plenty more AWC coming up after that, because we still need to figure out who the top dog is in NA. But it's Wildcard Gaming against Method Black. And let's start off by talking about Wildcard Gaming, because Zico, they had to go on a much longer run than we thought, to actually get here to play against Method Black. Let's talk about what they had to do to get here in this tournament.
What the whole day, man? It had to happen one time.
Now we're even. Now we're even.
We're even? I didn't want to be even.
Did you get caught up in one of Mara's solar beams or what?
Sika, what were you saying?
It's because you're here. We have a shadow priest here. That's why. I was saying that Wildcard Gaming, they had to fight, a lot of really hard teams to be where they are right now. They had to fight Diablos Red, which is one of the best teams in this competition. They got knocked out surprisingly early, but that was a super close 3-2. Came down pretty much to the blind pick. And they got knocked down into the lower bracket by Bergen Boys. And they had to fight down there against Enigma, another Titan roster. And they had to fight the match we just saw against Bergen Boys. And now finally they get rewarded by fighting Method Black.
Congratulations.
They won the big prize here.
That is a thing though. Like when you think about it, they played against Diablos Red, right? And if Method Black also defaults to the Paladin Rogue Mage composition, then that really close series against Diablos could really give us a lot of hints as to the way this one's going to go as well.
Yeah, very important to keep in mind. Let's put Method Black under the microscope though. They have outclassed teams in this tournament. They have looked incredibly dominant. Let's talk about them all in all, though, Healing Stat. I mean, this is just a powerhouse roster through and through.
I mean, these guys are incredible, right? Like, every single time you want to count them out. Like, I think at the start of this weekend, we saw Waz tweet something, maybe not the most confidence, and then there's some of the Method community tournaments as well, where they were down in lower bracket here and there. Wildcard Gaming really doing so well in a lot of those tournaments, but they just always seem to find a way, right? Like we talked about the spikes in the back pocket right now being something that they've really mastered on the Rogue Mage, but even outside of that, they always have some sort of composition. They're the defending BlizzCon champions. I mean, these guys are just a phenomenal roster. They're so
I think one of the things to keep in mind as well, Sid, is the fact that they're not always, like at the beginning of the tournament season, I feel like there's always not like a real big, it's not like they lag super hard, but this team actually thrives so much by learning. Like they get to the point by the end of a season where they look untouchable. Usually at the start of the season, they're doing really well. They're still probably even winning tournaments, but they have to go to these game fives every now and then. It doesn't seem like they're completely outclassing everyone. I think that this has been a relatively quick start, whether it's because of the extra community tournaments or things like that. We're already starting to see them pull out a lot of these strategies that are just looking nigh unbeatable.
I mean, Method Black are just a team that are going to always say, oh, you can do that, we can do it better. I mean, I feel like Waz immediately made a Warrior after seeing Blizzo's success with the Warrior Mage, and he's been grinding his Warrior up as well if it needs to be an
He'll
option.
hate you for saying that, though. I'll tell you that.
Oh, will he? I mean, even then when Windwalker, he switched over to Windwalker. I think even when Boomkin, we saw him switching over to Boomkin. Swapsy, like, what is even a Swapsy? What is Swapsy's main? Like, he's DK, Warlock, Shaman, Shadow Priest a little bit.
You know the essence. The essence where like the new Nile Offer one where you can steal it. What's it called?
Formless void.
It's kind of like Method Black, right? Like they take a bit of your warrior swaps, so you'll just take whatever you've got. But except they don't do rank 2 of it, they do like rank 5 of it after that.
Yeah. Well, that, I mean, dude, even go back to Outlaw, right? Remember when that composite, when we first saw that, and then all of a sudden,
it's like Nixie, I made this.
Yeah,
No,
Taku's playing it. And we're
this.
like, wow, this looks really good. And then Method Black plays it, and it's like, wait, this looks unbeatable. And they took that composition, made it their own, and actually changed the strategies with it and things like that. And it's a very weird thing to say because it's not like they're not winning tournaments at the beginning of the year, but I truly do think they're kind of like the Batman of World of Warcraft. Like, you give them enough time, they can prepare for any team and win any fight because they're not scared to pick up anything. It's the Swapsy mentality, too, that I think does help a whole bunch. Like, Swapsy I feel like he just makes spreadsheets for fun and how you just beat every single possible permutation in the game. Waz is incredibly gifted at picking up all of these different specs as well. And so this is a team that only gets better with time, and even if they had no time, they still usually look like they are the best. So a scary team to be running into here. Wildcard Gaming seems to be like one of the only teams that can potentially do it. How do you think Wildcard Gaming could get a victory here, Zico?
I think it's gonna be a lot of counter comping happening. I think both of these teams right now are just sitting there. They're like, should we play Rogue Mage Pally? Should we play Bunkinelli? Should we play Blizzo on his Windwalker? What should we run? And I think for Method Black, the expected comp from them would be Rogue Mage Pally. And it is going to be Rogue Mage Pally, but yeah, okay. So both teams are gonna be leading with their mains. I feel like this is a matchup that could go either way. It's going to come down to, individual skill a lot of the time.
That's what we love to see, though. Before we actually do touch down, obviously, we do know the compositions. We're on the Grand Arena. This is the grand final for EU. The only difference between this series and the other series that we did see so far in the tournament, besides the fact that this one's for all of the marbles, is the fact that it will be a best of 7. So keep that in mind as we get this one underway and get these gates open.
All right, here we go. Game number 1, best of 7, the Grand Arena. Couldn't have it any other way. A BlizzCon repeat of the finals last year. Wildcard Gaming and Method Black. Will Wildcard Gaming have another shot to break their curse? They did defeat Method Black in the most recent Method Mayhem, so there is potential. But Method Black have also leveled up their Rogue Mage Paladin quite a bit since then.
Yeah, their Rogue Mage Paladin is just absolutely... It's a nightmare, right? Like, whenever you see these guys, there's just an opportunity that they're just going to beat you in 10 seconds. And that's what they're going to look for on Looney. Fortunately, though, for Looney, Chaz has been preemptively polymorphed by Morrow. So there's only 2 spites in this setup. We'll have to see how much damage Method Black can get with that. Are they going to commit the blind? No. It's just the saps into the kidney shot. Is it enough to force the trinket?
Oh, only 2. I mean, if that was 3 spites, Looney would have been dead for sure, I think. Or had to have used everything available. So that was a nice counter engagement by Wildcard Gaming to stall the 3 triple spike threat on the first sap of the game. Beautiful positioning. Looney knew that he could be a sap target. He played as far back as possible so that someone could intercept the Paladin before getting into the fight. Waz is now switching over to Morrow. Morrow is not running Greater Pyro. He's running the Fire Starter Flame Cannon, so he's just looking to reset his combustions as much as possible. Polymorphing Waz for the moment. Maybe trying to bait a Dispel and then go for a Claw. Raikou is dipping low. Chaz pre-sacrifices, anticipating Looney's crowd control. He saw Looney moving across the map, but Looney fakes him out and holds on to the Paralyze. Now when that sacrifice fades, Chaz will be susceptible. Does he have a Hammer of Justice? Raikou blinks over, but he whiffs the Dragon's Breath. Looney rolls over. Now a Repentance is sniped by Chaz, though. Beautiful Repentance. And they're going to spite on the Repentance. No. Oh,
I'm
they have
scared
a war banner for
Looney
this,
right now.
and they get another sap. They're just going for the kidney shot. They stun Waz. They stop some damage. Looney needs to Transcendence as soon as possible. He does, and the double fear from Blizzo saves the day.
Yeah, Blizzo really coming in clutch there. Stormbolt, double fear, easy. Was unable to get the kill onto Looney. Honestly, still
I'm surprised that wasn't more scary. It's also amusing to me that normally the mage would be the one dealing with the polymorph DRs, but Raikou whiffs the Dragon's Breath there, so Chaz has to make up for it with the Repentance. Very nicely done. Good read there on the Paladin, and it's kind of going back to that Druid Mage synergy that we've seen with cross crowd control, where you've just got two people casting on you, and as Looney, what are you going to do? How are you going to avoid that situation? But we can see Wildcard Gaming going for their counter offense right now. There's no hand of sacrifice. Chaz uses human racial to break out of the stun and keep Raikou in the fight. Looks like it won't be enough damage from Wildcard Gaming to force the Cauterize or the Ice Block, and Method Black once again will be the team looking to get aggressive, but that blind is on diminishing returns. Tragic there for Waz, and Wildcard Gaming, that's going to be a big win for them.
That was a pretty feed blind. I mean, blind is supposed to be the big threat with Spite. Okay, they're going to go for Repentance and Spite on Morrow. They broke it too early.
Yeah,
that is sloppy, man.
That was definitely a couple of mistakes. I think you get that, like, well, you make one mistake and then you're on tilt for a few seconds. There's a couple of conversations going on in your team comms. Now they just need to kind of regen. They wasted a Spike go there. The blind wasn't good either, but they still have plenty of opportunities in this game. They have all their defensive cooldowns. This is one of the things about Rogue Mage Paladin. Not only is it great offensively, it also has a ton of defensive cooldowns. And in game one, it's going to be so important that Method Black keep their composure, because another mistake like that, and we're going to see Wildcard Gaming winning this game.
Ooh, Morrow being blasted down, activating that Battle Master, trying to get a little bit of extra health, surviving just in time to the life cocoon of Looney, which will save the day. And Looney is running Conflict and Strife, so he anticipates to be the kill target. He wants that added versatility, but he loses out on Vitality Conduit, a guaranteed survival tool if he preemptively activates it on a teammate. So I'm curious to see how Method Black play around this, so they just try and kill the Warrior instead. So far, that seems to be what they want to do. Blizzo, though, running an Azurite trait when he avatars, he gets a little shield. You see that shield developed, and he activates the avatar to get out of the snare of the Spite and get a shield. That was well timed. Chaz is currently polymorphed, and they're chasing down Raikou. But now as that polymorph subsides with Avenging Wrath, I anticipate that Raikou will be going back to full health. He's trying to fake out Morrow's counterspell, a bit worried about it, but does eventually land the heals. Method Black back to full health. Morrow being softened up a bit. Raikou not in a good position to get crowd control. They're just dragging them out into the midfield. I'm interested to see how they utilize this Repentance in the future. They just stun Morrow, Frost Nova, Blizzo, just trying to get control of the game. They're waiting for the Spite. This game is almost entirely going to be played around that Gladiator Spite for Method Black.
Yeah, it seems like it. I was just actually having a little look over at the extension to see what cooldowns, or what corruption, sorry, was being run by Wildcard Gaming here, and it does look like they're still running a reasonable amount, so it's not the case that the Spites will be ineffective in game one. So Method Black do have that going for them, as Dampening is going to be kicking us off here in about 5 seconds. We saw a big swap there, forcing the Trinket from Looney with the blind, so Method Black also have an opportunity if they can get maybe one of those Repentances or a Polymorph over onto the Mistweaver Monk. That could be a way for them to win the game, and they're looking for it right now. There's the Polymorph out of the Dragon's Breath. Are they going to try set this up on Looney? No, instead they go for the kidney shot on Morrow, maybe trying to force his Trinket, but once again Blizzo comes in clutch. Triple Intimidating Shout is going to deny and reverse the pressure with great crowd control onto Chaz.
Yeah, that Ring of Frost excellently timed, but Avenging Wrath is up. As soon as Chaz gets it, he gets polymorphed. He might not get any value. He really needs a Holy Shock, Holy Light, but Raiku's out of his line of sight. He gets Ring of Peace out of his line of sight. This is devastating. Avenging Wrath is over. Fortunately, Divine Favor was available. Big heal from Chaz. He's looking for a Repentance. Who's he going to go on? If Blizzo gets Repentance, he can just enrage out of it. Chaz gets counterspelled. Morrow is playing it spicy, not afraid to use that counterspell on the healer. Try and set up some burst damage over onto Raikou. Both these teams so evenly matched. Definitely want to see it cleaned up a bit, though, with the blind. That's a very important crowd control for the Spite strategy overall. Method Black cannot afford to throw away any more blinds.
Yeah, I mean, if they're committing the blinds to get Looney's Trinket as they did last time, I think that's a reasonable trade. I mean, obviously getting the Trinket from the Mistweaver Monk is just so effective. You don't have that much healing over time as Mistweaver compared to, let's say, a Druid, so it's definitely great to get that out of the way. Now they're throwing the Spites on Morrow. Morrow does have his Trinket, but he's just sitting this boldly. Complete disrespect coming in from Wildcard's Mage here. Now he's the one blinking in, getting the counter spell on Chaz, trying to force the cooldowns here. Is he going to be able to land the Polymorph? If he does, it would be fantastic. Double leg sweep, Divine Shield forced out from Chaz. And Wildcard Gaming, I would say they've been on the back foot this entire game, but They look so good on this composition. They rotate their defensives. They look for those opportunities. And now Chaz, without those crowd control breakers, maybe they're starting to turn the tides in their favor.
Looney trinkets out of blind, Life Cocoon tomorrow, but now with no trinket, they could potentially Repentance or Polymorph Spite him. Really interested to see if that's what they want to... I mean, Waz is just soloing Looney right now. He's just poking him a little bit and getting him a bit low, but Raikou is too far away to capitalize. Blizzo is on a solo mission right now, fearing Chaz and Raikou, trying to chop up Raikou, but unlikely to happen. Bladestorm out of the Frost Nova, looking to maintain uptime. Raikou setting up. Looney rolls out into midfield. What is he doing out in midfield? Spites have been laid down. He needs to get out of here. They war banner the Hodge. He ports out with the rally. He wanted to be there ready for the war banner. He makes it out alive. Now Chaz and a Polymorph. Raikou in trouble. This is easily an ice block force, but they might get cauterized. They could kill him through it if they keep the chain. They haven't dropped the chain just yet. Polymorph, stun! Ice block going to be ending. Chaz breaks the stun into a Dragon's Breath. Beautiful follow-up sacrifice. Has to be traded now as well from Chaz, and Raikou is still low.
Dude, Blizzo and Mara are just so good at this composition. It really is a joy to behold them playing the Warrior Mage. I mean, Blizzo there completely saves Looney. Perfect gameplay on the Warrior, as we've come to expect from him. And it's just the way they reverse it, too. Not only do they survive, a lot of teams were like, okay, let's take a chill pill, let's relax and kind of get back into the fight. They immediately turn the game on its head, forcing that ice block from Raikou. Absolutely stellar stuff coming in here from the BlizzCon runner-up. But, of course, the BlizzCon champion still stands before them winning this cup. Method Black still a devastating force in this game. No ice block on Raikou, no divine shield on Chaz, as once again the counter spell comes through, but Blizzo is the target of choice here. Spites connect, full polymorph. How are they going to get out of this one?
Blizzo, lingering psychic shell, Bladestorm chopping up Waz, but it's a huge amount of corruption. He rallies at 10%. Looney is still crowd controlled. If they get a Repentance or a Poly, it could be lights out. But instead, actually, Chaz is polying and Raikou's in trouble. Temporal Shield, perfectly timed. He's going to get quite a big heal. But a thing from beyond is spawned onto Blizzo. He cleanses it with the Rathion Cloak. He trinkets out of the Smoke Bomb. He spell reflects the Combustion. And Life Cocoon will stabilize him throughout that assault. But these Gladiator Spites are threatening after every turn. They're still in the game, though. Only Cauterize really standing in between them and victory. Any crowd control on Chaz. Dragon's Breath, they need to land it. They don't get the ring. He goes for the poly. He gets shut down by the counterspell of Raikou. And now Chaz repositioning along with Raikou. Method Black are stalling. They're waiting for those Gladiator Spikes. They need to keep Chaz out of polymorph as long as possible. Maro is right on top of them. Flame Strike to snare them. Waiting to get it, but a blind spike combo. How do you live, Blizzo? Waz Shadow steps in. Kidney Shot has landed. If they get any damage out here, I mean, it's going to be absolutely insane. Blizzo die by the swords immediately, realizing his corruption is going to be way too high. No Rathion Cloak to remove it. Chaz is in a polymorph, but Raikou is already across the map. Nobody near him. He's not going to take any damage. Good positioning on his part. Blizzo survives another spite attempt. He's blowing up Waz. What just happened to Waz in a Stormbolt? That's a Blizzo. Waz holds on at 10%.
Yeah, Blizzo, like, I think if Blizzo was a Hearthstone card, it would just be like 10% chance to win the game instantly at some point. He just absolutely obliterates Waz there, but he is able to stay alive. I think it's still pressure in favor of Method at this 33% healing reduction that we're at right now. Full polymorph snagged onto Chaz. Raikou doesn't have his ice block for a little bit longer, but looks like he should be okay for now. There's no Dress to Get Trinket. It was just used on Waz, of course, so no unexpected burst coming in, except for Waz now reversing the pressure over onto Blizzo. They don't have blind. They used blind to try get the kill earlier. Wildcard surviving that was a big moment in this game, I think. Looney, though, look at the mana difference. He's struggling so much. The Paladin just so efficient in these games. Holy Light, such a cheap heal in PvP, buffed by a number of different honor talents. So it's definitely looking in favor of Method Black, even still, with all these plays that Wildcard Gaming have been making. Waz on the run. He has to use his Trinket. Kidney Shot over onto Blizzo, but no crowd control on Looney. Are they just going to kill with damage? That's the question. We see the Cocoon coming through to counter the combustion from Raikou. Maro now looking to get aggressive and convert this into pressure for his team.
All right, Looney's almost out of mana. Cooldowns are cycling back up for Raikou. This is looking good for Method Black in this position. They should just go for pressure. Kidney Shot on cooldown. Repentance. Blizzo's Repentance gets dispelled. He charges over. Ring of Frost being dropped down. Chaz dispels Frost Nova and line of sight's back here. getting ready for the attack, but Waz gets swapped to. These rogue swaps could be devastating. Are they going to drop Waz? Paralyzed onto Chaz. He gets the Blessing of Protection up. It doesn't look like he can remove it. Waz vanishes into the shadows, but now pulled out of stealth. Huge follow-up by Morrow. Morrow desperately trying to snipe him. Blizzo leaps over, holding on by a thread. Cheap shots Morrow away. Chaz sacrifices to redirect damage just in the nick of time. Right when I said it was going good for Method Black, the game is almost stolen away from them.
Yeah, I mean, talk about Heartstopper in the last series. We're skipping heartbeats left, right, and center here between Method Black and Wildcard Gaming. I love watching these two teams play. They're just so good, but it looks like Method Black might have done enough here. Full polymorph on Looney. How is he trinketing? He trinkets now. Gets the life cocoon over onto Blizzo, who is still alive, by the way, somehow. 45% healing reduction, sheeps onto Chaz. Waz in trouble, has the evasion, holding on, using the blind defensively. I actually would have rather he used the evasion there and saved the blind, because Looney has no trinket. That could have been a win condition that they just got rid of there, prioritizing defense. Really hoping that dampening is going to keep working in their favor, but I'm not convinced. It's starting to look like Wildcard Gaming could turn this one once again.
Yeah, Morrow is turning up the heat quite literally on that fire specialization. Chaz and Raikou in crowd control. Waz is all alone. He silences Morrow. Blizzo gets polyed away, but he gets spell reflected on the follow-up. They're switching back to Raikou. Raikou blinks from Blizzo. Both melee having a difficult time hitting their mage counterparts. Blizzo leaps over, pre-feint by Waz 1 second before the stun. Likely the only reason he's even still alive, but it doesn't look like it even matters. They kidney shot Morrow in desperation to stay afloat in this game. Waz survives again. Pressure on Morrow. Temporal Shield soaks up some of the hits. Blizzo charges over to Raikou, but man, it could be the name of the game as we etch over 50% dampening in game 1 of this best of 7 grand finals. Who is going to be the first champion of Europe? Method Black or Wildcard Gaming? These teams are so evenly matched. Spites are laid down, but Blizzo, he can just walk out of this with Life Cocoon. I feel like he's not stressing at all, and without Gladiator Spite, I mean, how are they going to win? I feel like a couple of opportunities have been thrown away from Method Black in game number 1. They're really going to need to win with that next blind.
Yeah, they definitely need to find it, but I don't think it's up for quite a while. I mean, they used blind after Looney trinketed, so they still got another 30 seconds or so on that cooldown. One thing I gotta say, I was just looking at the build because I couldn't believe Sacrifice was back up for Chaz. He's the first paladin I think we've seen since, I think maybe Zach in US ran it. He's running all Ineffable Truth. There's no versatility on this paladin. It's pure Ineffable, 7 Ineffitables on this character. So whenever that procs, his Sacrifice is going to come off cooldown real fast. So you can bet that that's actually off cooldown right now, even if the UI is saying there's a little bit more time. Maybe it doesn't matter though, the incap coming through, combustion from Morrow. He's looking to put an end to this right here and now. Raikou super low, but he's not going to mess with Blizzo, who leaps over, looking for that execute. So much damage coming through. Full counterspell connected. Morrow, you legend, are you going to find the kill here in game 1 for Wildcard?
This could be a double kill. Dampening is so high. Chaz has Avenging Wrath, but a triple Dragon's Breath by Morrow. Sacrifice from Chaz, but 2 targets are low. He has to stabilize all 3 members of Method Black at 60% dampening. How is he going to do it? He's somehow crawling his team back into the fight, charging up over towards Looney. Is he going to go for crowd control? He's trying to line of sight a counterspell. Morrow's counterspell is up. Chaz is so terrified of both Polymorph and counterspell right now. As long as Morrow sits on his counterspell, Chaz is never going to be able to cast. Raikou is so low. Cauterize is the last thing left. He's running for his life. Blizzo is chasing him down. He blinks the leap. He scorches away. Kiting with the flame strike snare. Chaz goes for the divine favor heal while Morrow was interrupted on arcane. Beautiful coordination. Now a stun on Morrow. It's Method Black look to turn it around. Can they get the ice block? Morrow temp shields, denies it, but Looney's actually out of mana. The littlest bits of damage are starting to sink in on both sides here. Looney is trying to drink. Morrow is going to have to trade Cauterize ice block for this. Cauterize triggers. He gets counterspelled. Chaz is feared. Looney is polyed. Morrow has to block. Chaz has to shield. Nobody really has anything left to work with at this point, but Chaz stabilizes, whereas Wildcard Gaming, they are in utter chaos at the moment.
Yeah, and that's the spice with the blind. Oh no, this is disastrous. No, they have to kill Waz right now, or this is over for Wildcard Gaming. Can they find the executes? Terminator Blizzo looking for it. Triggers out of the sheep. Do they have the sacrifice? They don't. This is going to be a cross kill. Surely Morrow goes down here. There's no way, right?
Looney? He's doing it. Raikou has counterspell. Why is he not counterspelling Looney?
I think
Morrow
he's
is
gonna
so
live.
low.
dampening's at 69%. Things from beyond are spawning on Blizzo. Looney has 0 mana.
gets a full
Chaz
wrap.
gets the repentance. He triggers repentance. Blizzo moves over to the paladin to attack. Raikou tapped out. Why did Raikou tap out?
He quit? Are you
He
serious?
actually forfeited.
You
Why did
can't
he tap
quit
out?
there, man. You gotta try it. He gotta triple kill them. Oh no, what a first. We have 7 of these games.
Oh my! Yeah, that was like, you know, you instantly mentioned the fact that this is a repeat of BlizzCon, right? And it is just so clear the quality of matchup that we are going to get here for our first grand final for EU. Raikou leaving though.
I can't believe he left. I can't believe he left in that,
That is a
situation.
huge
That's just
tilt.
I mean, they had a couple of things that didn't go so well for them in this game, and it's got to feel bad seeing your rogue die in that situation. But I mean, come on, even if there's a 1% chance, you know, remember the orange marmalades of this world. You play that out. Surely you play that out.
I mean, that seemed like a lot more than a 1% chance, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you play that out every single time. I mean, a fantastic game. I mean, you go back even before you got to that mark, before you get to that 69% dampening, the game was nice even before that moment. And I mean, Chaz too was able to just have so many moments where I was like, okay, yeah, the team's surely down there. Looking at Waz, and it's like, how the heck does Chaz stabilize the team? So well done there. But let's talk about how Wildcard Gaming was able to pull this off, Zico.
I mean, this is their main comp. And honestly, you asked me how. I don't even know how. There were so many times I was like, yeah, Blizzard's finished. Yeah, Mario's finished. Yeah, Waz is finished. Both of these, like, there was one point where Waz, he got bopped. He was like 20% HP. He ran to the opposite side of the map. Mario's chasing him. Drops a meteor on one side. Blinks into the other side. And he lives. Like, he got sacked. I don't understand. Both of these teams, I mean, the only reason why this game went on for, you know, as long as it did is just because they're just both playing amazingly defensively. And also because Chaz is running max stack Ineffable Truth. He's just trying to have wings as much as possible. Awesome to see.
Yeah, and we kept talking about this being something that we wanted to see. I know Venruki mentioned it quite a bit. Now we are getting to see it, and it does look fantastic. It's fun to watch, and also I'm curious what we actually see as far as compositions go. Super Tees, what do you think the flow of this matchup's going to look like?
Could just be the same thing every game.
So? I hope so. After that first game, I really do hope so. Zico, do you think it's going to be the same thing as well?
I hope so.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, please tell me it is going to be that, because that game could have gone any way. I truly believe if Raikou stayed in, it still could have gone the other way, right? This is about as close as it comes. Yeah, it takes a long time into dampening to have those wins potentially pop up. Do you think that there are any ways that wins could pop up a little bit earlier, Zico, even if these same two compositions are played out?
Well, yeah, I feel like there were any of these spite setups could easily land Method Black a kill, and I feel like any of these counterattacks that they've been doing onto Waz, they could also just, I mean, we've seen so many rogues just get completely erased, you know? But I definitely think that the game could end a lot sooner. And to be fair, in Raikou's defense, when he left that game, he was counterspelled and his healer was sheeped, and I'm pretty sure he was counterspelled on Arcane, so he couldn't use any Blink or Temp or anything like that, access any of his defense. I still would have liked to see him play it out, but in his defense, I can understand him a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, is that is one of the moments when you're really letting the rage flow through you, and the question is whether or not he's going to be able to use the dark side when he does come into this next matchup, or if it is going to be something that might bite him in the butt a little bit if he is tilted. I just don't think that Method Black, in all seriousness, even if they do have a rough game, even if they leave that game a little bit salty with how it did ultimately go down, they're not really a team to tilt. I mean, this is a winning team. This is a championship team. I'm sure that they'll bounce back in this next game. It's a best of 7 too. So that first game, although it is really important because it does set the momentum, it does really alter how the picks are going to play out, they're still a team that knows how long a series truly can be. Now, Wildcard Gaming, we're going to have Maro and Blizzo on Tiger's Peak. And Tiger's Peak, I mean, this one's already lining up healing set to look potentially very similar to what we did see underground.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a very good chance. So Wildcard Gaming, you're going to have to really force them off of this Warrior Mage Monk. They're just so good on it. I love watching them play this comp. And some of the series they played earlier where they were getting knocked down and running other comps, I'd love to have seen them lock this in. It was very interesting to see how tanky some of the Destros are into this. But that's not something I think Method Black are going to opt for. They could potentially try some Warrior Mage Mirror with Paladin. I actually think Paladin might have an edge in that matchup just because I've seen how strong Chaz's mana was in that last game. Maybe it's something they'll consider. They played it in ladder, I think, a little bit into wildcard. They were losing as rogue mage and they swapped up to mirror and started doing a little bit better. But we'll have to see if that is what they lock in. It might just be the rogue mage paladin again, and in which case, I mean, you talked about them going over to the dark side a little bit earlier. These spites are just so devastating. Like, we've seen it, right? We saw it on Friday. Method Black with spites in their hand, they can literally obliterate you in 10 seconds. And that could have happened at any point in that 15 minutes. The fact that Wildcard Gaming stayed alive is as much pure like rotation, perfect communication as it is a little bit of luck, I gotta think.
What do you think of this? Zico, we're going to have Raikou, Demon Hunter, Swapsy coming in on the Frost Death Knight.
Yeah, I feel like this is, it's in theory a pretty decent answer, but I feel like Raikou on the Demon Hunter could go down. I could easily see him get globalized in a Stormbolt with that combustion from Marrow. So I think Wildcard, they have a pretty good shot. Like, you have to think of it this way. Wildcard are locking in blind, so they're kind of counting on, losing this. And if they can win a game like this, then, I mean, it's just super, super good for them in terms of the overall series, right? And I think Method Black, I think they're testing a little bit here. I feel like the Rogue Mage Pally, I think it's kind of it's supposed to be an answer to, the Warrior Mage and the TSG from Wildcard, but it wasn't able to win the Warrior Mage. So this looks like a plan B.
Yeah, that's actually a really important point. I mean, if Wildcard Gaming does win this, just before we actually get into the matchup, how huge would that be, Super Tees, for the entirety of the series? Obviously, it's a best of 7, so they wouldn't be on match point, but it seems like it would be pretty impactful, to say the least.
Well, they can't. Their blind lock will be Rogue Mage Paladin, I think, because if they blind lock Demon Hunter DK, they're gonna get Boom Canelli'd. So there's no way they blind lock. They're not blind locking this for sure. They're gonna have to switch back. I think they're experimenting to see if this will work. It's a best of 7, right? So they do have a couple of games to play with, and I don't really blame them. On paper, this is a good composition. You run at the mage with Hard Start Delirium. You grip the monk in. You get triple stuns. You get triple chill streaks. I mean, I see it working for them. So I appreciate the kind of the creativity to that. Although I would like to see Rogue Mage Paladin matchup because it's just such a fun one to watch between the teams. They got to take what they think is a better odds.
Yeah, and I feel like no matter what we get, it's going to be a good matchup, right? These are going to be enjoyable teams to watch no matter what, and we're about to get into the second game of the series. Wildcard Gaming leading by 1 in this grand final for EU, the first grand final of the year. Is Method Black going to be able to tie it up? That last game was just about as close as it can get. We're going to find out right now as we get these gates ready to open.
This was one of the things I remember happened in the BlizzCon final too, right? It was Method Black versus Wildcard, and every time Method Black played the Rogue Mage as their blind pick, they were just about losing to the Warrior Mage, but it was such close games until that Game 7, of course, the famous turnaround in favor of Waz and Raikou. But the games that they won, the first 3 games they won in that series, were with counter matchups into the Warrior Mage. So this is something that just makes Method Black such a well-versed team as well. Wildcard Gaming, I feel like they're a little bit more, they'll stick to 1, 2, 3 compositions maybe, but Method Black truly do prepare 7 or 8 compositions for every tournament that they would happily bring out at any stage. So that's one thing that really impresses me about this team. Raikou on the Demon Hunter, of course, we haven't seen him play it for a little bit in this tournament. They've been very strong on the Rogue Mage. He's really having to bring it out at an important time here in the Grand Final.
All right, so their counter to the Frost Death Knight is to send Blizzo on a solo mission after Chaz, and then have Swapsy and Raikou only able to attack Morrow. It's an interesting strategy, but you can see as a little warrior, it's quite hard to hit a Mistweaver Monk. He's just a ballerina bouncing back and forth in his Blade Storm. Looney's going to help him out by stunning Chaz so he can connect. Morrow connecting as well, but really not any damage onto Chaz throughout that exchange, and Morrow is still taking quite a beating. I mean, Gushing Wounds is still a threat from that Demon Hunter, even if you're not stacked up. I am curious to see how this strategy plays out if they stay committed to it.
Yeah, we see a full poly onto Looney. Morrow taking huge damage right now. Activates the temporal shield. Should be enough to keep him alive. I don't see any follow-up CC there onto Looney. He doesn't have his life cocoon. Gets interrupted there by Swapsy, but I think Morrow's going to be completely fine here. He is running those verse corruptions, and he also is running, you know, very tanky trinkets like the Battlemaster, so he should be able to take quite a beating. He knows he's the main target in this composition, so he's geared up nicely for it. And right now they're using that strategy with Blizzo just tunneling the healer and having Marrow just kind of try to kite the DPS. Dragon's Breath done big setup here. Chill Streak's bouncing over onto Looney and Marrow. Nice polymorph onto Raikou. Nice intimidating shot by Blizzo is going to break that one up.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty good for Wildcard Gaming. Every single time Method Black have tried for one of these kill attempts, Blizzo's been there, and he's been doing a really good job of, as you say, going on that solo mission, but then coming back when needed to break it up. He's actually doing really good damage to Chaz too. You'd think that a warrior chasing a Mistweaver would not be a winning battle, but he's having good uptime, he's having good pressure. The only thing that he hasn't really achieved is denting the mana pool. So far Chaz has done a really good job denying that, gets the Aura Mastery and continues to kite.
This is running full gush.
Yeah. Full gush. I was going to say that. And he's also running Ripple in Space, a minor Azurite Essence you don't see a lot of. So he's running 5% faster, stacked onto everything. He's got the Gnome Racial Escape Artist to get out of the Chains of Ice if he needs to. I'm wondering if Looney's also playing Tiger's Lust. He is. Looney's playing Tiger's Lust, so he can get out of potential spites and also sprint Blizzo. They're playing just get the warrior on the monk as much as possible with maxed out damage. If I'm Method Black, I'm probably realizing that Blizzo doesn't have much versatility, and maybe they want to switch to him, which they did there for a second. But leaving him freely on Chaz could definitely be a mistake in the future.
This is what's so cool about, you know, having the multiple optimization options. You can just see, Marrow pre-temps the, he gets a Cyclone there on his temp there by Raikou. That temp is not going to do anything, but Looney is out of crowd control, no Cocoon available. He's going to top Marrow, and he's going to be fine. So the cool thing about the way you can gear is that, well, in a matchup like this, if they leave the mage free, he's going to land a lot of polys, and they can burst down Raikou, but if you leave the mage, if you leave Blizzo free, then he can gear offensively, and Blizzo is doing a great job with that. But right now, poor little Blizzo is waddling around with Chains of Ice, trying to get to his target. Looney helping him out there, giving him a nice Tiger's Lust double leg sweep combo. They get a Life Cocoon at the back of that. That was Marrow's Combustion. So I think what Blizzo's doing is fine. Like, just keep running after Chaz. Marrow's gonna be able to survive. Blizzo is not gonna be getting cleaved that way. And maybe you can get a win condition like that later with one of those stuns that we just saw.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I love these optimizations. Also, Morrow, he's swapped over to playing the Greater Pyroblast. I believe I saw a couple of them casted out. So he's basically saying, well, you know, Blizzo's running full gushing. He could die. He doesn't have versatility. So I'm going to make myself more threatening with that kind of Grand Canyon of Greater Pyros if they do go after Blizzo. So there's very smart choices coming in here from Wildcard Gaming. And that really is a team that, you know, this is the three classes they've been playing predominantly. They've really thought about everything in this composition, and I would argue definitely that there's no one in the world better than them at this particular composition right now. It's a question of whether that's enough to defeat the versatility of Method Black and all that they bring to the table. This is good damage coming into Chaz right now, good pummel coming through, but you can see Method Black, they're realizing, as you said, Zico, that this isn't working for them. They're going to start changing it up just a little bit. Raikou going after Blizzo.
Swapsy's also playing Dark Simulacrum. So I think he was intending to steal a Greater Pyro. He might try and steal this one. Waiting to see. I mean, I feel like we haven't seen any really effective Dark Sims just yet. It's on cooldown there. So if he can steal a Greater Pyroblast and then grip Looney and stack them up for double leg sweep, Chill Streak, Greater Pyro, that's pretty much a guaranteed KO. He's opted not to run Anti-Magic Zone. So he's got very limited defense for the combustion, but so far it doesn't seem like it really matters, and that's at any time a potential lethal threat if Morrow's not careful.
But Morrow actually faked out the Dark Sim there. Swapsy's trying to steal some of those polys. Ooh, grip, blinding sleet. Looney and Blizzo, double Chaos Nova. Looney, the on stun they are there, I believe. I'm not sure if that was just because of the Relentless, but that assault gonna net them Blizzo's trinket right there. So pretty good pressure here from Method Black, and I like what they're doing. Just have Swapsy sit on the mage as much as possible, and then Raikou can kind of just be free on that Demon Hunter, bouncing with that Demon Hunter mobility between Looney, maybe dropping a mana rift there, you know, swapping to Blizzo, just being all over the map. Demon Hunter's just able to do so much damage in the current meta, and right now Blizzo is taking the heat. Doesn't have any of his defense, just that die by the sword and that rallying cry. But if he gets stunned, you get 100 owed. So you can be sure Method Black are trying to set that up right now.
That was actually one thing I was pretty curious about. With the meta kind of shifting from Gushing Wounds more to this versatility builds, I wonder if there could be a resurgence of the double Demon Hunter, but we don't have time to talk about that right now because Blizzo is getting killed by just one Demon Hunter right now. Raikou doing work, putting in a good shift and forcing out the Life Cocoon there with solo pressure. Swapsy was literally on the other side of the map, babysitting Mario, making sure he couldn't play the game with that Heartstop aura, and in the meantime, Raikou soloing Blizzo, almost getting that kill there. It really does show the power of these Demon Hunters, and that's why I'm wondering, you know, double Demon Hunter with the double Mana Rift strats that we saw from Method Orange a couple of years ago toward the end of Legion. Maybe it could be something that we see in these tournaments.
Oh, Chaz getting bursted down by Blizzo. He stuns him. The problem with running double Demon Hunter is if you're blind locking a comp, and you know the other team has a cleave, if you don't pick Frosty K, they will pick Frosty K and you'll lose. So you're kind of like, if they do double Demon Hunter, you just do Frosty K. Demon Hunter's not going to be moving with the Heartstop Delirium. They're really easy to stack up and you just blow them up. So I don't know. I feel like the way Frosty K works, it's sort of keeping in check any other potential melee cleaves. Swapsy set up on. A little bit deeper into dampening a situation like that. It's definitely threatening. I like the disarm timing to try and stop death grips. Looney stunned up, and Raikou is not running Mana Rift in this particular game, so he's just opting for full damage. He's running the Detainment, the Cover of Darkness, and Reverse Magic for any Polymorphs, but I really don't think Maro's... I mean, maybe he tries to go for Polymorphs, but I feel like it's not even worth his time. It's just better to kite them into bad spots, let Looney paralyze, although at the moment Looney is struggling. They switch some of their damage to him. He's going to Life Cocoon. That now won't be available for Blizzo or Maro. Perhaps it does end up actually being a mistake not playing the Mana Rift. They could just go for pressure, grip the Warrior on top of the Mage, double stun, Chill Streak on cooldown, try and pressure and the Mistweaver. But it's not an option anymore, not running the talent. Reverse Magic out of the Polymorph. Chaz should recover Swapsy throughout this pressure with the Vitality Conduit. Grip into double Blinding Sleet. Where's the double stun, though? They're actually just going after Looney. Now, as a Mistweaver, this can be very scary because your Chi Torpedoes and your Transcendence and your rolls, if you're not running the Chi Torpedo, are going to be very long cooldown. You really need to pick your moment. So he's going to portal away now. If they can get back on target, it's going to be very difficult to get away. Blizzo is Chains of Ice. Swapsy is going all in, trying to chase Looney. Looney repositions away from Swapsy. You really just want to avoid the Death Knight. He gets gripped back into the fight. Raikou gets the stun on the Dispel. Beautiful timing. Looney gets bursted down. Life Cocoon available. He's very low. He's going to Life Cocoon. And just Zug the healer. Could be how Method Black find victory in Game 2.
Ooh, that sheep on Raikou was so clutch. I feel like it's the only reason why Looney is alive right now. Maru taking the game into his own hands there. But that was for sure a close call, and you can tell the dampening is really starting to kick in here for both of these teams. Blizzo now trying to get some pressure onto Chaz, but Chaz, preemptive Fort Brew on that stun, should be able to live. He has the gushing wounds on him though, still ticking him down pretty low. And Maro, he can start getting out those greater Pyroblasts, and Swapsy, he's not going to be able to heal through it anymore. We're reaching that, you know, that point where the DK really starts becoming a juicy target. So you can almost see, you can see it already here. Maro popping his combustion, forcing Swapsy away from the open, and there's the Life Cocoon immediately forced out as a result of that. So, you know, Swapsy's going to become a target. Looney is becoming a target, and at this point, anything can happen, Adrian.
Yeah, we're really getting to that point, and Chaz just got absolutely destroyed by the Dressagath of Blizzo there, almost going down, doesn't have access to that life cocoon. That was a very scary situation. If that Transcendence portal hadn't been positioned so well, I could have very easily seen him going down and Wildcard taking the edge in this series. Now we're going to find out where this one does go with dampening so high, though. Raikou tearing into Looney on the far side. He gets the kick, beautiful kick, rolls away. Is it enough? Transcendence, he doesn't have it available just yet. That hard stop already, both of them connecting, but now the sheep's coming in. Maro able to save his healer. This is the pressure Method Black we're looking for, though, with this counter pick. Chaz behind on mana, but certainly pressure in favor of Method Black right now.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up. Chaz's mana's not looking too good. Dressagath spine onto Looney. He's just trying to power through all the damage. He transcendences away. Double fear from Blizzo to stall. Chaz ports on top of him. He could paralyze him. Chooses not to. He needs to save Swapsy. We're in deep dampening stages. Death Strike is not going to be nearly as effective. They imprison Maro. The danger of going on the Mistweaver is greater Pyro Blast. Swapsy's just dying right now, and Blizzo's not even there. Life Cocoon going to be forced. Looney caught into a polymorph. Stolen by Swapsy. Let's see if this ends up winning the game for them. Unfortunately not. Looney now out of crowd control. Should be picking up Maro. Greater Pyroblast being cast. Swapsy has no interrupt. Raikou ducks over. Maro tries to fake it out. Doesn't find the fake out on the disrupt. Chaz is suddenly low on health. Swapsy as well. This game could be slipping out of Method Black's hands. Huge damage onto Swapsy. They drop the darkness, the vitality conduit. He gets Ring of Peace, but he's going to be able to use the Death's Advance to immune the knockback, guarantee the effect of the darkness, and stay alive. But that was pretty much all of their defense. They have no mana, and there is a Blizzo on your healer chasing Chaz. He paralyzes him for Blizzo to catch up. He drops the Ring of Peace, but Maro is getting destroyed. Another stolen polymorph. MVP Swapsy getting an ice block with that one. Raikou with the follow-up interrupt. Maro is still very low. Method Black pull it back from the brink. Can they close it out? Blinding Sleet to hold him in place. They need a tiny bit more damage. I don't think they've got it. Looney's out of crowd control, tunneling in those big hills. Chill Streak gets blinked instantly, but they're still Dressagath spines. Blizzo is still low on health. Chaz needs to keep his team trucking for a tiny bit longer on basically no mana. Vitality Conduit onto Swapsy. He's going to be okay with the Icebound Fortitude. Raikou's trying to carry, going after Maro. Swapsy gets Stormbolt. He breaks out to go for the kill. Looney stops the kill with the Life Cocoon. Powering through. Mana is starting to be drained on both sides, and this is another game where I don't want to see anyone tap out. It's got cross kill written all over it.
Yeah, this could go either way here. Swapsy, what are you going to do? He has anti-magic shell, last line of defense. Blizzo might need to activate that die by the sword very soon here. Activates it on 1%. Is it too late though? If he gets stunned, he could just go down through it. Looney finally able to stabilize him a little bit, but Maro now taking huge hits here. Still has his cauterizer, might just proc here. Looney caught up in a stun, and it's gonna trigger right there. Maro's on the run. How is he going to survive? He finally catches a big heal there, but still down to 50%. Chaz activating a big life cocoon there to keep his team aggressive, keep Swapsy going, and I don't know if Maro's going to be able to survive here.
Yeah, it's not looking very good for Wildcard Gaming, is it? I mean, Looney's going to have to do so much healing. The rally is also going to fall, and Blizzo is the one that ultimately gives his life to tie up the series. What a series, and what a game between these two teams. You can tell why this is a grand final material. And in the first AWC Cup of 2020, neither of these teams are going to give up that title. 1-1.
It feels very good, yeah, to see a final like this, to get back into the flow of the AWC. And we also did Super T stress just how crazy it would be if we saw the 2-0 come out here with how these teams are looking right now. How does it look now that we've seen things tied up? We've already seen some of the potential compositions that are going to be at play in this grand final.
I mean, I'm glad that they have more than just the Rogue Mage Paladin as an option, but I think their blind lock has to be Rogue Mage Paladin. If they play the Frost Death Knight, they're going to walk into that Ellie Boomkin, so do they want to take the gamble with that? Now that they've won, what kind of maps do you think would be very important here for Wildcard Gaming to pick? I'm trying to think about it. Do they want to go to the big maps?
They
probably don't.
Wondering.
I feel like they don't want to pick the. Actually, don't pick the big map. If they lock the Frosty K, you play the Cleave. If they lock the Rogue Mage Paladin, play your Mage Warrior. I feel like you do want to go to big maps when it's your pick as Wildcard.
What do you think you're more scared of? I feel like the Boomkin Ellie into Cleave matchup
is way scarier.
is a pretty good one. So maybe they have to pick something more neutral. I think honestly it's going to come down to what is Method Black blinding. I think they're probably going to blind the Rogue Mage Paladin again, because that first game was so close, and that's how BlizzCon went. They had these incredibly close blinds every single time with Rogue Mage Paladin into Warrior Mage, and Wildcard won all 3 of those up till Game 7 and then lost the Game 7. So Method Black, they have so many counter comps. It's a question of whether they can win that blind pick into the Warrior Mage, for me at least.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely a heads-up thing to be looking at here. Also, let's deep dive just a little bit more into what we're thinking for maps. We'll be seeing pretty shortly where we are going to go for this third game in our best of 7 series. Zico, where do you think we will actually end up?
I think we're gonna go somewhere kind of neutral still. The thing is, both of these teams are really good at flipping these counter maps on their heads, you know, and basically forcing you to lock in a melee cleave on Tolvir if you're trying to set up a caster comp. So I think for now, you want to go somewhere still fairly neutral. Like if you want to take it a little bit big, maybe Asha mains, but other than that, something like a Tiger's Peak, I think. Would,
we can't. We just did it.
Oh, yeah, true. We just played Tigers. Yeah, maybe Asha mains.
Why would they go to Dalaran?
I feel like...
I mean, they know Rogue Mage Paladin, right? So they're just trying to pick a good map for Warrior Mage, I think. Is this
maybe
a good
maybe
map,
they're trying to bait a cleave too, to be honest. Like I bet if I'm them, I'm super scared of this Rogue Mage Paladin. Like I have if this is the blinds that you have to win, is Rogue Mage Paladin into Warrior Mage Monk, and that was game 1 and you have to do that 4 times, I would be terrified of that. So anything that kind of baits Method Black off of that or gives Blizzo uptime in that matchup is a win for me.
Okay. Yeah, so now that we're headed to this small map, we're going to be waiting to see which compositions that they actually do lock in. Man, I am actually very... I love the fact, I just can't state it enough, how everything has been playing out now that we do have the everything with corruption, everything with Azrael. Like, it really just does feel like a culmination of everything that we have seen throughout BFA. And to see those little tweaks as well, it's just so exciting to see the composition get locked in and then figure out what other layers can be added on top of it. We've already seen it in this series. We've seen it throughout the entirety of the weekend. And after we actually do crown our champion EU, have a pretty gosh darn good feeling that we will see it in NA as well with the 4 series we are going to see there to crown our champion coming up after this one. Not too much time left in the draft to actually start locking in these compositions. We've already heard from Healing Stat and Supatis what they're expecting to see. Zico, what do you think we're going to see with Dalaran Sewers now in front of us?
I think that Method are trying to bait a Cleave versus Rogue Mage Pally setup. And I'm not sure. I think Wildcard are definitely taking their time here selecting. And we are going to see the Rogue Mage Pally. Now, I don't know what answer I want to see from Wildcard. It's gotta be something with a DK, like maybe DH DK.
I think they can stick with the Warrior Mage.
They actually didn't even have.
They're gonna.
You want to see Warrior Mage?
I think that's
There's
their
no
plan.
other choice.
If they don't
I really don't think they have something better. Like
if they
I'm
look
not
Warrior
gonna-
Mage, I'm
DK?
giving this whole series to Method Black.
Warrior
Well,
DK?
that's what game 1 was,
what
right?
else?
And it's just super close. But I really think that's the best wild card have. I mean,
But I
maybe
think-
they can TSG or something, but
I think they locked that in game 1 because it's their overall best. I don't think they locked that because they wanted to specifically get Rogue Mage Pally. I think they're just like, yeah, if we get Rogue Mage Pally, we have a pretty good shot. If we get, one of the Cleaves, we have a pretty good shot. If they lock it in, if that truly is their best answer, I mean, let's be honest. It wasn't
that's what I was
convincing at all,
saying. It's
right?
like I feel like wildcard gaming, like they really play the odds, and their odds are like 1% of winning this series, if that is the answer, right? But then again, I somehow believe that they could do it,
They could. That's the thing.
Yeah, and
because
it
they're
is going
that
to be
good,
that.
right?
Yeah, because that really is the thing. That's why I love this team. Like, in the face of, I'm going to say adversity when it comes to the meta sometimes, these guys will just like slap the door right back in your face with this composition. And they've done the same in the past with different comps. We saw them running Moonkin Elemental. Sid, I was going to ask you, if Mario plays Moonkin and wins the series on that, do you become a Moonkin main again after this? Because he just makes it look like it's perfect meta.
I mean, this is the thing. When you play on the ladder, you're fighting Destrolock and you're fighting Rogue Mage Paladin. What does Boom Canelli lose to? Rogue Mage Paladin and Destrolock. So
he has
if
to
he
beat Rogue
beats
Mage
one of
Paladin.
those, okay,
Right.
maybe. But if he can't, then it's just a cleave counter, and it's you only beat 1/3 of the ladder comps if that's the case.
These guys are just so brilliant on the Mage Warrior as well. And I mean, they literally, we saw game 1, right? They have to survive 15 minutes of spites, which is 15 spite attempts. It's 7 blind attempts. It's so many things that they have to survive. But somehow you get that little feeling in your head that that they might be able to do it.
Yeah, I feel like you bring up so many good points, though. Obviously, when you do look at the Moonkin, knowing exactly when they can get away with it, when they can play it, and actually start to carve out some of those win conditions is obviously very heads up. But also, they have the ability to just stick to their guns, play something. I mean, even with the Warrior Mage, they can defy the meta at times based off their individual skill. They've always been a team that's able to do it. And when you do see Warrior being something that is strong in the current meta, it's just extra fire for them. Now going up against Method Black, we're about to jump into this third game. Who is going to be able to take it? Who will pull ahead in this series? Grand final, Method Black versus Wildcard Gaming.
All right, here we go. Dalaran Series. This is a swing match, so Method Black lost the blind pick. If they win this, then they get comp advantage and map advantage for the rest of the series. It's very important. They have to win a swing match at some point. And Wildcard Gaming's best answer at the moment for Rogue Mage Paladin is the Warrior Mage Mistweaver, which is not an easy matchup for either side. I'm really just waiting for the gates to open here to check the builds. They must be running the Spite. I feel like Rogue Mage is almost mandatory to be running the Spite in this particular matchup, and looks like they are running that triple Gladiator Spite. Let's see what they can get done. They need a sap at the start of the game. They get a sap. They're going to Spite this. Chaz needs to get over here, though. Chaz needs his Spite on the ground. He's going to lob it, but it's a couple seconds late. It's right on the edge, too. Is it going to be enough? Looney, you're so low. Warbanner on the cheap shot. Warbanner on the silence. They kill it. They snipe the Dragon's Breath. Life Cocoon. Looney ports out. He's trying to roll away. Waz is feared. Raikou is stunned. And they stall through the start. But Blizzo had to use the Gladiator's Medallion, and he is susceptible to Blind Spite in a minute from now.
Yeah, I kind of can't believe that he didn't have to trinket that go. That was so close. I mean, if Chaz had got his Spite there a couple of seconds earlier, that might have been the tipping point. But Looney, he knows his limits. Now it's going to be a smoke bomb play over onto Blizzo, who did trinket to save his monk on the previous go. But surprisingly little damage. Maybe they rushed that one a little bit. It was the Vendetta committed from Waz, but honestly to zero avail. 0 damage done to Blizzo, who just walks out of that one. Now they're looking to reverse the pressure for Polymorph over onto Chaz. Do they have the follow-ups? They do, but there's a little gap in between. Raikou uses his Ice Block on 1 health, but the Cauterize remains.
That was a really nice ring of peace from Looney. As the CC was ending, he knocked Chaz behind the pillar just to stop him from, accessing one of those instant kind of safety nets that the Paladin has, the Blessing of Protection, etc. So now, blind Spite attempt on Blizzo. No way out. Let's see, can he get the follow-up CC? He is a warrior, so they can't sap him. They're going to have to go immediately. They get the kidney shot. No CC onto Looney, though. And actually, Chaz is the one in CC. Raikou could be the one in trouble here. Blizzo's going to go offensive. They get another sheep. Looney pushing forward. Does he have the leg sweep here? He does get the leg sweep. Chaz going to use his human racial. No, he's going to use his divine shield to get out of that. And finally, I think from beyond here onto Blizzo, but Looney should be able to deflect that. And beautiful counter aggression there from Wildcard Gaming. He's going to net them the Ice Block and the divine shield. Only 2 minutes in here, Adrian.
Well, they crowd control one of the players right on that attempt and prevented the third Gladiator Spite. So it was only 2 Spites during the blind again, and that's why Blizzo could just walk out. They're timing their crowd control perfectly on those Spite attempts. If they keep it up, I think they're going to take it.
I mean, this is looking really, really good for Wildcard Gaming. I honestly can't believe it. Like, I'm almost speechless from how good this game has looked for them. It looked like Method Black at the start. They're going to have the pressure in this one. And again, Wildcard will be playing from the back foot, hoping for some dampening. We can see the Blinding Light actually being played by Chaz. B whiffs it on Looney. Maybe Looney portaled that or something. I didn't quite get to see it.
Broke.
But it broke. So that's even worse then. Because that would have been a double Blinding Light and a potential to Spite setup. It's a nice intervention there from Chaz, and of course the teams don't know that until it happens. Setup coming over onto Waz, forces the trinket and the evasion, probably won't be enough to get the kill, but they do get the sacrifice as well. So many cooldowns being forced out on the side of Method Black, and when they've been trying to get aggressive, it feels like it's just been messed up one too many times.
Another spite here. Maro is just going to blink out of it. That was Chaz's spite. I think Chaz just wanted to throw it so he would get it back in sync with his teammates, but that didn't net them anything. Chaz is going to polymorph right now. Full fear to follow that up. He's not going to use that Blessing of Protection to break out of that warrior fear. It is a physical ability, so a paladin can dispel it with that Blessing of Protection, but Chaz holding on to that cooldown, trying to save it for Raikou when he really needs it. And right now, that early advantage that Wildcard forced on the Raikou Ice Block, it's starting to kind of fade away. They still forced Chaz's bubble. They still forced Wise's trinket and his evasion. So now all of a sudden, your win condition is swapping over onto the rogue more so than the healer, and we're gonna see it right here. Destroyed! Beautiful setup, and this is what I'm talking about. Wildcard Gaming, they know exactly when they need. Okay, we're going for Raikou. We're gonna go for Raikou. He's the scariest player right now. Okay, he's gonna take the most damage. Okay, we went on Raikou. The healer used a cooldown to save Raikou. Raikou's gonna have his cooldowns back. Well, guess what, Wes? You ain't got no cooldowns. You're gonna get destroyed.
Yeah, Drestageth sends his regards.
What does this mean for the rest of the series, though? Before we break it down, I just want to start talking about how big this actually could be, how much this is going to change the way that this does flow healing stat.
I cannot believe how one-sided that game was. Like, game one, there was more what I expect, right? Like, the Rogue Mage constantly putting out these kill attempts, Spites coming in left, right, center, looking for the kill, and then maybe if Wildcard Gaming can just about survive that, they can win it. What was it, like 70% dampening?
Yeah.
This game on Dalaran Sewers, completely different. Wise getting destroyed, Raikou getting destroyed, damage everywhere. But I do think there has to be some criticism on Method Black as well, because, you know, the Blinding Light breaking and a couple of those other spike goes, it just feels like they're not on their A game with those spites. Like on Friday, they were destroying teams with that, and maybe it's Wildcard Gaming being that bit more disruptive, but sometimes I do think if they just cleaned it up a little bit, they should have more pressure in this
Which
game.
do you think it is, Zico? Do you think that it's Wildcard Gaming just playing out of their absolute minds right now, or do you think that you're looking at Method Black saying you guys need to clean this up?
When I look at that game number one, I see two teams that almost play the game about as well as you can. But when I look at this last game on Dalaran, I can't help but agree a little bit with healing stat. Wildcard are just getting better and better and better and getting hotter, and Method, it feels like it doesn't feel like that same Method that we saw, especially on Friday. They were just doing crazy things, you know, winning their games so fast, and now they're kind of getting owned.
Yeah, and you kind of have to think about like multiple things, right? I mean, that first game, it's a bit of a doozy. You talk about getting all the way to 70% dampening for it to end like that. That's a rough start, but it is very different than what we typically see of Method Black. Usually it's the exact opposite. Usually we don't see them coming out in full form. They're not necessarily as hot as they can be, but they manage to make it to Sunday, and then they come out and you're like, okay, yeah, they're undying gods. They're absolute freaks. One of the longest running dynasties potentially in World of Warcraft. Like this is the team that we look at, and they're probably just going to pull down and set every single record, right? Like that has been something. You look at the amount of cups that they were able to win since the format actually shifted, and the real thing that was standing in their way was like, okay, well, is this team ever going to be able to get the biggest win? Then we see that. And now the question is how many times are they going to be able to keep on making runs like that? When we get here today, though, it's starting to look like Wildcard Gaming might be able to do it. I want to talk a little bit, Supatis, about what we saw in the break between BlizzCon and actually getting back to AWC, though. Obviously, there were a lot of community tournaments, and that was how we made a lot of our predictions as to what we would see when we actually did get here for the first EU Cup.
I mean, the Method Mayhems were the first time that we saw Wildcard Gaming break the curse. Method Black were their kryptonite for years. Literally years. Like, even back when they had Walrix on the team. They were, I think one win away at the EU Regionals 2 years ago as well. And that's when they were playing the Outlaw Ellie.
The one in Warsaw, right?
Bit too. Yeah, Poland, yes.
Oh, yeah, that was a 4-3 final as well.
Yeah, they were always 4-3, I swear. They're always one win away from being able to beat Method Black. And then they just tripped on the finish line. And in the Method Mayhem tournaments this year, the community events, they were able to beat them. So
they beat them when it counted.
Yeah, it's okay. Omega.
But now we are going to see on Black Rook Hold Wildcard Gaming with the Warrior, with the Mage, on the Blind, and Method Black is going to answer with the Demon Hunter and the Frost Death Knight. Zico, how do you feel about this?
I like it more on a smaller map. I feel like on Tiger's Peak, that composition it didn't really find its footing that well. But at the same time, it's like because it's Black Rook Hold, it doesn't work the same way the other small maps do. But regardless, Blizzo is gonna have higher uptime onto Chaz here if they go with a similar strategy, with Blizzo just kind of chasing the healer. He is going to have more uptime here. But if this was something like, I don't know, Blade's Edge, one of maybe a hook point, Blizzo would, this would almost be a good matchup in favor of Wildcard just because of how much the map would change the dynamic. The reason why Black Rook Hold is so good for Monks and why I actually asked for it in our previous series a little while ago was because if you're a monk and you put down your port, in the starting room there's like 2 entrances and then there's a fence basically. You can put your port behind that fence, teleport from the middle all the way inside the room, and you will be inside the room and behind line of sight, and you can drop a Ring of Peace and just lock the door on one side. So it should give you plenty of time to kind of top yourself if you are Chaz. So I like it.
All right, a lot to think about just with the map, and also with this series, I do want to remind everybody, this one is a best of 7. We're going to see 2 best of 7s today, the grand finals for each region. So we are not entering this one on match point, not yet. We still have plenty more series to play here. Method Black between Wildcard Gaming. The question is Wildcard Gaming going to be able to do what they did in the community tournaments? Are they going to be able to do it at AWC? Are they going to be able to take down the team that, as Sid said, gave them really one of the only teams to give them any really big struggles? These two have gone back and forth, traded blows plenty of times, and now Wildcard Gaming seems to be heating up even further when Method Black is potentially slowing down. Is there anything in particular, Healing Stat, that you are looking at to see if we're going, like one thing that you could look at if you were at home to be like, okay, Method Black is playing at the same level that they were at Friday? Is there anything in the game in particular that you would highlight to see if they are playing at their peak level?
Well, I definitely think their DHDK looked really good in Game 2. Like Raikou soloing Blizzo that one time, having consistent pressure on Looney as well. I think he played really good on the Demon Hunter, and that was a question we had coming in, just because we hadn't seen him play it in a while. So obviously you're going to have that question, but we should never doubt him. He played fantastically in that game. Swapsy as well, good uptime on Chains of Ice. All the things they need to do, they did a good job of. I think just for the Rogue Mage, I mean, Rogue Mage is a difficult comp to set up with the Spites. Like, definitely, Spite is a very powerful tool when used correctly, but it's not the easiest, right? Like, you've got to set up your crowd control, you've got to make sure all 3 members are out of CC themselves, they can land those Spites perfectly. Very powerful when done correctly, and I mean, they've broken a couple of CCs in Game 1 and Game 3, and if they clean that up, they're going to win one of those swing matches, and they have 2 more chances at that, and we've seen how good they are at this matchup, so I think that will be the difference.
Yeah, now you know what you need to be keeping your eyes on if you are watching at home. We're going to be starting this one off. This can put Wildcard Gaming on match point. This can put them just 1 game away from taking the first grand final of the year in EU.
I feel like any grand final between Wildcard Gaming and Method Black is a Game 7. It's very rare to see one of these teams blow the other team completely out. Blizzo right now, let's see what he's going to do. Is he going to just run at Chaz the whole time? It looks like he's making his way down on his little black scarab mount. Definitely want to be checking into Classic. Make sure you might be able to get your hands on one of those. Leaping over, stunning Chaz, bursting him down with the Dressagat, double blinding sheet. Morrow is stunned. Beautiful counter engagement by Method Black. Insane pressure right off the bat, but that temporal shield denies it all.
Beautiful opening though. A lot of pressure now onto Blizzo. Blizzo needs to be a little bit careful. He's going after Chaz, and you can see Chaz doing this. I just want to take a second here because let's be honest, no one is probably going to go down anytime soon. You guys see how Chaz is constantly positioning into the room. When Blizzo gets there, you're going to see Chaz swap now from that side all the way to the other room. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you kite a melee. If you are a caster, you drag him away to the opposite side of his healer. And that's exactly what Chaz is doing here. That's going to open up his teammates to help him out and to set up kills themselves. And you can see Blizzo, if he goes inside that room, he's going to land aside his own healer and potentially put himself in danger, which is why Chaz right now can just heal his teammates and kind of be fine. All because of positioning. Learn.
Yeah, I mean, Chaz and Looney, honestly, both of them, just fantastic healers. The two that you really want to be learning from, especially when it comes to the Mistweaver right now in Europe. Both of them just so good on that class. Chaz, he had to pick it up a little bit more than Looney. Looney played it a lot in 2019. Chaz picking it up a bit more for the meta in this year. Gets the Life Cocoon forced out on him right now. One thing that is interesting to me, considering Chaz is the primary target here, I'm surprised he's not running the shorter Transcendence. I think there's a talent that reduces it to 25 seconds, if I remember, rather than 45. Yep. So that's something that he could potentially play, but clearly he's super confident in his kiting, even with that slightly longer cooldown. So preferring other honor talents here.
Maro temporals again, but they actually cut through it. Life Cocoon going to be forced out as well. This match was one of the longer ones. It definitely has the potential, but if crowd control is landed, it could be closed quickly. Chaz gets stunned up. Blizzo's going at him. Maro as well. Stormbolt to follow up. Chaz is to trinket. A 1-second Stormbolt. That definitely leaves him susceptible to Polymorph. But Swapsy once again is running the Dark Sim Honor talent. He could steal a Polymorph and then throw that over onto Looney and find a kill for his team. I believe he may have stolen this Polymorph right now that's on him currently. So as he comes out of the Polymorphs, where is he going to allocate the crowd control? Chaz is just avoiding Blizzo. I mean, look how annoyed Blizzo is on the other side of the wall. It's like the Shining. It's like, I'm here. He's going to get right back onto Chaz. Pop that Colossus smash, lead with the sharpened blade, try and not get faked on his pummel. Chaz is too afraid of the pummel, so he's going to T, but he gets stunned on his T. Great denial by Blizzo in this one-on-one in the room. Then landing the pummel, but the Mistweaver healing, I think it's a little bit too much for just one singular warrior. Ring of Peace locking Blizzo away. Chaz rolls back to center field, and Looney's got a lot of trouble coming his way at the moment.
Yeah, we're going to see if he can survive. He activates the Life Cocoon, and he should be okay. Chaz now porting into the room. This is a big opening here for Blizzo. He's going to chase him. He's going to get stunned up. He's going to trinket aggressively here. Looney, though, at the same time, going to be porting to safety. You can see both of the monks putting their portals in that room that we were talking about. But right now, I would say Chaz is the one that could be in the most danger. Raikou realizing this, going back to punish Blizzo. Because Blizzo invested his trinket into this push now, Raikou really needs to do what he can here to get Blizzo out of there. Blizzo being super stubborn right now, just trying to sit in there, but finally a polymorph onto Looney is going to force Blizzo at least to be a little careful. Now he gets locked into the room. He's going to Bladestorm out of there. Chaz is just kind of playing around the Rosie in there, and now finally Raikou looking for some pressure onto Maro. And the reason why Blizzo decided to go that aggressive was because Chaz has his trinket back up soon, and there was a kill window where if they can stun into stun and use their Dressed, they could kill him. But right now Chaz has his trinket. Raikou's here backing up his healer, knowing that Chaz, could potentially go down. He needs to be ready with his darkness. And now Chaz has his trinket again. Raikou can kind of stop babysitting him and look to pressure Maro, look to pressure Blizzo or Looney.
Yeah, I do have to very quickly go back to something Sid said. As a British person, I can confirm that getting stunned on your T is one of the most rude and unpleasant things that can possibly happen. So very upsetting to see Blizzo, who I idolize as a warrior player, doing that to Chaz. Honestly, just unthoughtful, and I'm not sure if there's a rule against that, but maybe there should be. Chaz, though, looks like he's going to be just fine. Exactly, unsportsmanlike conduct. It's just, I mean, on the flip side, you got to do what you got to do, I guess. Blizzo gets the pummel on Chaz, trying to create some pressure on the back end of this one. But, I mean, it really does feel like dampening is required for Blizzo to get pressure on Chaz. On the flip side, we've seen Raikou kind of get these solos on Blizzo in game 2. He hasn't been going for it so much on this game, which I'm surprised about. I would like to see him maybe go after Blizzo a little bit more, because Chaz is doing such a good job kiting him to these really inopportune spots for Looney to heal.
All right, Maro pretty low on health at the moment, imprisoned at low health, trying to bait a Life Cocoon into it potentially. Not going to fall for the bait. We're just kicking into dampening, 38 seconds in. 3 members of Wildcard Gaming starting to get softened up. Looney is currently targeted by Raikou. Swapsy going after him as well. Looking like he wants to go back to the pillar, though. in line of sight Morrow a tad bit before moving in onto Looney. He's taking quite a beating. Chaz needs to pick him up very quickly. Double leg sweep, setting them up pretty well here. Blizzo is chasing down Chaz once again, along with Looney. Stormbolt, are they going to leg sweep out and go for that Drestigas spine? Doesn't look like it. Chaz trying to fake out Blizzo once again. Pops that Zen Focus T. Stabilizes. Rolls into center field. Gets charged. Rolls back into the room to stun Looney for a huge explosion of damage. Beautiful coordination there from Chaz. Retreating away. Blizzo baited and followed him. And then Chaz rolled in for the follow-up. Unfortunately not finding the kill. But it's these types of plays deeper into the stages of the game that are going to net Method Black a win.
Yeah, absolutely, because once we get to that dampening, you know, the pressure from having a play like that will still, you know, kind of stick to the guy, and then you can do it again when he's already low. Oh, Greater Pyro connecting it on to Swapsy, taking him kind of low. Vitality Conduit, Anti-Magic Shell there, slight overlap. Marrow actually triggering offensive now. There's no big cooldowns here on the side of Chaz. There it is, big Life Cocoon gonna come out, but this is just from raw pressure. So if they can land a Polymorph here potentially, or a Fear onto Chaz, they could potentially set something up here onto Swapsy. We know that the DK becomes a target once dampening starts kicking in a little bit. A lot of those Death Strike, that self-healing, is going to be reduced. You can see Marrow baking up Greater Pyroblast after Greater Pyroblast. He fake has the kick. He's going to presumably connect here. No, Blinding Sleet. Actually going to have to use that just as an interrupt there for Swapsy, which means they can't set up those big DK setups. And there it is, full Polymorph. Raiku's going to dispel that. When Chaz should have his Life Cocoon, or he will have his Life Cocoon the next time Poly is on the R. So as long as he doesn't get caught up in a Poly without preemptively using that, nobody on Method Black is in any real trouble.
Yeah, I mean, both Life Cocoons on both sides, right? The Mystery Verse, definitely one of the most powerful tools that the healer does have available to them. See Fortifying Brew being forced out by Raikou, so starting to get some work done on Looney now, dampening at just under 20% healing reduction for both sides. So we're going to start to see the mana dropping down a little bit on Chaz. He's down to 80 already. And on the flip side, Looney, I think we saw this in Game 2 as well, that Looney, he just has an easier time with his mana until that deep dampening stage. Chaz, he's getting caught out a little bit here in the sun.
It's because Looney has been playing Lucid Dreams as his
major
essence, and Chaz is playing Vitality Conduit.
Yeah, it is interesting because it's really bold from Looney. He's basically saying, I'm going to have no problem healing this as long as I have mana. That's basically what you're saying if you play Lucid Major. So Chaz not feeling that level of confidence against the devastation of this Warrior Mage.
I mean, Looney's also running 2 mana trinkets, and Chaz isn't running any mana trinkets. Looney's desperately trying to win this game on mana, but his throughput will suffer, and you can see that as apparent right now as Morrow dips critically low. Life Cocoon stabilizes him, but now Blizzo doesn't have its defense. Raikou switches targets. Blizzo switches back to Raikou, doesn't want to give him his back for now, likely going to go into D-stance as soon as possible. Life Cocoon going to be fading out here. Raikou stormbolted by Blizzo. Looney rolls over to save him, and the question really is does Looney actually regenerate more mana than he's going to spend from the increased amount of healing he's going to have to do, not having that throughput from his itemization, because he's actually behind right now on mana despite actually itemizing 4 mana.
Yeah, but he also has a little bit more damage to heal through, and I think what Looney's doing is pretty smart, but I feel like later on in dampening, having that Vitality Conduit is just so strong because it can really get you out of a few dicey situations. But here, swap to Chaz, no follow-up stun. Looney not able to get there with his leg sweep. Instead, they're going to try to hold on to it for later. Here we go. Blinding Sleep gets broken by Raikou. Mario's going to blink out. Means no chill streak will be bouncing. Raikou dispelling that polymorph there onto Chaz. And Swapsy actually stole it. Sheeping Looney up here. This could be a big cooldown here. They're going to get the Life Cocoon there onto Marrow. Blizzo, though, getting cleaved a little bit. Marrow as well, still taking some damage. That Life Cocoon almost breaking, but Swapsy wanted to go after Blizzo, and Raikou wanted to try to break the Cocoon, so the DPS of Method Black there not on the same page. Regardless, though, a lot of pressure on the Blizzo is going to force out the Die by the Sword. Activates the Avatar as well, trying to get some counter pressure here. Raikou getting Storm Bolted and Sheeped at the same time. Both of these teams doing a couple of misplays here with their synergy.
Yeah, I mean, Method Black are just walking away with this one right now. They're getting better and better. Swapsy, the unsung hero of this game, with the sheeps being stolen basically off of DR. He's a mage Death Knight here, coming in with the Frost, taking the wrong spec of Frost, I suppose.
Isn't that his nickname?
Temporal Shield.
An anti-mage?
I think it's the anti-mage, yeah, but he's just converting himself into a mage. We were talking about the essence from Loilofa. He's basically taking abilities.
Oh, Greater Pyro casted on his chest! Huge damage!
There's the
Fortified
Fortified
Brew. Is it going to be enough? Looney gets stunned up. Raiku's going after him. Is he going to be able to escape? He gets interrupted. Swapsy can't switch. He's getting pressured back. Greater Pyroblast. Raikou ducks over. Does he have a way to stop it? He does. The Chaos Nova stalls. All three targets in trouble right here. But that mana build is starting to get an advantage for Looney if he can maintain his throughput towards 40% dampening. Is the main question. Double fear here by Blizzo, setting up the team to try and get a kill on Swapsy. They disarm, denying the death strikes. Triple Dragon's Breath, but no Polymorph to be found just yet. Nope, they sneak it in. Polymorph is landed, but it gets reverse magicked by Raikou into a Stormbolt. Good follow-up. Swapsy is very low on health. If they can get an Icebound Fortitude from this push or a Life Cocoon, it's definitely critical to their ability to win. But now they're stacked up for a double stun into an Imprison, and Morrow has to block. Suddenly the defense is blown out for Wildcard Gaming, and Method Black edge closer to tying this up 2-2.
There is a kill window here, though. If they snipe one sheep onto Chaz, there is no way Swapsy can survive. Well, maybe the Icebound would be enough, but definitely if they can snipe a sheep here onto Chaz, there's no reverse magic, there's no trinket, and there's no preemptive Life Cocoon. It would be a pre-vitality conduit that could potentially save Swapsy there, but they need to pounce fast here on the side of Wildcard because that window is fading away. And there we go. Here we go. Big damage. They're gonna go after Chaz actually. Big damage onto Chaz. Full leg sweep. Stormbolt, but Darkness is gonna be secured by Raikou. He gets knocked out of it with that Ring of Peace, but that was presumably the last effort here for Wildcard Gaming. Now Swapsy's still taking a lot of damage though, but Vitality Conduit should keep him alive, and I'm expecting all the pressure to go in favor of Method Black onto Maro now.
Well, one nice thing there for Wildcard Gaming is even though Vitality Conduit was used, Raikou was nowhere to be seen, so the health was still distributed between just Chaz and Swapsy. They still have a little bit of pressure because of that, but I can't say that it's too much. The kick coming in onto Maro, Raikou reconnecting, gets caught up in a Polymorph right now as the Life Cocoon is traded onto Swapsy. It's still really, really close. I thought Method Black had this one in the bag, but at 50% dampening, Looney's Mana Essences have kept him in the fight for a long time. Maro now caught up in the stun. There is no Life Cocoon available, and this could well be the Cauterize. Can Swapsy connect? Double Dragon's Breath desperately trying to keep Maro still in the fight. Kick on the re-polymorph, but they have the Ring of Frost. They actually really, I mean, Maro, he's forced Raikou off of him. I can't believe it. I really thought he was going to go down there, but the Life Cocoon's now back off cooldown, and Wildcard Gaming, maybe they have one last chance in this game.
All right, let's see if they can pull it off here. Killing Swapsy, I mean, most certainly needs to be the target this deep into dampening. Chaz locks Blizzo away. Blizzo blade storms through it. He's desperate to try and go after Chaz. Double leg sweep, but he pre-vitality conduited. Chaz is healing right back to full health. Nice play. Now everybody on the side of Wildcard Gaming is in crowd control. Cauterize is likely to trigger. They just need a tiny bit more damage to push for it. They get denied by the Dragon's Breath. Life Cocoon comes in the nick of time, and now Swapsy, big turnaround. Huge pressure from Blizzo's avatar. Disarm out of the stun, denying the death strikes for a few moments, but Chaz seems to be stabilizing him. Maro polymorphs Raikou, just trying to stop damage for Looney. Looney portals back. Is he going to try and drink? How much mana can Looney get? Swapsy's stabilized. Blizzo's in trouble. He's stunned with no trinket. They swap over to Blizzo. Looney gets stunned. He didn't generate too much mana. Die by the Sword immediately is forced, but a polymorph has been landed, and two targets are low at 60% dampening. This is looking unrecoverable. Rallying Cry boosts their health for a moment, but they are pushing and pushing and pushing. Raikou jumping in with the Metamorphosis. Drestagas being dropped. Just a tiny bit more damage to find that Cauterize. They find it, but Swapsy is dying amidst all the chaos. Blizzo is going to kill Swapsy. Is this actually unbelievable? Swapsy goes down.
He's going to kill them all.
Blizzo at 1% leaps away and falls to Chaz. Maro and Looney with no mana against a Demon Hunter Mistweaver. And I'm sure every player in chat knows how bad Demon Hunter is in 2v2 to face. Oh, they should be walking away with this. Method Black are going to tie it up, but that's a little bit too close for comfort.
I gotta say two things. one, I'm really happy Chaz got the killing blow on Blizzo because that's revenge for the T thing earlier. And secondly, I'm happy he killed him because otherwise Raikou might have left. So really nice stuff coming in there from Chaz. And they're tied up 2-2.
Dude, all right, but yeah, that is definitely every single one of these games just coming down to the wire. This series has been absolutely what you want to see in a grand final. Let's talk about how those final moments even end up being so close. Zico, break down what happened in the final moments of that game.
I mean, I feel like we gotta credit Looney here for his build. This guy made a statement saying, you know what, I don't need Vitality Conduit, I just need mana. And I mean, let's be honest, no one died until he went Doom. So I feel like, all right, Looney, it seems good. But I think another thing that I noticed that Maro and Looney are really good at, and that is every single time, as soon as a crowd control on Looney ends, Maro will use his Dragon's Breath and nobody will attack. And during those 2 seconds in that Dragon's Breath, Looney is going to be like sipping on his Earl Grey and shooting that soothing mist and, you know, getting a big chunk of healing. That's pretty much always what recovered Maro. So that synergy between how they use the Dragon's Breath and how they sync that with Looney's healing is a big reason, I think, to why they are able to go that far. The Dragon's Breath is kind of like the crumpet to the T, Adrian.
I'm pretty sure that you can't have tea without crumpets, but I'll be honest, I'm going to defer to being NA right now, and when we get to that portion of the tournament, I think I'll understand the references much more. But let's actually talk about what this means for the rest of EU, the rest of this series. What do you think we're going to see as we do actually get into the next game?
I mean, I'm just... Firstly, I want to make it a rule that every time Wildcard Gaming plays against Method Black, we have to have a best of 7. Like, even if it's like the first round of the tournament, it has to be a best of 7 because these guys, it's just so close every time. And they're showing it, like, literally every single time. It's just neck and neck, BlizzCon Final, Method tournaments here at the first AWC 2020. Such good series. I think there's a good chance that we're going to see the Warrior Mage Monk all the way through for Wildcard Gaming. The question is for Method Black, I mean, they've been starting to look worse on the Rogue Mage. I still don't think it's a super unfavored matchup. I actually think at worst it's 50-50. So I think they can clean that up a little bit. If they can take us back to a similar game to what they had on the Grand, they should be able to give us another close one here.
Okay. So basically you want to see just a few tweaks on the side of Method Black if they do go back to that setup, but we will be going to Ashmane's Fall, so we are going to have that more balanced map. This is a real chance to maybe see what we did see on the Grand Arena here again. Zico, do you think that might be how this one looks?
I feel like we're going to see, and for you know, LA Boomkin reasons, we're going to see Method Black kind of always blind lock that Rogue Mage Pally. They prefer the cleave into, you know, the Mage Warrior, but they can't lock that in because all of a sudden there's, you know, the threat of 2 wizards, right?
When you woke up on Friday, was there any part of you that imagined the biggest threat that a team was going to have to worry about in the grand final being a Boomkin? I'm not gonna lie, I don't think anyone would have predicted that.
Teddles is so happy.
I mean, finally, something that you can use a Moonkin for. It's been 2 years. You know, maybe I shouldn't call him out right now. Teddles whispered me the other day, clicked on his name to see what he was playing. He was on a hunter. There are no Moonkins left, dude.
Tragic, I mean, dude. Yeah, they're all Guardians or Hunters.
Yeah,
Teddles is a Guardian too at one point too.
Dude, how funny is it that Hunters are the good side, right? It's the evil ones all went to Guardian Druid, and the side of the light is Hunter right now for Moonkins. But yeah, Sid, I'm sure that it feels good to know that the Crit Chickens can still be a threat, especially in a matchup that matters as much as this. Stakes are high, Moonkin comes to play.
It's a counter pick. It beats the melee cleaves, but you still got 2 other points of the triangle that you don't have any chance against. So, Rogue Mage and Warlock? Rogue Mage and Warlock, yeah. So,
they're going to try it.
Oh, they're going to get Boomkin Ellied, baby. They're going to get Boomkin Ellied. They are walking into Boomkin Ellie with that. Wait, what? Literally the 1 out of 3 triangle.
So it's a little different to Burley's team. So Burley's team ran this with Frost Death Knight, and Swapsy's going to play on.
Oh no, good point. They could play Frosty K into this. They would actually just smash them. Wildcard Gaming could play Frosty K and just smash them.
Also, aside from the Frost and Holy thing, no shots at Monkarn, but Raiku's a little bit better on the demon.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And when I say
the
little bit,
pressure
I mean
Wildcard had.
it's a different class. No offense.
No shots, of course.
I definitely do want to see. I was like looking at chat for a second to see how many people spelled Boomkin with 2 Omega Lols. Usually you only get to stick 1 Omega Lol into a class's name, but Boomkin, obviously the opportunity is very much there to fully Omega Lol out, which is what they've done the entire expansion. Still potentially the threat, but Sid, as you did note, there are some other threats that Wildcard Gaming does have. This series has just been one of the most enjoyable ones to watch. To think that Wildcard Gaming, their road to get here, like, we watched Method, and they outclassed pretty much every team to get to the grand final. It did not look like they broke too much of a sweat. Wildcard Gaming, on the other hand, it was the biggest upset in the tournament. They lost to a team that a lot of people weren't thinking about at all, the Bergen boys, and then they come back. They managed to beat them. It goes the distance again, and now here they are just slugging it out. I mean, they've had so many games inside of this tournament. They've had to fight tooth and nail in just about all of them, and now we're waiting for their pick to see who's going to be able to get. Go ahead, Zico.
The team that had to by far beat the most opponents is Wildcard.
Ooh.
And did they lock it in?
They locked in Canelli.
All right. Okay. So no Holy Pala though. So they go with the Mistweaver. And I feel like there's 2 things here. I think Method Black are kind of just like, okay, we're gonna lock this in. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna lock the Boomkin Alley? Are you gonna go with your Mage Warrior and Wildcard? I think they had to think about it for a sec, but they decided to go with Boomkin Alley Mistweaver. How do we feel about this?
I mean, I like it. I think the big question here is, and you hit the nail on the head, like when we saw this play out earlier in the day for Wildcard Gaming in the lower bracket finals, they just completely wiped the floor, or they wiped the deck with the team, I suppose. They just destroyed them, right? It wasn't even close. I think Method Black, you got Raikou on the Demon Hunter now. This guy has been a veteran Demon Hunter. He's played at BlizzCon, absolutely on top of his game on the Demon Hunter today, especially been playing very well. Swapsy on Unholy, but then I think Chaz as well. Like Burley on Mistweaver, he's been playing mostly the Shaman, but Chaz really does seem like all his focus has been on Mistweaver this year to kind of pick up that class. It's very meta right now. So if he can do a better job healing through the damage, I think the Method Black can still put up a good fight in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you look at him as a healer in general, and healing stat, you can definitely talk about it a whole bunch. I mean, he's been an interesting healer to watch because of how well he has multi-class in the past.
Yeah, I mean, the guy started out as a Disc Priest. I remember watching Mystic's videos. Do you remember those, Zico, maybe? Like Mystic and Rizzy and him playing Ret Rogue and Elemental Rogue Disc Priest. It was so fun to watch. And that's, I think, where Chaz's name kind of started popping up, that and some RMP. But then he started playing Druid, and he was a legendary Druid for the longest time. And now he's playing everything, right? You see Shaman, you see Paladin, you see Mistweaver. The guy just has it all in his pocket, and it's very, very nice to see. I do think this is a really difficult combo. I've been playing a bunch of Mistweaver this season too because my Resto Druid hasn't been doing so hot in 3s lately. And one of the things that you really struggle with is Root Beam actually against Moonkins. That's one of the weaknesses of the Mistweaver. So Root Beam is a very easy setup into Cyclone, into Hex, whatever it may be. So if Wildcard can get those reliably without it getting Aura Mastered or Dispelled, then that's going to be the sort of thing that kind of initiates the CC chains.
Yeah, I will say too, as we're having these discussions about healers, time and time again, when we're talking about who the best healer in the world is, the name Chaz comes up. But the other name that does always come up, usually Zico is going to be saying it, is definitely going to be on the side of Looney.
I mean, let's be honest. I asked Chaz to queue 3 times last week. We did queue a few games the other day, and we won all of them. But still, it's got to be Looney. Like, it's hard to call. No, on a serious note, though, I feel like they're both, like, it's kind of the Canadian answer here, but they're both on the same level, I would say. It comes down to, what the meta is. I feel like if there's a Priest meta, obviously Chaz is going to pull ahead. Mm-hmm. But if there's a Shaman meta, then Looney's going to pull ahead. So the way I rank them is Okay, they can play the same amount of classes on, a super high level. Maybe Looney has a little bit better, Mistweaver, but Chaz is a little bit better, Resto Druid. It's just so hard to call between these two guys, but these two are the cream of the cream. The cream of the cream,
baby. Yeah. That's what they used to call me in college. But yeah, you heard it from Zico. If you want to get that premium gas, make sure you queue with him before the tournament. Start farming echoes with
before
Zico for premium gas.
I was gonna say, like, Zico was talking about how Canadians are rubbing off on us, and I'm thinking all of us. Whenever someone loses, I swear we always say this. When someone loses, we're like, they sort of got smashed, or they kind of got owned, or it was like we like, you know what I'm saying? We kind of like. Short. No one says, "Wow, they were dominated."
What? After that,
we did say
kind
that was the definition of domination.
Wait, when did you say that?
For wildcard against Burley.
I swear, every time that we're more often than not, we're like kind of just like easing up a bit on it, not like.
Well, to be fair, this series has been like that though. Like no one has really dominated either team. We called out the mistakes on Method Black in Game 3, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I think they would look back on that. I mean, maybe they'll flame us a little bit because they always do when we say anything bad. But they're then going to go back and be like, okay, yeah, we did break this blinding light or whatever it is, right? Like they're perfectionists, and quite rightly so. As
I feel like this is actually one of those series where every second you get, you're like, oh yeah, this person got utterly destroyed, and then the next second you're talking about the other team getting utterly destroyed. It's just back and forth, blow for blow, people just swinging punches as quickly as they can. But as of right now, we have both of our teams with 2 wins in their back pocket in this grand final. Whoever does take Ashmane's fall will find themselves on match point in this best of 7 series. The gates are about to open.
All right, here we go. Not match point. We're tied up at 2-2. It's a game 7 series likely between these teams. Unless Method Black can win this swing match here, the odds are stacked against them. The deck is stacked against them with Wildcard Gaming on the opposite end of the screen. Although this time around, Unholy, no Frost Death Knights, so single target pressure is going to be a lot higher. And let's see what they can get done. How are they going to play it? They're not playing that turtle strategy with Death Grip. They're going straight into the deep end of the pool, and Swapsy is already disappearing.
Oh, how did Chaz just break out of that root solar beam? Did he pre-aura mastered it?
Nice.
So that Thunder Focus T makes you immune to silence effect. If you get root beam, that's a silence effect, so you can dispel the root and then walk out. Beautiful stuff there from Chaz. Reading the first move there from Maro. Raikou, though, still taking a decent beating here. Had to activate his blur, but he's gonna get that back. It's a relatively short cooldown here. Zeepai now taking a little bit of pressure, but Looney keeping him alive. No life cocoon available here on the side of Wildcard. Zeepai still taking a lot of damage. They need to try to get that Astral Shift cooldown with this pressure. Otherwise, there's not going to be any real kill windows here. Maro trinketing out of a Paralyze, getting aggressive, landing a Cyclone onto Chaz, and Chaz trinketing out of that one. Swapsy and a Lightning Lasso. Both of these teams are playing extremely aggressive here.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it. One thing that the Mistweaver monks can run, and if you're playing Mistweaver monk on live right now, it's very fun into these sorts of dot compositions, is the Vision of Perfection Major, because it procs Revival, and Revival will remove all dots from everyone, including Solar Beam, Roots, and anything like that, Polymorphs, what have you. So definitely, I was looking for that on Chaz, but no, you're right, he did just pre-aura mastery it, world-class play as opposed to RNG, which is what my monk would have been looking for there.
He's not running Zen Focus T. He doesn't have aura mastery. He's playing Healing Sphere. Did he put
maybe
an orb on himself and then he got rooted and it dispelled? I didn't think you could do that.
We should say
it's also reverse magic. There's also reverse magic.
Maybe. Well, we'll have to see. Let's keep a close eye on it for the next Solar Beam. But if you could just Healing Sphere onto yourself, that's a lot less proof. It's certainly an innovative strategy against the innovators themselves, Wildcard Gaming, on this Moonkin. You can see crowd control coming through, regardless, though, as Raikou taking a lot of damage in this situation.
Perfect Cyclone timings here on Chaz, but Raikou going to heal back up with that Leech healing. Zeepai recovering for now, but Looney is stunned. Swapsy gets cloned away. Maro's trying to save Zeepai. He's very low, and they're trying to hold on to cooldowns. Will they be able to hold on to them? This is huge pressure right now. Mind Freeze on Maro's Cyclone. Looking to just build some astral power with the Lunar Strikes. But there are the Gladiator Spites, played by Method Black. Stun into Imprison. Now,
I didn't think that it stacked while you were in prison with the immunity effect, but playing the Gladiator Spites is very interesting. Grip into a stun, Think from Beyond going to connect, and Astral Shift and Life Cocoon are overlapped. A lot more threatening, at least, during that Spite duration than we saw from the Bergen Boys variation of this composition.
Yeah, we're gonna see Raikou right now has been doing a good job staying alive so far, but these relentless onslaughts could take him down at any point. You can see Maru now looking to get closer to Chaz. Let's see, maybe looking for a Cyclone here. He's gonna get one onto Swapsy, gonna build up a little bit of damage. There's the Lightning Lasso. Chaz trying to avoid crowd control here. You can see Maru is not gonna go for it right now. He's looking for the Cyclone right now. He's gonna land it. He lands it, but Chaz does get a couple of heals out and stabilizes his team, and that's one of these things that all of these really top-notch healers try to do. They tank the CC, but right before they tank it, they drop, you know, a preemptive Vitality Conduit or something, and that usually is enough to keep the player alive. Spite setup here happening. Deepai gonna get a Life Cocoon and just kind of walk out of that one though, and both teams again just kind of trying to find an opening.
Yeah, I've been looking at it more, and I realized the way he's actually breaking out of the root beams is he's a gnome. So I'm a bit disappointed we didn't notice that makes it much easier, right? Because healing spheres, it would only break it if it was damage, I think. So that, although that would have been ingenious if it had worked out, but that's why Chaz is playing the gnome, which is cute and adorable, but also very effective against a Wildcard gaming on this Moonkin. So it makes a lot of sense. You can see Raikou just kind of tunneling down, and I mean, without Root Beam being an effective tool, it's actually so much more difficult for Maru to set up his crowd control. He's not playing Bash because he's playing the Mash Roots, so what he has to do is he literally has to go and hard cast a Cyclone on Chaz every single time, and Chaz, you know, he has the incap, he has the rolls, he has the portal, you can see him incapping that Cyclone right now. It's actually really difficult to land that, and in the meantime we can see these Spite setups coming in as they try and find an opportunity onto Zipai.
All right, well, that gnome racial escape art is going to negate the strategies here of Maro's Solar Beam, almost guaranteed. If that is the case, can they win without that crowd control? The Gladiator Spites could overwhelm Zipai, and this could be a way for Method Black to win the swing match and move to match point. They've definitely done their homework, even though they haven't seen a balanced Druid in 2 years. They knew exactly what they needed to do to be able to best it. They have a significant mana advantage and a lot of pressure. And if this is the case, there's the Solar Beam, there's the Escape Artist. Doesn't even need the reverse magic. Raikou was there for it. Like, hey, I'll get you. And Chad's like, nah, I got it, dude. Don't worry about it. I'm almost wondering if the reverse magic is even necessary in this matchup if the Escape Artist is available.
It's just BM to remove the reverse magic.
Too many buttons. Set up onto Raikou. Life Cocoon. Okay, so one thing that is pretty interesting, though, about the fact that Chaz is gnome is that he won't have that human relentless combo that kind of makes... Oh, Zipai in big trouble here. Could be an Astral Shift. He walks out of it. He gets gripped back into it. He gets imprisoned in that Gladiator Spite. They place down a new Spite. They have a stun. They do get the stun. They bounce him back with that Ring of Peace. Zipai is extremely corrupted right now. Could die if a thing from beyond starts spawning here. Needs to be careful. The damage right now is magnified on him from having more than 80 corruption, but I think he is going to be fine. It's finally starting to kind of settle down. Raikou in a Lightning Lasso. Does have his blur though, so he's probably going to just stay offensive here. Get Cyclone by Maru. So, the thing I was going to talk about, Chaz is playing Gnome, no Relentless, and he's playing Trinket. So, later on, we could see Zipa just tap target to him and press Lasso and potentially erase him. That could be something that we need to look for. But they would need to have great crowd control onto Raikou and Swapsy. So we'll see a little bit later, but Zipai does like doing that.
Yeah, the lasso eraser, it sounds like a Photoshop tool or something, but it's certainly used to remove Chaz from the map in this one. He actually gets caught up in a Cyclone here. Nice little play by Maru, who has the Thorns active right now. Raikou, I'm a little bit scared for you right now. As the sun comes through, we see DR Cyclone. These Spites really are the telltale. I could definitely see Zipai, when dampening stacks up a little bit more, taking a lot of damage from those, but Looney literally hasn't spent a point of mana at 14% dampening. Meanwhile, Chaz is starting to kind of feel the pressure. He used Life Cocoon again there. Raikou is taking damage, and this is the thing from Wildcard Gaming. This game, looks night and day compared to their series against Burley. I think a lot of that is because Chaz is that little gnome, but even with that, they're starting to create some good pressure in the situations, and Raikou does seem to be the person who is the focal point of that.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. They have to win a swing match at some point. Chaz gets out of the solar beam, but Raikou is being absolutely destroyed. Maro's incarnation getting some big value there, and this gnome is not going to be able to slip out of that situation. Raikou goes down, and Wildcard Gaming move to match point.
You walk into the Moonkin. That's what happens. Let's actually talk about these final moments. Zico, anything in particular that you want to draw the attention to of everyone to?
Star Surge and Earthshock. the reason why this comp is so good is because both of those abilities are instant, and they can hit you for 150,000, which is about a third of your HP. And actually, Chaz got wind cheered, which is one of the shortest duration interrupts in the game, and then he got bashed. And as he got bashed, his teammate died. So, yeah, that's the Star Surge for you.
Oh man.
Yeah. Zipa is also playing such an aggressive build. He's literally all gushing runes, no versatility. And on top of that, he's not even using Conflict and Strife Mage. He's using Breath of the Dying for even more burst with that one shot. So they really are playing to that win condition.
The Q with Zipa.
Yeah. You'll get some Mage early monk going, or what's up?
I mean, what do you guys expect to see? Do we see a matchup like this again headed into potentially the final game?
No, I think Wildcard are going to blind lock Mage Warrior, and honestly, it can go either way. It can go either way. We could see this melee cleave. We could see Waz get tagged in. I think we'll see Mage Warrior. We'll see melee cleave from Method Black. Method Black will win, but it will be a nail biter. And then we're going to see the Rogue Mage Pally versus Mage Warrior. Game 7, Mugambala, hashtag the prophecy.
Hashtag Mugambala prophecy.
I'm going to go a different route. I need someone to message Mara right now if you've got him on battle tag, because we need Mara to play Moonkin this next game, so that Method Black locks in the Rogue Mage, and then Super Tees will finally stop playing Guardian
If
Druid
Wildcard
and
Gaming wins
Moonkin.
that matchup, I will. If Wildcard Gaming beat Method Black Rogue Mage Paladin as Moonkin, I'll stop playing Guardian.
It's
never going to happen, and they won't walk into it. They won't walk into it, and it's not going to happen. So
just stop playing Guardian. Period. Dude, I seriously am blown away, though, by this series, because it's one of those things where all of a sudden you have the best teams, and I think we're just seeing so many compositions that we really didn't expect to see, and it makes so... It is really just wild to time and time again be in situations like this with these two teams. I'm really, really excited for whenever it happens, when we actually get to have those international competitions as well. Like, looking at North America and what was put together, and then looking at EU with what was put together and the differences between these regions, it feels just so good to be back. It really does feel just awesome to have AWC up and running again. It feels like forever since we've gotten here, but even with all of that time, look at the two teams who are still on the top in EU. Excited to get into this next map and see what it's actually going to be, and if Method Black's going to be able to extend this all the way to a Game 7. It seems like you guys think that they will be able to extend it to a Game 7. Mugambala prophecy aside, Healing Stat, do you think we're getting all the way there?
I think there's a very good chance, yeah. I think Method Black wins this next game, and then Game 7, I honestly don't know what they're going to blind lock, because they've been beaten on both comps now, so I think they should go back to the Rogue Mage personally for that Game 7, assuming they get there. But yeah, I mean, to your point, I just think the competition has been insane. Like, the competition between these two teams aside, because obviously this is fantastic, we're having a great time in the series. Like, even look at the top 8 competition, right? Like, I said earlier, Vilai and Radapai and all those guys not making it to top 8 in Europe, and then Peekaboo getting knocked out early yesterday. Like, the fact that we have this circuit coming up before the finals, and there's the top 8 kind of round robin format there, means that these teams have so much to play for this year. There's like so much money on the line compared to previous years as well. It's such a great thing to see the teams kind of elevating that level of competition. It's made for a really good
And
weekend.
also, I mean, if you are sitting here saying, I can take down a Moonkin, or something like that. You can sign up.
How hard can it be?
you can sign up and you can actually compete. I mean, Healing said, I feel like out of everybody, you would know the exact number of teams that actually did sign up. But I mean, we had so many teams.
Oh yeah, it was hundreds. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's wild to see how many people were actually competing. I'll be completely honest. I can't see anything right now. I don't know what happened with the sun. I'm usually not awake at these infernal hours. I've just realized how terrible it truly is to have any windows inside of an apartment. It is just getting in the way. I think I'm going to turn my entire desk around during this next game. It is truly brutal, just like the competition has been. And I can't wait to see as well. Competition only heats up throughout the season. It's always been that way. Teams are only going to get better. Teams are going to get used to playing against each other, and I just can't wait to see where we do actually end up, and I can't wait to see this hook point now that we have the compositions in front of us. Will we get all the way to a Game 7, or will we see it all end here? We're trying to crown our first champion of EU for the entire year.
Almost only one win away. I mean, they could pull it off. Hook Point's a really small map, so getting onto Chaz will be a lot easier. But at the same time, also getting onto Looney will be a lot easier. So it's a gamble there. What do you think of the map pick, Zico? Like, do you think Method Black should have gone somewhere a little more neutral? Because it was a cross kill in this matchup last time.
I think Method Black are going to Rogue Mage Pally. Honestly, this is a Rogue Mage Pally map.
No, they've already locked in Frost Death Knight. And
what? I'm delayed. Yeah. They just locked in right now on my screen. Well,
get wrecked.
Oh, well, that's but yeah, I feel like it's a good map for Wildcard.
Zico muted the graphics link too.
you need to look on those, dude. You're having some real issues with this right now.
I feel like today's been my best day
I do want to say also huge shout out to everybody in production for the show. Like, this is a huge undertaking. Yeah. It's a big switch to actually move to doing stuff in this online environment. And it has just been incredible. They've made our lives really easy, and anytime that you've seen any of us muted, that was our fault. just want to say that was completely on us. So that was us not pressing the unmute button. Thank you to everybody who's made this show possible. And now we get to watch some of the best WoW PvP as we're about to jump in onto this matchup on Hookplate. And Zico, now that you have actually seen this composition on this small map, how are you feeling about Method Black's chances?
I mean, I think it could go either way. We've had super close games in general between those two teams in all of their comps that they've played, but I feel like Wildcard right now are kind of happy with the situation they're in because Blizzo is going to have uptime on Chaz. That's going to force Raikou to babysit Chaz, and that's going to open up Maru to get polymorphs. The easiest map to get polymorphs on. You guessed it. It's Hook Point. That's going to result in them getting a lot of pressure and potentially be able to win the game because of that. But again, it's also a good map for Swapsy because, as we saw, Swapsy also has polymorph.
True. Formless Void stealing polymorphs left, right, and center. I'm surprised he didn't go for more G-Pies. I want to see more G-Pies.
Well, it's really hard to get G-Pie because you can Fire Blast before it finishes.
True.
It's really hard to get G-Pie.
Can you Fire Blast what's costing poly?
Yeah, you
can. I think you can. You can Fire Blast during any cast, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's more a testament to Swapsy as a player. Like, given the choice between stealing an offensive ability and a defensive ability, I feel like Swapsy steals the core control every time. It's like, if he's given the red and the blue button, you know which one he's going with.
Formless Void just really is a fun one to watch, though.
We haven't seen people play it in the PvP yet. I'd love to see it. I want to see more healers playing Breath of the Dying from Formless Void.
There was one.
Yeah, true.
We saw it Friday. There was, I think, was it Clyde that did it one game?
There was one
he
game.
did on Gelly's team.
It is like so. Basically, for anybody watching right now who might not know how that, I feel like there are probably a lot of people who don't know how that essence does work. Could you break it down for everybody?
So basically,
no, go ahead.
Well, the coolest thing about it is essentially that there are certain essences that are healer only and certain essences that are DPS only. So, for example, Vitality Conduit is super strong for a healer, but as a DPS, you can actually use Formless Void and copy your healer's major essence. You'll get a lower rank of it, but you will still have a vitality conduit as your major essence. So if your healer's in crowd control, you could activate that and, you know, keep your teammates going. If you want to be like Sid, you could maybe play, you know, a full tank comp and just play, you know, triple vitality conduit.
No. You definitely copy Anima. You do damage. I'm going to make a compilation of one-shot videos where I triple kill teams. There's literally hundreds of them. And you're going to be like, whoa, Bears, PogChamp. I guarantee it.
Wait, could a healer steal your Guardian?
Please, let's not
can steal
talk
my
about
Guardian Essence.
something
Yeah, the
just
Anima.
so vile and disgusting. I'm not talking about Guardian Druid at all, because we're actually about to get to watch good WoW PvP. We got Method Black going up against Wildcard Gaming. Wildcard Gaming can win here. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it, or if we're going to make it all of the way to a best of 7 to crown our champion of EU.
I'm very much looking forward to this game, but if we do go into Game 7, I'm going to have a lot of comments on the fact that when Wildcard Gaming played against Diabolus, it was such a close series in the Iron Pala versus Royal Mage, and maybe there is something in the Formless Void for aggression, but they got to win this one first before they make it to that Game 7. Looks like the advantage is currently in favor of Wildcard as huge damage comes in. A great start from Wildcard, forcing Trinket, Cocoon, and Blur, everything on the Method Black roster.
Oh, they're counterattacking. They got a triple stun there with a triple chill streak, and Blizzo, he's very low on health. Rallying Cry, Life Cocoon. Going to be able to stabilize there. Maro in a position where they can't switch to him. Raikou is gunning down Looney. And Method Black must have selected this map to switch to Looney at some point. It's the only thing that makes sense. Otherwise, it actually just enables Blizzo and Maro to do whatever they want. And at the moment, Blizzo is getting way more uptime on Chaz than that of Method Black towards Wildcard Gaming. I mean, Raikou is just polymorphed at the moment. Maro is just polymorphing Swapsy and Raikou over and over, waiting for Blizzo to just carry on Chaz, maybe blink in, lob in a couple of Fire Blasts and Pyros, double Ring of Frost. I mean, Maro's main job right now looks to be just crowd control, and then just wait for Blizzo to kill something.
Yeah, but the thing is, Maro is making himself a threat, and that's allowing Blizzo to free up or to have free reign over Chaz. But Maro taking huge damage here. Temporal Shield is going to activate after that stun. Gets a sheep onto Raikou. Looney is going to be able to keep him alive. He also has his Life Cocoon back once again. So now it's Wildcard's turn to pounce. They have a 40-second window. They could potentially take down Raikou or Chaz. I would actually hinge my bets towards going on Chaz, maybe with a intimidating shout onto Raikou to stop that darkness. Because if you go for Raikou, he still has his human ray shawl, and if he doesn't die in the stun, then he won't die at all. Oh, they're going to fear Raikou, actually. And they're not going to go for Chaz. They're going to spite Raikou. There's the Stormbolt. There's the Combust. Do they have the damage? Chaz using that Life Cocoon. Raikou's going to go out of that spite zone right there. Activate Metamorphosis and Blur. And he should be fine for now. That was a kill window, though. And so far, Wildcard Gaming's been doing great this game.
Yeah, they have been. And we talked about the mind games. I think you guys were talking about it a little bit earlier today, even about when to play Spite and when not to play Spite. This is the first game in the series where Wildcard Gaming have been the team with Spites, and they're setting up onto Raikou. They were maybe hoping he would go for an over-corrupted build. I'm trying to take a look right now and see how corrupted he is, because that is going to be a scary situation for Raikou. If they can keep setting this up with the Stormbolt, with the intimidating shout, and all of those little micro crowd controls they have, they could definitely find a kill on this Demon Hunter. And this is match point. This is the grand finals on the line. Wildcard Gaming, if they are to win this one, they will repeat the success they had from the community tournaments earlier in the year and be our first AWC champions of 2020 for Europe.
I don't think you can call Blizzo's crowd controls micro. I think intimidating shout is pretty big one. But Blizzo is still just waddling over to Chaz. He's got a walking simulator right now. Chaz just avoiding him. Crackling Jade Lightning, get that Mark of the Crane back up on Amaro. He wants to make sure he's got that 5% physical damage. Blizzo is probably going to mount up at this point. Yep, he's on his mount. He's chasing. We're off to the races. Blizzo finally getting back on Chaz, and Maro is not having a great time. Swapsy stole a polymorph into a leg sweep. Looney breaks the leg sweep, but he has to ice block regardless. Method Black establish a big advantage.
Method Black actually pulling ahead a little bit now, and that's the good thing for them as well. The map gives them a lot of uptime, but we got a spite set up here. In-cap into leg sweep onto Raikou. Nice Ring of Peace by Chaz. Should be able to deflect it, but Raikou still CC'd. Storm bolted DR. Ring of Frost comes out, and finally he's gonna leap out, but he is glowing red, and that cocoon has already broken. He's taking so much damage. Right now taking reduced healing and increased damage from that corruption reaching maximum capacity. That was an amazing setup there by Wildcard Gaming, but they used all of their crowd control for it, and Chaz was just free healing through it. If somehow Mara could have sniped the Dragon's Breath poly in the midst of that, that could have been huge for them. But for now, Raikou's going to be able to walk out of that one relatively safe. And now the pressure onto Maro once again, turning big dressed hit, taking huge damage, imprisonment onto Looney. Maro gonna just go down right there, cauterize procs, and he's just gonna die through it. Looney in that 1 second banish, not able to keep him alive, and we are gonna go to Game 7, of course.
We had to, right? There was no. This series deserves a game a million. I think we're all happy to get the Game 7. These teams, I truly feel like if you had any format, you could literally pick any format for Arena. You have these teams go head to head. If you play 100 games, I think it goes 50-50 quite a few times right now with what we're seeing. They have so many different answers to each other at this point, and it's going to be interesting to see how, as the season goes, how they do adapt to what the other squad does have. Now that we've made it all the way to the last game, what do you expect to see? We've talked about it quite a lot. I've asked this question multiple times throughout the series. We've seen some adaptations. We've gotten off the script a few times. But Zico, what do you expect to see in the final game?
Rogue Mage Paladin versus Warrior Mage Monk. And I mean, if we're going to go by the prophecy, it's going to be on Mugambala. But if we're going to be a little realistic, probably Blade's Edge, because that is Wildcard's pocket pick. And I don't think it's been played yet.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I don't think we've seen Blade's Edge just yet in this one. I think, I can't believe, like, we've seen this matchup twice in the series already, and Method Black's lost both times. First time, super close, almost a cross kill. Second time, not so close. Method Black, maybe a couple of mistakes. And I just can't believe that this is a matchup that Wildcard wins every single time. I'm sure they've played against each other in scrims, or they've played against each other on ladder, and it's gone a little bit differently. And maybe they should just take a little bit from Dabblos, right? Like, Dabblos are such a good Rogue Mage Paladin as well. We've seen Gelu Baba on that Fire Mage for a long time, and if Clyde was playing a bit more of an aggressive build, maybe that's something they can consider as well on the Paladin.
How often do you think these guys do actually wargame against each other? I think that's a really interesting thing to bring up. Obviously, we talk about how teams do get ready for these tournaments. The entire kind of landscape of how you do practice and which teams you're getting practice against, which teams want to stay away from practicing against you to not reveal any strategies, tends to be pretty interesting. Do you think that these guys do wargame against each other frequently?
I can't speak to, like, they do wargaming against each other, but what these teams will often do is they'll trade practice. So, like, you get a certain number of games in a matchup I want, and I get a certain number of games in a matchup you want. So I think quite often they might steer clear of playing, like, the main matchup they're going to play into the other team. Like, or maybe they'll do, we'll do 2 games of this matchup because we're seriously considering playing this, but then we'll throw a curveball of another matchup. So I think there's definitely a bit of, like, these two teams, they've been playing against each other for years, right? They know how each other play. But when it comes to, like, these kind of nuance games that are played in the grand finals, I think it is something else for them as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to bring up, and something that we always do. It's hard to ever get the players talking about it really on the stream, but you always do break it down in a really good way. And that's just the idea of, even though they may have wargamed against each other, that doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to be with the comps that you are seeing. They basically are going like, okay, I'll give you this if I give you that, and it's usually to get ready for other teams in particular. But now we're actually, you talk about the prophecy. Didn't expect to go to Mugambala, no, but it's close. We're going to the home of the Diaper Gnome, the Robodrome.
Well, we still have NA after this, so the prophecy lives on. 1 year later.
It's pretty wild. I feel like we've been seeing Robodrome a lot more frequently now. At first, it was one of those things where it was like you really, really didn't expect to see it, but now I feel like it's like less memey than going to Mugambala, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
What about Robodrome do you think is causing us Healing Stat to see it slightly more now?
I think players, and I speak from personal experience here a little bit, are very like change adverse.
Yeah.
So like things like Ineffable Truth is a new kind of corruption, and we're just seeing teams start to pick it up now. When it first came out, people were like, damage, I know what damage is, I like damage, and versatility, that's a stat I love. I want more of that, you know? So that's another example, and we saw it with classes back in like Mop and stuff. Monks weren't picked up for a while. Demon Hunters also took a bit of time to come into the PvP meta, I think. And I think it's just the same with maps. Like people, they see something new and they prefer their comfort, and it takes a bit of time. But Robodrome is a unique map. You know, the way that some like class like Demon Hunters can jump up on some of the poles if they aim it right. I had one that jumped all the way up on me, and I didn't even know they could do it yesterday. So I was like, I got kicked and I died. And I was so salty. But it's one of those maps where it definitely does have unique advantages. Monks as well can set up really good portals with the 2 tiers. So I'm happy to see teams picking it more and more to their advantage.
Whoa!
Nani?
Yeah. So
What?
I was gonna say the Robodrome.
No, mine's behind now. I'm sad. You guys have the comps?
Yeah. So basically,
Oh,
just to break it down for you, I mean, first of all, with the Robodrome, I think that Healing Step brings up a very good point. It's also one of those things of, let's let somebody else do it first, and we'll see how that goes. We'll learn from that, and then when we test it, we don't have to take as much risk. But now, speaking of risk, do we think it's a risk to switch right now to Raikou going on the Mage and having Swapsy on the Warlock?
Oh, I see it. He's Frost too. That's really surprising, because when Cloud9 have been playing this, they've been playing Fire, right?
Yeah. So one interesting thing about the Robodrome, I was talking to my good friend Dream Nyasha, is one of the great EU Destros, and his team, they actually didn't make the top 8, but they always go to the Robodrome. So I asked him, why do you like the Robodrome? And he told me, well, I like that I can be a Destro Warlock and I can stand on one of those pillars and just kill everybody. So I think Method Black are pretty happy about this map.
The king raining bolts from on high.
Yeah, it's one of those things
pretty
where you see Wildcard Gaming and it's like, okay, we're gonna set up for something, and Method Black just adapts to it really well, and that's what the great teams do tend to do. So an interesting pick coming out here. Now Wildcard Gaming going to be on the Warrior and the Mage. Let's talk about this matchup. How does Method Black actually pick up a win here, Zico, for anybody who hasn't seen this composition in a little while with the Frost Mage?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Richard. So, you guys know about Warriors. What do they hate the most in this game?
Wearing the wrong
Frost
belt.
Mage. The second thing.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, wait. That Warrior's not very good at Arena. Let me think. What is the first thing?
Frost Mage. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Or no, the first thing is Arcane Mage, but obviously Riker can't play that, so he's gonna play Frost Mage.
Oh, I thought it was Heroic Mechagon. I thought that's what
Oh man.
Okay, you know what? We're spiraling out of
Can't
control.
elude
here.
my
But
targeting systems.
Warriors don't like mages, okay?
Okay.
And they also don't like big pillars. This map has both. So the way Method Black wins is by having Riker just run a circle around the pillar and spamming blizzards, spamming slows, and then finally Blizzard's going to leave him alone. Then he's going to go out and spam frostbolts and polys, and then when the game drags on for a little bit, they can find a win condition like that. With that said, though, I'm kind of feeling wildcard in this matchup.
Would you agree, Healing?
Yeah, this is really interesting because I was surprised at how tanky some of the Destro Warlocks were earlier in the day into Wildcard, because typically this was what kind of the reason Wildcard drafted this comp, right? It was like they had a lot of problems with Destro Warlocks. They swapped Warwick off the roster a couple of years ago in favor of Maro. And we were like, well, maybe that's a mistake because Destro is so strong right now. And then they found this comp as their answer, and it's been great. But now that everyone's starting to really find those super tanky builds for the Destro Warlocks, I'm not 100% convinced that it's a free win the deeper the game goes. And Blizzo on the Warrior, as Zico said, in deep dampening, where he doesn't have that self-healing and Looney's going to start feeling the toll on mana, he could be a liability.
Oh man, this is definitely this series is just a treat in every single way. You have the games where you have everything that you do expect. have just surprises in the actual gameplay. Every single time that we get to watch, it's coming down to the absolute wire. And then you're just seeing compositions that you don't really expect to see. These teams proving that they really are the best in every single capacity that they could be. And now with this one, I'm going to kind of go around the horn for a second here and make you guys make predictions. Zico kind of already threw his out there. Supatis, who do you think is going to be able to take this final game in the series and be the first champion for EU for the entire year?
Wildcard Gaming.
That's 2 for Wildcard Gaming and Healing Stat. I know you started to allude to it, but do you agree? Do you think that Wildcard Gaming is going to be able to take this?
It's really tough. I've been beaten a lot on the ladder by Mage Warlock this season, so I'm actually going to go with Method Black. I think if they could play this Mage Warlock really well, and they can make it to deep enough dampening, I think they actually might have the advantage in this one, which is surprising that I'm saying that, because I thought Wildcard had this series in the bag, but I have some belief in this MLM from Method Black, and I could definitely see them winning it.
All right. Well, we already do know that this is going to be the last one in the series. And for anybody who doesn't fully understand, I don't think we really talked about it that much, if at all. Healing Stat, how does the year actually look as a whole? Just so people can really kind of understand what the stakes are before we do touch down, because I know that the players are already loading into the Robodrome.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Cup season is super, super fast this year. It's going to be back to back to back, 4 weeks on the trot. So definitely make sure you're subscribed to this YouTube channel, because we're going to have a ton of arena content coming up here. And as Rich said earlier, signing up to these tournaments, you get to play with all the corruptions on the tournament realm, you get to play against some of these competitors, beat some Moonkins, ruffle some feathers. So there's plenty to go on there. After that, we're going to hop into the circuit. So we're going to have the top 8 teams from the Cups, which is super competitive in both regions, going through to a round-robin format. And then off of that, we do have our seasonal finals for each region. So there's a lot of money on the line, a lot of Arena World Championship, and that's my favorite as a viewer and a fan, is just seeing these teams go back to back.
And I've also really enjoyed getting to see some of these new teams. And as you guys have already seen, some of those new teams have really been able to step up to the plate, making that top 8, as Healing Stat said, even tougher competition. And we would love if you guys did sign up and we got to cast over some of you. If you're sitting there watching right now and you think that you have what it takes, jump in, sign up. The signups are still alive. And then with that, we get to actually jump in to this action pretty shortly here. They are just remaking really quick the Robodrome, and then we get to see who our champion is going to be. And then after that, we're not going to be done. We got plenty more World of Warcraft action. We still have everything for NA. That's going to be 4 series to then crown our champion there as well. And I have a feeling that it's going to look quite different than what we saw in the EU. We've already seen some big changes when we did get to watch yesterday. With NA, how different do you think the meta is really going to feel today with the 4 teams that we do have, Zico?
I think... So what we've seen in Europe with like the Fire Mage Mistweaver, I feel like that's kind of a wild card specialty. I also think we won't see that much Rogue Mage unless Cloud9 brings it out. So I think for NA it's going to be more kind of more cleave meta and more double caster meta compared to what we've had in Europe. It's been a little bit more like I guess it's going to be fairly similar though. Windwalker, Destro, a few double melees, a few double casters. I think the main thing is less Rogue Mage in NA.
And with that, though, we get to think a little bit about the things to come. But it is time to crown a champion as we jump in onto the Robodrome.
All right, here we go. It's match point. It's Game 7 in the European Finals of Cup number 1. A BlizzCon rematch between Wildcard Gaming and Method Black. Method Black playing at the disadvantage. Try to throw a curveball with the Frost Mage Destruction Warlock. Will their curveball be enough to find victory, or will Wildcard Gaming officially break the curse in a Blizzard-oriented tournament and defeat Method Black for the first time?
Yeah, I've been kind of paying attention to the chat, and I've seen a lot of people who are really starting to wave the Wildcard Gaming banner off of that Moonkin Ellie. They love to see the representation that these guys bring to the tournament. So many different classes, and it is Blizzard on the Warrior. Venruki talked about that prophecy of warriors disrupting this weekend's predictions. Is Blizzo going to be able to see it through? Double coil comes through, spites as well, big damage from Swapsy. Those Chaos Bolts are going to be devastating as the Infernals have been applied.
Yeah, and we're going to see, the team of Wildcard Gaming just kind of duck for cover a little bit here, trying to mitigate some of that damage, and potentially just try to run a little bit. That Dark Soul, though, Swapsy did get interrupted there, so Blizzo should be fine. Actually, Dark Soul hasn't even been popped yet. It's just the Infernal. So a lot of Warlocks, they like to pop them at the same time. A lot of them kind of space them out. Swapsy right now is choosing to use his Infernals and then stack up big Chaos Bolts with that Fire and Brimstone, and then later try to activate that Dark Soul. And when you play Mage Warlock, you want to use your offensive cooldowns when the other team is pushing on top of you. So we can expect Swapsy maybe to activate his offense here and look to counter pressure as a way to survive.
Yeah, I was going to say, as the spike comes in, Swapsy spent all his time on his little dwarf waddling up to the Dream Nasher podium, and he just got ropped off immediately by Looney, so it was kind of amusing for me.
All right, I don't think Swapsy is running Demonic Circle, so he doesn't have a good way to get out of Spite. Chaz is playing Tiger's Lust, though. The Tiger's Lust is going to be very important from Chaz to get his Warlock, who doesn't move very fast, out of Spite. Swapsy also wants to position on top of his gateway, which he is. He's playing right on top of it. So when those spites come down, the purple circles, he can click that gateway and just teleport right out of it. And he'll be able to utilize that roughly every second spite. So if they can rotate between Tiger's Lust and Demonic Gateway, they should be able to deal with it quite effectively. He's relaying it, a little bit surprised. Maybe trying to bait a kick on it. Either way, not finding an interrupt. Blizzo is patiently saving Pummel for Chaos Bolt. Instantly kicks it as soon as it shows up. Sharpened Blades to Warlock, but he's really not going to take damage here before dampening outside of those Gladiator spites, unless Chaz is crowd controlled, which, I mean, Morrow could find. He's polymorphing Raikou in midfield. He might switch it over. Doesn't look like it. Still just happy to spam out those fireballs. With his Firestarter build, he can reduce the cooldown of his combustion. Looney gets spell locked. Morrow is controlled. Infernals have been called in, and Swapsy is bursting. Paralyzed onto Looney out. Blizzo desperately trying to recover. Holds on to the rallying cry, and despite their best efforts in that push, they don't really get anything.
Yeah, that was kind of surprising.
The Ring of Peace.
The Ring of Peace on the thing actually gets denied by the Intimidating Sun. I was going to say, like, every time a Warlock presses Dark Soul, I need a weak aura that Super T's going, and the Warlock is bursting! I would never take a Chaos Ball ever again.
Let's be honest, you probably still would. With how much haste these guys are rocking. Swapsy is rocking that Versa build right now, Warbanner. Being dropped by Blizzo, Thing from Beyond, hitting Swapsy in the face. He's also standing in Eye of Corruption, taking huge damage. Finally going to use his Cloak and Gate to safety. So that Cloak from Rathian is a 3-minute cooldown. Makes you immune to, it basically dispels current corruption effects that are active. So the next time that Gladiator Spite is up, and the time after that, there's going to be real kill pressure onto Swapsy. He needs to be extremely careful. But right now, Blizzo, though, feeling the heat from that Frost Mage, 2 polys onto Looney. Looney's going to come out. No Life Cocoon available. Does have that heal, though. Big recovery there from Looney. Blizzo's going to stabilize, and now he's going to look to get aggressive once again onto Swapsy. Morrow trying to push forward, look for crowd control, but you can count on those interrupts getting used. You can see he's getting spam sheeped, he's getting spam feared. Chaz still in a pretty good spot here, and Morrow's still looking for the polymorphs. There's the spell lock, and basically this is his life in this matchup.
All right, crowd control on Looney and Blizzo. They're trying to isolate Morrow, but there's not a lot of damage. Right now, Method Black are just doing damage control, trying to get control of the enemy damage dealers. Paralyzed, Ring of Peace away from the gateway into the spites. Beautiful coordination on Swapsy. His corruption is going to be overloaded. Chaz immediately Life Cocoons. Tournament lives on the line here as Swapsy's corruption is likely maxed out. They cut through the Life Cocoon. They pummel him. He can't use Unending Resolve for one more second. Just a bit more damage, but they're not going to find it. Swapsy survives another spite attempt. Blizzo gets pre-Life Cocoon, but a polymorph sneaks in from Morrow. Well done. Swapsy's in position to use the Demonic Gateway, but he really doesn't want to have to use it outside of the Gladiator Spite window. He holds on to it. He's lobbing out those Chaos Bolts, getting Fell Fissure on the ground, trying to make sure that Blizzo's in that Mortal Strike effect as much as possible. Mana is slightly in favor, but I wouldn't say massively for Looney at this point. But These ring of pieces, whenever Swapsy's getting ready to use the gateway on a spite, they ring of piece him away from the gateway, then spite him and crowd control him. And it's that's top level play, because otherwise he just clicks that gateway, nothing happens. If they consistently do this, I think they're going to overwhelm Swapsy.
I mean, this is a very interesting Game 7. I mean, it really is for all the marbles, right? The winner of this is the winner of our first European tournament of the year. It's a race of 2 win conditions. You've got the Spites for Wildcard Gaming, trying to set up those perfectly precise swaps over onto Swapsy. And in the meantime, we've seen Blizzo dropping super low when Method Black does get aggressive with Swapsy's cooldowns. He's playing the Model Core, which means no portal, but it also does mean that when he gets the coils, gets all that crowd control going, they do have a lot of pressure. So Chaz, once again here, he's avoiding crowd control. He does have access to the life cocoon if needed. Swapsy, actually, he could stand on the edge of the map and maybe get zapped into the middle on some of these spites too. It could be something to think about. It's something I've seen some players able to do, but the things from Beyond are connecting. A lot of heals coming through from Chaz. It looks like, once again, another spite has been survived here by Method Black.
Another spite, and Swapsy survives. 8 stacks on that Eye of Corruption, though, so he has finally moved out of it. 9 stacks, another one spawn. He's gonna be, you can see, I almost want to see a Ring of Peace thrown onto Swapsy. They're trying to bounce him back in the direction where he was running from, just because he had so many stacks. It's percentage based, so when you have 10 stacks, you're going to be taking a huge amount of damage just from that eye. Unfortunately though, Swapsy now is activating his Dark Soul, and he's looking to get big beefy bolts out. Let's see if he can find it. Goes for the Immolate here. Blizzo, Chaos Bolt, he tries to juke it, gets a life cocoon immediately there. Looney not gonna waste any time. He knows Dark Soul has been activated. You just press cocoon, and it's a pretty good trade. Gonna have that back. And right now you can see both of these mages just looking for an opening on the other healer. They're trying to do as much damage as possible to Blizzo and Swapsy, and whoever healer has to go out first and heal, that's the one who's most likely to get crowd control, and it is going to be Looney. Blizzo taking
Fellfisher
could just go down.
He had Trinket. He had all of his cooldowns.
He had everything.
Oh no, that's devastating. That's actually an exact repeat of what happened at BlizzCon. Blizzard cooling after playing perfectly for 6 games. Oh, that hurts a little bit. That stings.
Man, that is actually just such a difficult way to not only lose a game, but lose the championship. We are going to have our first winner in the EU, and I think it was who most people predicted coming into this weekend, but it was just about as close as it could have been. Let's actually break down those final few moments, though, there, Zico, that actually resulted in Method Black being able to take the victory.
Well, so basically they had just forced out Looney's cocoon, and both of the mages are just kind of standing in a situation where they are between the guy that they're attacking and the healer, and eventually that Blizzo in this case, or Swapsy, is going to take so much damage that one of the healers has to go out, and whatever mage can get a snipe on that polymorph is the one who is probably gonna win the game, or at least pull ahead. In this case it was Raikou, and as soon as they landed that setup, they had the frozen orb, they had the damage to back it up from that frost mage, and it worked out for them. Blizzo under responded, and they're able to win Cup number 1 because of it.
Yeah, man. How rare is it to say that Blizzo under-responded? Like, Blizzo actually, he stops goes that he shouldn't be able to stop 99.999% of the time. Absolute madman. And to see that happen there, Sid, is definitely an anomaly, and it is going to allow Method Black to win this.
I was thinking, like, that's the only way they can lose, is just the warrior gets dragged around by the frost mage and they burst him down. That was the only way, but I don't know. When you've played such a long series, I mean, that was game 7, and every game was what, like 50% dampening? I mean, eventually you're sitting there like, the leg sweep's almost over. I'll just rally, I'll be fine. Oh, there's a mortal coil too. Oh. Okay.
Yeah. You simply just feel safe, right? Healing stat.
Yeah.
It's one of those things too where it just went perfectly wrong for Wildcard Gaming as well. Like, they didn't have the life cocoon, it got forced out, and then when he got stunned, a Chaos Ball landed at the exact same time, so he was stuck in Fellfisher the entire time. So he was taking so little healing in that situation, and then yeah, as you said, the DR coil. Who wants to trigger a DR coil? Especially after a 6-game series, you might just be a little bit slow on the trigger. Very unfortunate for Blizzo. I've been there, trust me, like that last game where you just make that one mistake at the end after working so hard.
You have to give credit to them, right? A fantastically played series. They managed to pull off so many things.
So good up till
I
then.
mean, they managed to pull off things that we didn't think they were going to be able to pull off, and they showed just how big of a contender they are going to be throughout the entirety of the year. But let's talk a little bit about the victors and what they were able to do. Let's talk about Method Black. I mean, we watch Method Black just absolutely on broadcast outclass certain teams, look incredibly dominant. Wildcard, on the other hand, they had a little bit of a bumpier road. They did have a huge upset happen with the Bergen Boys able to take them down. Then they end up having to play against them again. Both of those go to Game 5, but they get to change history just a little bit in the losers finals to get to the grand final. But Method Black, we have to talk about not only this victory, but Healing Set, all of the victories. This is a team that comes out and just wins cup after cup after cup, and I think this is really the year where they can cement themselves as one of those modern dynasties in Arena.
And it's so hard, like, to be a dynasty in today's day and age of Arena, where you got so many top competitors really going at it, it's just insane. Like, they won BlizzCon, they had so much success last year, they're already kicking off this year with a good start, and the versatility as well, like the diversity of compositions, the fact they could just bring out Mage Warlock at the end there to win the cup is just like incredible, right? We were all saying it's got to be Rogue Mage, it's their only chance, they just have to clean it up, but they just bring in something completely new. And I mean, there were a couple of close calls on Swapsy, but overall their gameplay, their surviving and rotating was perfect, and they thoroughly deserved that win.
I feel like I'm just reading a tweet from Swapsy. He just tweeted, "Don't make me go off the bench." I'm just picturing like Waz's big brother Swapsy. Like Waz goes to Swapsy like, "No, help me," and then Swapsy is like, "Okay, brother."
I don't know. Okay, stepbrother. Are you stuck in a bad PvP situation? I can get you out.
You're being bullied in the arena.
We're not going to talk about getting stuck too much here, because Method Black is definitely not stuck in a bad position at all. As we do look at the standings, they have already grabbed that best seat in the house, the seat that they tend to sit in, 120 points. As we have already talked about, this is the first time that we get to see the standings, because now they officially exist. I just have to say as well, Swapsy, the argument of Swapsy being the best player ever, right? If you had to make that argument, it's such an impossible thing to say, right? Because of all of the variety that comes with World of Warcraft Arena. But you look at what he's done, and you look at how many times he's been able to win, and then he comes onto this team and what he's been able to do alongside this roster. I don't know, Zico. Like, if you were going to have that conversation, there's no way that he's not in it.
Oh, yeah, he's in it for sure. The guy has a hat trick BlizzCon. He's definitely in it. And I mean, it also, like, the only thing we haven't seen him do yet is heal. Like, plays Enhance, plays Ellie, plays DK, plays Rat, plays Warlock, he plays, I mean, anything.
One day they're going to get frustrated at Chaz and he's just going to start hitting their broken.
He's like, Chaz, don't make me log my Mistweaver, man. Go farm echoes. What are you doing? By the way, Chaz, if you do need to farm echoes,
I actually, though, if we saw Method Black able to once again be the most dominant team, you think about dynasties, right? And the question always was like, how many BlizzCons did you win? How many lands were you able to win? And there did seem to be that block for quite some time with Waz, with Raikou. They end up splitting off from that old roster. They start to form this one with Chaz and then Swapsy. And I mean, now that they've managed to get over that mental hurdle, I'm curious how much damage they can do for the year. But guys, this is just half of the day. We just got our look at EU. We crowned our first champion, a champion that has been crowned so many times, but now we actually look at the other region. We kick things off with Space Station versus Kauai. I am very excited to see what these teams have in store. Very excited to see everything from North America. One more time, congratulations to all the teams from EU. We already got to see the standings. It is going to be Method Black who reigns supreme. Don't go anywhere. When we return, it's time to take a look at North America, the best region in the world.
on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game.
Battlemaster's
Blizzo
gonna
barely
fall.
holding on.
Battlemaster's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadows step up. The kidney shot. And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Folks, it is time for North America. We already crowned our champion in EU. It is Method Black. The question is, who is going to be able to get the work done here in NA? I am absolutely blinded right now by the performances that we saw from these teams. And now as we switch our attention over to North America, it's going to be Space Station versus Kauai coming up next. We got 4 top teams in the region standing, and to break down all of it, we have Healing Stat, Zico, and Venruki now back on the desk. Let's actually talk about these 4 squads as well. Ven, I hope you enjoyed your break. We missed you very much. What do you think of the 4 squads that we do have left in North America?
Well, I mean, they're all really strong teams. A lot of them we know and love. I mean, most people familiar to WoW Arena are going to know teams like Method Orange, Cloud9, Space Station, formerly known as the Boys. I think the one kind of newcomer team
Zico,
is Kauai.
who
Yesterday
are
kind of
you picking
showcasing
to
that
actually be able to take
Windwalker,
down
Paladin,
the entire North American
Fire
region?
Mage composition. I think that's the
I
only
think
comp
the
that they ended
matchup
up
between
playing.
Method Orange
They did
and
exceptionally
Cloud9
well,
is
and
gonna be
I think they're going to
kind of
showcase
what
it here once again.
decides,
But I mean, these
I feel
4
like this
teams,
entire
all
game.
really strong, all capable of winning. But if
I
I had to
think
put
this
one
is
above
my
the rest
prediction,
right now,
okay?
from
I'm
what I
scoring
saw
based off of
earlier on in the weekend.
Cloud9 beats Method Orange. Space Station Gaming beats Kauai. Space Station Gaming beats Method Orange. Cloud9 versus Kauai, Game 7.
Taking a
Finals.
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Cloud9 Space Station Gaming Finals.
Yeah, we can take a look right now at everybody who we do have, Method Orange and Cloud9 in the top side of the bracket. And then we also do have Space Station and Kauai on the lower side. So basically how this will end up working out is we'll go ahead, we'll move through the elimination series. And then from there, we will go to take a look at everybody who is on the upper side of the bracket, and then we will set up everything for the day. It's the same as EU actually did work out. So, Healing Stat, with everything all said and done, let's put Space Station and Kauai under the microscope and talk about this matchup. Who do you think will be coming out on top in this one?
Well, I think Kauai is the team that I really look forward to talking about because, I mean, when you look at their path, they knocked out the Golden Guardians in what was actually a very one-sided series. I was not expecting that. I think a lot of people also weren't expecting Golden Guardians to go down in such fashion. I mean, the matchup's difficult, but they just played it so well, and they thoroughly earned their way to the top 4. Also, Rudimentary, which was another one of these teams that caused a bunch of upsets in the bracket. They almost took down Method Orange yesterday. They did take down the Golden Guardians, I think, in their stream during the open bracket, and it was super cool to see some of the teams streaming their point of views for the open bracket. But they're actually real contenders here. Space Station on the flip side, you know, formerly the Boys, they're a fantastic team. We know them, Gurecki and co. They've been at the top of their game for a while, but at the end of the day, there's a good chance this just comes down to the 2 best Windwalker monks in North America right now. I think a lot of people would say Drake going up against Chun-Li, of course, is just going to be that is the matchup of the Windwalkers, and both of them really have been ahead of the meta when it comes to that class. In Europe, we don't see so many Windwalkers kind of specializing, and it's more like people ulting the Windwalker, like Blizzo and was, but over here they've been really dominant throughout the
Any
years.
other really big changes in the meta that you would want to point out, Healing Stat, as we do start to shift gears and actually look at a completely different region?
Well, I think one thing for US is that there's definitely a little bit less damp. Like, people do prefer going for the gushing wounds. Like, we saw some people even over corrupting, right? Like going above 40 corruption. Zach's team did that a little bit yesterday, which was really, really interesting to see. And it actually worked out for them pretty nicely. I think Valido did it on DK, and we saw Demon Hunters doing it a little bit. That could be something fun if we see anyone going for that. But outside of that, I think we're going to see a lot of gushing wounds. Maybe not so much on the Windwalkers, since they're quite squishy and they really benefit from versatility anyways. But I'm expecting games to be a little bit more explosive. Also a lot of Paladins. We like Paladins in US.
Yeah, definitely true. Seiko, how do you feel the meta is going to shape up as we do actually get everything started here?
Yeah, more Windwalkers, more Paladins, less Rogue Mage. I think those are the things that we should expect. Yeah, I feel like all the teams, it's kind of clear what they want to run. A lot of the teams here are like more focused on just playing out their mains, I think, than, you know, going for crazy counter combi. Like, I think Hawaii, they have two comps. They're gonna play Windwalker Mage or Rogue Mage. PlayStation Gaming, they are gonna play Windwalker, Lock, or Cleave. Method Orange, probably just gonna play a Cleave. And Cloud9, Rogue Mage or Mage Lock. 99% sure we're gonna see a Mage Lock there, you know? Yeah. I feel like most of these teams, they like to play their mains. They're not afraid to do it. And I mean, judging by wildcard in Europe, it's definitely not a bad strategy if you have one or two comps that's your main comps, you know, and you just perfect them and play them no matter what. It obviously depends a little bit on the comp, you know, if it's jungle, maybe not, but for a lot of these comps, it works.
Yeah, it is always one of those difficult things that we do talk about, whether you are going to be able to move into that area of comfort or if you're going to be going with the composition that you think you do need for the job. But Healing Stat, you competed. It's changed a lot. I feel like at this point, your comfort picks need to be a lot wider than they were in the past.
Yeah, I mean, that is really interesting. Something that Zico brought up is that there really is a huge difference between teams that would just rely on those comfort picks. Because I think most people, especially toward the end of the expansion, they're really comfortable on those top classes, right? Like, if you see Drake go against Chun-Li, both of them are going to be playing that Windwalker almost to perfection. They're going to play it so well. But in Europe, you see, you know, a little bit more of the alt classes coming out from teams like Method, you know, Raikou swapping over to the Demon Hunter super comfortably, and a bunch of other teams doing the same, the Moonkin Elemental, even from Wildcard Gaming. But they still do mostly play their main classes when they can. In North America, it is just a pure reliance on 2 to 3 compositions, which actually isn't that different to when I used to compete like 5 years ago or something. You would have a 4-man roster. You would have 2 or 3 compositions, one utilizing the 4th player and maybe like some hybrid, like Shadow Play, Rogue Mage, and Rogue Shadow Priest was the classes we played way back then. And that isn't too far away from the truth right now. You've got teams like C9 playing 2 comps, really, the Rogue Mage and the Mage Lock, and it seems to be working just fine for them. So North America, they really do like those main classes.
Now, Venruki, I believe that you have now synced up with us all the way. Sometimes
I hope so.
Yeah, sometimes it just happens, you know. Then Rookie comes in with those 5-headed thoughts, and we just can't keep up. But now we've slowed him down just a little bit. Everything should be working out just fine. Then Rookie, before we jump into this matchup, I want to hear your take on Space Station versus Kauai.
I feel like for Space Station, it's probably likely we see them run kind of their bread and butter composition, that Windwalker, Destro, either Mistweaver or Paladin. We actually have seen Gorecki play the Paladin with the Destro, and that's something kind of specific to North America. I've noticed a lot of the North American teams utilize Paladins a lot more than the European counterparts, so something we could be seeing from them, but could be difficult because obviously he's going to be going up against Brain, who is a phenomenal Holy Paladin on Kauai. I think for Kauai, it's extremely likely that we just see them roll with that Windwalker. Fire Mage, Paladin out of the get-go, just sticking to that main composition, trying to just basically outplay Space Station. But I think it's going to be one of those matchups that is very back and forth. Could go either way, but I would give a slight edge to Space Station for sure.
And for anybody who is curious about how the format is going to work, the only time that we are going to see best of 7, like we did just see, is going to be at the grand finals. We're going to see that again when we do get to the final, the actual grand finals for North America. Everything now will be back to what we saw beforehand, and we will be starting off with the blind pick on the Grand Arena. It should be happening anytime now. Very excited to see this one play out. We've gotten to take a look at everything that did happen in this region yesterday. We got to take a look now at an entire region in EU. We already have the standings there. 120 points went to Method Black. They already have that very early lead on the competition. But for anybody who's just tuning in for North America, Healing Set, could you give one more explanation as to how the points really do work and what people are going to be playing for this year?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the format this year is a little bit changed up. Obviously, we're all from our home desks here, so we've got a little bit of a switch up from the previous LAN. There's actually going to be the 4 cups that we had for all along, and that's going to be super fast. Make sure you subscribe to this channel for all that content. It's 4 weeks back to back to back EU, NA Cups, Championship Sunday every single week, so it's going to be really, really fun. The top 8 teams from here go through to our arena circuit, which is a new kind of format, not something that we've ever really seen for arena, I think, in all the time I've competed and watched the scene at least. So it's something brand new. We're going to have the top 8 teams in Europe and the top 8 teams in NA doing a round robin format, and then the top 4 of those teams go through to the finals. So it really is a lot of arena action. If you are a fan of arena, which I hope most of the people in here are, then it's going to be one of the very best years for AWC, I think. So I'm very excited, and the levels of competition and the numbers of people we've got signing up is truly phenomenal. So it really shows like all the hype and excitement around AWC.
And we have a phenomenal matchup underway now. Space Station Gaming versus Kawaii is now a go.
I guess we'll have to see how this one plays out. I think Drake is going to be looking to just put out that nice consistent pressure on Thugonomics, likely playing Tiger Eye Brew in this matchup, so trying to really cut through some of that defensive armor Thugonomics has available. But still, I think it's going to be one of those matchups that could potentially be a while. Here we go, Drake. He's actually going for a spite play onto Thugonomics right now. Now we'll have to see how much corruption Thugonomics really has, and if he has over-corrupted. If he has, he will be punished for it. But these ring-up pieces from Drake, really, really nice. You can use the Paralyze into the Spites, use the Disable Root to keep Thugonomics kind of locked down, and then, of course, that ring-up piece. But in the meantime, Space Station Gaming, they're looking to get aggressive on Ceralium as well. Doesn't appear that Thugonomics has too much corruption right now, so he should be able to hold on tight, but we'll see what happens later on. The spike play could definitely be a huge factor here, Adrian.
Yeah, I just had a quick look at his armor. It looks like he's playing somewhere in the region of 5. I might have miscounted because I did it very quickly, but that would put him somewhere in the 10 to 25 sort of corruption range, which is pretty reasonable. He's not really pushing that 40 boundary, so should be okay for these spite attempts, and that's good news for him, right? I think that's a reasonable sacrifice for these Destro Warlocks. Instead of losing Coil, which is just such a great offensive tool, drop one of those corruptions, drop 20, and then be able to keep that offensive. So we're going to have to see if it plays out for him. It's another spite attempt coming in here from Kawaii, but Ceralium is the one taking the most damage in the situation. Thugonomics, though, forced to use that unending resolve before the Life Cocoon. I think I would have rather seen the Life Cocoon, as that's a much shorter cooldown, but they're going to end up trading both here then.
Very nicely done. I mean, this is something I personally love to do, and you see Windwalkers and Mistweavers do often, but Windwalkers are really good at keeping a target, specifically Warlocks, in that spike pool with the Ring of Peace, with the Disable Root, with the Leg Sweep. So I like that setup. Thugonomics, a lot of corruption on him. They're able to burst him down low, get that unending resolve. And I mean, you consistently do those setups every minute from Drake, Ceralium, and Brain, and that can definitely be devastating for Thugonomics. If we look at mana, though, Brain slightly behind Gorecki at this point. Both of them kind of burning through mana really, really quickly, and that just shows how much pressure both these teams are putting out.
Yeah, no, it really does. And Brain, we saw some of the Holy Paladins earlier really having fantastic mana, but they weren't playing against Chun-Li on the Windwalker, and we know the damage he's going to be putting out is incredibly high. We see another big spike go, as you were saying, those 1 minute setups onto Thugonomics. Maybe that Ring of Peace was a little bit early. He's going to be able to escape to the other side, but it doesn't matter. They still force out that Life Cocoon. Life Cocoon will trade out for every single spite, so they need to have enough damage to break through that if they are to make progress. You see a sprint coming over onto Thugonomics now, trying to help him get away as the conduit also rotates. They need to find some crowd control over onto Greki, I think, on these setups. We saw something similar from Wildcard where they kept going for these dump all the CCs into the person to keep him in the spite. But if you don't have anything for the Mistweaver, he's easily going to trade out the Life Cocoon and the Vitality Conduit, and it should normally be enough unless we're hitting those higher points of dampening.
It is interesting to see a lot of Fire Mages are playing, I would say, very defensive. So instead of like going for crowd control, which you typically see from a mage, where they blink in, use Dragon's Breath, look for Sheeps and Polymorphs, instead they're just opting to kind of play a defensive game, use their Shimmers to survive, use Dragon's Breath to survive, use Polymorph to survive, and basically just do as much damage as they possibly can. And I mean, eventually that damage starts really adding up in the game. Like you said, though, if Goreki's not in any crowd control, it could be difficult. Although we do see Thugonomics, 2 things from beyond have spawned on him. So, I mean, if those hit him while Ceruleum and Drake are bursting, that's going to be absolutely horrifying for Thugonomics. He just used his gateway. He's got no ending resolve, no gateway. The next Spike Trinket could be scary. However, Thugonomics does have that ending resolve rotating back up, so should be safe for at least a few more goes.
Yeah, I was just watching those things from Beyond. He banished the first one, and the second thing from Beyond spawned.
I didn't even know you could banish
Molten
them.
Core.
I actually didn't even know you could banish them, so learning things here.
Yeah,
AWC.
there you go. Yeah, they unfortunately need more than one Warlock to banish more than one thing from Beyond. And while the Chaos Bots do suggest there's more than one Warlock on this team, it is just Thugonomics putting them all out. And he is putting out a lot of damage right now. Ceruleum is in trouble. He does use the Temporal Shield to bounce back just a little bit, and Brain now out of crowd control. But this is an Inferno, and that's a double leg sweep coming in from Chun-Li. Not the only one with Ring of Peace, and the double stun will come through from that, forcing out the Hand of Sacrifice. Triple Spike comes in, though Brains was a little bit late. He is going to get full effect, though. Again, Drake, perfect timing on that Ring of Peace, and this is a lot of damage. Drestegef's Regards come in as well, but Thugonomics, with that huge shield, should be able to survive and get aggressive himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Ceruleum doing a good job. Ring of Frost on the Storm, Earth, and Fire of Chun-Li. Thugonomics, though, he had to use a lot in the last go. I mean, he used the Unending Resolve, they got the Life Cocoon, they almost completely shred through it. If Ceruleum can reset his combustion, the next spike go is going to be absolutely horrifying. And I feel like Kawhi, this is actually a winning strategy for them. I mean, Thugonomics is in a lot of trouble. He's taking so much damage. Goreki, where are the heals? And Thugonomics ultimately does fall in game number 1. It seems like Goreki wasn't able to get heals for quite some time. I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but man, oh man. I just feel like those setups from Kawhi, it's just really nice to see this composition that's kind of unique to them and their adaptation and strategies to really make it work.
Yeah, so you talk about the setups that they're able to actually string together. Zico, break down how they actually function for anybody watching at home curious about how they actually were able to win.
Well, obviously they played the Gladiator Spite, which is, I think, a huge reason to why they're able to land a lot of these kills. And it's such a good counter to Warlocks because of that lack of mobility. And also Thug was playing that Mortal Coil, so he couldn't, instantly teleport out of any of these. So you get the Gladiator Spite set up. That's going to force some of the Warlock CDs. A couple of things from Beyond are going to spawn. You're going to have Ceruleum on that Fire Mage as well, bursting with the Combust. And every single time you're going to force out, some cooldowns. And that's why the Fire Mage plus, a Windwalker or, a Warrior, one of these a little bit more durable melees, just go really well into the Warlocks because you just have that consistent pressure, and then when the game gets a little bit later, you can just paralyze the healer, stun the Warlock, burst with Meteor, burst with Combustion. You don't have to worry too much about the lockdown of the Warlock because you have so many instants. And you're able to find, situations where you can force a lot of cooldown.
Yeah, and already people in the chat too. I saw quite a few people typing, "Yo, Kawhi's actually an insane team. I'm liking this team a lot." Healing Step, what do you actually think of this new squad coming together right now?
I mean, I think what's also super cool about these guys is, again, they're bringing a new composition to the table, right? Like Windwalker Mage, no one else is playing this comp, and they're beating the best. This is the best foot forward coming from Space Station. Sure, there was a couple of close scares, but at the end of the day, they had all their cooldowns, they had their ice block, and they made it look easy, really taking out that Destro Warlock with the spite setups, Drake playing it perfectly every time. And I mean, there's no reason why these guys can't take it all the way. They've already caused some upsets in the bracket. They're looking great.
They really are. It's definitely an exciting thing to look at as well. Anytime that not only you have a new team, but they're just like, all right, we're going to play the game the way that we're going to. Let's talk about what we expect to see, though, as we keep on moving forward in this series. Then, what do you think Game 2 is going to look like?
That's kind of hard to say. I feel like there is the potential that we do see a cleave composition coming in from Space Station. We have seen them run the Windwalker Arms Warrior in the past. A bit of an unorthodox composition, and maybe not the best in this specific scenario. But I just feel like the way Thugonomics is kind of getting abused by this Windwalker Monk and Spite Trinkets, I just think right now Kawhi has the game-winning strategy. For Space Station, they have to make some sort of adaptation. I don't know if it's Thugonomics playing Portal. I mean, they're going to lose a lot of their offense if that ends up happening, but it might be sort of the trade-off they have to make in this match, because there was moments where, of course, Cerulean got low, but it just seemed like overall, Kawhi had the better game-winning strategy.
Are there any other tweaks that could be made besides talents? Could we potentially see Thugonomics changing corruptions or something like that as we do head to Ashman's Fall?
I mean, you could, I guess, take off corruption. It's never ideal. I mean, it really depends on how much you take off. You have to take off quite a bit for spites to have not a huge effect, right? I mean, maybe we could see the adaptation of Chun-Li playing the Ride the Wind honor talent. Ride the Wind is really strong, and if every time they do that setup, Chun-Li just comes back, uses Ride the Wind on top of Thugonomics, it actually slows down the Spite Trinket and reverses it. So very, very important. That's an adaptation that they could make if they don't want to fall to the Spite Trinket. But then you run into the situation where maybe you waste having that honor talent. They don't play for the Spite at all. And there's kind of that mind game with gearing that could be going on.
There's also like there's so many ways of immuning Spite, I feel like, for this team. I mean, Chun-Li has Tiger's Lust, right? And then it's going to get purged by the mage, but they have 2 Tiger's Lust in this composition. Maybe they could bring in a Paladin for freedom instead. I feel like I like your suggestion of just swapping to Portal 2, because they had a ton of damage. So maybe if they can deal with the spites with any of those tools, that could make this composition matchup work out. But short of that, I think maybe there's some cleaves they could play. I've seen them on ladder playing like DH Windwalker and stuff like that with Thug on the DH.
Yeah.
And we already saw success with Raikou playing DH into some of these comps, so I could see that working.
It's kind of what I was going to say as well. I think maybe we just see Thug and not swap to Portal, but just swap his DH altogether.
Yep.
Definitely something that we could see. Kawhi has now locked in their composition, so we're going to wait to see what Space Station is going to bring. But you hear tweaks from everybody that could potentially come out here. I do kind of want to look one more time, though, as we're talking about Kawhi having these unique compositions, how it actually factors into the entire field of play. We obviously have a pretty good idea of what Method Orange does like to play on the top side of the bracket, and we know what Cloud9 does like to play on the top side of the bracket as well. One of them would be dropping down here. Let's say Kawhi is able to move forward and get that victory. Do you think that either of those teams are particularly well situated to take down Kawhi, or do you think Kawhi's composition ceiling stat really are going to put them potentially a cut above today as they do keep trekking on forward?
Well, I think I'll go back to the Wildcard versus Method Black series. I think what Kawhi is running, this Windwalker Fire Mage, it plays out pretty similar to the Warrior Mage that we saw from Wildcard Gaming, and they were getting beaten pretty handedly by Method Black running DHDK. So I think if Method Orange were the ones to drop down, I think their DH comps with Sam I Am would probably be able to take Kawhi out. I would feel pretty confident in that prediction. If C9 were the one to drop down, though, I actually think it would be pretty interesting, because I think Rogue Mage into Mage Windwalker is probably one of those matchups that can go either way. Pretty explosive, should be fun. And then you've got the Warlocks as well, and we've already seen them do great, and actually forcing Thugonomics off of that Warlock indeed.
All right, very important stuff to think about for the entire day. And now as we do see Space Station Gaming, they're going to be locking in the double Monk backed up by that Warrior. But Ricky, how do you feel about this?
I don't know how I feel about this, to be honest with you, because what we have seen from Kawhi in the past is they play against Cleaves basically as a strategy where they just run away. Like they essentially use Drake as like the bruiser in the match, where he just goes and messes with the Windwalker Monk, messes with the Fury Warrior, and then Cerulean, he doesn't really risk his positioning, uses all his shimmers defensively, the Blessing of Freedom to just kind of run away, and it kind of just weans the Windwalker Monk and the Warrior where they can't put out that much damage, essentially. So, I don't know. I think for Space Station Gaming, it might be difficult for them to actually stay on target, which is the main problem. But this composition in general is really, really durable that Space Station Gaming is bringing. So it's going to have a lot of consistent damage. If they can stay on the mage, they're going to be able to really punish them.
What comp did Magnus play Fury into yesterday, remind me? I remember he played it one game, right? And he just like smashed someone.
Yeah, Method Orange.
That was a lot of fun to watch. I do feel like these are the classes that, as a warrior, you probably wouldn't want to play into the Mage, Paladin, and Windwalker. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, I feel like this is not a great pick from Space Station Gaming, honestly.
Yeah, I would much rather
see
be a
the
DH.
Demon Hunter over the Fury Warrior.
Yeah, me too. The thing is, the nice thing about the Demon Hunter is you have Offensive Dispel, right? So you can actually potentially remove Blessing of Freedom, remove Blessing of Protection, whereas, and Combustion even. I mean, I think it's likely we see Cerulean play the big Combustion with Memory of Lucid Dreams and the Bracers from Mechagon. And that, I mean, there's not too much that Space Station Gaming can really do about that. They're going to be able to, they're going to take a ton of damage. There's no anti-magic zone. There's no offensive dispel. So, I mean, for them, that damage can be really overwhelming if they don't deal with it perfectly. And even if they do.
And big imprisonment as well is a huge tool, right? Like they were using it to immune temps and stuff like that. Like there's so many things you can do with the DH. Fury Warrior is basically all of the DH's tools, without all of the DH's tools, but plus some damage maybe. So it's going to be interesting to see if it plays out for them correctly.
Interesting to hear everybody on the desk not necessarily loving this pick coming in from Space Station Gaming, but after hearing all of the ideas that you guys have for potential choices that could have been locked in, it is all said and done. Space Station Gaming has already locked in this warrior. Let's see how it does on Ashmane's Fall.
All right, we'll see. What can Chun-Li and Spexin do? They're going to have to stay on target, but I think Brain, Drake, and Cerulean are going to make that really difficult. Another thing that kind of scares me about this matchup is the swaps to Gorecki. If Chun-Li and Spexin aren't there to really help him out, I think they're going to be able to potentially just blow him out of the water with Combustion, Hammer of Justice, Leg Sweep, the long duration stun lock that it can be difficult for a Mistweaver Monk to survive.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I'm excited to see it. I'm more than ready to be proven wrong here by Space Station Gaming. I mean, these guys have been such a strong team in North America. Completely, I mean, they were one of the two teams that qualified through to BlizzCon representing the region last time around. So definitely don't want to count them out. They're just one down here, but it is an elimination match. This would knock them out of the tournament before top 3, which I think would be a surprise to many people. We'll have to see if they can pull something through. Smexin, the Miracle Maker, the Warrior representation here on the Fury, trying to pull a game back against Kawhi. He's had a pretty good start here, and this is good damage on Cerulean.
Oh, it definitely is. And here's one of the things, too. With both Drake and Cerulean playing Relentless, every time Smexin gets one of those big, intimidating shouts, they're going to sit full. Drake, Cerulean really can't do too much about it unless they get a Blessing of Protection or Cerulean trades out a big cooldown like Ice Block. So that's going to be a massive peel, and Smexin was able to utilize that during the first attempt here from Kawhi, completely shutting it down. Now Cerulean's going to be under fire, but Brain with his Avenging Wrath should be able to easily heal through the damage. And so far, I mean, I don't see a clear advantage for either team. Not too many cooldowns have been forced out. Pressure is relatively equal. So I'll have to see how this one continues to evolve.
Yeah, I was just taking a little look over at the builds. It does look like it's mostly a very, very tanky Space Station Gaming here. There's a lot of versatility on both of those players. Gorecki, though, taking a lot of damage. Big swap coming in. Drastic FDL stun. Oh! Barely gets away with the human ratio, not having to trade that out, and does use the Life Cocoon at about 5% health. So very, very close call. Just as I was about to say that they're building a very tanky setup here. They're running both of the DPS, Conflict and Strife for the extra versatility, full Versabs. Meanwhile, Cerulean's actually running a bit more burst. He's got the Breath of Dying. He is taking a little bit, though. He's dying himself right now. Has to Trinket use the Battle Master to get away from the Drestigath coming in from Space Station.
Yeah, I think Cerulean's build is just all about doing these big one-shots on Gorecki every minute. If he can reset his combustion, he can use the Reaping Flames. It's a big, hard-hitting, I mean, the build just kind of showcases what tactic they're going to be going for in this game. Gorecki's going to have to do an excellent job defensively. He actually preactively used the Fortifying Brew and actually gets interrupted here as they make a swap onto Smexen. Smexen down at 50% health, but it should be okay. I mean, the Fury Warrior, one of the great things for the team of Space Station Gaming is the Fury Warrior and the Windwalker Monk are very durable. Gorecki got swapped to there. Bit of a scary moment. Cerulean using his combustion, but still on the back foot. Combustion actually get procced, so Smexa and Chun-Li really punishing Cerulean for getting aggressive there. That was kind of a scary moment on Gorecki, but he managed to escape relatively unscathed.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Cerulean to survive that one. He did have to use his Cauterize, but holds onto the Ice Block, holds onto the Sacrifice. And this is really scary for Gorecki. Every single time they get one of these goes, I get the feeling that he could just fall over. Life Cocoon comes out on this one. It was the Touch of Death, so a good trade there for Gorecki. But it's just, he's running the Relentless Talent, right? So he's going to have that human ratio once every 3 minutes. Other than that, any stun that's set up cleanly could potentially just win the game for Kawaii. Meanwhile, Space Station Gaming have a good amount of pressure in this game, but the Paladin is running full Ineffable Truths, meaning that he has a ton of cooldowns to work through. Even if they get close to a kill on Cerulean, those cooldowns are going to keep rotating back up, but they do manage to get a lot of damage here and force out that Ice Block. Very nicely done.
Well, I mean, now there's no Ultimate Sacrifice, there's no Ice Block, there's no Cauterize, there's really not too much defense left for Kawaii, and maybe Space Station Gaming showing why they decided to pick this composition. It's not looking too bad. Cerulean looking for a double Dragon's Breath, potentially Sheep here, but Smexen and Chun-Li are just all over him. I think as long as Gorecki continues to play as safe as he is, you can see a preemptive Fortifying Brew as well, just really trying to play it safe. Anytime Drake positions himself to go aggressive, Gorecki's just hiding behind the pillar, positioning far away, using cooldowns preemptively to delay the go coming in from Kawaii. That's just time that Chun-Li and Smexen get to kind of beat on Cerulean and really get that consistent damage rolling. And it is looking relatively nice. Space Station Gaming, they are winning on mana, but here it is. He needs to survive this setup. Gorecki could be in some trouble.
Nice.
Preemptive Life Cocoon. Good peels from Chun-Li. Coming back to back him up, and Gorecki manages to survive once again, but he's used the Fortifying Brew, he's used the Life Cocoon, he's actually using a lot of defensive cooldowns here, even though Kawaii isn't getting the setups. If they can get a setup now, it could be really scary. I mean, look, we have Touch of Death rotating up for Drake. We're going to have to see Smexen and Chun-Li really help him, or a Touch of Death might just push him over the edge.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it is still a very scary situation. So I think Chun-Li did a really good job on that setup, but this is huge damage on Cerulean. He barely blinks away. Drastigeth almost taking him down, and you can see that temporal shield from 20 to full. That's how much damage he took in those 4 seconds. The one-shot potential is enough to crash a space station. There's so much damage coming in from Smexen and Chun-Li. This is actually really nice. They get the setup here onto Gorecki. They get the Ring of Frost. They get to set up the Touch of Death perfectly off of this very scary situation. This could just be the game. So much damage, and they crush him. Kawaii with a huge setup there, a huge kill to put them 2-0 up in the series.
Oh, man, this is really fantastic stuff to see. Do you think... we haven't seen a 3-0 yet today, have we?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Like, the thing is I feel like we're not really going to see too many 3-0s on Sundays this year. The competition is so insane. I feel like a lot of the teams that do make it aren't going to just get straight up out-comped. And everybody's going to be on equal playing fields as far as the competition is concerned. But this might be a 3-0 here to kick off things for North America. Zico, what needs to change for it to not just turn into a 3-0?
It's time to bring in Thug on the counter, in my opinion. They can even get Smexen on the DK. Like, I feel like compositionally they're making some errors here. I don't like Fury Windwalker because it feels like when you win, it's kind of at the back of seemingly random burst. And I think against the Paladin team, there's a lot of ways to deal with that. I mean, Terralium and Brain overlap the Trinket, Blaster Protection, and Block, and, you know, lots of cooldowns, and they still had more cooldowns. You know, they still had Divine Shield and some other stuff to fall back on. So I feel like just play a comp that has, you know, good consistent pressure and can make those kill windows happen. With that said, though, you got to give it up to Kawhi. I thought they were making a mistake only targeting Gorecki when he like pre-cocooned himself. I'm like, yeah, well, he knows what you guys are going to do. Maybe you should focus on Chun a little bit. Put that Ring of Frost at the end. And then they got the setup they needed. That was really sick.
Well, let's take a deeper look at some of those moments. Zico, I know that there were a few plays that you wanted to rewatch here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just right here at the end. Again, I just wanted to re-see this Ring of Frost setup. They get the ring. They get the touch of death into the ring without breaking it. And there is a Ring of Peace down, but a nice leg sweep still connects. They get the Fist of Fury, on max range, because it does have a little bit of, range to it. And they get the follow-up stun as well for Hammer of Justice leg sweep, and that's it. That touch of death is going to explode inside the stun, and that's it.
Healing Stat, what are you thinking for maps here going into potentially the last game of the series?
I mean, it's really difficult because if they do want to play this matchup again, and I mean, they were very close to winning, right? Like, as I agree with Zico, I think there was a lot of times where there was mistakes on Kawhi that made it closer than it needed to be, but certainly I could see why the boys or Space Station would lock this in again. They've got to get somewhere where Gorecki can avoid these setups. He got kind of caught out in the middle there. It was still a beautiful setup, like super clean from Kawhi, but I think they need something big so they can just keep Gorecki far away, keep Chun-Li having his Transcendence port in a position where he can port back and peel if he needs to. But then they need to have a lot of space and then kind of play for those setups where they have the seemingly random burst that they can actually take down this Mage or Force.
What are you thinking about the Demon Hunter? Zico already mentioned it. Do you think that Demon Hunter might be a big play here?
I mean, I don't think Warrior Windwalker should win this matchup. Like in the past, Mage Windwalker would literally have been drafted as a counter to this sort of cleave. Like it's just so devastating, right? You have so many cooldowns. The Paladin as well, with Ineffable Truth. Like there's so many things. Like there's sacrifices every minute. There's bops. There's bubble. There's cauterize, ice block. It's very, very unlikely that you're gonna get a kill. And they were really lucky. The Blessing of Protection and the ice block are the two biggest defensives for this matchup. And both of them got overlapped, and they still didn't win. They still didn't have other than killing before a cooldown, they had no way of winning that game. So I don't like it. I think the DH brings more utility. And yeah, I would like to see it come in for sure.
And Venruki, we're going to close quarters here. Dalaran Sewer is going to be locked in. Kawhi going to be bringing the Mage and the Windwalker again.
Yeah, I kind of... This is what I hinted to. I feel like Kawhi, they're just going to be sticking with this composition. Honestly, it's one of those comps that's just really well-rounded. I don't think it has a massive counter. It just seems really solid. You have good defense. You have good offense. You can win in the opener. You can survive a really long time. So it's nice to see this team kind of run a composition. Other teams are not running and just try to play it at that really, really high level. And it's working. I mean, right now, Space Station Gaming, they're kind of at a loss for words. Space Station Gaming, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, they actually won every single Method Major this year. So they
I think you're right. Yep.
I think they won 3 tournaments in a row, and they're at risk now of getting 3-0'd by Kawhi. So, I mean, that's a lot of momentum, and all of a sudden, this team has come out of nowhere and showcased, that they really are here to play. So, big props to Kawhi for making this series so one-sided so far. Space Station Gaming, they're going to be locking in the same composition. Now, you would think on the small map that if you're watching this and you're looking at the draft, you would think on the small map the cleave has a big advantage, but with the way Kawhi's playing, I actually don't see it that way. I feel like on this map, it's going to be even easier for Drake, Brain, and Cerulean to kind of dogpile on Gorecki and get these big setups even easier than we saw on the last map.
Yeah, I mean, just a few things. I'm not surprised that you love this composition that Kawhi's bringing. I think we've called it Venruki Cleave even in the past quite a few times. But when we do look at the results from everything that happened during the Method Mayhem, for anybody who doesn't know what happened during those Method tournaments, the community tournaments, they happened in the break that happened from BlizzCon to AWC, starting back up this weekend and getting everything going for this year's season. We actually have seen pretty different results in a lot of ways now that we do get to the AWC. And Healing said, I'm kind of curious why you think that has happened. Do you think it's potentially because of the giant influx of teams that we've had with hundreds of teams signing up? Or do you think that it's actually big meta changes that have happened inside of the game with different things like the way people are actually corrupting their gear on TR?
I definitely think a part of it is going to be the meta changes. Like, people are just learning more. I mean, Ineffable Truth is something that no one was using, right? And now people are starting to use it, so Paladins are becoming more relevant. But I also think another part of it is that people really gear up. Like, the top teams really gear up for the Arena World Championship. Yeah. I know people like Method Orange, they were playing a lot of Classic. Now they're much more focused again on success, and you're seeing that in AWC. They're in the upper side. Cloud9 too, I think. Those guys are just putting, everything into these tournaments once again because they want to be champions of the Arena World Championship this year, which is definitely going to mean more to them than some of the kind of in-betweeny tournaments. So I think it's a bit of both, people figuring stuff out and teams who lost coming with that extra drive to beat the teams that defeated them earlier in the year. But for Seralium as well, this is another guy who's just figuring stuff out, right? I feel like there's so many majors. And Sam I Am basically tweeted it. He was like, there's so many people who literally just copy my gear. Every time I inspect someone, they have the exact same gear as my mage or whatever it is. And mages specifically, they seem very scared to run these kind of gimmicky one-shot builds, and they rather go for the more damp builds just because they see other mages playing it. But these one-shot builds, especially with high sustainability and deep dampening metas, can be insane, right? Like it's the same with Spite. You're not going to win every Spite, but you don't need to. You only need to win once per game, right? So Seralium, if he keeps going for this, he can mess up as many setups as he lives, as long as he gets that one perfect
It
kill.
really is always the mages, too, when you do talk about different things with the builds. The amount of times that Venruki and Zico, before the matches actually start up or when we're offline and they're just talking about all of these crazy builds that they've put together, and whether or not we're going to see anything like that in the tournament. Zico, I feel like that is the thing that we are constantly looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like not just gear, like specs, gear, talents, like everything. I feel like, sure, mages, but in general, people, they are kind of sheep, There's going to be some people.
Not just against mages.
No, not just against mages, right? I'm glad you caught that. But I feel like you're going to have some people, they are the theory crafters, they're kind of setting the pace for the class, and then you have other people like desperately trying to catch up, right? And I feel like the people who do put in that time to theory craft, to come up with interesting compositions, interesting strategies, they are the people that do pull ahead in these tournaments.
Yeah, and
totally
part
agree.
of it's being risk averse too, right? I think that's also something that we have seen. But now is the time to pull out all the stops if you are Space Station Gaming. We're about to head into Dalaran Sewers, where Kawhi can eliminate them from the tournament and move on to be in the top 3.
All right, here we go. Kawhi up 2-0 right now. Space Station Gaming, backs against the wall, bringing in Smexen on the Fury Warrior once again. The Fury Windwalker Mistweaver Monk composition. Like you kind of said, Adrian, I mean, in the past, you feel like Windwalker Mage is a comp you would draft into a sort of a cleave setup to counter it, right?
Yeah, it's so funny to me that this is the matchup. And you'd think Destro would be the thing that would disrupt it, but I don't know. I'm still willing to believe that Space Station can win this because it was so close last time, but I think if Kwai are on their game, especially on Dalaran, like, how easy is it going to be for Drake? I mean, as a Windwalker, to just Transcendence, press Incap on Gorecki, and every minute do one of those one-shots.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. The thing is, Gorecki in the last game, he actually did a good job as well. Like, he was trying to preemptively fortifying Brew, preemptively use his touch or his life cocoon. He did it a few times, but I mean, what can you really do if at some point in the game Drake is landing, a paralyze on you from range and you're just stuck and you just get 100-0 in a Sunlock combo? Here it is as well. Big setup on Gorecki. Uh-oh, Gorecki's in so much trouble. The fear from Smex, and he actually trinkets out. And that is the devastating thing, okay? What you saw just happen is, like, worst case scenario. You're a double melee, aka Smexen and Chun-Li. You're sitting on Seralium, and then he just uses Dragon's Breath into a Ring of Frost on you both. You get crowd controlled, and then your healer's getting set up on, and you basically have to trinket, or you lose the game at that point. So Smexen realizing he had to trinket, saved the day. Now Seralium actually under fire. Big damage incoming, but Brain with the ultimate sacrifice and the Avenging Wrath will keep Seralium alive, topped off. But those setups from Kawhi, I mean, you just do them consistently over and over. Eventually your opponent doesn't have cooldowns, and that's exactly what we saw in the last game, and it could easily be what happens in this game also.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think one nice adaptation that's coming in from Space Station Gaming in this one is they've swapped over to Horde side.
Yeah.
Previously, they were playing Alliance with the Relentless and the Human Trinket, which is a 3-minute cooldown. So now Gorecki, since they're tunneling him, he doesn't really need Relentless for the polymorphs. He just needs that Orc Racial for the stun reduction. And now he has a Trinket every 2 minutes. So it's going to be a little bit more survivability for him. Ultimately, if he gets caught without a Trinket, it could well be the same outcome. But I do like this the shift. It's also going to make it so that Chun-Li and Smexen have their trinkets. They're harder to kill in stuns. So overall, it seems like it's working better for them. But I mean, as we said, they need to get Gorecki's trinket, and then they just need to get one good one shot on him, and they can easily take this one.
Yep, there it is. Double Dragon's Breath, Polymorph on Chun-Li. Smexen's going to have to save the day. Leg sweep on Gorecki. Once again, preemptive Fortifying Brew. Nicely done. I think when you see that preemptive Fortifying Brew, you basically have to say, okay, you know what? We got outplayed. Let's not commit. And I like that's what Cerulean and Drake did. They didn't use the Combustion. They didn't use the Touch of Death. It was kind of just, okay, well, this one got botched, unfortunately, but at least we got the Fortifying Brew. And now they kind of just have to wait until they can get that set up once again. Cerulean under fire. That was a Blessing and Protection. So Smexen and Chun-Li are slowly but surely getting cooldowns from Brain and Cerulean. That is the Cauterize that gets proc by Cerulean. Big burst with that Drestagath. Surprise from Chun-Li. Now Cerulean's going to have to be a little bit more scared because the next time Drestagath is off cooldown, Smexen and Chun-Li coordinate that, it's going to be really scary for Cerulean.
Yeah, and Brain actually used both his Blessing Protections. He used one on Drake to set up on Gorecki, and he used one on Cerulean defensively. So he isn't going to have either of those as aggressive tools for these intimidating shouts that we've talked about, since both the DPS are relentless. So that's going to be a huge win for Space Station Gaming, if ever required. Cerulean taking so much damage. Hand of Sacrifice back off cooldown with the Ineffable Truth. It's going to be on a relatively short cooldown with those CDR procs. Gorecki pushing in for a little bit of crowd control, but he might end up getting hodged himself. They are going to go for Chun-Li here. They're recognizing there's no relentless, so suddenly crowd control over on the Mistweaver is a much more viable strategy. Resheep is being denied. Dragon's Breath instead. Can they still get it? This is big trouble. Trinket forced out and the Life Cocoon. A huge win for Kawaii, but they need to stay alive. They use the Ice Block, don't want to get one shot, and suddenly this game is on a knife's edge.
Yep, all of a sudden, things are looking good here for Space Station Gaming, but Gorecki with no Trinket, he's really vulnerable to another setup. Cerulean, if he can reset his Combustion by spamming out the Fireballs, that's going to be all Kawaii needs, but they have to live a little bit longer. Brain doesn't have too much defense. He does have, you know, the ultimate sacrifice available to keep Cerulean alive if he needs to, but just has to make sure he's always in the line of sight to get that off. Drake taking a little bit of damage as Smexen and Chun-Li are basically just hitting anyone they can. They realize Kawaii, they're on the back foot right now, but Brain with his Avenging Wrath should be able to empower his heals enough to top everyone off pre-dampening. Drake getting low, he's kiting away. Ring of Peace actually used to survive. And I like that Smexen and Chun-Li are kind of mixing it up and going after multiple targets. Drake, of course, with no Touch of Karna, is going to be very vulnerable here in this matchup. But the problem is, if you leave Cerulean alone for too long, he's really going to be able to punish you.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this is still a very, very scary time for Space Station Gaming. They look like they're taking the lead in the game! The sacrifice wasn't used. The Trinket sacrifice, yep, the random damage, as we were saying, the double Drestagath comes through, and Kawaii will lose the match. Nicely played by Space Station Gaming, but again, kind of off the back of that huge damage spike if they did have cooldowns to stay alive.
All right, let's actually talk about those final moments. Zico, run us through everything that did happen there.
Well, it all started in Down Runner, and I'm just kidding. They got this beautiful setup, actually, where they forced out Gorecki's Trinket, they got the Ice Block, and then Cerulean at one point, he was just like 50%, and one of these melees pressed Dressed, and they forced out his Cauterize, just like that. And obviously, when Kawaii did their offensive go, they kind of got caught at the back end of that while being aggressive in a situation where they got double leg sweeped. Cerulean had to use his Ice Block, and this is kind of what we were talking about a little bit earlier. I feel like the best way this comp wins is by just randomly bursting someone before they can respond, because that's the one strength of the comp. They have so much just instant burst, you know? And I feel like if you gear a little different, you optimize yourself a little differently, and you kind of respect the cooldowns, you shouldn't go down like that. Even though it is hard, but I feel like, I don't know if Cerulean was actually running Safeguard. I'm pretty sure he was running Medallion, but I think against this particular comp, I would highly recommend using Safeguard, just because it's like an extra layer of security against that one shot.
Just Venrique, I kind of want to hear how you weigh in on this one. What do you think actually did cause that defeat? Was it Kawhi maybe making some mistakes, or was it Space Station finally heating up and doing what we expected them to do with the level of competition they usually play at?
Well, I think swapping over to Horde was a really nice adaptation for this team. I think normally when you're playing like the Mistweaver Cleaves and you're getting set up on consistently, having that work ratio as well as the PvP trinket that you can get out of stuns more consistently is really, really nice. But I think the one thing I didn't really account for is on the small map, it's much more difficult for Cerealium to sort of drag the melee away, get them in crowd control that Gorecki cannot dispel. So Gorecki kind of seemed like he was always in range to get those polymorphs and really enable Chun-Li and Smexen to be more proactive within the match. And it just seemed like for every single setup that they had, Smexen, Chun-Li, and Gorecki were ready. They always had the cooldowns available. They didn't overreact in any situations, and there was just big pressure coming in. And I mean, that's what happens. There's these kind of wild card trinkets in the game. Drestagath, when Smexen and Chun-Li, overlap those together, you can see upwards of 400,000 burst damage that can be kind of unpredictable. And it was the double Drestagath that got cauterized and the double Drestagath that ended up closing out the game. So you just have to really look out for that and kind of anticipate it, I suppose, which is hard to do though.
Definitely not an easy thing to do, and we're going to be in close quarters yet again. Hook Point going to be the map that is locked in, and then Kawhi is going to be waiting to pick their composition once they have full information on what Space Station Gaming wants to bring to this map. How do you feel about the small map here, Zico?
Well, I like Hook Point. As a mage, it's a good map to land CC on. I feel like as a mage where you're targeted, or as a mage that's targeted, maybe not the greatest pick, because again, you're going to run into that same issue. You don't really have too much space to kind of drag the melees to. On the flip side though, it is very good if you're trying to set up kills on the healer. So I would expect maybe a big setup happening onto Gorecki if they both lock in the same comps here. But they could also go for the Rogue Mage Pally. They do have Roasties, waiting in the wings on the side of Kawaii. So I feel like they have all of the cards here, and they can choose freely what they want to do.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind as we do wait for the selection from Kawhi. And I don't know what it is about Warrior. Every single time that it does come back and it actually gets selected, the amount of people in chat who are just like, yo, Warrior's back, Warrior's back. I feel like it's always that spec where people do get really excited to see it. And yeah, no, I'm serious, man.
It's the most played class in WoW.
Is it actually?
I think it might be.
I mean, it would make sense. I mean, just even anecdotally, the amount of times that I look in chat and it's always Warrior. It's, I mean, like, everybody just starts asking when Swifty's gonna play, and people go wild for the Warrior. But ultimately now, we are going to be waiting to see what the Warrior will be playing against. But can those Warrior fans rest a little bit? Is this going to be here to stay? Do you think that we are going to be seeing more and more Warriors as we move forward in the AWC, Ven?
I think Warriors are really strong right now. And I mean, unless we see massive changes, I feel like Warriors are, of course, going to be here to stay. They just have really good utility. They have great consistent damage. They have great survivability. And they just fit in with a lot of great compositions. So, yeah, I expect Warriors to do quite well. I mean, we see teams like Space Station Gaming utilize Smexen quite a bit, as well as in Europe, Wildcard Gaming implement Blizzo. And, I mean, they've had basically consistent success throughout BFA on that Warrior, and I think this is a really, really good meta and a really, really good patch for Warriors in particular. So I think it's going to be definitely a really important class for a lot of teams to implement and play.
Yeah, let's be honest though, even if Warrior was the worst spec in the entire game, Blizzo would still make it look insane, right? I feel like if you are if you are a Warrior fan, you have Blizzo. You basically are always in the meta. It's one of the most incredible things. But we are in NA right now. This is the first matchup that we are watching. It could determine who makes it to the top 3 as well. We are on match point. Kawhi can manage to knock Space Station Gaming out of orbit. Didn't mess it up that time. And out of this tournament. Let's see if they are going to be able to do it on Hook Point.
All right, yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. Is this just a bug, or did Smexen not make it into the game?
I'm missing a Smexon right now on my screen. I'll have to see if that is. We're about to turn around.
Oh,
there
he
he
is there.
He is there. I was
All
waiting.
right.
It was like slowly meandering around.
All right, we're going to have to
see
pay
him.
attention to his frame. I think he might have actually disconnected, so we'll see how this one goes. Oh, he's back. There we go. We got the
There we
frame.
go.
He's back in the game. He's ready to go. He's ready to battle for his tournament life. Keep in mind, this is an elimination series, ladies and gentlemen. So Kawhi, they're one game away from knocking Space Station Gaming out of the tournament. Space Station Gaming, they got to just keep it up, protect Gorecki at all costs. And what's surprising to me is Kawhi actually picked a really small map. So they decided, although they lost on Dalaran Sewers, they're going to go to a small map. And it looks like they're actually changing their strategy. They're going after Chun-Li. It's big damage on Chun-Li. He is not an easy Windwalker Monk to take down, but he had to trade out his Trinket and his Diffuse Magic very early on. And the damage is not running out here for Ceruleum. Chun-Li forced to use the Fortifying Brew as well, but they are counterattacking. Ceruleum could be in some danger here.
Yeah, I really like this. They've come into this game with a completely different strategy. I think when you tunnel the Windwalker, even if Chun-Li is difficult to kill, he's certainly going to be one of those people where if you do attack him, you're going to force him to kite away, and it's going to make it much harder for Space Station Gaming to actually find kills themselves. So really interesting adaptation coming in from Kawaii. We'll have to see if it does play out for them, as of course the damage on Ceruleum is also going to be very high in this game. Tournament elimination on the line for Space Station Gaming, and you get the feeling that there's still a world for them, a spot for them in the top 3 of the first NA Cup of the AWC this year.
I mean, let's see right now. Brain, Gorecki, mana relatively even, about a minute into the game. Ceruleum still has his Cauterize, still has his Ice Block. Fortunately for Chun-Li and Smexon, they haven't been able to force it out just yet. And I'm curious if we're going to see Kawhi try to do these consistent setups on Gorecki, or if they really have just changed up their strategy full time and they're just going to be kind of sitting on Chun-Li. You can see Chun-Li has activated his defensive trinket. He realizes he could be a target here. Kind of just a heads up maneuver to avoid that damage. Now Chun-Li taking a big hit of damage. Combustion trades for the Touch of Karma. It gets Blessing of Protection off, and Chun-Li immediately portals away. It's really high-level Windwalker Monk gameplay here by Chun-Li, but he's still under fire. Diffuse Magic trades. Smexon has to use his Rallying Cry as well to keep Chun-Li in the fight. There's no Karma, no Trinket, no Diffuse Magic. But Chun-Li was able to get the Blessing of Protection out of the way, and they're trying to punish Brain. If they can get the Divine Shield, that would be huge, Adrian.
Yeah, it certainly would be, but they aren't quite able to find it off of that Hand of Sacrifice damage. It was redirected to Brain, but big Brain plays with the Elra Mastery able to top himself back off. Ceruleum now the brunt of the damage and the focal point for Space Station Gaming, but I am really scared for Chun-Li at this point. He has no defensives left. The Fortifying Brew is available, yes, but looks like he doesn't want to have to trade it out just yet. Gorecki will have to be the one to save him. Stun comes through onto Brain. Preemptive Life Cocoon, and it seems like they're trying to convert it into big damage here as well, as Smexon's popping his offensive cooldowns. This is a big spike of damage on Ceruleum. Could be the Drastic F trinkets. Let's see if they do it. There's the stun. Are they going to look for it right now off of the Stormbolt? Of course, Stormbolt, one of those stuns that it's not that long, so they really have to connect there and go for the 3-2-1 on it, but they weren't able to find it. It looks like he should be firing for the Avenging Wrath. On the flip side, though, Kawhi haven't found their setup in a while. They're now looking for it. Polymorph comes in. What's Chun-Li going to do?
I mean, what is he going to do? He's getting bursted down. He has the Karma, and I think it's relatively safe to trade it out. There's no Blessing and Protection. If he puts it on Drake, there's nothing they can really do about it, so we'll get full use out of that Karma. I would say, going after Chun-Li, I mean, I feel like he is one of the best defensive Windwalker Monks in the entire game. So if anyone's going to trade out their defensive cooldowns appropriately and know when to hide and when to, push in and stay aggressive, it is going to be Chun-Li. So it's definitely an interesting strategy. Hawaii picked this map knowing they wanted to go after Chun-Li. It's a small map. It's much more difficult for Chun-Li to run away, but I would say things are looking better here for Space Station Gaming than Kawhi. Now, Gorecki pushing in for crowd control, who gets denied. Nice job by Ceruleum. Unfortunately, the Polymorph misses. Gorecki was looking for that leg sweep out of Paralyze. Ceruleum deflected it with a nice Dragon's Breath. And that's going to kind of slow down this offensive push here from Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I think for Kawhi, I'd like to see them maybe try. They have to keep committing. I think maybe to Smexon or Chun-Li. Maybe Smexon could be a viable target in deep dampening. But once they force a trinket from Gorecki, I think they need to go for one of those one-shot wonders. Try get the kill on him. We can see the Karma right now. Drake not choosing to reverse that Karma. He can Karma the Karma and cause some interesting interactions that ultimately end up with Chun-Li taking the brunt of the damage from what I've experienced, at least when I see this, but instead they get caught up in a double stun. Chun-Li again playing perfectly on defense, such a good Windwalker monk, really one of the MVPs for the boys, aka Space Station Gaming last year, and once again he is just proving it with even more versatility in his back pocket this time around. The Life Cocoon still comes out though, maybe opportunity for swaps to Gurecki, because Chun-Li just doesn't seem to want to dive in.
No, he definitely doesn't. I mean, that's something that tends to happen when you go after Chun-Li. He doesn't actually die ever, so they might want to look for a different strategy change. Perhaps the consistency will pay off. You can see right now Cerulean kind of looking like a volleyball being bounced around by two well-placed Ring of Pieces coming in from Chun-Li and Gurecki. Paralyzed now in Gurecki. Are they going after him? Unfortunately, they are not. I just feel like they should be going after Gurecki. The strategy just looks so much better. I don't see Chun-Li falling down in this matchup. Fortifying Brew gets used as he runs behind the pillar. Now going to be pushing forward as well. But a polymorph on Gurecki, maybe they can get more from Chun-Li. If they can get the diffused magic, it's going to be big, but they don't manage to. And now Touch of Karma is going to be rotating back up. You can bet Chun-Li, I believe, is just running pure versatility, all defense in this matchup, and Lingering Psychic Shell. So he's using Battle Masters and Lingering Psychic Shell in order to survive. I mean, you cannot build your character more defensive than Chun-Li is in this matchup.
Yeah, you really can't. he's literally min-maxed. I'm like looking at it now. He's got absolutely everything to stay alive. I'm wondering if a good strategy going into a future game could be to actually go after Smexin with Maldex, because Maldex are pretty good into Fury Warrior. They don't have the passive damage reduction, but they do have the healing, which of course would be mitigated if a healer was crowd controlled and you threw your Maldex at him. But he's also using the Psychic Shell, so I'm not going to say that that's an easy target either. We see another swap here over onto Chun-Li, but guess what? Preemptive diffuse magic, the fear comes in, Space Station Gaming are chilling right now. They're doing totally fine in this one. That said, cooldowns are looking good for Kawaii still. No Ice Block has been traded out, and they are starting to go after Smexin just a little bit here. So we'll have to see if that is a permanent strategy change coming in from the side of Kawaii. This is ultimately the game that I think has been the slowest pace between the two sides. So even if Chun-Li's not dying, as I said, they are making Kite away and staying alive a lot longer in this game. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Paladin with all these cooldowns can also play a damp game in this matchup as well.
Yeah, I mean, that could be their strategy basically the entire time. I mean, go after Chun-Li, force him defensive, and that way you just kind of live a really, really long time in the match, and eventually maybe they just go after Smexin. It looks like Smexin is going to be that new target in this match, and as dampening ramps up, I mean, such a huge part of a Fury Warrior's defense is their healing, right? And if dampening is, high enough, that healing really gets mitigated, and that's when the Fury Warrior can be kind of a liability in the match, honestly. There's big damage right now out from Kawaii. Smexin getting low, Chun-Li getting low, Gurecki having to play catch-up. We're at 17% dampening, but, I mean, the Fury Warrior is just so much more vulnerable to these big setups coming in from Cerulean and Drake. Doesn't have those major defensive cooldowns like the Touch of Karma, like the Diffused Magic. It really is just that healing. So, if that gets mitigated enough, I could see Smexin falling down here.
Yeah, it reminds me of the old Windwalker DK strategies for rogue mages and compositions like that, where you just hit the Windwalker, force him to run, stay alive for a very long time, and then, I mean, obviously self-healing is a big part of the defensive kit for Fury Warrior, which is currently 20% reduced, and you're starting to see that now. Smexin dropping low, Gurecki has to use the Life Cocoon before crowd control lands. Cerulean in a bit of trouble right now, but he does have access to that Temporal Shield. The Avenging Wrath also back up for Brain, who is running the Ineffable Truth, so he's going to have a lot of cooldowns in this game. Life Cocoon has now expired, and this could be an opportunity if they can just get a polymorph over onto Gurecki somehow. They could really set up a lot of damage onto Smexin. Could be vulnerable in this situation as dampening continues to rack up.
Oh, it's getting higher and higher, and it'll inevitably close out this game. Lingering Psychic Shell, once again, gets used by Smexin, that defensive trinket. Grapple weapon now onto Smexin. Drake is actually not playing the Tiger Eye Brew, so going to be losing out on a little bit of damage. If this was their strategy all along, not going to have as much burst damage for Smexin available without that Tiger Eye Brew honor talent. But still, the damage seems pretty good on Smexin, and Cerulean will be able to put out significant burst on him as well. If we look at mana, still relatively equal right now. Big damage over onto Smexin. This is the combustion from Cerulean. Blinding Light over onto Gurecki. Smexin getting lower. He uses his Frenzied Regen, trying to survive. has to use a lot of cooldowns there. That is going to be the commanding shout to increase his health, as well as the life cocoon coming in from Gorecki. So a lot of defense used by Smexen to survive that combustion. If Cerulean can reset that by casting fireballs, they're going to be having a huge go available for Smexen. I don't know if there's too many answers for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to look really, really good for Kawaii. They could theoretically knock out the 3 times Method champions, and BlizzCon representatives of North America, Space Station Gaming, had such a good year, but this would not necessarily be the team I would have expected them to get knocked out by going into this cup. Kawaii have had a fantastic run, upsets all over the bracket, playing so good against Golden Guardians, against Jamili's team. They were able to knock them all out, and now they're looking to go one further here with Gorecki, Chun-Li, and Smexen on the ropes. Elimination game. Gorecki gets caught up in a Hammer of Justice. This could be it. Full polymorph connects, but it gets... What doesn't get Warband? It must have been DR'd from something I didn't quite see. Obviously, you don't have Warband as Fury, but the disarm comes through. They're denying the healing, but because that polymorph was TR, they will stay alive. Life Cocoon from Gorecki will ensure it.
Yep. Life Cocoon is so powerful right now, even at 35% dampening. Big heals coming in from Gorecki. Cerulean, once you get to the 40% dampening mark, I mean, Cerulean just landing a counterspell into a paralyze could be absolutely devastating. They're actually making a swap on Drake now. He's getting low, forced to trade out his Touch of Karma. And now Drake is actually really vulnerable in this match. Chun-Li and Smexen, they can turn their attention onto Drake a lot more. They still want to have Cerulean as their main target, but if they can't hit Cerulean, just tap targeting to Drake and trying to burst him down, I mean, they could just take him out really, really quickly. The Fury Warrior is good at taking down the Windwalker Monk, especially if he's caught into a stun. Cerulean now getting interrupted, still getting low. Brain trying to bounce him back to full health. With the Avenging Wrath, manages to do so. Double leg sweep coming in. Hammer of Justice on Gorecki. Now Smexen is the one that is in trouble. Lingering Psychic Shell gets used, as well as the Fortifying Brew and Life Cocoon and Trinket from Gorecki. And now it's Drake who's low. Stun on Brain. He's forced to use his Divine Shield to free himself of crowd control and try to get the kills out. Drake and Cerulean do survive, but both teams trading out big defensives.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. 42% dampening, and people are really, really, really starting to feel the pinch here. We've got the Divine Shield coming out, but on the flip side, an overlap, a rare mistake on the side of Space Station Gaming. The Lingering Psychic Shell down, as is the Life Cocoon. That's a full counter spell over onto Gorecki. Cerulean, he's been doing such a good job of keeping the distance the whole game. Now he's going to get the connection here. Ring of Frost, Blessing of Protection aggressively. Can they get the connection? Drake, it doesn't look like he's having an easy time getting Smexen right now. He's just getting snared up by Chun-Li, and because of that, it looks like they're going to survive once again here. Life Cocoon is back off cooldown. Double stun comes in. Nice Ring of Peace as well by Drake, ensuring that they get a good connection here, but still Smexen lives, and it's a very, very back and forth game. You get the feeling that just damage is going to win it out at this point. Cerulean's been doing his best kind of cosplay of social distancing the entire game, just blinking away, never going aggressive, waiting for those perfect opportunities with the combustion, but he's going to have to find his time soon because Drake is in trouble once again.
I mean, Drake definitely going to be in some trouble here. He has to trade out the Touch of Karma once again. Paralyzed now in Gorecki. Keep in mind, paralyzed on Gorecki. He's got no Trinket, but big damage on Cerulean as well. At this point, I actually want to see Kawaii kind of do an all-in on Gorecki, I think. I mean, they can just go after him in a stun lock combo, try to take him down, but potentially the reason why they're not is because he is playing Conflict and Strife now, which makes him very durable, so it looks like Smexen and Chun-Li are going to be better targets. Cerulean snipes a counterspell. Smexen forced to use Enrage Regeneration in order to survive, but he's still going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Finally, the Life Cocoon rotates back up, and now it seems like it's Space Station Gaming with all the pressure on their side. Smexen Trinkets gets Life Cocoon. Drake getting low, Cerulean getting low as well. 52% dampening. Adrian, who's going to come out with this game?
I wish I knew the answer to that, but I'm willing to bet I will in the next few minutes. Full blinding light now over onto Gorecki. Both the DPS actually overlap their trinkets on Space Station Gaming on that last leg sweep, so high value from Drake as they look to put the final nail in the coffin for Space Station Gaming. Are they going to be able to find it? Smexen is so low on health. Tournament Lifeline is potentially extinguishing here. The sacrifice comes through. It is going to keep them alive, and Kawaii have completed the upset. So many upsets for this team. They're in the top 3 of the first North American Cup of the year.
Man, yeah, let's talk one more time just about how big that upset actually is, and then we'll have Zico break it all down. But Femruki, just to put it into context for folks who maybe haven't gotten to watch as much, how big of an upset was that?
Well, I mean, so far this year, there hasn't been too many big tournaments, but the tournaments that have existed, the Method Majors, Space Station actually won all of them. So the boys, they won every single tournament that has happened this year for 3v3, and I mean, that's pretty huge. I mean, they're literally the 3-time champions of this year, and Quiet has managed to knock them out of the tournament, running a kind of unorthodox composition. I do think that this composition is really strong, but no one else is running it, and they're definitely coming up with interesting strategies to make it work, and it seems like a lot of teams don't necessarily have an answer for it just yet.
And Zico, let's talk about how they were actually able to make that upset happen as well.
I just want to say one thing real quick. I feel like Roasties, he found himself a nice team.
Yeah, he likes it.
Once again, they're playing the same comp. Like Seth and Jamili, they got rid of that, and they got new players, and it's looking good. I like it. I like it a lot. Good job, Roasties.
Let's take a look, Zico, at the moments that you wanted to share with everybody at home.
Yeah, so honestly though, jokes aside, these guys are playing really, really well. And this is just one of those situations here that kind of just highlights the synergy between these players. They secure a counterspell here onto Goreki. They get a sheep onto Chun to stop Chun from stopping the setup essentially. And then the only person who can still kick Ceralium on this Ring of Frost that's going to happen is Smexin. They throw out the Blessing of Protection. So they got cross crowd control here with the Blinding Light into the Ring of Frost on the healer. They got a sheep on the Windwalker. Combust has been pressed. Ceralium is going hot. And these are the kind of plays that just shows, the whole team is in sync. They're really setting up these aggressive plays together really well. And I got to give one more shout out to the boy Brain as well. This guy is 5-head Brain.
Yeah, dude, Brain has been fantastic. It's definitely been really enjoyable to watch Brain play. And now I want to start talking about what we do have on the upper side of the bracket, because we are going to be sending a team down to actually play against Kawhi. Both of these teams are obviously big names in North America. They're teams that we have watched a whole bunch. Let's actually talk about this next series. Healing Stat, what do you think we have in store?
I think this is going to be a really, really good series. And I mean, these are two teams that really have set themselves up as, some of the best in North America for the last few years. Both of them very established rosters. Of course, Cloud9 are the team that really held the NA banner the whole of last year, winning both the spring and the summer finals. They couldn't quite finish it at BlizzCon, but they did have a very good running there as well, and really were, I think, the flagship North American team last year. This year as well, at the start, we're going to keep referring to those community tournaments since they were the only other ones on this patch so far. And they did struggle a little bit against the boys or Space Station Gaming, but it seems like they've kind of gone back to the drawing board. Wealthy Man's put a ton of time into the Fire Mage, so they've been running that Fire Mage version of the Mage Warlock, which is their signature composition. And when we saw them yesterday, they looked fantastic. On the other side, Method Orange, we all know from them, we watch their streams all the time. Fantastic squad, and Sam Am on the Demon Hunter has been stepping up a lot for them as well.
Yeah, we have a lot of very exciting stuff coming up right now on the way to crowning our first champion of the year for North America. I think some of it will be so excited that Zico will end up being completely speechless when we actually do see some of those matchups. We'll have to see, though. With everything that is going on right now, we've already crowned, for anybody who did miss it, our champion in EU. That is going to be Method Black. They were able to take down that tournament, and now we only have 3 teams remaining in North America: Method Orange and Cloud9, who are playing next, and Kawhi in this lower side of the bracket, who are going to be fighting tooth and nail with whoever loses in this next series that is coming up to try to get to the grand final. We got 3 more series left today. Plenty of AWC action. It feels so good to be back after the long break after BlizzCon. We're going to be jumping to a quick break right now. When we do return, it will be that series: Method Orange versus Cloud9. Don't go anywhere.
seconds away from CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloud Rise about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means Blind is also available. I'd love to save just Trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR Blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough Vanish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
There are only 2 teams in North America who have not dropped a series yet. Well, there are only 3 teams left, but it's Method Orange and Cloud9, and we're about to change that. One of them will drop down to the lower side of the bracket. Let's find out who it's going to be. To cover all of the action, we got Femruki, Zico, and Healing Stat. Let's start by talking about Method Orange. Obviously, a fantastic team. What have they been up to so far in this tournament, Femruki?
Well, I mean, so far, I feel like Method Orange has found most of their success off the back of playing Demon Hunter Death Knight. Now, this is a composition that they play quite a bit and practice a lot with Samayam and Mez. I'd say at this point, that's almost their primary composition. Of course, they have Trill on the Windwalker Monk also, so they can play the Windwalker Death Knight. But yeah, for Method Orange, it's primarily about those double melee setups with Mez on the Death Knight. And they actually have been practicing Warrior Mage a little bit as well. That composition that we really see Wildcard Gaming implement quite a bit, the Mistweaver Warrior Mage. Method Orange, that's something else that they have kind of in their back pocket that they have practiced that maybe we might see in this next series.
You know, one of the things that I think is particularly interesting is when I look at the group of players on Method Orange as a whole and how they look about the game. You obviously have incredible theory crafting coming out of Mez and coming out of Trill, but you also look at Sea-Doo, and this seems like the point in an expansion, especially with all the things going on with corruption, all the things going on with Azerite. I mean, look at how they used Azerite at BlizzCon, right? This seems like a meta that someone like Sea-Doo Ven would really thrive in.
I mean, there's just so many different options for gearing, and I mean, Method Orange is one of those teams, like you said. They really enjoy that theory crafting, trying to get every little edge they can in terms of not only gearing but strategy. So they'll be one of those teams that's, you know, on the tournament realm, practicing 2v2s, experimenting with different builds they can run just to get every little bit of an advantage they can. And it's really cool to see. And sometimes we've seen them come up with some really interesting things. And I would say that the year that this team won BlizzCon really highlighted, you know, how much work they do put into finding those little advantages. Definitely helped them out for actually winning the world championship.
Yeah, decimating people with a healing trait is usually pretty fun to watch, right? Like it's things like that this team really does pick up, and I feel like it's not talked about nearly enough. I feel like usually when people talk about Method Orange, they do tend to just go, oh, okay, yeah, like this is a team that cleaves really well, but it does go a lot further than that. You know, this is a team that really can find quite a bit of extra damage all over the place. Let's talk about Cloud9 though. Healing Stat, what do you think of this Cloud9 team?
Terrifying. They always look really, really good. I've had I'm going to use the word privilege of playing against them a couple of times as RPS. And RPS I like to think of as one of those matchups that can beat Mage Lock. I've been playing the Shadow Priest a little bit, and every single time I'm meeting all the other Mage Locks, and it's pretty scary, but I normally find a way to win the game. I played against them, and I'm like, okay, worst case, this goes like 10 minutes, and we're going to lose eventually. And then Channel Moles has killed my entire team in the first minute, and it's very sad every time, and I message him after every game, and I say, well, at least I'm helping you with your seeding. I want to shout out when you win this tournament. He never gives me a shout out, but I think it's not really necessary to say how good these guys are. They are absolutely at the top of their game, and I think it's going to be difficult for anyone in this competition to take them out.
I think it's going to be difficult for them to take each other out as well. I think it's going to take quite a bit of dampening with these two squads. We're going to be jumping down, though, to Nagrand Arena. The teams are already ready to go. We got Chan on the Warlock. We got Wealthy Man on the Mage. And on the side of Method Orange, we're actually going to have Mez on the Warrior, and we are going to have Sam on the Mage. Let's see what they're able to do. Oh, wow. They got... I have not seen that mount in a while.
Yeah. That's really cool.
No turtles are going to be making it to the water today.
Yeah. These are some beefed up crowd.
Ooh, look at them all in sync.
Okay, you know they definitely had enough time to
they're gonna hide
practice.
from Cloud9.
They definitely had a lot of time to practice if they made a synchronized dance. Like, and you know that they're feeling pretty good.
Every time I watch their streams, Sidu's just complaining that Samayam isn't there to practice arena, but instead they're practicing this synchronized dance.
Sam's always asleep, but he's
that.
been dreaming of a synchronized dance.
All right, let's see how this one goes. I mean, for Method Orange, they've told me that they kind of struggle against Mage Lock in general. And I mean, obviously, Healing Stat, you're saying Cloud9's Mage Lock is kind of on a different level, so we'll see what they can get done in this matchup. This composition is definitely capable of winning. Looks like they're going to be going after Wealthy Man early on in the match, really trying to punish him. Song of Chi-Ji on Cubsy. Wealthy Man with a nice temporal shield bounces himself back to full HP. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at these mages' builds to see what both of them are running, just to see what kind of strategies we can really expect.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very interested to see it. I'm really happy that Method Orange is playing this composition because I think this is one of the things with Method Orange. They have the compositions that Wildcard Gaming, who obviously have a ton of success in Europe, have. The cleaves, but also some of these mage comps like Samayam, one of the best mages, if not the best, in North America. Wealthy Man, probably one of the top contenders for that title, so this is fun to see them go at it mage v mage. They've put the time into this composition that they feel confident blinding it into Cloud9, and if they really are good enough with Mez on the Warrior and at the synergy of this comp, I could see this being something that would actually be hugely beneficial to them, not only just in this matchup, but also against some of the other cleaves in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, Wealthy Man's going to be taking quite a bit of damage. Their main goal in this game is going to be trying to just limit any greater power blast Wealthy Man can get off. Big damage. Cubsy gets sniped with the counter spell. Luckily for him, he can play catch-up with that life cocoon and keep Wealthy Man alive. Now it's Samayam who's under fire. Cubsy actually pushing forward, trying to get his cauterize, just rolling in with the Way of the Crane, or sorry, with the Rising Sun kicks, with the damage. Samayam snipes him with a polymorph, and now it's Wealthy Man that's going to be in a little bit of trouble right now. Still getting low. Cubsy caught into a leg sweep. Good crowd control so far for Method Orange, but Wealthy Man just is able to kind of shrug it off. Both these mages are playing an extremely high versatility build, similar to what we saw Maro run in Europe, where they're even just playing Heart of Darkness instead of Blaster Master for maximum versatility, maximum survivability. And I mean, Cloud9, they've been playing the style where basically they just try to live as long as they can, then a dampening fine victory. But Method Orange is saying no way, they're trying to push the pace and take Wealthy Man down.
And they're doing a great job, honestly. Method Orange, I would say, looking at these first few minutes of the game, have been the leading team. They've certainly had the most pressure. They've forced out life kick-ins. We're going to have to see how it does go into dampening, of course, because Mage Warlock, we actually just saw it in Game 7 in Europe. The Warrior can definitely die the deeper dampening goes if they can survive that long. But so far, the pressure from Method Orange has been exactly where it needs to be, and I'm happy to see Sidu playing so aggressively on the Monk as well. I think it's very easy to just kind of sit back in this matchup. He's playing the Song of Chi-Chi, he's getting in their face, being annoying to Cubsy, and really asserting himself over the enemy Mistweaver Monk, which is exactly what they need to actually win this game.
Ooh, that's very unfortunate. Samayam, his Cauterize did proc, so a bit of a misplay there by Method Orange. They had the cooldowns to prevent it, but Wealthy Man at the same time, he's on fire with his Cauterize. Both mages no longer have cheat death for around 5 minutes. And there's a lot of damage going in. Samayam pushing in. He's going to compromise a bit of his survivability, but they've been able to pressure down Wealthy Man quite a bit so far, and it's not looking too bad for Method Orange. But both mages with no cheat death, you have to be a little bit scared. Vitality Conduit coming in from Sidu. That will keep Samayam alive and bounce his health straight up to full. Sidu pushing in, portaling on top of Cubsy. Cubsy immediately crosses the map. And I mean, for Sidu, his main goal is to run on top of Cubsy, and Cubsy's main goal is to get away from Sidu, as far away as possible. Doesn't want the threat of that Chi-Ji. Just allow Wealthy Man and Chanimal to kind of get the crowd control, and Cubsy just has to keep them alive as long as possible.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's kind of different to how Cubsy was often playing in the Druid when he played Mage Lock. He was always kind of getting those restells, playing super aggressively. Now on the Monk, his job is to just play defensively here, keep them alive until those deep dampening points where they can find the kill on Samayam or Mez. So different game here, but still the same high-level Cubsy gameplay that we've come to expect from Cloud9. They do get him in a polymorph here though, so a bit of trouble. We see the Temporal Shield, Fear to follow. They could actually look for a swap on Cubsy at some point if they wanted to, but it looks like that's not the way they're going right now. Instead just favoring this crowd control chain. Combustion coming out from Wealthy Man, immediately kleptomaniaed by Samayam, very nicely played, but Mez still taking a fair bit of damage in the disarm, unable to get anything going really in the situation as both teams just trade blow for blow, but ultimately no major cooldowns exchanged.
Nope, outside of that Cauterize, really no one has used too much of the match. Combustion coming in from Samayam, trying to get the damage rolling onto Wealthy Man. Dampening has just kicked in. We're at about 2% dampening right now. Full leg sweep on Cubsy. Samayam getting low. Has to be careful. Without that cheat death, he could go down at any moment if Chanimal can land a big Chaos Bolt on him, or Wealthy Man can get that greater Pyroblast. I mean, luckily for Samayam, Mez is just all over Wealthy Man, catching him in Storm Bolts and Pummels and really slowing down that damage as much as possible. But as we've seen in the past, I mean, later on in the game, Mage Lock, they just do so much damage to the enemy team. It's kind of unavoidable as well. And I think as dampening gets higher and higher, we might see targeting swaps. I mean, maybe Wealthy Man and Channel, they start going after Mez a little bit more. And maybe Mez and Sam, as dampening gets higher and higher, they opt to change to that Destruction Warlock and actually really try to punish him in this match.
Yeah, that was one thing I was curious about, because they've been going after Wealthy Man this whole opener, and I mean, Fire Mage super scary, right? You've got things like the G-Pie. Yeah, he is playing the G-Pie, presumably, right? I didn't actually check. But yeah, so he does have the G-Pie, and that means it's hard to leave him alone, but the Destro, you know, as the dampening gets higher and higher, he's definitely going to be an easy kill for the Warrior. That's one of the reasons that we think Warrior could be still an upset factor in this tournament. America's #1 and #2 teams so far for 2020 AWC, battling it out in the Grand Arena, has been a fairly even affair so far, but I do think that Chanimal potentially could be someone they could get a kill on. They're still after Wealthy Man right now, but he has a lot of tools to get away. Vitality Conduit once again, and he will be just fine.
Yeah, Sidu gets caught into a fear, now into a polymorph. Uh-oh, Mez could be in some trouble. Has to activate the Die by the Sword, and that is the risk. When Sidu tries to cross the map, if he gets caught into a Frost Nova, polymorph fear, it is an absolute disaster. Sidu's still committed to pushing forward, gets the Paralyze on Cubsy, but Mez is low. Needs to make sure he doesn't throw away the game. Vitality Conduit lands, that should be enough to keep Mez alive, but they weren't able to get the additional crowd control on Cubsy. They got the Life Cocoon, which is big, but Cloud9 appears to have most of the pressure in this matchup so far.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they've had the closest opportunities to get the kill. Both teams have traded Cauterize, but it's coming back up within the next minute. Mez's Die by the Sword being down, with dampening already starting to stack up, is definitely something I'm watching out for on the side of Method Orange. They need to be careful. Mez as well. I think it's fair to put the kind of focal point on him as analysts right now. This is a class we haven't really seen him play too much in the competitive scene, although we know that Warrior is something he's been putting a lot of time to on live ladders for practice. He really needs to be up to the level, because I mean, when Wildcard Gaming do well as this comp, it's Blizzo, right? Like no one else is doing this. It's not a meta composition. It's something that one or two teams have maybe managed to execute. So Mez is putting up a huge statement here, saying that he can play this to the same level, and so far it's been looking good. But this is a big swap onto Sidu, gets caught out, uses the Transcendence, and will escape with his life.
He actually used Vitality Conduit on himself as well. It didn't get any value out of it, so had to kind of overlap there for Sidu. But he gets feared on his Thunder Focus T as well, and Mez could be in some trouble. There's really no cooldowns to keep Mez alive. Mez has to be careful. He has the Spell Reflect as well as the Commanding Shout, or Sidu getting interrupted into a triple DR Sheep. A bit of a misplay there by Wealthy Man, unfortunately. Mistiming that polymorph that's going to free Sidu from the crowd control, and he's going to feel confident to push in. Paralyze on Cubsy into the Song of Chi-Ji, and a potential leg sweep, but no Channel there to back him up, disrupting the crowd control chain. Now Wealthy Man should be fine. Mez caught into a stun. This is the combustion from Wealthy Man. Samayam tries to rip it off, but Mez is just in so much trouble. The polymorph onto Sidu, rallying Karai coming in from Mez at the last moment in order to stay alive, and now with Vitality Conduit, he's going to be feeling invulnerable for at least a little while, even at 26% dampening, but the pressure is just not over yet. Cloud9 still pushing forward with crowd control.
I'll tell you what, playing as Chanimal is just so annoying. Like, look at him just standing in the middle of the map, controlling the entire game, denying follow-up crowd controls, fear after fear after fear, even fears onto Mez, a warrior that's traditionally one of the classes that's struggling, but still Wealthy Man taking a bit of damage here. He's actually in a fair bit of trouble. Life Cocoon just about comes out before that Cauterize is reapplied. Both mages have that cheat death ability once again, so we're going to have to see that procs before any of them will be falling over in this game. 30% healing reduction on both sides. Now we're starting to get into the real meat of this game. Cubsy a bit lower on mana right now. He's been having to contend with Mortal Strike effect from Mez and just the raw pumping damage of an Arms Warrior with good uptime. So certainly Mez, there's one thing you won't criticize about him is going to be his PV rotation and his damage, because he really is one of the best at that no matter what class you put him on.
Yep. I think that's one thing Method Orange really values is just really that maximum output. Mez is doing a good job. There has been good pressure onto Wealthy Man as Sea-Doo pushes forward, gets the paralyze on Cubsy. Uh-oh, Wealthy Man could be in some trouble here. He does deflect. Nice job by Wealthy Man, getting over there with the Dragon's Breath, slowing down the Song of Chi-Ji. But with a leg sweep, Sea-Doo eventually does get the crowd control. No, Wealthy Man once again backs him up. Nicely done. And now it's Mez. They're turning around the pressure. Light Cocoon coming in from Sea-Doo to keep Mez alive, but that's such a close call, and I mean, really big props for Wealthy Man. Shut down Sea-Doo with the Dragon's Breath, then with a counterspell, and reverse the pressure onto Mez. Nice job there by Cloud9.
Yeah, so that was such a nice play there coming in from Wealthy Man. It's really difficult in those kind of, you have to be very precise here to maximize time the blink and then get the Dragon's Breath. It's one of those things where I'm pretty sure if I was on the mage, I would have ended up blinking the wrong way or Dragon's Breath in the wrong way, or something would have gone wrong. Either way, that's why he's on Cloud9 and Magic Stud is not. You see the Dragon's Breath coming in, the Polymorph, treat crowd control on both sides, but Samayam is the one certainly behind. I think the War Banner was out of range there by Mez, so small mistake is going to ensure that Sea-Doo sits through, but there's no follow-up crowd control. They're able to deny it. Now Wealthy Man caught up in a Stormbolt, Life Cocoon. Still so many cooldowns. It looks like Cubsy actually got a drink, which I didn't catch, but his mana is much better than Sea-Doo's now, and Sea-Doo is really starting to struggle. This is what I was concerned about for the Warrior. If you don't get the kill before this kind of high dampening point, you need to have high pressure, otherwise you are just going to struggle to keep your team topped off. You have less self-healing, but now they're finding pressure once again. Trinket from Cubsy is leg sweep by Sea-Doo. Beautiful plays as they look to push forward, try get the ice block from Wealthy Man. Even if they don't get it here, which it looks like they won't, they do get the Trinket from Cubsy. A big win there for Method Orange.
Yep, definitely getting that trinket out of the way. Very important. Mez under fire once again. If we look at mana, Cubsy does have an advantage, 43% dampening. Things are getting out of control here for both of these teams soon. I mean, they're both topped off and stabilized, but I mean, it can be really hard to recover in these situations. Wealthy Man still just trying to get off those greater Pyroblasts over and over and over. And I mean, there's got to be fatigue coming in from Samayam and Mez just trying to stop those greater Pyroblasts. Eventually, Wealthy Man will sneak them through. Big damage on Samayam, but a Polymorph onto Cubsy. Wealthy Man could be in a little trouble right now. They're trying to counter-aggress. Dark Soul coming in from Chanimal. Look out for Chanimal. Can he get big damage? Beautiful, intimidating shout coming in from Mez, just trying to slow it down. Method Orange realized they were in a bit of trouble there, so that intimidating shout from Mez just to slow down that Dark Soul. Now Polymorph spam's coming in. Once Dark Soul fades, I think Method Orange is going to be a lot more comfortable pushing in, but they're just not getting topped off. Sea-Doo just doesn't have the heals. Life Cocoon on Mez. I think Mez, Samayam, and Sea-Doo realize they need to push the pace. They need to keep doing damage. Otherwise, they'll eventually just get rolled over. So, although this is such a scary moment for Method Orange, you have to commend them for really just going all in.
Yeah, there's a TikTok that kind of works like this. Whilst one person's in a super hectic place, Sea-Doo barely struggling to keep people alive, can't get any healing out. You're Cubsy in like a wonderland right now. He was just sipping, taking a drink, you know, mid-afternoon tea. Absolutely chilling on the other side in the shades on the back line for Cloud9. He's seen this before. He's seen the high pressure that this team can put out at 50% dampening. Nice War Banner from Mez does deny the full duration of that Polymorph, but there's a fear to follow up. Of course there is. It's Chanimal, and he's pressed the unending resolve. He's doing so much damage with the Chaos Bolts right now. A Re-Fear, still no Life Cocoon for 4 seconds. Are they going to be able to squeak it in? Die by the Sword comes in. It's a full counter spell. Does this crowd control ever end onto Sea-Doo? It looks like he might be able to get away with it. The Life Cocoon's available. He's not trading it out. Instead, Vitality Conduit, and they will survive.
Now we are only at 55% dampening at this point. Double Coil coming in from Samayam, or from Chanimal onto Samayam and Mez. Now a Fear on Sea-Doo. Mez could still be in some trouble. He has the Spell Reflect, but he's Grapple Weapon right now, getting lower. Life Cocoon does finally land from Sidu, but I mean, look at Cubsy's mana. He's in such a good spot. Sidu pushing forward, looking for the leg sweep. Good control coming in from Samayam. Can he get the Ring of Frost? Unfortunately, does not. He gets counterspelled by Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man doing a good job playing defense, slowing down the crowd control, now going after Mez in a leg sweep. Sidu with the Vitality Conduit, but there's not too much left after that. I mean, Vitality Conduit's gone, Life Cocoon's gone, we're at 60% dampening, Mez is low, Sidu's not topped off, and he's got to be feeling really scared to push forward. This is the Dark Soul from Chanimal once again. Wealthy Man getting bursted down as Samayam interrupts him and pops a combustion. They're really trying to push him over, but Vitality Conduit from Cubsy shuts that down. Sidu still, he's got a little bit of mana. Can he keep his team alive? I mean, at this point, do you think that they should just be going after Chanimal instead of Wealthy Man?
I mean, I'm not really sure who they should be going after as we see huge damage coming in, forcing the Ice Block, but I think Sidu just kind of has to go across the map, even at these scary situations. He has to go and get the crowd control on Cubsy, because if they don't have crowd control on Cubsy, he has more mana. He's simply going to easily heal through this, and they need to find it. So now he's actually going for it. This is the play we wanted to see from Sidu. Is it going to be enough to get the kill? Wealthy Man is in trouble, but so is Sidu. Fortifying Blue comes through. Samayam's low, Sidu's low, but they did go for the aggressive play, and it seems to be working out. They burst right through the Life Cocoon. If they're able to turn this around, it would be an absolute miracle. 65% healing reduction, and that's a full counterspell over onto Cubsy. They're really going all in for this play. Are they going to be able to find it? It looks like Vitality Conduit and a Chaos Bolt straight to the face, and Chanimal will be able to take the kill for Cloud9 as they take game one. But a very interesting game from Method Orange. Very deep dampening. Ultimately, Cloud9 victors.
Yeah, definitely a lot to talk about in this one, making it all the way to 67% dampening. Zico, when did Cloud9 really start to pull ahead in your mind?
In my mind, it's got to be that moment when Chanimal activated his Unending Resolve, lobbed out a couple of Chaos Bolts onto Mez. Mez got around the pillar and survived. Everyone on Method Orange was full HP. Wealthy Man had Ice Block and Cauterize. Chanimal had no Trinket and no Unending Resolve, and Method Orange still went after Wealthy Man. I think that's when Cloud9 pulled ahead.
Okay, yeah, let's break down the matchup just a little bit more now that Cloud9 does lead by one in the series. Anything else that was really important to you, Zico?
I feel like they played a pretty solid game. I like what Sidu was doing, pushing in, going for the crowd control onto the enemy healer. I liked in general like how they were playing the matchup. They stayed alive for a long time. They had, decent amount of pressure. I just think they went on the wrong target. I think you go Fire Mage, then when you hit dampening, you go Destrolog. That's what we saw a lot of these teams do, like Wildcard, and this is the recipe for success.
Do you think that we're going to be seeing any switches potentially here, Healing Step, once we actually do get into the draft for game number 2?
Well, I think the most important thing, of course, is no matter which composition they do lock in here, they need to make sure they're keeping those crab mounts. The start of the game was beautiful. Fantastic stuff from Method Orange. If they keep that synergy up, I'm certainly rooting for them. But, I mean, in all seriousness, honestly, this has been the bane for Method Orange for how long now? Like a year or something? I'm
over
really...
a year.
It could be more than a year, yeah. It's been so long. I am really happy that they've picked up this Warrior Mage. I do think it's something worth pursuing. I mean, any game that goes to 65% dampening, you've got a chance of winning, right? And they did find pressure. It's just difficult. Like, Cloud9 is such a brick wall. They're so good at this composition. They've been playing it at a world-class level for such a long time. And Cubsy, I mean, we talked about him. I think one of the big criticisms we had of him for not being the contender for best healer, and some people even said he was that he was only playing Druid the whole of last year. Well, he swaps over to the Mistweaver and he looks as good as any other, right? So clearly no multi-classing woes. I think for Method Orange, I don't think any of their cleaves are going to be good into this. I think they just have to stick with it and hope for the best.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, we can't forget that the Grand Finals of Europe, the final game, came down to Wildcard Gaming losing to Mage Lock Monk.
Yep.
So even Wildcard Gaming playing Warrior Mage Mistweaver, they lost even quicker to Method Black running that that Mage Lock Monk. So it's obviously a good composition. It's a decent matchup for the Mage Lock, it appears. But I still feel like the Warrior Mage definitely has a chance to win. But I just can't believe the level of dampening we're getting to in these games. It really is difficult for them to
crazy.
Push them over. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Zico, I'm pretty sure we're expecting to get this late into dampening pretty much throughout the entirety of the series. Am I correct?
Yeah. If we see this, well, actually, no matter what comp we see from Method Orange,
yeah.
as long as Cloud9 runs Mage Lock, I think we are going to go, into the 40, 50, 60 percentage at least. And I mean, that's kind of the nature of what they're doing, right? They're going full tank trinkets, they're going full Versa stacking, they're playing, very durable specs, and on a large map, that's what happens.
What's the record for the year right now? What's the highest that we've gotten to this weekend?
72%.
72, yeah.
Yeah, I think we might break the record.
And that was against C9, right?
Yeah.
Rudimentary.
We had a good 70% one today, but it was a cross kill. Does that count? Like one of the method games was 70 plus. I don't remember what it got to.
I think
Maybe
when it goes
was
to 2v2, it no longer counts. That's
okay.
Personally.
Yeah.
Is that like the threshold? As soon as one
I think we're
player
setting
dies,
that up
that's
right
where
now.
the dampening was.
Yeah, I think so. Right?
That's fine.
I think we
it's
agree on that.
I like that.
Okay, cool.
So it is law.
What I do think they should do, just watching these games, it feels like going after Wealthy Man is really difficult. I think you do have to go on the Fire Mage to slow him down. But I think when Method Orange, they have their big crowd control change, like they have Intimidating Shout, and Sidu, has all his crowd control, the Paralyze, the Leg Sweep, the Song of Chi-Ji. I really want to see them make swaps on Chanimal with Combust. I actually think they can punish him quite a bit. It's not as easy for Chanimal to just completely avoid damage by using Shimmer to get away. And I mean, Wealthy Man is building his character like a tank. He's using everything he can for versatility, giving up damage, and even his Azurite traits for more versatility. So he's not an easy target to take down. Of course, he has that immunity. But I just think when you're at, 50, 60% dampening, that's when you can overwhelm a Destruction Warlock, and all it takes is one good setup, one good crowd control chain where you can actually put the Warlock away. So I think I want to see Method Orange try to just switch up their targeting, not completely, but I think they should take advantage of swapping on Chanimal.
Yeah, I want to talk about the mage builds just a little bit more. I feel like it's been a hot topic between mostly you and Zico, even during the breaks. Zico, what have you thought of the mage builds so far?
I think both mages are running what they should be running for the most part. I mean, there's obviously, some things that kind of come down to personal preference here. But overall, I think they're both going to be, tank targets in this matchup, and stacking Versa is definitely the right line of play. And I think you have some freedom in terms of what essence you want to run and what trinkets you want to run. But in terms of corruption, I don't want to see anything other than Versa stack, because nothing is going to give you as high value as that. And I gotta say that, like, the way you play this matchup is you go on a mage, you shut him down until dampening, and then in dampening you just tunnel Chanimal when you have Spell Reflect and Stormbolt and breakers essentially, and disruption for Wealthy Man. You stay in. When you don't have it, you go behind the pillar, and then you go out again. Like, I feel like the warrior pressure is really starting to kick in once you get to like 30% dampening. And safely go after the Warlock, as long as you know when to run.
It's funny because when you're talking about it right now, I didn't think the value of versatility, like amp, and running as much versatility amp as possible on your gear as your corruption, and utilizing your full budget to do that, could have gone up in value more from when we started the tournament, but somehow I feel like it has. It's just the play for most scenarios.
There's a... So a person who's won BlizzCon, I think more than anyone else, Swapsy, he said his main strategy in this game is do damage and don't die. And versatility helps you do damage and not die. So a lot of these teams are trying to implement that strategy right now, and that's what we've seen a lot in this weekend, is just try to gear as defensively as you can and try to just outlive your opponents, out-damage them, and then eventually score a kill.
Why not just have both if you can get both? It is
it's two for the price of one.
Yeah, it's you actually were one of the people who said it a little bit earlier on. When you talk about versatility, a lot of the time you're just like, oh yeah, you take versatility to survive, and you're like, well, it's also giving you damage. It's a
lot of damage.
Yeah, it's really easy to look at those gushing numbers because you don't have to throw it in the sim at all. You literally just look at details after you're done in the arena, and then you go, okay, that was good. That was good. I didn't even have to push a button. Versatility is still giving you quite a huge chunk of damage, and it is helping you live. Definitely going to be important, but hey, we have the compositions now for this game on Hook Point. Zico, any final words before we jump into the action?
No, I think like gameplay wise, wait, we saw a comp swap here. We see
Yes, we did.
Windwalker DK on a smaller map. I mean, this looks like more Method Orange comfort, and I think it's kind of alluding to the strategy here that Method Orange wants to run. When it's their turn to counter, they're gonna go to a small map, play their melee cleave, try to win that way. When they are blind locking, they're gonna play Mage Warrior. I think Method Orange, they have very, like, they're smart, they're super smart players, you know, they're good at theory crafting. They go into a matchup knowing if we fight this is what we do. In the blind, this is what we want to do. Like, they have clear plans. For me, it's just a little bit on the execution last game. I feel like it's not even like the CC execution, like the way they did their setups even was good. I think they just did them on the wrong target. So I think for this match, they just need to play the Method Orange strat. And then in the next match, if they win this one, they need to kind of just do a few adjustments that we talked about.
Okay. Very important to keep in mind now with these tweaks. Ven, do you think that is going to be the pace of this series now, what Zico just outlined?
I mean, I just think for Method Orange, with the composition that they're running now, they're going to have to make sure that basically they sit on one target to completely lock them down. I think what we're going to see in this matchup is Mez and Trill just trying to sit on channel as much as possible, and we're going to see some Dark Simulacrums. So basically Mez, what he's going to try to do is make Greater Power Blast do work for him. So he's going to be taking Greater Power Blast from Wealthy Man if he can. Wealthy Man's going to have to be very careful, and if he can steal that spell, you have, you know, a 35% damage attack you can use as the Windwalker DK to try to push him over. But I think they're just going to have Sea-Doo put out a lot of healing to survive that mage damage for a really long time. And on the smaller map, potentially even just stop drinks. And hopefully for them, the Windwalker Death Knight pressure is enough. But, I mean, we've seen this match play out quite a bit, and normally the mage Warlock comes out ahead.
Healing said, like, what is it that you're looking at here to actually change that tide and see Method Orange come out on top after you hear Venruki break it down like that?
I think, I mean, this is a matchup that it's comfort for Method Orange, and whenever someone of this caliber is playing their comfort matchup, you always think there's going to be a chance, you know, they'll identify something, Trill on the Windwalker, find some one-shot opportunity on someone. Outside of that, maybe Spites is something that we could consider over onto Chanimal. I mean, we saw the double monk combination from Cerulean playing it. That was with Mage, not Death Knight, but I don't see why you couldn't do it if Chanimal wasn't running Portal, that is. So I think there's a few opportunities, but I mean, overall, I agree that I think there's a reason if Method Orange was confident in this matchup, they wouldn't be trying alt comps with like Mage Warrior, right? They would be just running this because it's one of their main pocket picks. So I'm not super confident for them, but I mean, I've seen crazier things. I've seen crazier things today, to be honest.
But
so Method Orange could definitely do
I think you pointed out a very good thing, right? It's basically by seeing something else, it meant that they weren't confident in this, and then going back to it's like, all right, that didn't work. We should probably go back to something that we are a little bit comfortable on, which can make you feel a little bit nervous headed into Hook Point. They are using their stoppage time up just a little bit here on Method Orange. I think they really want to talk through what they need to be able to do. You don't have very much stoppage time to use, and using it in this series is obviously something that's going to be important. If you do manage to come out on top here, you know that you've at least made it to that grand final, and that's going to be a big bump, a guaranteed bump in points for the entire year, Healing Stat.
Yeah, absolutely. There's only 4 competitions to qualify through to the circuit, so I think for Method Orange, since they didn't make it through to BlizzCon last year especially, they're going to be really happy with this performance. I mean, a top 3 already is a strong showing. I know they're one of those teams that there were some roster hiccups for them earlier in the year. I think Trill was off the roster for a little bit, then he re-entered. It was fairly public, so they definitely haven't been a team in super high morales, I think, after their performance last year. So something like this is a great opportunity for them to bounce back. You can tell they've been working at it with their theory crafting, with their warrior mage. They're really back and here to game, which is fantastic for the squad, fantastic for their fans. Cloud9, I think it's fair to say they're the last boss in NA and have been for a while. If Method Orange takes this series, then you start asking that question: are they the best team in NA? going through to the circuit, going through to the finals. There's a lot of arena before then, but I mean, it would be a great first start.
Yeah, I think that Method, you have to point out that roller coaster, right? You win BlizzCon, and then all of a sudden you're in kind of these weird doldrums, the horse latitudes, not necessarily complacent, but just trying to figure out what you're going to do, especially after, I remember you did the interview on the main stage, and it was like, I'll play with this team as long as this team wants to play, and then it was all of a sudden like, wait, is this team actually going to play? And it seems like they're starting to have that resurgence. This would be a huge victory for them. We are ready to jump down to Hook Point for the second game of this series. Is Cloud9 going to find themselves on match point, or is Method going to be able to regain their footing in this series?
I mean, so far, Cloud9 has looked pretty much unstoppable in this tournament so far. Method Orange, they're going to have to come up with something. Is it going to be the Spikes? Is it going to be the Dark Simulacrum on the Greater Pyroblast? I mean, only time will tell, but Cloud9, they've been looking absolutely phenomenal with this Mage Warlock. They've been running this Mage Warlock for quite some time, seeing great success with it in battle for Azeroth, and it's just such a scary team to go against. I mean, Method Orange, they take them to, what, 65% dampening in the last game. It's got to be a little bit disheartening for them, but here they are on the small map with the cleave setup. Let's see what they can get done.
Yeah, I love how they've swapped. Like, we had Method Orange on the crabs last time, and now Cloud9 on those giant frogs. So we've got some mount synergy going on here. The opener of the game has started. Game 2 between these two sides. Upper bracket finals. Both teams undefeated thus far. So the winner of this goes through to the grand final. Loser goes down to play against Kawaii. This is a nice little grip setup here onto Chanimal. We're going to have to see if they can get any healers in line of sight. It doesn't look like they're running the spites, since Chanimal did not get spited there. He surely would have. He's also not running the coil, it looks like. I don't see coil on the UI, so I'm assuming that means that he is playing the portal, anticipating the spites. So in that regard, Method Orange have won this mind game. They're not going to have to worry about the mortal coils in this one. And that means that the Warlock may well just be a great target, you know? You've got the Dark Sim on Mez, so Wealthy Man's going to have to think twice about every Greater Pyroblast. Maybe tunneling Chanimal is the play.
I mean, it definitely could be. Trill playing Tiger Eye Brew, so that kind of gives away the targeting that they want. But Sidu, Greater Pyroblast on him, going to snipe him through the pillar. Big damage early on, and like you said, Chanimal, he's using the portal. They're actually using Ring of Pieces to pin him behind the pillar, but unfortunately for Mez and Trill, Chanimal has his portal in a great spot, is able to use that Demonic Circle to get to safety. Now Seduce over onto Sidu. Who are they going to be going after? And here's the thing, if you leave Wealthy Man alone, these Greater Pyroblasts are going to get really scary really quick. Trill takes a huge hit of damage. Polymorph now on Sidu. Trill forced to use the Touch of Karma. It's actually overlapped with the Vitality Conduit there, but not the biggest deal. It can get quite scary when those Greater Pyroblasts do go off, but a big stun set up here from Method Orange as they're looking to get really aggressive.
Yeah, that was really nice. They got good damage onto Cubsy. They forced the Trinket Port from Chanimal as well. And I mean, in the early stages of this game, definitely a little bit scary with Wealthy Man spamming out the G-Pies, but I would say that Method Orange are definitely in a fighting mode for this game right now. The counterspell comes through, double stun, but it seems like Chanimal is someone that I could see dying, but maybe not until a little bit more dampening, which makes me wonder if Trill and Mez, maybe they can afford to play a little bit more passively, you know, like there's no Mortal Coil, which is one of the big punishes if you go behind the pillar, but he doesn't go behind the pillar, he gets blown up, and Cloud9 2-0.
Oh man!
What happened?
We were just talking.
I'm watching YouTube. I want to see that YouTube replay.
Wow! Yeah, we were just talking about how we thought it was going to take dampening for all of these games. This one definitely didn't, Zico.
Greatest Pyroblast.
Zico, you're muted.
Oh no!
Which I actually, you know, with how fast that game was to get back into the call in the first place, I am not surprised that you were muted at all. They were completely silenced as well. Let's actually start to talk about just how a match can end that quickly.
Well, Wealthy Man got a pretty nice Greater Pyroblast off onto Trill, who had no cooldowns. And then he got Trill got Infernal stunned, and Wealthy Man actually had another Greater Pyroblast in the air but something did half of Trill's HP. Now, I
It-
want to say
I-
that was a Chaos Bolt, but I can't comment on it.
I
I'll tell you
think.
exactly what it was.
Yeah.
It
I
was
think
actually
I know
not
what
a
you're
Chaos
saying.
Bolt.
He blinked forward, right, with the
Yeah,
second.
so
G
what
pad.
he did is he used he cast a greater power blast from
He
range,
blinked
and of
at
course
99%.
yeah, exactly. So greater power blast, it has a long travel time. So what you can do is cast a greater power blast while it's in the air, cast another one, and then right before it goes off, shimmer right on top, and then they both hit at the same time, and it can be a lot of damage. And that's exactly what we just saw happen to Trill. Unfortunately, it caught them off guard, and that's going to be a quick win for Cloud9.
Well, mages, have fun doing that until Shadowlands comes out, because you're losing. You're getting a cooldown on your G5s, and you're losing some of the shimmering. So, yeah, enjoy it for now.
Oh, yeah.
Enjoy it for now.
But I mean, at least Zico has kind of spoiled the fact that mages are getting blanket counter spell back, right? So
Wait, what? Are we?
Yeah, because you're always silenced.
Bro, it's 3 a.m., man. Like, I'm sorry, okay. That one went right above my head, and you know, as you might see, not a lot of things go right above my head. That's about it.
All right, so how does this affect the rest of the series? What do you expect Method Orange to do now besides tilt? To be completely, I mean, you go into a matchup like that, I don't see Zico how you do anything besides tilt a little bit.
Well, that's one option. The other option is to, you know, go again, lock in small map,
Cue it
and
up.
try what you did again, but you know, don't die.
This time we're going to be on Dalaran Sewers here. We're waiting for those compositions, and yeah, the best answer to this one is just do it. We'll see Cloud9 locking in the Warlock Mage. Yet again, it's on Method Orange to pick something which will have the durability to get them a little bit further into this series, because if not, they're getting sent down to the lower bracket.
I mean, I was just going to say, I mean, for Method Orange, they put in a lot of work to learn these different comps, and it seems like normally they can figure out an answer, but it really feels like it's been years where Cloud9 has just had their number with Mage Warlock. Like, literally, they have not been able to figure it out for, it seems like years at this point. So, definitely got to be frustrating for Method Orange, because it just seems like no matter what they try, they always lose.
I was going to say one thing that's amusing to me is, like, I remember that legendary series at BlizzCon, and then Snuts came in Game 5 and they won, and Rich, like, screamed, like, don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again. And then we're just watching them wipe the floor. Meanwhile, Snuts is off in the distance farming echoes on his Windwalker monk or something. So he's just chilling. He's the real victor.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
Nuts and roasties, man. It's been their day today.
Yeah, they'd be doing great.
Got to get the...
Maybe
They're probably farming together into, like, yo, you wanna do a few games?
Yeah, they'll probably hit me up soon to help get their rating in the right spot, and they can. I've been queuing more queues than ever before. Everybody came out of the woodwork. Hey, you want a queue? Like, yeah, dude. Like, you're still 500, right?
It's actually really crazy, though. I swear Snuts puts in so much work on this team. I mean, he doesn't always play, but the amount of work he puts in, and not only just practicing all the different classes, but also helping his team gear out. Like, he'll get Cubsy, he gets them all into raids and helps them clear visions and forces them to do world quests. Like, and I think he's been buying them BOEs as well. Back when you couldn't pick the corruption you wanted.
Farming the gold for them Snuts money.
Yeah, he's literally the person who's going around buying all the BOEs in the world for his team to, you know, get that gear edge. It's really crazy, because I swear he puts in so much effort.
Seeing how much of it, like, if you're not familiar with his stream or anything like that, I mean, dude's just a power gamer, right? Like, he PvE's hard too. And when Classic came out, dude was an absolute madman there. Really understands the economy in the game too. Definitely a valuable player to have on your team. And I mean, there's countless stories too. And Ben Rookie, you've told some of them just about what it was always like when you guys, even back in the day, were competing, and how impactful he's been in the scene as a player. But Method Orange are going to feel the pressure here and go back to Warrior Mage. Zico, what do you think about going back to this composition on Dalaran Sewers?
I feel like this is a comp that, I mean, if both teams play it perfectly, I feel like they have a slight upper advantage, especially on a map like Dalaran. So I'm a big fan of the comp. I'm just a little skeptical. I hope that, you know, they're going to change things up compared to game number 1 with that targeting. If they change it, I could definitely see Method Orange still stand a shot here, because I feel like this is a comp that can do kind of okay into Rogue Mage and into Mage Lock. So unfortunately, it's kind of an alt comp, right? So they're just going to have to step up to the plate and really make it count here.
And with that, let's see if they're going to be able to make it count. If they cannot, Cloud9 is going to be able to get their ticket straight in to the grand final. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it, or if Method Orange will be able to extend this series.
All right, so I think the true path to success here for Method Orange is they need to do exactly what they did in game number 1. Sit on Wealthy Man, get out their consistent crowd control, try to take him down early on as the main target, but later on in the game, go after Chanimal. I mean, he is not going to be able to escape nearly as easy as Wealthy Man. All those setups, they're going to be able to dump damage on Chanimal and really try to take him down. I think if Method Orange does that, they could potentially win, but we'll see. I mean, Wealthy Man has been doing a really good job defensively the entire weekend. I don't think anyone's really been able to take him down. We'll have to see if Method Orange can sort of break that.
Yeah, that Cubsy Wealthy Man duo, it predates like a lot of this kind of core from Cloud9. You can see Greater Pyros, always going to be a little bit of a scare for everyone. Big health chunks coming in on either side as mages are free casting. We see Wealthy Man just tunneling out those pies. I personally, I think Wealthy Man is still my preferred target for the majority of this game. I think you called it right then during game 1 that when dampening started to hit, that's when Chanimal could really die. But we do see a ton of damage coming out onto him.
Now.
They're just crushing him. The Unending Resolve comes through. Now the Life Cocoon. That was a huge play, but it's so risky leaving Wealthy Man open for such long periods of time. I'm scared something similar to what happened to Trill in the last game is going to happen if they continue the strategy.
Yeah, I feel like this is a good time to go for the Fire Mage right now. You had a couple of close calls already, but at the same time, they did force out the Unending Resolve. I just don't see Chanimal dying at this point in the game. I feel like Cubsy should be able to keep him alive if need be, but let's see. They're going for the CC here. Preemptive Warbanner by Mez, and preemptive Essence there coming out of Cubsy. Unfortunately for Method Orange is going to keep Chanimal nice and healthy. And yeah, I agree with you guys. Go for the mage majority of the time, but when dampening is in the game, I want to see them go for Chanimal. Whenever Mez really has his disruption, he can stay in. When he doesn't, leap behind one of those boxes, wait for it to come back up, and then go back in.
I just don't think they're going to take down Chanimal unless they have the instant crowd control, unless they have the intimidating shout, they have the leg sweep, they have the paralyze. That's when you go after Chanimal. Until then, sit on Wealthy Man. He's the highest threat target possible, except during this moment where Dark Soul is available, and Chanimal is getting off big damage right now. Mez forced to come back and try to slow that down as Sidu is in crowd control. Chanimal taking a little bit of burst damage right now. Samayam looking for crowd control, unable to find it, but Sidu, he pushes in. There it is. Paralyzed into the Song of Chi-Ji. Cubsy has to trinket. Doesn't have Cocoon. Raised up the Vitality Conduit, but these consistent setups from Method Orange, this game is looking really good. This could be the game. Keep them in this series.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking fantastic. Full blink counterspell. Beautiful play by Samayam. Is it going to be enough to get the security? I'm not entirely sure. Wealthy Man caught up in polymorphs right now, but he will be able to free cast those peels since counterspell was used onto Cubsy. So nicely done to recover. But this is looking night and day compared to game 1. Game 1 was super slow pace from Method Orange, barely making any dents, I think, on Wealthy Man. Cauterize, I think, was all they forced for the first 10 minutes or so. This game, they have so much pressure. It's looking much better for them. I just think they need to be careful still. Hit Wealthy Man, make sure that not too many G-Pies go off, because if one of those two swaps happened at 30% dampening, that would be game in favor of Method Orange.
Yeah, so the reason why Method Orange even have kill pressure right now is because of the fact that they're all staying Gushing Wood, full counterspell secured, and that is going to be a dead Chanimal. So the biggest takeaway here is that entirety of Method Orange stopped stacking Versa and all went full Gushing Wounds.
Ooh, including CD?
Well, I don't know about Sea-Doo, but both
Okay,
DPS
take a
did.
look.
I
I
actually
would
look at
love
Sea-Doo.
that.
I would be surprised if I saw Sea-Doo
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, he's not
Because
too bad.
it's not like Infinite Stars where it procs on healing.
Yeah,
you know?
this is like
I love it when damage wins.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is like right after, I kind of had like that dark moment where I was like, versatility is even more valuable than it was at the beginning of this tournament. Like, nobody's going to be rocking the Gushing Wounds. And finally, we do see it pay dividends. It has a few times in this tournament. And truth be told, I think it's kind of one of those things where it is interesting to think about how long they really are going to have Gushing Wounds as well. Because we do know that nerf is going to come. The 35% nerf to the Gushing Wounds. So I kind of want to see it in this tournament as much as possible, then.
I mean, yeah. The thing is, I just think Method Orange has realized their win condition isn't bringing it late game. It's doing the consistent setups and having as much damage as they can cram into those windows. The versatility, I think, overall is going to help the Mage Lock a lot more. So you need to just sacrifice that defense, go full offense, and they had a ton of pressure on Chanimal during that game. Really, really impressive performance, honestly, from Method Orange in that one. Cloud9, I'm curious, do you think a big map is going to be enough to keep them alive through that pressure? I mean, maybe they go to... I mean, Tolvaron Arena is going to be a really, really good map for them, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that really is going to be the question now. Zico, do you think map will be enough?
I think winning on Tolvaron is... I would say I would give it in Cloud9's favor at that point, but at the same time, I like what Method Orange are doing here. They're going for the right targets. They had clean setups. They're going full offense. And honestly, I feel like there wasn't that much Cloud9 could do. In addition, I feel like when you have, like Ven mentioned, you're on the timer and they're not, you kind of have to take some risks. And Method Orange actually did lose to Rudimentary, right? 0-2, but then they were able to bring that series back and win 3-2 in a reverse sweep, and that's what actually put them in the situation where they're fighting against Cloud9. Now they were down 0-2. They picked up one game, so I mean, maybe we can see it again.
I mean,
It's actually...
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, Ben, go
I
ahead.
think it was only Sam who was running Gushing. Mez was still
I think
running
Mez has
mostly
a couple,
versatility.
right? Yeah.
Nah, Mez
that's
was
right.
running...
He just
He
won.
has at least two. I think I saw two.
I for sure saw Gushing on...
It's one Gusher.
Yeah. No, it's only one.
Is that updated?
Yeah,
Is it,
think
does
so.
it update after the game?
it doesn't go away.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. Like, I feel like, I don't know, I was still surprised, even with the Gushing swap on just Sam. I'm surprised how much pressure they had in that game. I think it's more than just a gear change. Like, every single counterspell that Sam IM looked for in this game, it seemed like it was on Cubsy, which is something that, as a healer player, you're so relaxed when the enemy mage or warlock is just dumping all these CSs into your DPS partners, because it means you're just relaxingly healing. It's nice and efficient. When counterspells start getting thrown into the mix, especially if you've got someone that's actually good at landing their counterspells, it's really, really... it makes the game 10 times more stressful as healer. So the fact he's starting doing that, I think as Warrior Mage is perfect. And then you talked about it during the game as well, and the fact that Sea-Doo's just kind of charging in, throwing a little bit of recklessness out there. You've got to do it to win this matchup, it seems like, to get those crowd controls off DR. I think it's a combination of those two factors as well. And with the target choice of Chanimal, I'm still surprised how easily they killed him, though. They made him look really squishy, which really doesn't happen for Desperate Warlocks very often.
Yeah, there are like 3 people in chat right now typing, "Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. They need to buff Warlocks." Like, oh man, really? Oh gosh. But in all seriousness, when you do watch a matchup like this, I mean, Zico already mentioned the words reverse sweep, which seems so crazy after the first 2 games. Then Ricky, do you actually think it's possible to see a reverse sweep after just getting a little taste of the Gushy boys?
I don't know. So this is what's interesting to me is, let's say we go to Tolvaron Arena. Have we picked the map yet?
Tolvaron Arena
It is going
is
to be
the map,
Tolvaron, yeah.
and we do have Method Orange with the Warrior and the Mage again.
Okay, I would be absolutely blown away if Cloud9 does not play Mage Lock. They're going to play Mage Lock on Tolvaron 100%, but if they lose that game and it looks similar, I could actually see a world where Cloud9 tries to go for a mirror match against Method Orange potentially, or at least switch up their composition a little bit, because I mean, obviously, Snuts, he's been playing kind of all the melee roles, including Warrior. You have Wealthy Man on the Fire Mage and Cubsy on the Mistweaver Monk, so it could come down to a Warrior Mage. Fun. Yeah, it could come down to a Warrior Mage mirror, potentially. But I think that's only if we see this game, it'd be as big a blowout as we saw in Dalaran Sewers.
We are waiting to see Cloud9 lock in their composition, but I think Fenrique is definitely right. I think we know what we're most likely going to walk into here. But just how crazy. I feel like it's not very often that you see two games like that, healing stat, and then it's like, yeah, reverse sweep is possible. Like, it just feels like such a crazy series already.
Yeah, I'm taking a little look over at Chanimal's build as well. He's actually playing a really high haste. Like, he's running no versatility amps. He's running a few mastery ones, which does bolster your defense a bit, and then he's running some haste amps as well. So I think we've got to be careful willing on this reverse sweep, because Cloud9, they're still very, very formidable on the Mage Warlock, and there's bound to be adaptations they can make too, right? But you're right, Rich. I mean, we've seen such a crazy series here. Like, game 1, the Mage Lock takes us to almost dampening record levels. And then they lock in their main composition. You're like, well, this is going to be a safe game. They might lose it. And they die in 1 minute.
Yeah.
And then game 3, it turns on its head again. So Cloud9, if they can lose on Tol'Vir with all the adaptations, I'm sure they're going to make, more mastery or versatility, maybe Portal, whatever it is for Chanimal. Then Method Orange are favorites, right? Plain and simple.
Well, this is just one of those series where you can talk about it until you're blue in the face, but really all there is to do is see what on earth is going to happen. We have seen these teams go to the brinks of dampening. 72% dampening, and we have seen it done in the blink of an eye. What is this game going to have in store for us? Cloud9 is currently on match point, but Method Orange is trying to extend the series with another blowout game like we saw in the last one. Let's see how they fare on Tol'Vir.
I really like the adaptation for Method Orange. As soon as the gates open up, I'm going to be looking at the gear add-on to see what exactly Samayam is running. Is he going with the Gushing Wounds once again? I think it's really likely at this point. What does Method Orange really have to lose? They need to try to win with all-out pressure, all-out aggression. Cloud9 cannot be allowed to bring the game for too long. For Cloud9, they have to hold on. They just need to survive as long as they can. Potentially even just look for those one-shots. I mean, we saw Wealthy Man absolutely explode Trill earlier on in this series, and he's going to be looking to do that once again in this match.
Yeah, let's see if he can do it. This is going to be a big game, obviously. If Cloud9 wins this, I think... I'm very curious. I'm looking at Channel. He's still running the Mortal Core. He's probably going to be running a little bit more defense. But we'll take a look at that in a second. If Cloud9 wins this, they through to the grand final. And I mean, there's not even a guarantee that Method Orange would make it back into their grand final, because Kawaii just looks so good down in that lower bracket. So Method Orange, a lot to play for here. Big opener though, massive damage coming in onto Wealthy Man. That is going to be the Trinket and the Life Cocoon coming in from Cubsy. So a huge win there once again for Method Orange.
Honestly, if Method Orange set it up perfectly, they could try to 100-0 Cubsy. They could paralyze him or intimidating shout on him and then set up out of that. It could be a little tricky. I think Sam needs to get his combust back. That's going to happen, but there is kill windows here. They're going to fear Cubsy. They're going to go after Wealthy Man here instead. No, a Ring of Frost is going to secure. He gets a full sheep here, though. Wealthy Man still in a lot of trouble here. Samayam getting polyed. Wealthy Man breaking up the chain, counter pressuring here with his own combust right there. Another sheep secured onto Cubsy, counterspell onto Chan, but I think Cubsy should be able to stabilize Wealthy Man in that situation. I still think there's a pretty good opening here onto Cubsy if they can find it.
Let's see. Mez is getting low. It's a bit of a scary situation. Sidu's caught into a fearful leg sweep on Mez. Is it over? Is the damage there? Mez might just fall very early on. Sidu gets out. He gets a small. Actually doesn't get out of the crowd control. Mez keeps himself alive. Die by the sword. Uses everything he can. The rallying cry. It's going to inevitably fall. Sidu has to get there. He connects the life cocoon. What a horrifying moment for Method Orange. But they managed to hold on for dear life. Mez with that rallying cry, with the die by the sword, all his defensive cooldowns in order to stay alive. And Cloud9 can't believe what just happened, but what a close call.
Yeah, I kind of can't believe how close that was as well. It kind of came out of nowhere, just endless crowd control coming in, for the side of Cloud9, and now it's being reversed, full counterspell over onto Cubsy. This is the thing, it's a very much risk-reward if you're using all your counterspells on the healer like this. Obviously there's a lot of offensive benefit to it, but you do expose Sea-Doo to a ton of crowd control in reverse, so they've got to be careful with it. Once again, Sea-Doo able to connect his full crowd control chain over onto Cubsy. Doesn't look like they quite have enough damage onto Wealthy Man here, but one thing that's very interesting to me is I wasn't sure exactly how Channel was going to change up his build based on this game. I've taken a look now using the little the add-on that we have for it, and he's not even going Mastery, he's going full versatility, so he's going to lose a lot of that offensive prowess that we know Channel for, which could be a big deal.
Yeah, and I like that Method Orange kind of anticipating that Channel is going to do that, and now they're going after Wealthy Man instead, and they just netted themselves the Cauterize here, so the next time they get a CC chain, they could potentially force out the Ice Block of Wealthy Man, because Cubsy did use his Trinket there to try to hold that Ice Block cooldown, so let's see if they can get something done here. Right now, though, Cloud9 on the aggressive, doing a lot of damage here over onto Mez. Vitality Conduit is going to come out. Sea-Doo is out of CC, going for a Song of Chi-Ji. Not able to land that one. Instead, he's going to go ahead and just top his teammates. And there it is, full sheep. Wealthy Man in massive trouble here, Ben.
Oh, he absolutely is. The polymorph on Cubsy. This could easily be the ice block. Wealthy Man just greeting it. He's so far away right now. There's no damage to follow it up. Nicely done by Wealthy Man, playing it patient. But now Sam, they're reversing the pressure on him. He still has his Cauterized, though. Sea-Doo in the polymorph. Sam I am taking a little bit of damage, but he's behind the pillar. Keep in mind, with no versatility, he's going to be really susceptible to that burst if Wealthy Man and Chanimal can find it. And I just don't know. Do we like the fact that they're going after Wealthy Man? It seemed like in the last game, going after Chanimal was just so good for their overall consistent damage and pressure. And now that they're going after Wealthy Man, I mean, they're not getting too much. They did get the Cauterize, but that could have just been a kill on Chanimal instead of Wealthy Man being able to just shimmer away.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. I like hitting Wealthy Man in between. I think that's fine, but I think the big crowd control setups should still be on Chanimal. I completely agree with you, Ven. I mean, they just won with it. Yeah, versatility is going to make a difference for sure, but not enough that you should change your strategy after already losing game one, I think. Also noteworthy that not only is Samayam running the low versatility build, he actually ice blocked to save Mez in the last exchange as well. So now he's really vulnerable. We can see those G-Pies coming through, big damage onto Sam. He's going to have to play way more defensively now, which is just another blockade for Method Orange, who need to be aggressive in this matchup to actually win.
Yeah, and I think right now with how Chan is positioned, I feel like they should be going after him, especially now when they're going for these CC chains. Cubsy getting across the map here, and that's going to force Sea-Doo to play out in the open, and that's going to force Sea-Doo to get caught in the polymorph, but Cubsy as well. Wealthy Man is kiting Mez right now, going for a re-poly. He's going to be able to secure it. Sea-Doo gets re-feared, and now both monks are out of crowd control. Sea-Doo going for the leg sweep onto Cubsy, and he does have that Vitality Conduit active, so everybody should be fine on the map. Cubsy now trinketing into a DR Sheep here. Wealthy Man taking a lot of damage. There's no Life Cocoon available, but Vitality Conduit once again doing some work here for C9. I think especially when Chan is this close to the pillar, you definitely target him more.
I think so too. At this point, they should just play close as a wizard. I mean, Samayam and Sea-Doo are having to compromise their positioning quite a bit. Chanimal just really getting in the face of Sea-Doo, getting those fears, actually landing a Chaos Bolt. And Mez is quite overextended at this point in the game. I think going after Chanimal could be an option, but it seems like they're committed right now to going after Wealthy Man, slowing down the G-Pies. Dark Soul from Chanimal, though. This is where Method Orange, they really have to be careful. Anytime Dark Soul is available, Chanimal is going to be able to put out massive damage. He's in position. Nice reflect there by Mez, keeping himself nice and healthy and alive, reflecting that Chaos Bolt. You can see this Ring of Peace, keeping Samayam a little bit in the open. Nicely done there by Cubsy, trying to help out Chanimal, but unfortunately they just couldn't really find the damage. I think it's smart. I mean, Method Orange, they really can't mess around with that Dark Soul. Now getting aggressive, doing big burst onto Wealthy Man, but the Life Cocoon from Cubsy is more than enough to keep him alive.
Yeah, it was a nice little play by Cubsy there. He got the triple leg sweep, and then he got the triple Ring of Peace, knocking the entire team into the wall for about 5 seconds. So really punishing them for not social distancing there. Nice plays coming in from the Cloud9 healer, but he's now the one caught up in crowd control. Bit scared for Wealthy Man here. He doesn't have that cheat death proc. And there's no... there's a Vitality Conduit. Okay, he's going to be fine. I was a bit concerned since there wasn't the Life Cocoon. Looks like Cubsy able to get out of crowd control and keep him up. We're at dampening now, 13%. Mana still good for both sides. Wealthy Man forced into the ice block. Nice place from Method Orange. Though I still think Channel could be a great target now that Dampening's starting to really build up. Ultiman can't play so aggressive without that ice block. It could be a great opportunity for Method Orange, but they're certainly still looking very competitive in this game.
Yeah, let's see. Fear attempt onto Cubsy. Can they net something to get the DR leg sweep? Sidu going for the Song of GG, gets sniped with a polymorph though. Wealthy Man shutting down the aggression right there, stopping the CC chain. Should allow him to recover here. Mez now taking a fat bolt to the face. Let's see, another bolt here from Channel. Combustion gets activated. Sidu in a polymorph. Full fear secured. Mez, how are you going to survive here? Mortal Coil comes through. And Method Orange are going to go down to the lower bracket to fight Kawaii.
They are indeed, and ultimately we did see that one last stand in the previous game. They were able to hang on, and the Gushing Wounds were able to steal a win, but it's just not going to be enough to take this whole series. They're going to have to come up with something else if they do make it for the rematch in the grand final, but now they have another match ahead of them. Let's talk about what was so different in this game. Healing Set, what were the main differences that allowed Cloud9 to shrug off any of that aggression that may have come out in that third game?
I think certainly one of the big things we got to say is the map, right? Like Tolvaron Arena, huge map, and they chose it very intently, right? Like, especially if you're going after Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man could put Mez in the worst positions possible. That's how they were able to find all these opportunities. He has to use his leap, so he can't use it defensively, all those things. But I also think the targeting changed as well. Like, not hitting Channel. Channel was basically the entire game because he's just spamming fear. It's got to be hard to set up kills when you got someone like Channel free casting.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something to note. I do want to ask Van, if you think we do get a rematch in the grand final, right? It will be best of 7. So that's going to affect how the maps are going to play out. If Method Orange tries those aggressive gushing strategies early, do you think that they could win just off of the back of that strategy in a grand final against Cloud9?
I kind of just want to know their thought process on why they didn't go after Channel. I mean, it seems so convincing from us spectating the game. A bit puzzling for me, but maybe it was just on the large map I feel like they couldn't win. Definitely seemed like Warrior Mage with the gushing on the Mage. It has enough damage to push the Mage, lock Mistweaver over the edge. So maybe Method Orange kind of realizing that, going back to the drawing board in terms of targeting and what maps they want to play it out. If they can win on the Grand, I mean, first of all, Method Orange has to beat Kawaii, which I don't think is going to be easy. But if they do manage to beat Kawaii and make it into the finals against Cloud9, I think they just need to think about what map they want to go on, what targeting they're going to have in the matchup, and I could easily see them winning a series with that composition.
All right, let's start to think about the thing that you just mentioned.
Maybe not easily, sorry.
Fair enough. Let's start to mention the elephant in the room, which is going to be that matchup that they're going to have to go through with Kawaii. Kawaii has looked straight up nasty so far, Zico. How do you think that this matchup might play out once we get into it?
Well, I think Method Orange are going to try to rely on their cleave comps against them, and it could go either way, to be honest. I don't want to count out Kawaii. Normally, I would just say probably Method Orange should be able to grab this one and then come back into the final with all the new knowledge they have. But Kawaii has been super impressive so far. I don't think they're going to make it easy for them no matter what comp they run. And I could easily see it going, all the way through Game 5.
Keep in mind, Kawaii has already knocked out some BlizzCon finalists. They sent the Golden Guardians out of this tournament. Then they went on to take out Rudimentary, which was a team that we were basically calling like a super team. It's a team that has a bunch of potential. It's obviously a newer roster, but we were expecting a lot out of them. Then they go on to take out Space Station. This team looks... this is a team that you look at and Healing Set, I think you start going, okay, maybe they could actually pull off getting the victory here in the entire North American region.
Yeah, I mean, the only team that's beaten them, I believe, is Cloud9, and Cloud9's beaten everyone they've touched, so I think that's not really anything against Kawaii. They also beat Jamili's team. I mean, these guys have been on an absolute tear in the lower bracket. And I could definitely see this next series being super competitive with Method Orange.
Yeah, I think that's clear to say. I think this one will be very competitive. But as you mentioned, if I'm Cloud9 right now, I'm feeling pretty good. This is a pretty similar situation as the one that we actually saw Method Black in, right? Method Black was waiting in the grand final, just looking at the teams like, yeah, we should be fine. And now I feel like Cloud9 is probably in that same spot. They did 3-0 Kawaii. And now they made they honestly made Method Orange for most of those games look like they had the structural integrity of a wet napkin, right? They did tear them apart. There was just that one moment when Method Orange came out with that big damage that they were able to make an impression. Maybe they will be able to do that again, but they got to make it through Kauai first. That is going to be the next series. You don't want to go anywhere right after this. Method Orange versus Kauai.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloud9's about to trigger. 4 seconds, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Method Black was able to win the grand final, the first grand final for EU just a few hours ago. And now we need to figure out who's going to win the first grand final of the year for North America. But before we get to that grand final, we need to figure out who's going to play against Cloud9. And we're going to be jumping into that series very shortly. Kauai versus Method Orange. Method Orange just had about as tough of a series as you could have. Kauai, on the other hand, has been on fire. They have only lost to one team, which unfortunately for them, even if they do win this, is Cloud9. But to cover all of the action, we got Venruki, Supatees, and Zico. Supatees, I know that you got to hang out for a little bit, watch the matches. What did you think of that Method Orange performance? What are you starting to think as we actually do jump in and see them play against Kauai?
I mean, their performance against Cloud9 is not really that relevant to this series. I just feel like Method Orange, unless they learn a different composition and master it to deal with it, so maybe they should invest in the Warrior, Mage, Mistweaver more, and that's their answer for Warlock teams, because we have seen success. Although at the same time, I mean, even Blizzo's team lost to Mage Warlock, and Blizzo's team, they're the best at that comp. They have years of experience on that comp, and they're still losing to Destro Lock. So is it worth investing in that for them overall to beat the Destro Warlocks? Maybe it's not. But here against this team, Kauai, they know they're fighting a Holy Paladin. Brain has not shown that he has anything else, and in the past, he's been playing Holy Paladin at a rank 1 level. Based on his personal performance, I would almost argue he's like one of the best. I mean, it's almost just like watching Rub Cub days. Like, he is definitely carrying the team at the moment. So they know they're going into Paladin. What does that mean? They might play Shaman. They could play like a Shaman cleave, like DH DK. And that way they can dispel off any of the Blessing Protections and stuff like that. They might be a little bit hesitant of a Windwalker pick on Trill. Because Kauai, I think, is a team that wouldn't be afraid to all in and just kill the Windwalker. So they need to be aware of that. I feel like Trill Windwalker, maybe not a good first blind pick, although that's kind of one of their bread and butter comps. I would like to see the Demon Hunter DK Shaman, and then Kauai is likely to play the same thing that they have all tournament. Although you guys have talked about Windwalker Outlaw or something. I remember you guys talking about Windwalker Outlaw.
I mean, I saw the play. I don't know if it's good. I saw him play it.
Well...
okay, I talked about it, and I'm not spoiling it, but I can see something on my screen.
Oh, wow, that was Did you cheat somehow? Wait, no.
I didn't cheat.
You cheat, dude.
I didn't cheat. It literally just popped up.
All right. Sid's been watching doc streams or something. We are going to be jumping into this next matchup. Sid somehow managed to call it. The Grand Arena blind pick Method Orange versus Kauai.
I mean, interesting composition coming in from Kauai. They actually ran this earlier on in the tournament, just not during the broadcast. This Outlaw Rogue, which is something you don't normally see right now. I'm going to be curious to see what he's running in terms of gearing. Maybe he's running the cooldown reduction, the Inevitable Truth. It's going to allow him to swap around quite a bit with stuns. Definitely curious. I mean, who do you think comes out ahead on this one, Sid?
It depends on the surprise factor. Sea-Doo definitely knows that he can die. He's playing Conflict and Strife 100%. And let's wait and see what Roasties is running on his build. He's running versatile all verse amps at the moment. I wanted an ineffable truth Outlaw Rogue and just getting blinds on like a 1 minute cooldown and spiting them, but they are running the spite, so that still is an option, and he is likely running the blinding powder for one of his talents. Yeah, he is running the blinding powder, so it won't line up with a trinket. This entire game for Kawhi is going to revolve around Roasty's blind. He still hasn't used it just yet. They're just poking away at the midfield. There's the blind.
Ooh.
And if Trill trinkets, which he does, he won't have it again for the next one. So about a minute and a half from now, Trill is in a lot of trouble.
Ooh, the spite setups. Very, very interesting here from Roasties. The short cooldown on the blind, being able to consistently spite with that blind. I mean, if Trill is wearing too much corruption, it is going to be extremely scary. But Drake, in the meantime, taking a huge hit of burst damage. And I'm actually curious to see if Trill is actually running the Ride the Wind. Right now, he's actually not opting for that Honor Talent. I mean, if he's the target, he's not going to get too much value from it. But, I mean, they can be using those blind spites on basically anyone at this point. In Method Orange, there's not too much they can do about it. They just have to, I guess, be wary of it. Make sure they have the cooldowns for when it's available. Because, I mean, outside of those spite goes, I feel like Kawhi is not going to really have too much pressure.
I guess actually something to take into account. Just wait a minute before I go into that. Full blind on both teams. Roasty's going to get Blessing and Protection out of that, and he should be all right. He actually gets a sap on Cedo out of the Blinding Light, a cheeky play. The Heartstop Delirium, actually, like, look at Roasty's blind cooldown. It's like jumping. It says 42, 41, 40 right now, and then he moves away, it goes down, and then he moves in, and it gets a longer cooldown. I'm actually wondering if it is going to line up exactly the way that he wants it to. It's pretty tight right now. I mean, look at Trill's Trinket, 36 seconds. His blind now 19 seconds when he's away. But if he runs next to Mez, it goes back up to 22. So they're just going to go for a stun spite? I mean, why? They got the Trinket on blind. Why not just wait? I don't understand. Are they going to bop off the Karma here and try and push through it? They were already so close, 4 seconds away from the blind. Why throw the spites now?
I mean, Trill did use his cloak there, so I mean, he was a little bit scared. I believe one thing from Beyond did spawn. So Trill, he uses his cloak, now doesn't have that available, and that just makes the spike goes even that much more scary. But so far, I would say Method Orange is winning this game. They have a lot more pressure on their side. Rosie is basically just barely surviving, getting lower and lower, using his riposte to stay alive, as Brain is just bombing in the heals as much as he can. Avenging Wrath coming up shortly. Here's the blind on Cedu. Can they force the Trinket? Stun on Trill, but Mez, he's just been shutting it down. The Grip blinding sheet, that's going to be completely denying the go. Rosie's getting low, Blessing of Protection, and right now, Method Orange, they're looking dominant in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Frost Death Knight into a melee cleave, so it's not like Kawhi can fool around very long with this. It's an insane amount of spread pressure. Brain has not been able to get this Divine Favor heal for some time. Now gripped into the fight as well. Syndragosa called into the fight from Mez. Looking to try and just push through the Avenging Wrath, but that's very difficult to do. It's not looking likely. Roasty's grappling, hooking away, and I'm wondering if they were accounting for a Frost Death Knight because that Heartstop Delirium is just making the cooldown so long for Roasties. I mean, Outlaw Rogue literally doesn't do damage. So the only gimmick that you're bringing it into the match for is that it has a reduced cooldown on blind. And so you can spite blind, get Trinket, and then spite the blind, and he has no Trinket. That is the only reason to bring a Windwalker or bring an Outlaw Rogue right now into Arena. And they're not really executing on that exactly. They did get Trill's Trinket, and blind comes up in 30 seconds. That's when they're going to need to make sure that they execute on it, if they can live to that point, because right now it's kind of dicey. This is a huge amount of pressure on Roasties. He vanishes away from the fight. Cheap shots Mez. Brain trying to go for a Divine Favor heal. He gets Ring of Peace on the end of it. Beautiful Ring of Peace. Sacrifice has been forced. Brain pulls his team back from the brink. 20 seconds on that blind, and if they don't get a kill with this blind spite, I'm really thinking this is going to snowball out of control for them.
I think that's really fair to say. I mean, look at Brain's mana. It's not doing well at all. We have not even stepped foot in dampening. There's literally just no counter pressure. Like, Drake and Roasties are not able to go toe-to-toe with Trill and Mez whatsoever. Here's a double stun. Another big setup coming in from Method Orange. Paralyze on Brain. Roasties barely going to be able to survive with his feint. Sprinting. He's running. He's hiding. But like you said, he's got the blind available. Who's it going to go on? Is it going to go on Trill? Do they set up with the spite trinkets? Trill kind of realizing he could be in trouble. There it is, the blind. Roasties with no sap, and the blinding sheet once again coming in from Mez, just denying the setup. Trill does get caught into a hammer of justice, a paralyze, a stun. Big damage on Trill right now as he transcendence away, and it just seems like Mez is able to deny those goes quite easily on the Frost Death Knight with the blinding sheet, and Method Orange is looking really good right now.
Yeah, another grip maybe on Brain, bring him into the fight, triple leg sweep. It could be good night. We see Sea-Doo rolling up everybody in crowd control. Drake repositions, but Roasties can't escape exactly right now. Brain is trying to power through it, but it's costing him a tremendous amount of mana. Finally, some damage here on a Trill with the smoke bomb. Looking to try and burst him down. Sea-Doo rolls in, but he rolls right into a stun and right into a blinding light. Karma going to trade out here. No blessing protection usage from Brain to remove that, so Karma will save Trill. But finally, some pressure outside of that blind spite window. Unfortunately, their time may be limited. Roasties grappling hooking, trying to escape, but Sea-Doo's right on top of him. The healer is trying to kill Roasties. Roasties has to vanish away from Sea-Doo. Brain is in a blinding sheet. Drake now gets swapped to. Roasties is chilling in stealth. The opposing team can't see him at the moment. After that vanish, he's just waiting around to find a target. Who is the target going to be? They got Sea-Doo's trinket. Blind spite Sea-Doo. Sounds pretty good, but they're not making it to blind spite Sea-Doo. They are making it to defeat Game 1 Method Orange, and I'm not a fan of the cheese strategy here from Kawhi. I want to see that Windwalker Mage again.
Yeah, what do you think made them actually go this route? Because headed into this one, it seemed like they were kind of the favorites of most of the people watching at home, from what I can tell just by looking at Twitch chat. But I know sometimes looking at Twitch chat, looking at YouTube chat, you just will see random Keck W's, you'll see random things like that. You never know if people are memeing, for example. But I saw most people saying, I think Kawhi is going to win. What do you guys think in this situation with seeing that change? Why would they make that change when everybody seemed to be favoring them so hard, Zico?
Clearly they are scared of Method Orange, playing, I don't know, maybe Sam I Am on the Demon Hunter. I'm not sure what they're scared of, but there's definitely some cleave comp that Method Orange has that they definitely don't want to run into. So this is presumably an answer to that. Maybe they were expecting to see Sam on the Mage, but yeah, they got completely caught off guard. Their spite setups weren't that good. I'm a little disappointed I didn't see an Ineffable Truth out of the Outlaw. And it kind of fell flat.
Let's talk about the Outlaw a little bit more. It was something that, Sid, you predicted. What is it about that made you want to see it?
I wouldn't say I predicted. I said you guys talked about it because I was thinking like maybe they're gonna try and
you predicted it, Sid. Take the credit.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, you did it. Good job, man.
Yeah,
Good job.
It was a pretty outstanding
I'll give myself
prediction.
a golf clap. Here's my own personal golf clap to add to the maximum amounts of cringe.
Okay, well, let's hear maximum amounts of why you actually thought it was relevant to talk about it.
It's just blind has a shorter cooldown, and you can get a spite all in. I mean, if it was a Mistweaver team or a Windwalker team like it was, I was thinking that they can just do a Blessing of Protection all in, crowd control chain through it, but they never got like the full duration blind sap, actually stunning the target in it and keeping it there. They never got it. They never got the perfect storm. They created a situation where they could have, but they never actually got it. So maybe it would have worked. But their performance with that Mage Windwalker Paladin looks so solid overall. And I can't imagine that it would be terrible into this comp. It's pretty similar to what they just beat from Space Station Gaming. So if Method Orange play the same thing blind, then Kawhi, I think, should change.
Yeah, that really is the question here. What do you think that we're actually going to see, Zico, when we do get into this next game?
I feel like we're going to see Mage Windwalker come out. I think what's interesting, so Method Orange are going to blind lock. Same composition, TK, Windwalker, and I think if I was Kawhi, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't just lock in Mage, Walker, Pally, pop the Karma, do setups onto Trill, do setups onto Sea-Doo, do what we know that you can do, and try to win the game that way. You have one of the best maps to do it on as well, if not the best map, actually. I feel like Mage Windwalker here is 100% confident.
The only thing that we know absolutely for certain here is that Cloud9 is just enjoying watching this matchup a whole bunch. I think that they're probably sitting back in the grand final like, yes, try all of your comps. They seem pretty prepared for this grand final. And now we are actually going to see the comps 100% locked in for Hook Point. Then, Rookie, what do you think of these selections from these squads?
Well,
Whoa.
I don't know how I feel about this. So I don't know what's going on. For Kauai, we've mostly seen them play that Windwalker Mage Paladin against kind of anyone and just made it work. Maybe they played against Method Orange quite a bit and haven't had the greatest success, but they're going to be tagging in Roasties once again. And I mean, this composition is really strong. We know it's really strong. We saw Method Black actually play it quite a bit in Europe. For most of their games, in fact, that Rogue Mage Paladin, you can find those spite setups and really punish teams if they're not expecting it. You don't even need the spites, quite frankly, but it's just going to be a lot about crowd control, a lot about burst damage, and with that Blessing of Protection, you can really punish Windwalker Monks. So I expect Trill to kind of be the main target in this match, but I'm definitely kind of wondering why Kauai isn't just going with that bread and butter composition they've been making work so well the entire weekend.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just feeling the pressure a little bit. Not 100% sure, but what I am sure of is we're almost ready to get this one underway. It's going to go down on Hook Point. Method Orange is going to be leading by 1, and they are trying to get their rematch against Cloud9. This one can put them on match point.
Maybe they just want to warm up Roasties. Maybe they think they're going to need them if they get to Cloud9. The Windwalker Mage is also... We don't see it locked in like 100% all of the time by teams that have it as an option. So maybe it isn't favored, but right now they're going to run pretty thin if they don't win here because they'll be on match point and facing elimination. And Method Orange will have 2 swing matches to work with where they can dictate the location of the fight as well as the comp advantage. Curious to see what talents they decide to run here. Are they going to play the Gladiator Spite? I feel like Rogue Mage almost always has to be running the Spite Trinket. It's just such an effective tool, and if they are running it, how are they going to utilize it? Are they going to bait a cooldown with Blind and Vendetta, or are they going to try and get a Spite off a Sap off the opener? That's usually what they want. They are getting a Sap Spite on Trill. They need to keep him in these purple circles as long as possible. Utilizing 3 saps and a kidney shot. Trill trinkets and runs out immediately with Ride the Wind to try and reset those corruption stacks. Activating Diffuse Magic as well as Karma. Popped on the Karma, a very all-in strategy at the moment from Kauai. And they got Trill's trinket, a thing from beyond, dispelled immediately by that Rathion cloak. Sidu is still crowd controlled at this point. For a 1-second cheap shot, that Fort Brew is going to be fading. Sidu is still crowd controlled, finally getting out with that life cocoon. It wasn't Combustion. It wasn't Vendetta. It wasn't Blind. It wasn't Avenging Wrath. It was just 3 purple circles on the ground, and they used pretty much everything. I mean, this game could be over any second for Method Orange.
Ooh, DR Hammer of Justice on Sidu. That's super unfortunate. Bit of a mistiming there by Brain, I believe. Sidu's not going to be in the crowd control. Blind, in fact, I think it's just going to be used by Roasties to set up spites once against on Trill. I mean, they literally push through everything there. Roasties gets the Blessing of Protection. They're denying the go, but if Trill gets caught into a blind and they get the 3 spites, I mean, Trill, there's no defensive cooldowns left, and here it is. There's the blind. Here's the spites. What is Method Orange going to do? Trill's got no cloak. He's got no defensive cooldowns. There's a full polymorph on Sidu. Full kidney shot on Trill. Is there any way that he can survive this? Sidu gets caught into a stun on his trinket. Corruption is just stacked so high on Trill. Sidu doing everything he can with the life cocoon, but it honestly might not be enough. Trill has to run and try to hide. Ride the Wind might be enough to drop that corruption, and ultimately Method Orange does survive.
What? Why didn't they just wait? They broke the sap like 1 second in and just stunned. You have to wait. If the corruption doesn't stack, you don't get them into the cascading range where they start taking more damage. They just went for the stun immediately. I feel like they had the game in the bag right there. All they had to do is just wait for sap to end and then go for the kidney shot. Now they don't get the kill. It's basically a hard reset for Method Orange. Let's see what they can get done with the free time that they've earned. Mez sets up with that double leg sweep for a big hit. Massive damage. Brain responds instantaneously with that sacrifice, expecting that connection and denying the cauterized force onto Ceralium. Now with the Avenging Wrath should begin to stabilize. Looking at the current situation, Blind comes up in 49. Sidu will have Trinket for it, so they've got to be working to get a Gladiator's Medallion from Trill again.
They could find it here, but unfortunately Sea-Doo sees it coming, and Life Cocoon's right before the polymorph, so no Glider's Medallion will be required. Now Pillar of Frost has been popped. Mez ramping.
Ooh, it's big damage too. That damage has fully ramped up. Cerulean going to be in a little bit of trouble, and things are starting to spiral out of control here for Kawhi. Ice block from Cerulean. Doesn't want to overlap with his Cauterize. Going to be dropping that immediately, trying to get the damage rolling on Trill, but Sea-Doo seems to be healing through it. The initial spike go looked really good from Kawhi, but outside of that, it seems pretty good. Trill actually preemptively dropping Ride the Wind and getting the double stun. I mean, this spike go is not going to get anything done. They actually kidney shot inside the Ride the Wind and spited on top of it. I mean, Trill should be able to survive. I mean, maybe not. He portals away with the Fuse Magic, uses the Touch of Karma as well. Are we going to see a Blessing of Protection? It's unlikely. It's not available from Brain. So Trill trades out a lot of defensive cooldowns, but he doesn't really take too much damage in that setup.
All right, teams are evening out here. No advantage in terms of mana. 3.5 minutes in. Minute away from dampening about. Cerulean with no ice block. Temporal going to have to trade. Big heals in from Brain. Kidney shot on Trill. No Gladiator Spites. This is a bait. Method Orange don't fall for the bait. Sea-Doo rolls in, tries to get a double. Cerulean blinks away from it. Beautiful positioning by Cerulean. Heads up play. Now that Chill Streak is not going to bounce, but maybe they don't even need Chill Streak. Insane damage onto Cerulean. Mez popping off with that Pillar of Frost. Brain forced his hand with that Hand of Sacrifice. Trading cooldowns to stabilize his mage. Blind here on Trill. Spites are coming. Trinket instantly on that blind. Now, Vendetta with Smoke Bomb and Combustion and a Spite in a minute from now is definitely a win condition for Kawhi, but I'm not sure that they'll have time to get to that point.
I'm not sure either, honestly. We're not even in dampening yet, but Cerulean really doesn't have too many cooldowns left. Brain has been burning through his mana. I don't know. This setup hasn't been looking so good just yet. But Trill with no Trinket, there is an opportunity here once again for them to get a big setup. Mez actually getting a thing from Beyond. I don't even think that was a spite as well. Mez might just outright be over-corrupted in this match to get as much damage as possible, realizing Trill is the main target. Trill forced to trade the Touch of Karma. He pre-Karmas the Kidney Shot, but they just break right through it. Trill, is he going to die through Karma? There's no way. Sea-Doo, he's caught into a Hammer of Justice. The big heals on Trill right now. He's able to stay alive, but really nice Karma, but equally really good damage from Kawhi. Trying to take down Trill. Now they're reversing the pressure. Big burst on Cerulean as he gets caught into a double life sweep with his healer. Brain into a paralyzed. Forced to use his Trinket into a second paralyze. Cerulean still just getting lower and lower. Messed with the Drestigath. Kidney shot on Trill though. Cerulean holds on to his Cauterize proc. Trill with the Ride the Wind negates that corruption and goes for the offensive push to close out the game.
Oh, Cerulean barely holding on. Brain is healing out of his mind right now, trying to keep his mage alive. Finally getting him back to full health. The team is going to take a moment, but it's only a moment really that they're going to get to breathe. That Pillar of Frost is almost up. Touch of Death has now been popped. They go for the Kidney Shot on Trill. They're desperately trying to take him out before Cerulean is overwhelmed, but it's looking like that's not going to happen. Cerulean trying to line of sight around the corner with the Blessing of Freedom, but Ride the Wind immediately allows them to reconnect. Trill now running away, anticipating crowd control onto Sea-Doo. That Ring of Frost looking like it's going to land, but Trill is way out of the fight. They can only attack Mez, and you don't want to really attack a Death Knight, so Mez is pretty happy to actually take this Kidney Shot right now. Now Trill doesn't need to deal with it in the future. Mez is going to more than easily survive. Brain has basically no mana. He needs 10 more seconds for his Avenging Wrath. Sea-Doo's rolling up. Ring of Peace to prevent Cerulean's retreat behind that wall. Brain still hiding out. Sea-Doo moves forward. Paralyzed. Big Cindergosa Dragon hit. Grip into a double. This could easily be a KO. Cerulean gets Chill Streaked. And it's lights out. Method Orange move to match point.
Yeah, what is going on for Kawhi? I gotta ask, because this is looking like a completely different team. I mean, Kawhi was looking super Kawhi. They were very much a team that we expected to go far. I mean, they already have, but we expected them to be able to take down Method Orange as well in a lot of ways. And now Zico, this is looking like it might be a 3-0.
Well, it could be. I feel like we can't give them too much. You know, we can't be too harsh. They are top 3 with only, Method Orange and C9 potentially ahead of them. So regardless of what happens in the next game, I think they should be pretty happy with how they performed. But I do see where you're coming from, and I do agree with you. The Windwalker Mage, it looked super strong. They haven't been picking it. And the Rogue Mage has been looking a little shaky. The Outlaw Windwalker, I mean, it's a blind pick, so you can't really read into it too much. But in this last game, I feel like they should have won that game.
Well, let's watch the quick moment from that game to actually see why you feel that way, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, this moment right here, it shows exactly when they should have won, actually. And I think Sid was even calling it out during the cast. He's like, wait, they should have just waited. They should have just waited. And you're going to see it here. Windwalker, no trinket. They drop a full blind. They drop a triple gladiator spite. And all they have to do at this point is just sap the Windwalker 3 times, kidney him, and kill him through heals. But because they have a polymorph on Sea-Doo, they kind of get baited into, oh, let's just go. He'll be stunned in the spite a little bit. But the whole point of spite is that you keep a player in it as long as possible, and he will die through healing. He will take increased damage, he will take reduced healing, and he will have things spawning all over the place from beyond eyes, giving him extra damage. So I feel like if they were a bit more patient on that specific setup, easy win.
I do want to ask where the onus really is. Supatees, do you feel like right now Method Orange is playing above what we expected, or do we feel like maybe we are seeing Kawhi make some errors?
I mean, they're 100% making errors. The spite strategy is, I feel like it's pretty cut and dry the way that you play it. It's purple circles down on a target and blind with no trinket. You blind sap. You wait for the sap to end. You stun at the end of the sap. You do unhealable damage no matter what they do. If they can't escape the kidney shot, like anti-magic zone doesn't matter. It may as well not even be there. If you wait the entire duration, overload them and they just get absolutely destroyed. So they had that win condition like very early in the game and then just missed the opportunity on it. So they could run this comp. They just need to clean up the play around their spite trinket, and I mean, it could work for the entire series, but they got to make sure that it's cleaned up.
All right, talking about that next game, Dalaran Sewers is going to be the place where it can all go down. Ben Rookie, how are you feeling about this potentially final game in the series now that we do have the lock?
Well, I think from Kawhi, they're going to be looking to do the same thing. I think they're really going to be trying to exploit the spite setups, potentially maybe going after Sea-Doo in this match, maybe Trill once again. I think that's why they picked the smaller map, is because they want to be able to reconnect to Trill, not really give him too much space to run around and hide, but that can easily backfire. I mean, on this small map, if you're not getting those consistent spite goes, you don't have the Windwalker DK on the back foot, it becomes really difficult to recover and actually get away from, the onslaught of Mez and Trill. So definitely an interesting pick. It could work out for Kawhi, but I think if Method Orange plays it right, it's going to be really difficult for them.
Well, all in all, folks, we are headed to Dalaran. Let's see if Method Orange is going to be able to get that rematch into the grand final against Cloud9, or if Kawhi is going to be able to last in this tournament a little bit longer.
All right, here we go. Method Orange looking solid here in this series. Kawhi opting not to run the comp that got them this far, all the way to match point. They are relying on the powers of N'Zoth to kind of over-corrupt their opponents with this composition. Mez is trying to find combat. It's very important to get combat against Rogue Mage, but they don't. They land the sap. They're not going for spites, though. They're just going for a standard opener. Maybe they're not even wearing the spikes. That is an option. All right, so abandoning the spite strategy. Maybe they'll try and utilize that later on. It's not ready to go. But standard Rogue Mage is still good. It's Rogue Mage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if Trill felt like there was too many close calls, he might have just outright taken off a lot of his corruption as well. Doesn't really look like it. Still seems like he's running a good amount of corruption here to stay alive in the game. Maybe running a little bit on the low side, but yeah, we'll see. I think Method Orange is going to be okay on this matchup. Why? They're going to need some really nice setups if they want to win this game. Already getting Sea-Doo's trinket out of the way, but Ceralium, he's on fire. Cauterize has procced. Brain's going to have to play catch-up here. He's getting bursted down. Mez and Trill still all over him. This is the Avenging Wrath. Ceralium getting interrupted. This damage is absolutely insane coming in from Method Orange. Now Kawhi, they just need to kind of regain their footing in this matchup. There's a nice interrupt. Nicely done by Ceralium, getting counterspell onto Sea-Doo. And potentially they're even going after Sea-Doo here. He's caught into a cheap shot, into a Garrote silence. No, they're going after Trill. Just good crowd control coming in from Roasties. But unfortunately, Sea-Doo is able to connect the Life Cocoon, and Trill should be A-okay.
All right, Trill going to recover through another attack here. Vendetta still available as well as Combustion. They could swap to Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo gets Polymorph. Chill Streak in onto the Mage. Roasties with good positioning there. Stayed out of range of the bounce of that snowball. roughly about every minute or so, Mez is going to lob out a giant snowball, and if it hits a target, it'll bounce to the next closest one, and then continue to bounce as long as there's a target to bounce to. That's why you want to move away from the first person that gets hit by a snowball. That way it doesn't bounce. Grip and a double stun here. Beautiful setup by Method Orange, but they're not able to really get too much follow-up damage on Ceralium. He's blinked very far away from the fight. They may even switch some of their attention to Brain. Brain going to pop his wall, and he should be able to stay alive with that in the Avenging Wrath. Currently waiting for that chill streak to come off cooldown. It's going to be Method Orange that are on defense until then, but everybody's in crowd control. A bit unfortunate that Dragon's Breath broke prematurely. Now they are actually maybe swapping to Sea-Doo. They're going to drop the anti-magic zone for the combustion. A fair trade, but is Ceralium running that all-in combustion? Nope, playing the Breath of the Dying. Looking for just consistent damage, as well as Roasty's running the Breath of the Dying. So very standard Rogue Mage Paladin build here. Will playing standard work in this new meta? Well, they better hope it does, because if they lose, they're out of the tournament.
Ceralium down to around 50% health, but Sea-Doo in a polymorph. It just seems like even when they get the crowd control on Sea-Doo, Trill is just always okay. He always has a nice portal down. He's got all his defensive cooldowns, and Ceralium's dead. So a lot of defensive cooldowns there by Brain available, but with a nice grip from Mez, Ceralium gets absolutely destroyed by the Drustagath Trinket. Method Orange is on an absolute rampage right now. They want their rematch against Cloud9. I mean, we have to give a big shout out to Kawhi, though. I mean, they played absolutely phenomenally throughout this tournament. Unfortunately, this just wasn't their matchup.
I mean, it's just one of those things, too, though, that where we just need to actually look at what caused it to not go their way, Zico, because I know that this is a team that we're going to see a lot of throughout this year, throughout this AWC season.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that we don't always catch, right? And obviously, these guys know, hey, we played Windwalker Mage and we did really well with it. We should probably pick it. But there's got to be a reason why they don't, right? So
yes,
probably they wargamed each other, and they know that Method Orange are super solid against it, and this is their best bet. I mean, that's really all that we can feed into. But yeah, I feel like their Windwalker Mage felt like it was on one level, and their Rogue Mage felt like it was like one level under it. But like we did see, you know, a couple of misplays. You know, some of those spite goes, they pulled the trigger too early. Some of the spite goes, you know, they broke the C or they didn't stun to follow it up. I feel like they need to incorporate Roasties a little bit better to that roster, but for sure going to be a super scary team.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, look at what they did. I mean, they beat Space Station. They 3-0'd Rudimentary, which is another team that I think we're all excited to see more from in these tournaments. And they took out BlizzCon finalists in none other than Golden Guardians. They fall short against Method Orange. That is going to give Method Orange their opportunity for a rematch against Cloud9. Last time, Cloud9 looked pretty gosh darn impressive. We did see one game go the way of Method Orange. Do you think we might be able to see some scenarios that look more like that one game than the other three Super Ts, or do you think that Cloud9 is going to be able to repeat their performance once they see Method Orange again in a best of 7?
I mean, they got that one win, right? But maybe it was more of a fluke. They put on a little bit of extra damage with those gushing wounds, and Chanimal might not have been ready for that, having played so many other long games, because right after that, they just clocked out a win. So I feel like if you're Method Orange, you shouldn't be afraid to do something really left field, and I mean Super T's left field, like run some sort of like all corruption, like infinite stars on everything, just to try and win the blind pick, if anything, and then maybe try and make that warrior mage.
You have been calling for infinite stars throughout the year.
Yeah, I know. Ever since that one team, how can I not? I really wish that I remember the team name.
Did they get a single?
They all ran infinite stars, and they were able to beat. They almost beat Zach's team with it. They beat them 2 games in the series with it. Like, they beat Zach's team 2 games in the series, just instantly killing Zach with infinite stars stacked on every single piece of gear. I mean,
really
if I'm
think they
Method
should do
Orange,
that?
well, I don't. Because, I mean, at this point, I'm thinking, like, why don't they have something for Mage Lock? It's been so long. Like,
it's not. I mean, nobody. Let me.
Like, I don't want to say that that's their only option.
Let me say something. Cloud9 is in the upper bracket. Nobody has anything for Cloud9's Mage Lock. I mean, no one has
Mage
been
Lock
able to
isn't
beat
the
them so
only
far.
thing winning in EU, though.
Well, I mean, Cloud9 isn't in EU.
You think if Cloud9 was in EU, no one would beat them either? So
I
then
don't
is
know.
it Mage Lock or is it Cloud9 Mage Lock?
I mean,
It's
it's
definitely
both.
Cloud9's Mage Lock, but I also think there are answers to Mage Lock. I think the meta is just different. I think Mage Lock is just a lot stronger in the NA meta.
There's a lot to think
What
about.
do you think? What do you? Yeah, I guess we'll table that conversation for later.
You know, maybe we should, because I do want to keep everything rocking and rolling so we can jump into this grand final series as quickly as possible. We know it's going to be Cloud9 versus Method Orange. We want to give the teams a few moments to get ready here. We are going to jump to a quick break, and then when we return, we are going to have our grand final and crown our second champion of the day.
control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game.
Adamaster's
With the
gonna fall.
belly holding.
Adamaster's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blitzo. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadows the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Folks, this tournament started off with hundreds of teams across 2 regions competing to win this very tournament. We already crowned the champions in EU, the first champions that we're going to have for the year here in AWC. It's been a long time since we've had one of these. Goes all the way back to BlizzCon, but now we are here, and it is time to find one more champion. We started off on Friday with the 8 best teams from each region, and now we only have one more series left. It is going to be Cloud9 versus Method Orange, and this is a matchup we have seen so many times throughout the years. Zico, Method Orange managed to get back. They managed to get this rematch. Do you think it is going to be a repeat of what we saw previously?
Whatever, Diablo, so you guys go ahead and roast me on Twitter again.
I just don't understand how at this point. I actually don't understand how. Dude, like think about it like this. It's like imagine if you forgot to press I don't know. What button would be like ice block? Could you imagine forgetting to press your ice block button? Oh.
Wow.
I feel like
you're trying to throw Ben under the bus right now.
What
did I do, man?
Man.
Ben actually hasn't forgotten.
Didn't Surround
once.
just die without pressing his ice block and he came top 3? I mean, it happens, right?
Yeah, I guess it happens to the best of us.
I haven't messed up my mic one time, and you're gonna roast me like that?
You're throwing him under the
Listen,
bus.
I knew it wasn't roasting you. I wasn't
Listen,
roasting
guys,
you.
we can't look. We compare roll to roll. We're comparing me to Automatic Jack, and that is it. You guys don't have to swap
You're not the
channels
same
and
role.
unmute the whole command center between every game. I
you're
have
not
to.
the same
okay.
role.
Well.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's not a big deal. We just stay calm and carry on, which is exactly what Method is going to need to do in this situation. Because, truth be told, I don't think we necessarily have the highest expectations for a team typically who just had that matchup and it looked so futile at times. There was one glimmer of hope. We'll have to see if that will be a spark that allows them to find something that will take down Cloud9 consistently. We're about to get our blind pick started. It's on the Grand Arena. Let's see what Method Orange has in store for Cloud9.
You go ahead, Ben.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, here's the thing, Method Orange, the only win they were able to pick up was as Warrior, Mage, Mistweaver Monk. That is going to be their blind pick once again for Cloud9. There's absolutely no reason they would ever change their composition in a million years unless they start losing. And sometimes even when they're losing as Mage Lock, they refuse to change. So we'll see. Method Orange, the one win they were able to pick up was through all-out pressure on Chanimal. It seemed like they were reluctant when they played against them on Tolvaron Arena to actually go after Chanimal again, but we'll see. I mean, this is going to be a rematch, a best-of-7 series to determine our first North American champions.
All right, already not a great start here. Sidu is feared. Mez is at 50% health and dropping. Spell Reflect out of the way as well as a Life Cocoon. Polymorph now on Sidu, Fear on Sam IM. Cloud9 are executing excellently on their crowd control. They're going to swap to Sidu potentially in midfield. They got him locked down in the stun. Unfortunately not finding any damage. Now Wealthy Man on the back foot. Method Orange looking to counter assault. Cubsy in a leg sweep into a Polymorph. Wealthy Man still hovering at 70%. Sidu gets spell locked. Chanimal with a big Chaos Bolt towards him. Huge pressure! Huge snipe by Wealthy Man. Blinking around the corner and just eats Sidu up. I thought Cubsy was going to do something to Sidu there for a second when he rolled right on top of his dead body, but no, Cubsy's keeping it cool. All right, game 1 to Cloud9.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't go that far, but I mean, one thing I will say is this is what we've been talking about. I mean, a lot of these games, they go on for a long time, but they all have the capability of just ending at any moment. If anyone slips up, if anyone makes a mistake, they disrespect the offensive cooldowns, the game can close out in just a matter of moments or minutes. And I mean, that's what we just saw. Unfortunately for Sea-Doo, he got caught with some big damage, and Cloud9 was able to capitalize.
Well, my question is, does that end up going faster because Method Orange was trying to be more aggressive with their corruption, Zico? I'm not sure if you actually caught what they were wearing because it was over very quick. I'm sure we will get to watch quite a bit of it in the replay. But was that maybe what caused them to go down so quickly?
Well, I feel like this was the same thing that they were wearing in the first game. I think this was just Cloud9, honestly, playing a lot. Like, I mean, they play this game insane. They try to set that up at one time before they actually did get that kill. They got, the setup onto Maz. They force out the life cocoon. They polymorph Sea-Doo. They try to get a ring on Maz and do a swap to Sea-Doo. They weren't able to all connect, but that last time they were all able to do it, and that was, I think that was more C9 domination over anything.
Just pure domination coming out. Yeah, it's always really fun. I've mentioned this before, but you look over at chat with a little bit of delay, and you see them actually see the end of that match, and it's just like just watching chat explode during that moment is always one of the most enjoyable things about these tournaments. But that one was a doozy and a half. What do you want to see, Venrique, when we do enter into this second game? Because I feel like you kind of need to take the blind pick and just try to put it out of your mind.
Yeah, you need to just throw that game, and
well, they already did that.
Okay, they need to throw that game, throw it away, forget about it, recompose. Just you're down 0-1 in the series, forget that ever happened. But I think they just need to stick to their game plan. Unfortunately, stuff like that can happen. You just get caught out in the open for a little bit too long. A Destruction Warlock, a Fire Mage can really, really punish you. So I want to see them sort of just, refocus, go to a small map, and I really want to see them go on Chanimal. Like, it feels like when they're not on Chanimal, they're losing the game. The one game they won, it was after going on Chanimal. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe they feel like just on a large map, it's not possible to go after the Destruction Warlock, but it seems to me that there's overall pressure, and also just reducing the amount of damage they take is lowered when they go on Chanimal in this matchup. So I at least want them to try it again.
All right, well, we are going to be headed to Dalaran Sewers. Zico, how do you think that actually is going to come into play?
Well, the one map they were able to win on was Dalaran Sewers, so hopefully we see aggression over onto Chan. We see, the gushing wounds and the full damage builds come out, and they just kind of brush off that first game. They do what Ben said, just forget that it even happened, and just take it from there. I think, the map is good. They have the comp. They know what they need to do, and now it's just all about execution.
All about execution. Well, we'll have to see if they are able to execute or if they will be executed. We do have the Warrior Mage coming in for Method Orange on Dalaran Sewers, and like Zico just mentioned, this is a map where I feel like that makes it all the more important to get the win, right? Because it does seem like one of the best maps that they're going to have in the pool, especially when you look at this series for what it is. It's a best of 7 now instead of a best of 5. This is the final. This one is for all the marbles. I will say, even if Method does go down here, that matchup versus Kawhi was so important for them. I know we obviously do have a lot of Method Orange fans in the chat. That was already huge because it's going to really allow them to jump up on the standings for the overall years, for the overall year, making sure that you do get to the grand final. I believe you secure 100 points just for being there, right? And then you get 120 if you do win.
125, I think. Right?
It's something like that, right?
120.
I think it's 120 first. Yeah, 100 second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But same thing, right? You're getting a truckload of points, and with how it is going to work, as Healing Stat sort of laid out, it's about being the top 8 team. So getting that early, and then you consistently top 8, which I think we expect Method Orange to be able to do. I think we expect Cloud9 to be able to do, even with how crazy the competition is. You are sitting pretty safe to make sure that you're actually going to be able to make it a deep run for the year. But now let's look at game number 2. Cloud9 trying to get a second one in their pocket. Method Orange need to rely on this map quite a lot. This is where they were able to find victory before.
Yep, it's a small map and a lot of pressure on Channel. Was the last time that Method Orange did beat Cloud9. So we'll have to see if they can keep that up against. It looks like they're going after Wealthy Man early on, but I think if they can get the crowd control on Cubsy, the intimidating shout, that's when you really try to go after Channel on the matchup. They seem pretty content on still just going after Wealthy Man. Sea2 pushing in, Paralyze into a leg sweep. Wealthy Man appears to be the main target, but Channel just completely disrupting this go with Fears, reflecting Polymorph on Sam-I-Am. Sam-I-Am literally just ate 2 Fears and then his own Polymorph and wasn't able to really get anything done during that CC attempt.
Oh, they tried to go after Sea2. Mez saving Sea2 this time around with that double in Tim. Beautiful setup by Mez here. Unfortunately, only getting Life Cocoon as that cooldown is so frequently available with that Chrysalis, Honor Talent, and the Burst of Life Azurite trait. It's not exactly one of the major objectives you want to be getting in this matchup. Cauterize and Unending Resolve, a lot more valuable cooldowns to get with that intimidating shout usage. So, good attempt there by Mez, but ultimately of not too much consequence. Sharpened Blade on Wealthy Man. Mez is pumping this game here on number 2. Cubsy and a Polymorph. I mean, Sam-I-Am is finding a lot of opportunities, but Wealthy Man's just not taking any damage during that crowd control. Looking for Greater Pyro. Was that on Sea2? I think the Greater Pyro was on Sea2. Wealthy Man is feeling cheeky. I mean, that's all. He got 2 on Sea2? He's feeling, I wouldn't call it BM because I killed Sea2 last time, but Wealthy Man's now taking a lot of damage standing still for so long, casting those Greater Pyros while Cubsy is counterspelled. Sam is trying to punish that Greater Pyro usage, but now Mez is in trouble. He's all alone. He's so alone right now. Spell reflecting, pummeling, stunning Chanimals, buying time for Sea2 to save the day with his Life Cocoon as both teams trade equally.
Yep, nicely done by Sam-I-Am, disrupting Wealthy Man, not allowing him to get more crowd control on Sea2, and kind of saving the day for Mez. Looks like both teams have completely stabilized just 2 minutes into the game. Both monks almost at full mana. No major cooldowns have been traded out by either side. And now here's the intimidating shout going after Wealthy Man once again. Wealthy Man gets interrupted, paralyzed on Cubsy. Method Orange swarming in. But are we going to see Chanimal get the counter pressure? There it is. Fear on Sam. Polymorph on Sea2. Mez could be in a little bit of trouble. And I just don't understand why they're not going after Chanimal anymore. Like, I don't get it.
They're pretty afraid of Greater Pyro is the only thing I can think of. Sea2 feared away at the moment, but I believe he pre-Vitality conduited the fear on Mez, so Mez takes 0 damage. Nice read by Sea2. Sam-I-Am's been getting good offense this game. I mean, I feel like he's got Cubsy and a Poly more often than not. Now a Ring of Frost. I mean, this is excellent from Sam-I-Am, stepping up for the team here. But unfortunately, only getting a Life Cocoon. You really want to be getting the Cauterize during that time. Potentially, it should be going on Chanimal, like you say. That could have been an Unending Resolve. But these Greater Pyros are such a threat. Wealthy Man finds one on Mez. That's a big chunk of damage Sea2 needs to deal with. He's going to pop that Zen Focus T, immune any spell locks or counter spells, and bring Mez right back into the fight. Both teams are stable. Sea2's rolling up, but gets caught by Chanimal. You never cross the middle of the map without Chanimal intercepting you.
Yeah, he is always there, just a defensive point for his team, can get out that crowd control when he needs to, and unless Sam-I-Am can land a counterspell, I think that's really what Method Orange needs to focus on, is whenever Sea2 is pushing in for crowd control, Sam-I-Am basically always has to have counterspell available to stop Fear. If he does not, then Chanimal is basically going to be able to bully Method Orange. Fears on Sea2, Fears on Sam-I-Am. Now a big attempt here onto Mez with a Polymorph on Sea2, but Sea2 looks like he should be able to easily stabilize through that damage. This is Dark Soul from Chanimal. Sam-I-Am doing a great job getting crowd control and slowing him down, polymorphing Chanimal, landing a spell lock on Chanimal, really just completely avoiding that Dark Soul. So I like what Method Orange has done. Really good job by Sam.
Cubsy going for the reset, playing that late game as his team is notorious for, so getting a drink back to full mana. Sea2 did have a slight advantage there, but now it's shored up. Sam-I-Am, Dragon's Breathing Chanimal, looking to find Polymorphs. Nether Ward from Chanimal reflecting that Polymorph. Sea2 caught into a Fear, but Cubsy caught into a Poly. Which side is going to take the heat? Wealthy Man got pre-Vitality conduited, so he's 100% A-OK throughout that first Polymorph. Now Sea2 is caught in a Polymorph. As long as Wealthy Man can stabilize here, they stun Sea2. They're going after him. Whoa, whoa! He barely portals back behind that box. He had to use his every man for himself, and I like that Cloud9 aren't afraid to punish Sea-Doo. I mean, at any time he's in the middle of the map, he's feared. Anytime he's even a second away from the boxes, he gets stunned and swapped to, and this Cloud9 is just looking unbeatable today.
Yeah, they're looking really good. I think that's one of the adaptations we're seeing from Cloud9 is the fact is Sea-Doo needs to push in and get crowd control. And when he does that, he uses all his mobility. He's using 2 Chi torpedoes to cross the map to get crowd control on Cubsy. And if they can catch him in a stun or a fear, then he doesn't have many tools to escape. And I like the fact that they're punishing him. Especially, I mean, if they get a counterspell on the Chi G, then it could just be lights out like we saw in the Grand Arena. But they're going after Mez here. The Life Cocoon from Sea-Doo should keep Mez nice and healthy. 3% dampening at this point. It looks like Method Orange is going to be switching up their targeting just a little bit. Looks like they finally are going to be pressuring down Chanimal. I like that a lot. The one scary thing is if you leave Wealthy Man open for too long, he is going to be channeling out those Greater Pyroblast after Greater Pyroblast. But I think if Sam, Mez, and Sea-Doo rotate their interrupts and crowd control, they should be able to slow down Wealthy Man enough to where he can't chain 2 in a row, and that really is when it's scary.
All right, Mez is at 50% health, and he's chasing Chanimal. He's trying to go for a win here, leaping over and landing a double fear, but Cubsy saw that intimidation shout coming. He Vitality Conduits Chanimal before it lands, and Chanimal takes 0 damage. Dark Soul is now popped. Chanimal is a big threat. Nice war banner by Mez eating that fear on Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo pre-Fort Brewing, expecting to get stunned here. Is Cubsy going to go for the stun into the Fort Brew? No, and Sea-Doo is going to reposition. Dark Soul Chaos Bolts are flying, but that Fort Brew from Sea-Doo absorbs the 2 hits. He's back to the box. He should be recovering. Mez is now leading the charge, and the Warlock is the target here deep into dampening. What does that mean? Well, Method Orange are more likely to get a kill, but at the same time, they're also more likely to die because Wealthy Man is casting that spell right there, Greater Pyro Blast, and that does 35% of your health. You get 3 of those, you win the game pretty much. So let's see if Wealthy Man can carry the team here while Chanimal's pinned down by Mez. Sea-Doo getting swapped to. What is this damage from him? What is this damage from Wealthy Man? Absolutely annihilating Sea-Doo now 2 games in a row.
Oh my gosh. I mean that I might mute myself after that one, Zico. That was absolutely oh my gosh. Okay, so how does that happen? How is Cloud9 able to take these 2 back-to-back, Zico?
It's just Cloud9 are getting more and more comfortable in the matchup. They're going after the DPS, and then when the DPS is running away, they're setting up these swaps to Sea-Doo, and I gotta say, it's largely because of Wealthy Man. In this matchup, he's fairly, free, and he's doing a great job making his presence felt. Like he gets the CC, bakes up the Greater Pyroblast, then he gets the Meteor, he dishes out the damage and sets it up for his team, and eventually, Sea-Doo's gonna go down to one of those setups, and that was it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it really is making it look so one-sided in favor of Cloud9. Is it one-sided in your mind, Venricky?
It's looking to be that way. I mean, this is almost just like history repeating itself. I was just looking at the final moments of that victory too for Cloud9, and that was pretty much 100% Wealthy Man. He just polymorphed Sea-Doo, focus Greater Pyroblast, Combustion, and I mean that's it. That's all. Unfortunately, they didn't see it coming, and Sea-Doo died before he even knew it was happening. But
before he even knew what was happening, Cubsy decided to share some tea with him as well. It was really.
It's what you got to do as a monk, right? Well, he's just being generous.
He's just being generous. Yeah, monks have a lot of different types of teas. I actually see. Exactly. I see a bunch of tea in the chat as well. A bunch of QTs.
Nice.
And it is also very true. But let's talk about how we make Sea-Doo look like Sea-Doo again and not a bunch of Sea-Don'ts, because we're having a bunch of really difficult moments here for a team that just had it's so funny because Method just had a win like this, and now they're going up against Cloud9, who's been able to get, it's going to look like back-to-back victories against them. This is, of course, a best-of-7 series. So it's not the fact that this isn't a team that's going to compete on a top level. They made it to top 2 very convincingly, right? You can't just look at the one matchup, but what is it about this matchup that just makes it so difficult, Supatis?
I mean, it's just Greater Pyro, Chaos Bolt, Fear, and Polymorph. These are 4 spells that, if they're landed, could potentially end the game, and you only have so many ways to stop them. So at any moment, you get caught in these, and then you get stunned, and then the game is over. Like you're playing there, and you don't really feel like much is happening, but then when it does happen, you're dead. So it's very stressful. You're just sitting on a volcano, and you don't know when it's going to explode.
I've done that before.
There's like, I feel like there's something to be said too when you play against Mage Lock. I don't know if it's just me, but when you play against Mage Lock, there's like a certain amount of fatigue that happens. It's like you're stopping Chaos Bolts and you're stopping Greater Pyroblast for so long, and you're having to coordinate over and over and over, and eventually you just kind of like space out, and you really have to be focused against this composition, because if you let up for just a second, that's what happens. I mean, you just get erased from the game from either Chaos Bolt or Greater Pyroblast, and I mean, it's got to be frustrating for Method Orange, but I mean, Cloud9, they just play this comp so well. It just seems like they're almost immortal with it.
Yeah, I think that is fair. Now, we will be going to Hook Point for this next one. We're waiting to see what Cloud9 is going to pick. Zico, how will Hook Point come into play for this next game?
I mean, it depends on what we see. I really just want to see more pressure on the channel, but when I say that, I feel like Wealthy Man is kind of soloing them. So I really don't know. Obviously, Hook Point is a great map because you're gonna have that uptime, and you're gonna have a nice point of retreat. But at the same time, Hook Point has the smallest pillars, and as a mage on Hook Point, it's not that bad. Like, if you're not focused on Hook Point, it's actually like one of the best maps that you can play on. So it's one of those maps that can definitely backfire, but I think it's a little early to call. I want to see what Method Orange are going with first.
Yeah, and they do have a little bit of time to actually lock that in. Is there anything in particular that you want to see?
I feel like the Mage Warrior is like comp-wise, it's a good answer, but I feel like they need to work on it a little bit more, polish it a little bit more. For now, I think the one thing that we haven't really seen is Sam on his Demon Hunter and Trill on his Windwalker. I feel like that's something that they know how to play and something that they practice and done well with. Maybe try it out one game. I feel like at this point, you already tried, some other stuff. Can't hurt, right?
Definitely can't. Now, we are going to wait and see what, I mean, at this point, right? Like, you're 1 away from being on match point. It does seem like, yeah, it's time to experiment a little bit. You can try some new things. You don't want to go down without a fight in a scenario like this. There are 20 extra points on the line, which is obviously a huge jump. This is the second time you've gone head-to-head with him. You're just tuning in right now. This is literally a rematch. 1 game went to Method Orange in that rematch. This one's going to be a best of 7, and as of right now, when we were in that last series, though, Sid, we were kind of saying the same thing, but Method Orange still managed to steal 1. So there is still a lot of hope as they do lock in the Warrior, the Mage, all alongside Seabrew.
I mean, even though maybe it's not up to par right now to beat Cloud9, as odd as this sounds, this is really good practice. You're not going to get better practice than the tournament realm into Cloud9 other than getting scrims in, which, I mean, if you're Cloud9, you probably don't want to give Method Orange practice. You don't want them to figure out how to beat you. So you're probably denying them practice. And how many other teams play Mage Warlock Mistweaver as good as them? So it's smart by Method Orange. Just play the same thing. Even if you get stomped, you're going to learn something from it at least. And then at the end of the tournament, assess, like, all right, what did we learn from this? And then move into next week and be better. Like, I mean, that's all they can hope for, I think.
Well,
right?
I feel like you're already in a position, if you've made it this far in the tournament, where you go, okay, we're feeling pretty good for the year. Let's think about the year, right? I mean, this is a team that we expect to go very, very far, especially with the way that the format does work out this year. Getting such a good placing so early will put them in the driver's seat. Now, Hook Point will be our next destination. Let's see who does manage to come out on top. Will Cloud9 get themselves on match point, or does Method have a trick up their sleeve?
I don't know. I mean, for Method Orange, it's just going to be about these rinse-repeat setups. I think that Sea-Doo, they're making Sea-Doo afraid because, like I said, in order for Sea-Doo to get that crowd control, he really has to be pushing in, right? He has to use a lot of his mobility, those chi torpedoes, to kind of overextend himself, and that's when we're seeing Cloud9 really punish. So Sea-Doo's going to have to be careful. They're going to have to look out for those swaps, but we need to see Method Orange kind of risking it to actually secure a win against Cloud9.
I just realized it's frogs versus crabs. Like Cloud9 all ride frogs, and then Method Orange ride crabs. In chat, are you guys Team Crab or Team Frog?
I was Team Crab once.
I'm definitely Team Frog, 100%.
Okay.
I mean, that's just me.
With how chat does act some.
Team Crab.
All right, well, here we go. 30 seconds into the game. Not too much has happened just yet. I mean, Mez, he's pushing forward, but doesn't look like Method Orange has really initiated their crowd control just yet. Haven't necessarily gone for it. Just going to be looking for that consistent damage on Wealthy Man once again. But Chanimal, I mean, he's been feeling so confident to kind of just push in right now. Sam I Am getting caught into the fears once again. Finds a nice counterspell on Wealthy Man as well. Method Orange looking to get aggressive early on. Wealthy Man could be in a little bit of trouble.
Down to half. Cubsy activates that Vitality Conduit. Double Shadow Fury. Chaos Bolts coming in. Oh, Spell Reflect barely in time from Mez. Died by the sword as well. 2 targets critically low. Sea-Doo is still polymorph. Mez is just outright going to die. Life Cocoon on 1%. Mez is hiding behind the fence. I don't even think Mez can believe he's alive right now, but they blew every cooldown during that assault.
And it really just feels like, to me, Cloud9 is getting more and more comfortable in this matchup. Like, things are going better and better for them. But Sam I Am trying to make some plays. He gets a polymorph on Cubsy. A little bit of damage on Wealthy Man, but he's able to bounce himself back up to full. Still has his temporal shield as well. But Chanimal just really taking control of this game, getting the crowd control, getting the burst damage. Wealthy Man backing him up when he can. Sam I Am needs to get control of the game, and he is. He's doing a good job getting those polymorphs onto Chanimal, trying to slow him down, but I mean, it's just not easy. Sam I Am, he basically has to deal with 2 interrupts and spammed out crowd control from both Chanimal, from both Wealthy Man. They really need perfect execution on their offense if they want to actually land a kill.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Wealthy Man gets a greater pyro. That's on Sam, I think. Not going to fight. Gets a second. Is he going to get 3? Oh, Sam, he blinks away from the 3rd one. I mean, that would have killed him probably. Chanimal now switching back to Mez out in the open. Sam positions back up forward once again, getting fireballs to reset. Sea-Doo rolls up, triple crowd control. Beautiful setup here from Method Orange. You can tell they are improving, but Cubsy reads that situation like a book. Already had Vitality Conduit rolling, and Wealthy Man doesn't even get scratched.
No, like I said, Wealthy Man is looking exceptionally durable in this matchup. Chanimal landing a full fear on Sea-Doo. Mez now into a leg sweep. This is a big setup here. Wealthy Man looking for the greater power blast. Intimidating shout. Now Method Orange. They're looking to reverse the pressure. Wealthy Man with a nice temporal shield should be able to hold on. But he gets counterspelled. Ring of Frost on Cubsy. Is there any follow-up? Unfortunately, no. And Chanimal, it's so hard for Sam. I mean, he gets the crowd control on Cubsy, but the problem is, if he doesn't get a second polymorph, a 3rd polymorph, they're just not able to take down Wealthy Man. And Chanimal, I mean, with Counterspell, with his Mortal Coil, with Shadow Fury, he's able to shut down Sam I Am, prevent that re-crowd control. So they need to somehow get cross CC on Chanimal with either a Spell Lock or a Paralyze from Sea-Doo, something so Sam can extend his crowd control change, because that's really the only way I see Wealthy Man going down.
All right, Wealthy Man still posted up in midfield. Chanimal just having a field day at the moment here, waiting to play goalkeeper if Sea-Doo tries to make a move. I'd like to see Cubsy reposition to the other pillar. He's playing right on top of Sea-Doo, but maybe they just want to kill Sea-Doo. They've killed him every game. He is not going to go down this time. Life Cocoon immediately activated. Sam could be a target, but he's at a pillar. He should be able to line aside if he needs to. He's choosing not to. 1 greater pyro connects. Sea-Doo repositions, tops him off. They'll recover yet another swap. But was that the every man for himself from Sea-Doo? Because if it was, Dark Soul is now available. Chanimal's a big threat.
Definitely. I mean, he always is in a matchup like this. See what's going on right now. Sea-Doo is positioned quite far away. Mez taking quite a bit of damage right now. Wealthy Man getting interrupted. Let's see what they can get done. We're about 4 minutes into the game right now. Once again, Chanimal just playing full disruption. Interrupt onto Sam I Am. Mez getting bursted down, but Sea-Doo's in a pretty good position right now. Feeling nice and healthy to actually, push in. And he does. He pushes in. They go for the crowd control. Here's the Paralyze. Potential stun out. Not just yet. Double Mortal Coil coming in with the Polymorph onto Sea-Doo. Double Dragon's Breath from Sam. Trying to just slow down this goal and keep Mez alive. But Sea-Doo, he's getting bursted down once again. He gets the second he needs for the Life Cocoon, then manages to hold on.
You know, it was Mez that bought him that second with his War Banner. Definitely going to be praising Mez. I mean, he's the one that's playing like the alt of the team right here on the Warrior, and he's fighting the best Mage Warlock, in my opinion, in the world. So he's definitely improving throughout this series. Perhaps if they could just clean up it a little bit here, they might be able to take some games off of Cloud9, literally evolving in real time. Vitality Conduit forced on this push from Wealthy Man. They don't care about it. What is happening right now? Mez just upgraded.
I mean, he uses Drestagath, but the thing is, I mean, as scary as that was for Wealthy Man, they didn't get anything. They didn't get literally any cooldowns from him. I mean, Cauterize is still available. Ice Block is still available. That burst attempt was really, really nice, but it's just so unfortunate for Method Orange that they weren't able to net a single defensive cooldown. Now Sea-Doo caught into a Paralyze, interrupt on Sam, Mez in a Polymorph. Who are they going after? Once again, Combust on Sea-Doo, it's big damage. He's in so much trouble, the restun comes in. Mortal Coil, he barely lives. Mez once again saves the day with his commanding shout. Sea-Doo lives on 1% health to get the Life Cocoon. Really good backup there by Method Orange, but these setups on the Mistweaver are so insane.
Mez is showing why he's a dad. He knows how to take care of somebody here in this game. Sea-Doo's still alive thanks to Mez. Will he be able to carry the team to a victory, though? We'll find out momentarily. Right now, it's looking kind of dicey. Sea-Doo crowd controlled and Mez is disarmed. Polymorph, a full Polymorph. Sam gets spell locked. Mez has decent pressure on Wealthy Man, but now he's recovered. He Stormbolts Wealthy Man to stop the follow-up. Beautiful disruption here from Mez. I'm happy to see that they've committed to this composition, because this is supposed to be the answer for the Mage Warlock if they can improve on it, which they are in real time. Let's see what they can get done. Dark Soul's available. They got to get ready for it. At any moment, Chanimal could pull the trigger on that. Sam sneaks in a Polymorph. Well done. Temporal Shield forced from Wealthy Man. But Chanimal is blasting Sam right now. He's just being left open. Now finally Polymorph. They get Life Cocoon before Dark Soul. They have Leg Sweep. They Leg Sweep Mez. Is Chanimal going to pop off with the Dark Soul? Choosing to hold out. He's playing patiently at the moment. Polymorph has landed. Chaos Bolts are flying in. He wants to get that Spell Reflect from Mez before he pops that Dark Soul. Trying to go for a Fear. Gets Dragon's Breath on it. Good disruption from Sam. Wealthy Man interrupted. Paralyze on Cubsy. But he pre-Vitality Conduits Wealthy Man again. And he's not going to take any damage. It's Sam who's on the back foot, needing to run away, but now Mez is left out in midfield. He's charging in. Mez goes for the Stormbolt on Wealthy Man. Cubsy's in a Ring of Frost into a Polymorph. Mez is Blade Storming all over Wealthy Man, trying to get that Cauterize at 16% dampening. Although, at what point do you switch to the Warlock? I feel like you do have to strategically switch to the Warlock in dampening, but at what point of dampening?
I mean, they have good damage on Wealthy Man, but they haven't net a single defensive cooldown. We are at 17% dampening. I don't know how long they can sustain. I think the next time Mez has an Intimidating Shout in about a minute, that's when you just say, okay, forget Wealthy Man. We can control him. We can try at least. And we need to go after Chanimal, because Wealthy Man, he still has the immunities. The only way I see them really pushing Cloud9 over, if they don't get the Cauterize in the next minute, is going after Chanimal in the match. When they have the Combustion, when they have the Intimidating Shout, when they have everything they need and enough dampening, that's when you make the target change and you go for it. But Sea-Doo could be in some trouble. Once again, Wealthy Man pushing in. That wasn't the Combustion, but they did get Life Cocoon from Sea-Doo, and I like what Cubsy's doing. Just like we saw when he was playing Feral Affinity, when Cubsy goes in and gets so stunned, he really assists with damage with those Rising Sun kicks, and that can really be the difference between actually landing a kill and not. So I like the offensive plays from Cubsy.
All right, let's see what they get done here. 23% dampening. Still going after Wealthy Man. Mez stunning that Greater Pyro. Sea-Doo getting that Crackling Jade Lightning. Very important that Sea-Doo uses Crackling Jade Lightning frequently. He can apply 5% more damage, physical damage to the target. Mez is all physical damage. So Sea-Doo definitely needs to min-max that. You can see it's helping a lot right here. Wealthy Man dipping low. Cubsy going to activate that Life Cocoon. Now Chanimal, he's had this Dark Soul in his pocket, his back pocket, for quite some time. He is quite literally waiting for the perfect moment to pop this Dark Soul. He also knows that he's a threat so long as he keeps it in his pocket, and Method Orange constantly have to be on their toes. So it's a very interesting decision from Chanimal to just sit on this cooldown for so long. Perhaps he knows, like, we're not going to win this on mana. I need this for the exact perfect moment. And let's see if Chanimal can find it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They are going after Chanimal now, and I think it's a really intelligent decision. Actually, Wealthy Man landing a greater power blast. Mez trying to interrupt it, but a nice shimmer from Wealthy Man. Sea-Doo positioned so far away, just as maximum distance as he can, is going to likely push in when they get some damage rolling on either Chanimal or Wealthy Man. We're going to see him try to initiate crowd control. Cubsy in the back line actually sitting down and drinking to 100% mana. So getting out of combat, sitting down, drinking, recovering his mana. That's a great position to be at 30% dampening. Wealthy Man getting blasted, Ro, with an interrupt on Cubsy.
Whoa.
Wealthy Man, this is the Cauterize. Can it be the Cauterize? Cubsy, there's no way he holds on to it. The Vitality Conduit does ultimately save his Ice Block with a Life Cocoon, but now Method Orange, they're turning up the heat.
All right, good for Dark Soul. What are you going to do, Mez? Up to this point, you've played so well. You can't afford to throw it after 10.5 minutes. He drops the War Banner, breaks up some of the crowd control, back onto Chanimal. They need to keep Chanimal on lockdown for a couple more seconds. Dark Soul's now over. They've survived. The threat is now no longer there. They're switching to Chanimal, and they're committed, but now Wealthy Man is the threat. He's getting a lot of greater Pyro blasts off. Chanimal gates out into center field. One greater Pyro over onto Mez. Second one being casted. Fear on Mez, so he can't spell reflect it right at the end. Excellent coordination. Sea-Doo picks up the team. Amidst all that chaos, I believe Cubsy got a drink. He's got a mana advantage now at this point over Method Orange. And you got to argue that this is the best map for Method Orange. And it's still not looking great.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely isn't. Wealthy Man, now that they're going after Chanimal, is looking for those greater power blasts, but I really feel like this is the best decision. Here it is, Intimidating Shout, big damage on Chanimal. He's caught into a Stormbolt, paralyzed on Cubsy. Wealthy Man trying to turn around the pressure, but it's Chanimal who could just fall. The Unending Resolve is traded out with the Life Cocoon, so Cloud9 burned through basically all the defensive cooldowns, and that's exactly what I want to see from Method Orange. They need to continue this pressure on Chanimal, but they have to be careful. Wealthy Man needs to be shut down. It's going to be up to Sam-I-Am to make sure he's landing the counter spells, landing everything he can. Mez going over to Chanimal once again. Nice interrupt secured there by Sam-I-Am, but Mez could be in trouble. There's a fear on Sea-Doo. Mez is getting lower. He's got the Spell Reflect. He trades out the Die by the Sword. He's got to run. He's got to hide. The damage is big. Greater Pyro Blast could potentially land and take down Mez. He does survive it. Stun on Sea-Doo. Every man for himself trades out to get the heals out. Mez recovers, and now it's going to be up to Method Orange to turn around this pressure.
Full polymorph, but he pre-vitality conduited. I feel like Cubsy's 100% pre-conduit rate at this point in game number 3. They get another polymorph and another one. Is that going to be enough? 3 seconds away from the Life Cocoon. 1 second away. Cubsy Fort Brewing to boost its healing effect as well. He wants to absolutely min-max to stabilize Chanimal. This is the closest we've seen Method Orange in this particular series to finding victory, but 2 greater Pyros on Mez. He's hiding around the corner. Please, Sea-Doo, heal me. 50% health, 20% health. Vitality Conduit. Sea-Doo's in a Dragon's Breath. He War Banners, but he gets no. It doesn't land the polymorph, so the War Banner not going to get too much value there. At least stops the chain from starting. Greater Pyro. Where's the Spell Reflect? Mez needs to be very careful and precise with his Spell Reflect right now. That Greater Pyro is about to finish. He doesn't Spell Reflect. That's going to be 1 chunk of damage. The Sea-Doo needs to heal with no mana. Leap into Intimidating Shout. It's do or die for Method Orange here in game number 3. Can they push Chanimal over the edge and get a kill? They stun lock Cubsy for a couple of seconds. He's still 4 seconds away from a Life Cocoon. 3 seconds away. 2 seconds away. But Life Cocoon here to save the day. Cloud9 stabilize. And Sea-Doo's in crowd control. Mez is in midfield. And what's he going to do? Is he going to just keep going for it? It looks like he is.
Ooh, I like this. I mean, Chanimal, there's literally nothing. There's no Vitality Conduit. There's no Life Cocoon. There's nothing left for Chanimal. Method Orange, if they can continue this push, I think Chanimal might fall, but it is very scary. I mean, Wealthy Man, he gets a greater Power Blast. Mez is going to rot down low. There's big burst damage. He goes for the Spell Reflect. Life Cocoon comes in from Sea-Doo as well, but now Sea-Doo into a full polymorph. Who is going to fall? Mez versus Chanimal in the midfield. Sea-Doo gets caught into a fear. Paralyzed now on Cubsy as Method Orange is looking to close out the game. But Chanimal just will not fall. The Mortal Coil comes in. Chaos Bolt lands onto Mez. It's going to be Mez or Chanimal that falls relatively quickly in this match. I mean, we are at 54% dampening. Life Cocoon once again available for Cubsy. Vitality Conduit doing absolute work for both of these teams. I mean, that is why both these teams have been able to survive for so long. Wealthy Man now casting a greater Pyro Blast. Mez is low, potentially a second. Is he going to be able to get it? The Spell Reflect from Mez, beautifully timed, but now Sea-Doo's into a full fear. Mez has to run. He has to run. I don't know if Sea-Doo's going to be able to recover. Method Orange is in a lot of trouble here, Sid.
They're trying to pressure Chanimal away. Cubsy and Sea-Doo both can't heal. They're in polymorphs. A full Intimidating Shout. No, they used Intimidating Shout on the mage. Why? Why fear the mage? Maybe it doesn't matter. Cubsy's stunned up. Chanimal's Unending Resolve is activated. Damage reduction towards himself. Mez doesn't care. It's do or die, but he really needs to think about spell reflecting some of these greater pyroblasts. Now caught in a leg sweep. Sea-Doo doesn't have any mana. Dark Soul gets popped. Chanimal's lobbing out some Chaos Bolts. Live Cocoon soaks the hits. Cubsy gets polymorph, but he pre-Vitality Conduited again. They're switching some damage over to Wealthy Man. He's down to half. Dark Soul's going to be ending. Chanimal's pressure is going to start to subside. Both monks are completely out of mana. 61% dampening. See, Mez still has some cooldowns left in the tank. This is the best opportunity they've got so far in this series to get a kill. They just have to keep pushing through the pain.
They definitely do. Cubsy in a good spot, though, to land the heals, but those heals are not going to do much, and Cubsy is completely out of mana. There's no mana left whatsoever. Chanimal could easily fall in this situation. Is Cloud9 going to be able to turn this around? Samayam looking for the crowd control. Wealthy Man denies him. Finds a polymorph, looking for greater pyroblast. Mez is going to be in some trouble. There is no spell reflect. He's in Immortal Coil. Big damage on Mez. Big damage on Chanimal at the same time. Either one of these teams could fall. Polymorph onto Cubsy, but the Vitality Conduit once again might keep Chanimal alive. Mez gets a life cocoon of his own. Both these Mistweavers are trading out their entire defensive arsenal to keep their teams aggressive at 66% dampening, Sid.
I think we're about to break the record of this tournament. Mez, though, gets blasted. Spell reflecting. Rallying Cry. Sea-Doo's in a full fear. That Rallying Cry is going to fall, but at the same time, Wealthy Man and Chanimals are almost dead. They're so close. They're so close. Down by the Sword's about to end. Rallying Cry is going to fall. Mez can easily die, but Chanimals as well. Mez is just going for it. He's out in the deep end of the pool. He needs to learn how to tread water. Greater Pyro in the sky onto Sea-Doo. Wealthy Man's looking for a snipe kill. Sea-Doo rolls away from it. He switches his attention back, but he gets counterspelled. Beautiful shutdown from Samayam. Just a tiny bit more damage. Who's gonna die in this game? It could absolutely be anyone. It's 70% dampening. Chanimal finally falls. Wealthy Man's in a poly. He can't get any damage out. Method Orange take a moment to breathe. And they've done it. They've done it.
Wow. I mean, what an actual finish there. We do get, I think it was right around that maybe 70% dampening. And, you know, Zika, when you do get to levels of dampening like that, it does seem like more times than not just about anything is possible. How convinced are you that Method might be able to turn around this series?
I mean, we're taking one game at a time. Right?
Yeah,
Definitely.
That's exactly what I assumed. Yeah.
The way I look at it right now is I've been kind of looking at this matchup like, yeah, Warrior Mage should win. But honestly, I think C9's Mage Lock is just different from all the other Mage Locks. Like,
Okay.
I think, you know, Method Orange, they might look a little worse on this comp because of how good C9 actually are at dealing with this comp.
I think that is a
Because they played good. Like,
that is a really important thing to keep in mind for sure. Definitely do want to be keeping that in the back of our minds during this. Then Rookie, what did you think of that matchup?
I mean, that was a nail biter for both of the teams. I mean, we had such close calls, and I mean, when you're bringing a game to 70% dampening, it's really hard to have consistency, right? Like, really anything can happen. One setup, you fall behind basically to an unrecoverable spot, but I mean, those are basically the two best maps, right? We've used Dalaran as well now as hook point for Method Orange, and those were about as close a games as you could possibly get. Cloud9 is not making it easy for them. You can bet we're going straight to Tolvaron Arena, and there's a few large maps as well. I think if Method Orange is going to win this series, they have to figure out a way to win on a large map. If they can win on Tolvaron, I think that's going to be really telling that they could easily come back in this series.
It's so funny. I always look at you and I remember people's names quite a bit. And like there was one person who in the last one, immediately when Sea-Doo died, typed C dead, and then the second he wins this time he goes C God. It's just like the instant turnaround. But I feel like this is like one of the very few times that is kind of how everybody's feeling this time, right? It's like either Sea-Doo is just on the chopping block in these matchups, or this time you got to be an absolute god. It still does very much feel like an uphill battle for the entire squad of Method Orange. It is 2-1 in a best of 7, so keep in mind Cloud9 is not on match point. And I think even in the ones where, you know, it did look like Method Orange got very, very difficult loss to deal with, they still have looked just so impressive in this tournament.
You know what? Maybe, you know,
maybe Cubsy, bad mannering Sea-Doo and teabagging him in game 2. Maybe they were just like, you know what? We're done with this. Like, maybe.
Maybe. I mean, I feel like it's one of those things where I feel like no matter what does happen, you look at the team of Method Orange and, like, this is a championship team. I doubt much gets to them, even when we're kind of saying different things like, oh, this would tilt me. Even like the Raikou matchup a little bit earlier today, right? Obviously a different squad, same caliber team, one of the best teams in the entire world. To us, I think my instant reaction is just to be like, oh, he left the game there, he's tilted. But at the same time, you look at what the actual scenario was and what was going on in the game, and pretty much any player is going to say, oh yeah, there's pretty much no chance that he could have won there. So there are a lot of things going on at all of those times. But as of right now, Method Orange can take a little bit of a breather. We can have that breather. See gods all around. Now the question is, how will Tolvaron Arena fare for this squad? What do you think of this map here, Zico?
I think this is a fantastic map for Cloud9 to do basically whatever they want to Mez, however they want it. And that's exactly what we saw a little bit earlier when we were in the upper bracket final. The first time these two teams met each other, Method Orange, they started to pick up a little bit of steam, similar to this situation we're in right now. And then we went to Tolvaron, and all hopes and dreams were immediately crushed by the C9 Dampener Overlords.
The C9 Dampener Overlords. That is a really catchy name. They should add that. They should definitely call up Cloud9 and see if they're okay with that slight tweak in the branding. But now we are going to see that Mage Warrior locked in yet again here on Tolvaron. Cloud9, like you did say, planning to take full advantage of the space on this map. Are there any little tweaks that they can do, Venruki, to mitigate that damage?
Cloud9?
Yeah, is there anything, that Method can do to mitigate what Cloud9 is going to be able to do with the space?
I mean, it really is difficult. I mean, for Method Orange, I feel like there is a world where if they were just playing to strictly win the match, they could just sit back and just wait for their cooldowns, like really just take no risks. It doesn't feel like if Mez doesn't have Intimidating Shout and Sea-Doo doesn't have his crowd control ready, that they're winning the exchanges. But when they do have those cooldowns, that's when they can push in and play aggressive and get like these big all-in kills. The problem is, yeah, it can backfire really, really quickly if you fall behind. I mean, Method Orange, they might want to just try to sit back and play the dampening game and then eventually push in and do an all-in. If not, I think what they need to do is play kind of the closest wizard strategy. So if Chanimal is really pushed up on Samayam, on Sea-Doo, then they should, in my opinion, go after Chanimal. If Wealthy Man's doing that, then they should go after Wealthy Man. I think they just need to be switching up their targeting, not be afraid to just let Sam take control of the match with polymorphs on the off target, and try to win in that way.
Okay, yeah, so you're kind of the mindset right now of either go deep dampening, maybe ride the pillar just a little bit, or maybe go for a strategy where you see it, you hit it.
Yep.
All right, very important to keep in mind. Also, I do want to ask, because I've just been hearing it, I highly doubt the stream can hear it. Zico, is it early morning for you? Are there birds chirping outside?
Wait, can you guys hear the birds?
I can hear the birds clear as day, and I thought I was going crazy, dude. I was going crazy. I literally was Googling. I was like, what does it mean if you hear birds chirping? I thought I was losing my mind, man. Oh, man.
I feel like Elliot's going to lose his lighting pretty soon.
I got,
it's still sunny outside.
I got like a mother bird and a bunch of kids that they live under my roof above my window, and they're just kind of chilling there. I hang out with them in the morning, and I guess they're calling for me right now.
No, they're cheering along.
I'm busy right now.
They're cheering along as we do enter Tolvaron. It's been a long day, but it has been an incredible day. It's always a lot of fun when we do get to show up on a Sunday and actually see two finals, right? EU and NA. It feels darn good to be back as well, and it feels great to be getting to watch all of these games with you guys. I've missed you all a whole bunch, and now it's time to see, are we going to find Cloud9 on match point, or is Method Orange going to keep this one rocking and rolling?
All right, Tolvaron Arena.
not the place you want to see Cloud9's Mage Warlock on the other side. This is probably going to be the most difficult game this year for Method Orange to win. Frogs versus Crabs. Crabs put a point on the board. Mez charges in. That's quite a bold move, as Weltyman's likely to move into that far corner in the near future, and if he follows, he's going to be susceptible to a lot of damage.
I mean, he definitely is, but I mean, sometimes you can get that false sense of confidence when the game goes to 70% dampening that you can survive and take quite a bit of punishment in the matchup. But we have seen games end really quickly as well. Mez, it looks like he's going to be doing the closest wizard strategy where Wealthy Man has been running away, so he goes after Chanimal. The problem is, if you leave Wealthy Man alone for too long, you see what happens. Big Greater Pyroblast. Now, Chanimal as well, looking for some big damage. That's the combustion from Wealthy Man. Samayam actually able to dispel it. Oh, nice dispel there by Samayam, slowing down Wealthy Man's damage just a little bit. Here's the intimidating shout, and now a big counter pressure coming in from Method Orange.
Whoa! This is Cloud9's best map, but Wealthy Man is absolutely exploding. Is he going to be able to stabilize? Yep, not enough crowd control, unfortunately. Life Cocoon going to save the day here. Cedar getting leg swept, but he's too far away to go on to. He gets feared instead. Mez going to be the target for now. Disarmed by that grapple weapon. Not going to be getting too much counter pressure with the rest of that avatar, unfortunately. Greater Pyro casted. No pummel. Stormbolt instead. Chanimal is polymorphed. Sam, is he going to push in aggressively here? He's playing out in midfield. He's in range to blink for Poly on Cubsy or to blink back. He decides to blink in, double blinking in, but doesn't manage to find the Poly. And Cubsy's like, yo, you just double blinked? I'm going to the other pillar. See you later. Now Sam doesn't have a shimmer to get back, and Cubsy can basically chill. Although knowing Cubsy, he's probably already just permanently chill.
Yeah, definitely has got his sunglasses on right now. Just, up 2-1 in the grand finals. Things are looking good on Tolvaron Arena. But, I mean, Method Orange, they're not going to make it easy. They put a point up on the board. They're looking to tie the series up. And if they can win on Tolvaron, I think that's going to be very telling for the series. I think whoever wins on this map is going to win this series. So if Method Orange can battle it back on their worst map, I could see them bringing it, potentially to a Game 7 or just, bringing it back the series completely. But I think if Cloud9 wins here, it's going to be really difficult for Method Orange to recover. Big setup on Sea-Doo. Looks like he will be able to survive the stun, the leg sweep into the Mortal Coil. But Sea-Doo with the Life Cocoon deflects it quite easily. But I really like these setups from Cloud9 punishing Sea-Doo when he gets overextended.
All right, let's see if they can get a punish here. All right, now Cubsy's positioned far away from Sam. And if Sam goes any further forward, Chaos Bolt and Greater Pyro are definitely going to be threatening. Let's see what he decides to do. Just lobbing out fireballs for now. Polymorphed. Chanimal fears Mez. Those fears will sit occasionally if they get that enrage from Mez, so nice setup to get a Greater Pyro from Chanimal. Sam got polymorphed 3 times. I think he's going to get feared 3 times. Nope, he says stop it, Chanimal. He Dragon's Breasts him. Sea-Doo rolls up on a Cubsy. Getting into Cubsy's crib here, paralyzed into a leg sweep. But he pre-Vitality conduited Wealthy Man. I swear Cubsy has a 100% conduit rate. Like, you're only going to kill someone on his team in dampening when the conduit just doesn't save them anymore if he keeps this up.
I mean, Conduit pretty much always saves you. It's really strong. So, I don't know. I think what ends up happening is Cubsy kind of lets Samayam go for a sheep and just says, okay, you want to sheep me? Here it is. Boom. Conduit at the end of it. It's like almost like a priest using Premonition just to kind of bait out Samayam's mobility. But yeah, Cubsy's been doing a really good job with that, and it's been keeping Wealthy Man nice and healthy in the matchup. Samayam, Sea-Doo, they're positioned very far away, just going after Chanimal. And I think this is kind of best case scenario right now. I mean, Chanimal's stuck in the open. Samayam's basically getting free damage on him. Now Mez is actually changing his target over to Wealthy Man. I like that. He spell reflects a Greater Pyroblast, then makes a swap onto Wealthy Man, taking advantage of that damage.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Cubsy's, again, in that defensive position, far on the left side of the map. Sam blinks back far to the right side of the map, in range for Sea-Doo to pick him up, but Mez is charging forward out into midfield. Chanimal switching his attention. Nope, actually still going after Sam. Looks like they would rather attack the Mage. Greater Pyro and Chaos Bolts fly over. Sam is forced to blink back. Cubsy sees that blink back and is sitting down for a drink and gets full mana as a recovery, and that's the advantage of this map. It's just that both Sea-Doo and Sam have to go so far. They literally have to go across the desert to get crowd control on Sea-Doo, or on Cubsy. And when they do get in range, he can activate a cooldown. Now, Cubsy, he uses the Demonic Gateway to get right on top of Cedo for that Paralyze. Infernal into a leg sweep. This could be absolutely devastating for Cedo, but he pre-fortifying brewed that attempt, reduced a ton of damage. It bought time for his team to get there. Rallying cry from Mez as well to boost him back up. Cubsy into a stun. Sam looking for Polymorph. Finds it, but on diminishing return. Don't think it's going to be too devastating here for Wealthy Man, as Mez is unfortunately feared away. No Enrage available. Life Cocoon stabilizes Wealthy Man. Greater Pyro in the air. Chaos Bolt in the air. Dark Soul is up. They need to be careful. Another Greater Pyro in the air onto Sam. Cedo looking to pick him up. There is still 2 interrupts, so they're going to duck around the corner and get him back to full health. Mez is charging forward. Cloud9 switch their attention to him.
Yep, Mez is going to be switching his attention onto Chanimal, but Wealthy Man, just look at these Greater Power Blasts. It's just Greater Power Blast after Greater Power Blast. Cedo is struggling to heal through it at this point, but he should be able to recover at 5% dampening. I feel like if there's not crowd control on either one of these monks, it's extremely unlikely we see one of these teams go down. So as long as Cubsy and Cedo are positioned far away, I don't think either side is going to have the overwhelming damage to just take someone down out of thin air. Unless Wealthy Man can just get a whole bunch of Greater Power Blasts with a Shimmer. But I think that's just unlikely because it seems like Mez, Sam, and Cedo, they're looking out for that. Samayam eating another Greater Power Blast in the midfield. Cedo, though, positioned so far away. Samayam needing to retreat. Vitality Conduit does land. Cedo's going to have to heal through that damage. Look at Mez. Look at how far away he is right now. He uses the Spell Reflect. Gets the reflected damage on Chanimal, and now they're going for burst. Samayam pushes in. Nice Dragon's Breath on Wealthy Man. Looking for some pressure, but unfortunately doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it. There's a full intimidating shout. Method Orange, this is their push. This is where they're trying to get aggressive, but it's Sam is the one that's in trouble. Combustion coming in from Wealthy Man. This could be the Cauterize from Samayam. Big Chaos Bolt landing. He's got the Temporal Shield. He just has to hold on. It procs. Cedo, he just needs a second for the Life Cocoon. If he can get out of crowd control, Samayam ultimately will survive.
I feel like that's actually crazy that he doesn't even need to Life Cocoon that attempt there. That looked perfect for Cloud9. Dampening kicking up, though, at 12%. Multiple Greater Pyros. Mez is spending a lot of time on the Warlock, and Wealthy Man is surely taking advantage of that. They actually used the Conduit on Sam before any crowd control just to stabilize. Cedo ports on top of Cubsy. Very cheeky play by Cedo, but he gets caught in a Polymorph, and he can't follow up. That was a good shutdown by Wealthy Man, and now Cubsy is going to reposition. Cubsy needs to be careful with where he's standing because Cedo has now consistently had his port in a position where he can actually teleport right on top of him, and that could definitely be a way for Method Orange to win if Cubsy isn't aware of it.
Ooh, one of these monks has their portal in the middle of the map, and that could definitely be an absolute disaster. Cedo's going to be pushing in right now. Can he get the crowd control? He gets caught into a Polymorph, caught into a Fear, but it breaks. Unfortunately, it breaks. Now Cedo positioned across the map. I mean, Cubsy just runs away. Samayam getting bursted down just a little bit, but Cedo should be able to recover. Cedo still, once again, chasing Cubsy. Cubsy repositions away. There's the Paralyze. Where's the damage? We need to see damage coming in from Method Orange, but Mez just gets feared away, and Samayam's been left all alone. Forced to trade out the Cocoon to keep Samayam alive. Nicely done there by Chanimal, by Wealthy Man, slowing down that attempt, getting the counter pressure that they need. And that's the problem with this large map, is when Sam is in the open, Mez is in the open, it gives Wealthy Man and Chanimal an extended period of time to actually try to take them down. Wealthy Man once again looking for a Pyroblast. Mez shuts it down with the Stormbolt. And if we just sit back and look at mana at this point, both of these Mistweaver monks, I don't think either of them have had a chance to sit down and drink, but look at their mana. They're both just sitting. I don't know if they're playing like a really mana efficient build or what, but they're both at not 90% mana at this point in the game. And I could easily see, as long as these teams keep playing as defensive as they are, or as careful as they are, I should say, I think this game could go to 40% dampening.
All right, Sam Frostnova's the Fell Hunter. Hopefully out of line of sight of Cedo so he can top off here. Dark Soul's up, and Mez is trying to take control of it with the Stormbolt. I really think Mez needs to start timing these Berserker Rages a little bit differently. I feel like he's just Berserker Raging every Fear as soon as he can, but he needs to save it for the Fear that matters when they get crowd control on Cubsy, because during that last attempt, he just couldn't get out of his own Fear. Definitely want to see him change the way he's using it. Samayam getting blown up, though, in midfield. Is he going to be able to survive while Cedo's in a Polymorph? A little bit unbelievable. They can't even get the Cauterize with that crowd control given the positioning, but Sam will easily now recover with the Life Cocoon. Blinking back into midfield. Cedo is rolling up, looking for a leg sweep, but gets intercepted by Chanimal. Good interception from Cloud9. Now Cubsy rolling up, looking for a stun. There's a Greater Pyro already in the sky. This could be Sea-Doo goodbye. Barely transcendencing out of line of sight from the follow-up, and Cloud9 are not afraid to mix it up here. 9 minutes, 50 seconds into the game. Sam falls behind, but Vitality Conduit there, the trusty Conduit, is picking him back up.
Yep, and Sea-Doo did have to trade out as every man for himself, so I mean, if we see Chanimal, Wealthy Man really pool everything, Sea-Doo could be in some trouble. But now, look at Method Orange. They're going aggressive. Polymorph onto Cubsy. Chanimal, he's in the midfield trying to get to his gateway, looking for Fears potentially. Unfortunately, can't find it, but he's just so low. He's not even trading. He doesn't trade out his major defensive cooldown, the Unending Resolve. Cubsy, it's just enough for him to get the Life Cocoon. Now Mez in some trouble. Life Cocoon trades for Sea-Doo. Both these Mistweaver monks recovering from scary situations with that really powerful Life Cocoon. That was a scary moment for Chanimal, but he didn't overreact. Now, like I was saying, Sea-Doo's now in a position with no every man for himself, where if he pushes in and gets caught into a leg sweep, an Infernal Stun, a Mortal Coil, Wealthy Man could just delete him from the game with Combustion. We've seen it in the past. It could happen. Sea-Doo's going to have to be very careful.
I feel like you just don't do anything aggressively until you have every man for yourself. I really don't think you should take the risk here. If they can win on this map, I mean, they might be able to win the whole series, so don't take any big risks like that. Wealthy Man, though, he's left open. One Greater Pyro, looking for a second one, but Chanimal's kind of getting owned. Nether Ward's at very low health. I mean, Mez's damage is substantial. Sea-Doo's moving in. Oh, he gets intercepted by a Fear. Totally shut down, and now Sam's in trouble. Warbanner gets dropped by Mez. He's trying to predict some crowd control, but wasn't able to actually be landed, so the Warbanner not going to get too much value. Mez is risking it. He's going in battle stance. Sea-Doo once again crossing midfield, porting on top of Cubsy. Could be game-winning. Trying to ring a piece him against the wall into the leg sweep. Buying as much time as he can for his team, but these polymorphs, there's the full Fear I'm talking about. No Berserker Rage. Mez's team is in so much trouble. Sea-Doo's in a leg sweep. Sam blinks back. He gets spell locked on the poly. But Chanimal can't find too much damage. They get a full Fear, though. Big combustion here from Wealthy Man. Can they finally get the Cauterize from Sam? Unbelievable, not even getting the Cauterize on that push. Vitality Conduit going to save Sam, and now Sam's counter-engaging. Mez gets the crowd control. Big pressure onto Chan. Sea-Doo rolling up as well, in position and ready to get further crowd control as they look to try and win on Cloud9's best map.
Ooh, Chanimal in midfield. He's still 50% health. Cubsy, you can see, look at the positioning of these monks. Sea-Doo wants to play on top of Cubsy, but Cubsy wants to be as far away as possible, so he's always just crossing the map. It's a bit of a game of cat and mouse between these two Mistweaver monks. Wealthy Man finds one Greater Pyroblast. Mez actually getting in battle stance, getting really aggressive here. Chanimal gets topped off by Cubsy. Wealthy Man and Polymorph. Look at Sam Miami. Pushes in, tries to go for the Dragon's Breath. Wealthy Man denies. There's one thing Wealthy Man is really good at. It is protecting Cubsy. Now Sea-Doo crosses the map. He gets caught into a Fear, into a Polymorph. Who are they going after? Sam Miami. He's going to be using line of sight with his Temporal Shield. Can he hold on? Needs to hold on to that Cauterize. One Chaos Bolt lands on Sea-Doo. Greater Pyroblast as well. It's big damage, but it looks like Sea-Doo should be able to recover. Sam should be okay as well. And Mez in the midfield is a great target for Wealthy Man and Chanimal to go after.
He got feared, but he got feared to Cubsy. He could stop the drink. Unfortunately, the drink already did the damage it needed to do. He's basically full mana. Great reset here for Cloud9. Sam is pinned at the pillar at the moment. Mez is just constantly getting crowd controlled. Chaos Bolts, Pyros being casted here. Mez spell reflecting. I think he got a spell reflect on that Greater Pyro. Well timed. Wealthy Man getting blasted, but that Temporal Shield is going to be able to absorb all the damage and heal him back to full. Sea-Doo in a Polymorph. Mez could be in trouble. Blade storming back behind the pillar, but now Sea-Doo's left out in midfield. Is Cubsy going to roll up and look for a stun? No, but Chanimal is going to cast a Chaos Bolt onto him. Sea-Doo runs away. Mez runs in, but Wealthy Man's baiting him into midfield. Mez wants to go for the win. Stuns Wealthy Man, but gets grapple weaponed. Not going to find too much damage without an axe on that warrior. Sea-Doo's still at half health with basically no mana left. And Method Orange really need to win this game if they even want to hope to take the series.
Ooh, look at Sea-Doo. He's just so low. I mean, he has to play catch-up. We're at 55% dampening once again. I think the last game went to 70%, but on Tolvaron Arena, it is so hard to recover. Cubsy now into a full Fear as Mez looking to push forward and close out the game. Chanimal getting low. He gates away, drops his gateway, and Mez just has no mobility to get there. He's already used his Heroic Leap. He's already used his charge. Finally reconnects onto Chanimal, but the CC's over. Cubsy should be able to top off Chanimal, and he does with the Vitality Conduit. Look at mana. Sidu almost completely tapped on mana at this point of the game. Cubsy, I don't know if he was able to sit down for a drink or what, but he's still 60% mana. He's got a lot of gas left in the tank. Mez is getting lower. He's got the die by the sword. Is he going to have to trade it out? Chanimal with his Dark Soul, he has to be shut down here. If he lands any Chaos Bolts, it's going to be absolutely devastating for Mez and Samayam. Sidu has to heal through all of this damage right now. Greater Power Blast lands on Mez. A second one potentially being cast out. Samayam saves the day with a counter spell, and that shuts that down, but Mez is still not out of the woods yet! And that's going to be it. I mean, Mez, that's what happens. You get caught in the open for so long on Tolvaron. They're able to survive for a while, but when you just don't have the Heroic Leap, you don't have the charge, you don't have the Spell Reflect, you can be a sitting duck, and Sidu is completely out of mana. And, I mean, Cloud9 able to pick up that third win.
They're able to do that. That's going to be match point because we are in the grand final for North America, which means this one is going to be a best of 7. We said that map, the space was obviously going to be a big factor, Zico. So let's actually talk about how it did play out. Zico.
It's not on purpose, man. Like, what can I say? I'm just dumb. It's not on purpose. You know, I'm the type of guy, I would say at least like once or twice a week, I exit the car with like my seatbelt still on. I'm that guy, man. Like, what can I say? Anyway, you were asking me about the map. I think the map played a big factor. I think that... trying to come up with something to say.
Sorry.
Kind of take away from the fact that, you know, it happened again. Rich, anytime you want to come in and save me, like, feel free.
And we were talking about the space of the space of the map really being crucial in that one. And then Rookie, how did it actually play out in that game? I got you, bro.
Well, I mean, the way that game played out was essentially the way most of these games have. Method Orange, they're trying to create pressure on Wealthy Men early on, and then later on in the game, go after Chanimal. There was a few close calls, but the problem is the map is just so large. I mean, the defining moment in the game really was when Mez had to use Heroic Leap, get the intimidating shout on Cubsy, started waddling back to Chanimal, got the charge, and then Chanimal just skated away. And at that point, you have no charge, you have no Heroic Leap, no mobility left, and then after that, when he finally reconnected, he was in a spot where he's got no mobility, he's got no way to run, so if they do end up getting some damage on him, he can't ever escape, and that's exactly what we saw.
Dude, it's I'm sorry, it's just so funny because I get to experience you being muted twice every time because chat eventually catches up. And then the second the chat realizes you're muted, it's just like muted XD, and it's just like a flood of muted XDs in the chat, man. Oh man, it is actually really enjoyable. But hey, you know what else is really enjoyable?
It's fine. Next week,
getting
guys.
to watch a grand final with two teams that are this incredible to watch. Zico, I know that nobody heard it besides us. You were talking about how it just seems like they have gotten better and better as this series has gone on, and I gotta agree with you. I feel like both of these teams really seem to just be
Rich. Yeah. Are you unbuttoning a button like every
No,
game?
I haven't, but it's...
I swear, like every game I've looked, and there's like another button that's done.
Are you wearing pants?
Oh, this is the whole out. That whole out. It's connected.
To what?
It's a one. It's a
onesie.
Yeah, it's a one piece. Yes, it's a romp him.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah, it's a romper for men. A romp him. And speaking of getting romped, Method has.
Can we get a teabag clip from that?
Whoa, slow down there.
Is that, or is it only when Sidu dies that they do that?
I only saw it the one time, yeah, and he was just tired from the matchup, so he was just sitting down, stretching. It's really important, guys. I know that we've been live. My stream says it's been 13 hours. You know, every now and then you got to get up and down. You got to do squats. You got to make sure that the blood is moving to your toes. You want to make sure that you don't get blood clots or anything like that. So that's all he was doing. Cedu's face just happened to be in the way of making sure that he was staying healthy. So speaking of staying healthy, that's definitely what these teams want to do. If you don't manage to stay healthy and your health goes to 0, you do die and in game. And right now we are going to see the comps on Blackrock Hold. This could be the last game of the night. Then Rookie, what are you thinking before we do touch down on Blackrock Hold?
I'm thinking it's a small map, and Method Orange definitely has a chance. They need to keep battling. There's not that many large maps. Like, I don't think there's any other unwinnable maps for Method Orange, so it's still not over just yet, but Cloud9, I mean, they're looking absolutely unstoppable. We have to keep in mind, no one has been able to beat Cloud9. They have just marched through the upper bracket all the way to the grand finals, already beating Method Orange in a series. They're just one game away from winning this tournament, and I mean, they're just looking like such a scary team, as they kind of always do. I mean, for Method Orange, you really have to I feel like you have to pat them on the back, because they actually finally have an answer that looks like it could work. I mean, it definitely could work. It's not an easy matchup by any means, but they finally have something that they can sort of polish up that would maybe, you know, be an answer for Cloud9 in the future, if not in this series.
Yeah, and it goes back to something that Supati said, right? Supati was like, this is the best practice that they're going to get. And as crazy as that does sound in a lot of ways, it really is a hugely important thing, because you got to be thinking about the year as a whole. As much as Method Orange has had a couple of really tough games in this series, all in all, they have to be thinking about the years. This is going to be a matchup that they're going to have to play throughout the entirety of the year. If they are starting to get their feet, they have to think big picture. How far will that allow them to go? Still, they want to extend this series. Otherwise, Cloud9 is going to be the first champions of the year for North America and join the likes of Method Black. The gates are about to open.
Here we go.
They're definitely getting a good bang for their buck so far, playing one best of 5 and then one best of 7. That's a lot of war games for what, 20 points? Could be worth.
20 points is a lot, right? I mean, when you actually do look at we'll look at the standings at the end of the day. For now, though, all eyes need to be on this matchup as we get it underway.
Here we go. We're on match point. Cloud9 need just one more victory. Method Orange locking in a close quartered map of the Blackrock Hold. Let's see if they can pull off a victory and stay alive in this final. Cubsy gets counterspelled. Great aggression from Method Orange right off the bat, but if they don't get follow-up, Cubsy will easily heal through that, as he is. And now Cedu caught in a fear. Who's going to be the target, Sam or Mez? Maybe Cedu. Cedu's out in midfield. He life cocoons instantly, realizing what was happening there. He's going to just walk it off, get back to the box, but that was his every man for himself, so he can't escape from a situation like that for, I believe, another 3 minutes. And he's likely going to have to play passive before that is available again.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Cubsy's doing a good job. Whenever Cedu is pushing for that crowd control, Cubsy's now just baiting him in the open and saying, okay, well, you know what? If you don't land your crowd control, I'm just going to use Paralyze on you. I'm going to leg sweep you, and my team's going to back me up. And Cedu, that was a really scary situation for him. Wealthy Man did use the combustion. They almost took Cedu down, but with the every man for himself, with the life cocoon, he was able to survive. But like you said, that's a 3-minute cooldown. No longer going to be available. Cedu definitely has to think twice before pushing it again. And actually, Sam I Am's Cauterize has procced, so he's going to have to be careful as well. Wealthy Man snuck in some greater Pyroblast. They were able to get Sam I Am's cheat death, and without that cheat death, I can tell you as a Fire Mage, you are not nearly as confident being aggressive.
Yeah, especially with how much damage just exists right now, with the things like the dressed, things like just the raw damage of a lot of these classes. Chanimal getting one big Chaos Ball can just take you from 60% to 0. Usually you have that safety net, but now Sam I Am gonna, like you said, have to be extremely careful with that. And Cedu, he's in a tough spot here because you guys say he has to stay back, and I do agree with that, but I think if Method Orange doesn't want to just get completely walked over, he needs to try to get some, paralyzes onto Cubsy. So Cedu's going to have to play a very, very, hard game here, balancing his defense and his offense, because if he ever gets caught in a polymorph integrated pyro, he's dead. There's no way out of a stun for at least like another minute. So I think Sea-Doo's gonna have to be on his toes now.
Sam's using Counterspell very aggressively. 2 already onto Cubsy, but that means he can't stop Chaos Bolt, Fear, Greater Pyro, or Polymorph. So let's see if Cloud9 can punish that Counterspell usage from Sam. Sam pulls back for a moment here. He's got Combustion ready. So does Wealthy Man, where the mage is going to allocate this powerful cooldown. Chanimal drops the gateway. Sea-Doo ports instantly. He knew he was going to be the target, and he had his portal back here in the room. Any pre-fort brew, Sea-Doo was ready for that. Chanimal was ready to just jump right on top of him, and he quite literally did. But Sea-Doo with good awareness there avoids a near-death experience.
Ooh, let's see. I mean, right now, Sea-Doo, he's positioned very far away, not wanting to play too aggressive. If they do want to have any hope of closing out the game, I think Sea-Doo needs to compromise his position a little bit, but it might be one of those things where Method Orange says, you know what, we're probably not going to land a kill until later on in the game. We can afford to play just like pretty conservative. So I think Sea-Doo, if he wants to, if he doesn't have the Everman for himself, sitting back at this point in the game and not necessarily risking it, I think is a good decision, because it just doesn't seem like early on, without dampening, Method Orange is winning these exchanges, but later on, that's when their aggression really starts adding up. As I say that, Mez leaps over, gets the Intimidating Shout, but actually a pre-grapple weapon by Cubsy. Mez was mid-air with the Fear, and Cubsy grapple weaponed him, and now Mez is being completely punished. The Life Cocoon comes in from Sea-Doo to keep him alive. Wealthy Man, though, taking some damage, as Mez and Sam I Am are looking to reverse the pressure with a Polymorph onto Cubsy. Good counter pressure here by both teams, but that was a really nice grapple by Cubsy. I just wanted to highlight.
Big push. Can they get it? Oh, not enough.
Wealthy Man's still kind of low though. Mez, he has good pressure if he can break through that cocoon, but I don't think he's gonna be able to. Getting Polymorph there. And now, once again, I think Sea-Doo should have his Everyman for himself now, though. So we could potentially see Sea-Doo looking to push in a little bit more. Sam, still 2 minutes on his Cauterize, so Sam is still a pretty good target for Cloud9, but right now they're going after Mez. Polymorph secured onto Sea-Doo. Mez leaping immediately to safety, has his Spell Reflect. He's just going to be sitting there behind that pillar, waiting for a bit until Sea-Doo comes out of crowd control. And now Cloud9 are looking to set something up onto Sea-Doo here. No Warbanner available, but also no lockdown with those stuns. So Sea-Doo's just going to be able to move quickly behind that pillar, stabilize himself, stabilize Mez. And now, once again, Method Orange are on the offense, looking for Chanimal here. I want to see them, they're going after Wealthy Man. I actually want to see them try to look for an opening onto Chanimal. I feel like Wealthy Man has too much defense right now.
Let's see what they can get done. Sam still needs to wait another minute for his Cauterize. Doesn't have that safety net. Cubsy is currently stunned. They want to get a Cauterize from Wealthy Man, but they're not finding it. Vitality Conduit going to save him. Sea-Doo's in a Polymorph. Sam's in trouble. They're on match point. Mez is crowd controlled as well. How much damage can they get out? They're swapping over to Sea-Doo once again. Mez leaps in, saving the day with that double Intimidating Shout. Perfectly timed by Mez on that Warrior. He is improving game to game. Let's see if they can get a win here on Blackrock Hold.
Now we'll see. I mean, that was a really nice peel there by Mez, keeping Sea-Doo alive with that Intimidating Shout. But that being said, that means they don't have Intimidating Shout to get aggressive. We are 5% dampening in the game. Fear now onto Sea-Doo as he eats one Chaos Bolt, but being out of line of sight should be completely fine. As pushing forward, getting some cleave damage onto both Wealthy Man and Chanimal. Sam in a good position to avoid damage. Really good position from Method Orange right now. Cubsy in the open. Wealthy Man and Chanimal actually just standing on top of each other. Mez is getting a lot of cleave damage out. I mean, I guess it's not ended up mattering that much, but definitely not ideal positioning for Chanimal and Wealthy Man.
Yeah, and you know, it's hard on this map as well because you kind of want to get aggressive, but if you position too close to these pillars, then all of a sudden Mez is just going to be able to do too much pressure. So you need to kind of try to drag Mez away, and right now they finally are doing that. Mez playing closest wizard though, gonna swap target to Chan, and I do like that. They're kind of just taking over this side of the map. Cubsy's forced to swap to his side. Wealthy Man looking for some polymorphs here, and not gonna be able to find any just yet. Looking to polymorph up Sam, going for some greater pyroblast. Probably gonna get interrupted. No, he actually connects one onto Mez right there, getting storm bolted though. And now Mez sharpen blading, looking to get aggressive here, but once again, Vitality Conduit gonna keep everybody on C9 completely fine. But now Combustion gets pulled. Sam caught up in the room. Beautiful Life Cocoon by Sea-Doo before he gets polymorphed right there. Should keep Sam alive, and now Wealthy Man is on the back foot here, man.
Oh, it definitely is. Temporal Shield on the Drestagath coming in from Mez. Mez was able to burst him down quite a bit with that Drestagath trinket, but ultimately it looks like he's going to be able to hold on to that Cauterize. And I have a question. Have they been able to get Wealthy Man's Cauterize at all?
I don't think so.
Not in this
Not
game.
even in the game that they won, I don't think. It was Chanimal that fell. I actually don't think they've got Cauterize from Wealthy Man in any game this
Any
series.
game ever. Yeah.
In both
Any game
series?
ever. It might have been in the last series they got Cauterized once, but in this series, definitely not. Sidu is crowd controlled. Sam's positioned at the top of the ramp, though, but Chan's going after Sidu. Chan is just having free reign. Cubsy gets counterspelled. Sam goes for potentially the game-winning play. They need a tiny bit more damage to push him over the edge, and they don't have it. Vitality Conduit now ticking on Wealthy Man. That blue swirly swish is going to save Wealthy Man quite easily.
I love that.
What? What are you laughing
the
at?
Vitality sound. I like that. All right,
let's
so
see.
Sheep on Sea-Doo, stun on Sam. Actually, it was a Dragon's Breath. It broke immediately. Sam gonna be repositioning here, looking for some polys. Kind of both teams just looking for an opening. I really feel like that this is the point where you want to go after Chanimal, but again, another attack here onto Wealthyman. Chanimal even has Dark Soul active. I feel like this is the best time ever to go for Chanimal, but now he's gonna Dark Soul Bolt Naz. Beautiful damage there. Sea-Doo actually taking a lot of damage there as well. Sea-Doo though gonna be able to stabilize himself. Keep Wealthy Man topped as well with that Life Cocoon. So once again, Mistweavers are both gonna be able to deflect the assault here. But still, I feel like Chan should be the target now for Method Orange moving forward. What do you guys think?
I think at this point in dampening, it's probably a good decision. Wealthy Man with his cheat death, with his ice block, there's just a lot to bounce his health back up. Samai and Mez are going to continue this push forward onto Wealthy Man. Big Chaos Bolt's going to land on Sam. He shrugs it off, though. Grapple weapon now on Mez. Cubsy slowing down the damage just a little bit. Wealthy Man with his Temporal Shield as well. That's going to be more than enough for him to survive and sort of reverse this pressure. If we look at mana, Sea-Doo actually for the first time is ahead on mana over Cubsy. And maybe that could be the deciding factor of this game. I mean, when it gets to 60-70% dampening, both these Mistweaver monks are just spamming out really inefficient enveloping mist to keep their team alive. So definitely look out for that as the game goes forward. Cubsy now in a leg sweep. Wealthy Man getting a little bit low, but without more crowd control, I think Cubsy should be able to top him off.
All right, let's see if we can break dampening records here. I think we're at 73% so far this year. 73 is around there, 70 to 75%. So this one's at 30, almost halfway there. Sea-Doo has a mana advantage that is at least going in favor of Method Orange, and they didn't lose in that window where Cauterize wasn't available or every man for himself. So they definitely still in this one here in the grand finals of North American Cup #1. Sea-Doo's rolling up, looking for crowd control. Wanted to land it, but that Ring of Frost didn't connect, so the chain has been dropped. Sea-Doo still waiting in the wings. Is he going to go for the paralyze? He's chasing Cubsy around right now. Cubsy is quite afraid of him, rolling back towards the backside of the ramp. Chanimal line of sights while he's interrupted, posting up with Cubsy, playing defensive. It looks like they may be trying to set up a drink for Cubsy. Wealthy Man getting spam, Mez getting spam polymarked by Wealthy Man. Sea-Doo rolls into midfield, repositioning. Cubsy consistently switching sides, but Sea-Doo gets caught in a polymark. Big bursts of damage onto Sam, but that rallying cry build that Mez has built, he's basically copying Blizzo with that moment of glory. Rallying Cry is a massive heal every minute, saving Sam in that position. If it's not that Vitality Conduit or the Life Cocoon, it sure will be that Rallying Cry. Nice spell reflect on the Chaos Bolt by Mez. Good pummel on the Greater Pyro. Wealthy Man's taking a beating. Cubsy is crowd controlled. Method Orange look to stay alive in the tournament. Double stun by Sea-Doo. They're pushing through the Life Cocoon. Can they cut through Life Cocoon to get that Cauterize? It doesn't look like it. Wealthy Man stabilizing, and now Mez is on the run. Match point. Is he going to hold on? Sea-Doo is still feared. He line of sights at the door. Wealthy Man gets ring appeased for a moment. Sea-Doo's got a lot of work ahead of himself, though, at 40% dampening.
It's not looking too good here for Method Orange right now. Sea-Doo in a full counterspell. No Vitality Conduit active. What is he going to do here to keep his team going? Right now, C9, though, going back into the room, even locking the door right there, trying to keep Sam on the outskirts. And they're just going to be waiting for their CDs to rotate back up. They're going to have that Life Cocoon available. Double leg sweep here. Chanimal looking to dig in with the double Mortal Coil to follow that one up as well. Getting a few Chaos Bolts here. And you can see dampening is really starting to make it difficult for these monks to keep their players at 100% HP. There's always somebody on Method Orange, under 50%. Sam right now gets a huge hit. Cauterize trigger. Cedar in a full poly. That surely's got to be the ice block. Sam greeting it extremely hard right now. And Cedar's still in a full fear. DR polymorph, but he does sneak in a life cocoon in between. Cubsy, pre-vitality on that sheep there as well. So now both teams are swinging hard here, man.
Oh, they definitely are. I mean, Sam I Am manages to hold on to his ice block with his Battle Master's Trinket. Very important. Now, Chanimal, he's in some trouble. Cubsy connects the Life Cahoon. He's going to be A-OK. But Sam, once again, without that cheat death, it's going to be very scary. If he gets bursted down, it could just be the game. He gets low, forced into the ice block. And now, no Cauterize, no ice block, not stacking versatility. Sam is extremely susceptible to being taken down, and Sidu's just still in crowd control. The Infernal Stuns drop down. Sam I Am gets out of line of sight. Mez trying to play basically point guard at this point, but honestly, Wealthy Man and Channel are really just punishing Mez too. Now Sidu's in a fear. Cloud9 has complete control of the game at this point. What is Method Orange going to do?
Cloud9 are on match point. Mez has traded basically everything but the kitchen sink to stay alive. Cedar's entire team is being rotted down by the pressure of Cloud9, the dampening overlords of North America. Method Orange are posted up in the room. But what are they going to do? Cubsy's just going to drink if they wait too long. They have to make a move. They're charging out with what little resources they've got left. But Mez isn't even making it back to a target before he might die. Charging in, but grapple weaponed on his charge. He's not going to find any damage without his sword. Chanimal repositioning, baiting Mez into the room. Mez not falling for the bait. Switches targets back to Wealthy Man in midfield. Popping that Warbreaker, looking to ramp up the damage with the sharpened blade to reduce the heals at 54% dampening. They're pushing. They're trying their hardest to get that Cauterize from Wealthy Man, but Cubsy in the backline is easily healing through it. Sam has to blink back defensively, but that was a greater Pyro straight to the face. Temporal Shield absorbing some hits. Sidu gets polymorphed. Sam is hiding for his life. No. Sidu gets lobbed out by a Chaos Ball. I think that was a mistake by Chan, honestly. Let that polymorph sit. Let them suffer a little bit longer. But Sidu's rolling up. His team's got nothing, but he's trying to make the play.
Yeah, but I feel like Sidu can just do whatever he wants now because he is on that poly and fear. They are pushing forward, gets the Vitality Conduit as well right before he gets feared there. And Wealthy Man is feeling the heat, but so is Sam. No ice block available, no life cocoon for a couple more seconds. How is Sam going to survive? He finally gets some distance from Mez. Mez now swapping his attention over to Wealthy Man here. Sam looking to just get full HP in that poly, but the poly gets swapped to Sidu and Mez gets erased. C9 gonna be taking the grand finals here in North America of AWC Cup #1.
Well, we have two champions. Congratulations to Cloud9 and Method Black. Let's look at how Cloud9 was able to do it in NA. Also, Method Orange did play fantastically. I think the top 3 of NA looked really insane. Every single team that made it to the top 8 in both NA and EU looked pretty gosh darn good. I think we're going to have a fantastic year on our hands. It's just getting started. This is just the first week. And I think for us, because we got to take a look during some of those community tournaments as well, we can already tell how much each team has stepped it up from those tournaments. And they weren't even that long ago. So just imagining what's going to happen now as these teams really start to push the limits of every single class, of every single spec, of every single corruption on the tournament realm. I just think we're in for a crazy year. But let's talk about that game in particular, Zico. Let's talk about how Cloud9 was able to take it.
I feel like Cloud9, they just did a good job kind of stopping a lot of these onslaughts. I feel like Method Orange, they had good offense. They were looking for opportunity. They weren't getting caught off, too badly as well from these Wizards. But Cloud9, they kept their chokehold. They were playing to their win condition. And, eventually, a couple of Greater Pirates sneak through, a Chaos Bolt sneaks through, and all of a sudden Mez is going to go down, Mm-hmm. And a lot of it comes down to what we talk about as well with multiple pressure points. If Sidu thinks he's going to die and he's immediately porting out of there using Ford Brute preemptively, and, Sam has no ice block and no Cauterize, and Mez is the one that goes down in the end, playing into that, it's got to be extremely difficult because when you're healing, you don't know, should I cocoon this guy? How should I distribute my cooldowns here with my teammates to make sure everybody survives?
Yeah, that is a very, very good point and something that we really are going to need to think about when this matchup happens again, right? Because I talked about it right before we jumped into the matchup. Supatis was one of the people who brought it up initially. This is a matchup that we expect to see a lot of. We can look over everything that happened this weekend in North America. We actually started things out with a few upsets that were really impressive, and we've also already seen that some of the newer names are going to be names that we're going to have to be discussing quite a bit. One of the teams that was really stand out, Supatis, in my mind, is definitely Kawhi.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station Gaming won every community event before this, and Kawhi is a new team that just came out of nowhere and slapped them silly, honestly. Like, they didn't have the performance I was really expecting from them. Perhaps they overthought the compositions. I feel like the Fury Warrior just wasn't a good pick. I mean, we saw Method Orange in the next series play Windwalker DK and just completely dominate. So Space Station Gaming probably watched that series, and they're gonna have Windwalker DK ready for Kawhi in the future. But yeah, that's definitely a team to keep your eye on. I feel like Brain is, I mean, I feel like he competed back in Warlords of Draenor a lot in tournaments. I actually remember playing against him in some like GCD TV events. He's always been really good at Paladin, but he kind of disappeared for a while. He's probably coming back to the game here because he got a little bit of extra free time, but it's almost like he never left. Like, he's still up there on that.
I definitely think we can all agree that Brain is good, but now we're going to take a look at the NA standings. We already got to take a look at the EU ones, and we will show them to you again, I am sure. When we're looking at the NA standings right now, Cloud9, with their victory, has been able to grab the additional 20 points. So 120 points going their way. Method Orange still looking fantastic, making it to the grand final. They're going to get 100 points. Kawhi, who we were just talking about, they grabbed 80 as well. And Space Station Gaming, and a little bit of an upset after everything that we saw in those community tournaments, they're going to be sitting at 60 points. After that, we have Rudimentary and Turtle at 40. I think Turtle looked fantastic, but obviously their compositions, or lack thereof, are really holding them back, even though they can play that composition in a perfect manner. Rudimentary is another team that, Zico, I feel like this is a squad that if we give them a little bit of time to really fully mesh, they might end up getting even deeper in some of these tournaments.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked a little bit about them, but it's kind of a roster where you have one of the best warriors, you got one of the best mages, you got one of the best of almost each class, and they're coming together. Once they get that synergy, we can expect them to do big things. And just when you look at this whole NA bracket, I mean, you got Golden Guardians down at the bottom. You got Charlotte Phoenix down at the bottom as well. That's Jamili's squad. And you got so many different teams, Kawaii, Method Orange, Cloud9, Space Station Gaming. All of these teams are, kind of top 4 worthy teams, but it's gonna be killer to see who actually does make it later.
It definitely is going to be a fantastic year, like you said, when you see Golden Guardians only getting 20 points in the first tournament, somebody who's competed in BlizzCon finals. But let's take a look at the EU standings as well. Method Black going to have 120 points because of their victory. Congratulations to them again. Wildcard Gaming, who looked very impressive, going to have 100 points. But still, there are some squads that we need to be talking about because, look, man, we have Diabolus Red with 20 points. That is another team that has looked fantastic on the biggest stages. And then some of the newer names with the Bergen Boys and Enigma grabbing those 80 points and those 60 points. So then in the EU as well, there's some teams that we really do need to be keeping our eyes on as we move deeper and deeper into these weeks.
I mean, there's no question about it. We have a team like AWC, former BlizzCon champions, not even making it onto the broadcast day. That's a roster we could easily see breaking it into the top 8, the top 6. And even further, go next. I believe that's actually Hydra's team. So Hydra's team as well. Oh, yeah. Obviously a really powerful roster, big names there. So I just think in both regions you can see that there is a lot of teams, there's a lot of potential. And I think for a lot of these newer rosters that are just forming, these early tournaments are where kind of the growing pains can happen, where they can kind of iron out some of the problems that they're having, figure out different compositions that you can utilize, maybe go over some of the mistakes that they made in their drafting phase. And I really think that this year is going to be one of the most competitive we have ever seen.
I think already you can give it an accolade for something like that when you see in the first week so many teams, hundreds of teams actually signing up. Guys, if you do want to compete as well next week watching at home, go ahead, sign up. The signups are going to be live. The second cup is going to start next Friday at 10 a.m. PT. So same time, same place, right here on YouTube. Make sure that you do subscribe to this channel so you're going to be able to see it nice and easy next week. I'm already really looking forward to it. A lot of moments where I think we're going to look back next week and we're going to be trying to figure out who some of these best squads are. But Zico, I feel like we could see completely different teams with how tight it already is coming to the top very quickly next week.
I just can't wait, man. I want to just get to next week as soon as possible because, like we already mentioned, more teams are signing up than ever. The competition is more fierce than ever, and I just can't wait to see who qualifies, to the next stage as well. And we're gonna really start seeing some of these teams maybe pull ahead. It's just gonna be exciting to see what this year has to bring.
Zico, I think it might be that time of the night where you can actually mute your microphone, and you can mute it for a whole week.
Well, 5 days.
5 days. 5 days.
Actually, is it 5? I feel like it's 4.
It depends where you are in the world.
Monday,
Just
Tuesday,
make sure
Wednesday,
that you are
Thursday.
here on Friday for the next tournament, guys. Thank you so much for everything. It has just been too long. This is the first AWC tournament since all the way back at BlizzCon. Congratulations again to our 2 champions and GGs all around. Congratulations to Method Black and congratulations to Cloud9. Thank you guys for watching. We will see you next week.